Chapter 1859. 1859 Suan Bu Jin, please rest in peace. 1859 Suan Bu Jin, please rest in peace. Fairy Zi Wei was a wisdom path great expert and also had star constellation chessboard. She was very likely to deduce Fang Yuan's traces around Fang clan, and from there, interfere and destroy his plan. Beforehand was a similar situation as well. Fang Yuan cultivated Qi Path and required Qi Path immortal materials, but he did not extort them from southern border's righteous path. But in Eastern Sea, Duke Long immediately pointed out a relation between Qi Si ancestor and Fang Yuan, which had surprised Fang Yuan. Were Fang Yuan to have extorted Qi Path immortal materials from southern border's righteous path, during the battle for Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, Duke Long might have seen through Fang Yuan's facade at first glance. He had precariously succeeded in deceiving Duke Long. He was just a step away from being exposed. Many times, people needed to look at the long term instead of coveting cheap benefits. Had Fang Yuan coveted cheap benefits before and extorted Qi Path immortal materials from southern border's righteous path, Heavenly Court might have seen through Qi Si ancestor's true identity. Thereupon, Fang Yuan would not have obtained a portion of primordial origin immortal venerable's Qi Path true inheritance. Fang Yuan had a cautious nature. The risks he took, besides the times where he had no alternative, were mostly taken after careful planning. He had struggled for hundreds of years, walked on countless roads, experienced many life and death situations, and moved in the gaps between the fights of venerables and heaven's will to finally reach his current stage. Hardships and setbacks were the wealth of human life. With such mental fortitude, Fang Yuan would not be arrogant and lose his way. Stability, he demanded stability in everything. During the battle in Eastern Sea over Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan obtained information about Fang Zheng and knew that the latter had disturbed him twice, and also learned of Qin Ding Ling's existence. Qin Ding Ling was a person of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's era, a central continent immortal who cultivated Metal Path but changed to Luck Path later, and had hibernated for 300,000 years. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, Qin Ding Ling's Luck Path attainment level was at least Great Grand Master, and Quasi-Supreme Grand Master was not impossible as well. With such a Luck Path attainment level, if she were able to refine just 2 or 3 Luck Path Immortal GU, she could create and modify killer moves and have comprehensive Luck Path methods. Under this situation, there was not a big significance in rushing to refine Luck Path Immortal GU. Previously, Fang Yuan had prioritized investing in Luck Path because Heavenly Court's foundation in Luck Path was shallow. Fang Yuan could gain 10 times the return of his investment. But now, the prospect of his investment fell. It was like earlier, when Fang Yuan obtained Shadow Sect's true inheritance but did not choose to focus heavily on Soul Path. Spectral Soul was captured by Heavenly Court so that Soul Path true inheritance did not have much value. His Soul Path strength could very likely be deciphered and countered by Heavenly Court. Because of these several aspects, Fang Yuan chose to stop Luck Path GU refinement for the moment and change to Wood Path. Rank 8 Immortal GU House Divine Bean Palace was something that could increase Fang Yuan's strength by a huge margin. Heavenly Court had always been Fang Yuan's greatest obstacle. Stopping Heavenly Court from restoring Fate GU was not a matter of just one battle, it involved a struggle of information, disguise, deceit, GU refinement, resources, and many other aspects. Only after estimating the trump cards of the enemy could he find flaws and deal with them appropriately. So, information was an extremely important aspect. In history, many famous wars looked like they were won easily, but who knew the intensity of the hidden struggles, the preparations made, and how many times they racked their brains from planning. Pushing forward brainlessly would only lead to death. Stupid people could not go far. Since there was an enormous change in the investment to productivity ratio, Fang Yuan chose to halt the investment to stop his loss. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan hesitated no more and chose this plan resolutely. Time passed. It was a scene of tranquility in the outside world of the 5 regions, with turbulence surging in secret. The time flow in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was much faster and changes could be seen every day. The whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture had developed a step further. The 1 million Qi Path Dao marks from annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven had already influenced every part of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The current mini-9 heavens were filled with large amount of mist. These mists were of all kinds of colors. Mini-yellow heaven had yellow mist, mini-white heaven had white mist. A portion of these mists condensed and formed clouds. Fang Yuan had originally planned to bring in clouds, but at present, it had already progressed very well through just the sovereign immortal aperture's natural development, saving a lot of Fang Yuan's resources. Dao marks are the true foundation of the immortal aperture's growth. With these 1 million Dao marks, the immortal aperture can produce all kinds of favorable changes just by developing naturally. Naturally, there are also risks. In this process, I have to pay attention at all times and make timely adjustments to prevent these changes from endangering the previous ecology. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was too spacious, the influence of 1 million Qi path Dao marks was spread over all parts, and could be borne by the sovereign immortal aperture itself. In the mini 5 regions, Qi flows appeared in many areas. There were mists around some famous and special mountain ranges in mini southern border. Frost and icy air had started to cover the atmosphere of many northern plains. Hot air started to rise in many western desert, while Qi vortexes appeared in many areas of central continent. The truly enormous increase was in the basic 2 Qi, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Fang Yuan could clearly observe that a remarkable amount of Earth Qi had accumulated in the vast underground depths of the sovereign immortal aperture. There was an endless amount of Heaven Qi spread in the sky, but it was not as obvious as the concentrated Earth Qi. As Heaven Qi continues to increase, there would be even more mists and clouds in the mini 9 heavens, and a faint Qi wall would form in between the mini 9 heavens. As this Qi wall develops, it would finally become the heavenly wind Qi wall. Earth Qi, however, had 2 directions for growth. One was that Fang Yuan could ignore it and let it condense into one lump. This lump of Earth Qi would continue piling up and form some underground caves. Anything that entered these Earth Qi-filled caves would be corroded by the Earth Qi and turn into stone statues. If this kind of Earth Qi became too dense, it could form Earth Qi sandstorms, which would have a vicious effect towards the surroundings. However, a large amount of Earth Path immortal materials would be produced during Earth Qi sandstorms. The second direction was that Fang Yuan could meticulously divert this giant lump of Earth Qi, digging out tunnels around the Earth Qi to let it flow and spread to all directions. There would not be Earth Qi sandstorms if the Earth Qi were to be distributed to various parts of the immortal aperture. This could make the soil of the mini 5 regions even more fertile and increase the productivity of plants, ores, and other resources. And those long and narrow tunnels that move the Earth Qi would widen gradually as they get eroded by Earth Qi. These tunnels would be filled with Earth Path Dao marks and finally become Earth trenches. These 2 development directions had their advantages and disadvantages. Fang Yuan did not even have to consider, he chose the second path. He did not lack Earth Path immortal materials. Digging tunnels and creating Earth trench veins would elevate the whole sovereign immortal aperture comprehensively. It would greatly expand the development prospects. Fang Yuan entrusted all the development of the sovereign immortal aperture to his subordinates. These GU immortals worked hard and would never idle. As for Fang Yuan's main body, he was working hard on cultivating Karma Divine Tree. Previously, Fang Yuan could barely activate the killer move Karma Divine Tree by using rank 7 mature Bamboo Immortal GU as the core and other ranked 6 Wood Path Immortal GU as supplementary. He lacked the core Rule Path Immortal GU cuz, and the core Wood Path Immortal GU effect. Fang Yuan had to use a vast number of Mortal GU as replacement. Back then, because he lacked Wood Path Immortal GU and Wood Path attainment level, Fang Yuan did not overly invest into it. Because of this, the steps became complex, he had to spend a lot of effort on it. Karma Divine Tree took longer to activate and it could not be used in actual battle. Not only this, the Karma Divine Tree that used rank 7 core Immortal GU instead had its might reduced to rank 6 level. After this period of improvement, although Karma Divine Tree's 2 main core Immortal GU, cause and effect, were still lacking, mature Bamboo Immortal GU was replaced by much more suitable Wood Path Immortal GU. At the same time, because of the increase in Fang Yuan's Wood Path attainment level, the killer move Karma Divine Tree had obtained a huge improvement as well. At present, this move's preparation time had shrunk greatly and could be used in real battles. Its might had already advanced to rank 7 level. This move is clearly lacking in dealing with rank 8 GU immortals. At most, I can use it to bully rank 7s, its most important use is still to subdue Divine Bean Palace. As for the killer move Karma Relocation, I am still unable to restore it for the moment. With Karma Divine Tree, Fang Yuan was itching to have a go. As long as he used Karma Divine Tree, there would be a huge breakthrough in progress regarding Divine Bean Palace. However, Divine Bean Palace was in Fang Clan's headquarters. Fang Yuan had only been assisting Fang Di Chong before and had no good opportunity to make a move, even though he was in contact with Divine Bean Palace all the time. How would he create this opportunity? Before Fang Yuan resolved this issue, Fang Dichong requested him to return to Fang clan once again. In fact, during this period of time when Fang Yuan was cultivating Woodpath, Fang clan had already urged him to return again and again. But this time, Fang Dichong personally sent a letter unlike the previous few times. In the letter, Fang Dichong clearly informed Fang Yuan he had already found a way to refine Divine Bean Palace. As long as they went by this method, they could definitely refine Divine Bean Palace and grasp this immortal Gu house. This made Fang Yuan develop an intense curiosity. Fang Dichong had also obtained a breakthrough. What is going on? Fang Yuan disguised as Suan Bu Jin once again and returned to Fang clan. This is my plan, brother Suan Bu Jin, what do you think? Fang Dichong explained his plan to Fang Yuan and asked. Fang Yuan went into thinking. Fang Dichong was indeed a wisdom path great grand master. He really thought of a feasible way. That was to use a house to break the house. Fang Dichang's concrete plan was to build a temporary immortal Gu house inside Divine Bean Palace. This immortal Gu house would first deduce and probe before self-detonating. The powerful explosion would instantly break Divine Bean Palace's internal defense. Fang clan was not like Fang Yuan. They could not achieve a breakthrough in Woodpath in such a short period of time and obtain a Woodpath Grandmaster. But Fang Dichong fully displayed Fang clan's specialty to deal with Divine Bean Palace. But such a forceful move might result in a damaged Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan said. Fang Dichong smiled bitterly. Nothing can be done about it. Fang clan's situation is worsening day by day. But, as long as we refine Divine Bean Palace and keep its damaged state as a secret, who would be able to tell clearly? Fang Yuan frowned. First, although it is difficult to construct an immortal Gu house inside Divine Bean Palace, it should be possible with our Fang clan's foundation. But what about after that? To probe Divine Bean Palace's deeper operation mechanics, there needs to be a Gu immortal to control the immortal Gu house to resist Divine Bean Palace at all times and activate the immortal Gu house according to the changes in Divine Bean Palace. And, on this basis, under the premise that the Gu immortal has to keep the immortal Gu house activated at all times, the immortal Gu house has to detonate to destroy a portion of Divine Bean Palace and make it have no defensive strength. But if so, isn't the Gu immortal inside the immortal Gu house in great danger? Fang Yuan fixed his gaze onto Fang Dichong. The candidate for maneuvering the immortal Gu house was no doubt a wisdom path Gu immortal. It was between Fang Yuan or Fang Dichong. Who to send? Fang Yuan understood immediately why Fang clan insisted on him returning this time. But he would never do such a dangerous thing. Fang Dichong knew Fang Yuan's thoughts as he smiled. Don't worry brother, we won't make you control the immortal Gu house alone, we will be doing it together. After this task is finished, Fang clan will make sure to repay your contributions. I can agree, but I need to take part in the whole process of the immortal Gu house construction. Fang Dichang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He hesitated for a bit before nodding. It can be done. Come, let's start the work right away. Constructing an immortal Gu house inside the palace was not easy. It was much more difficult than setting up a formation within a formation. Many times, the constructed immortal Gu house inexplicably broke apart. Fang clan's losses were a lot, but fortunately, their foundation in this aspect was truly deep. Together with Fang Yuan using his actual ability to provide several logical concepts occasionally, the immortal Gu house was constructed successfully. Fang Dichong and Fang Yuan entered the immortal Gu house that looked like a tent with a circular top. They began to probe the inner mechanics and profundities of Divine Bean Palace. Their progress was indeed huge with this immortal Gu house. Not long later, Fang Dichong felt the timing was right and said to Fang Yuan, we can start the final step. Are you ready? Good. Fang Dichong said and activated the immortal Gu house. Chains shot out from all around and tightly bound Fang Yuan instantly. Fang Yuan was pale with fright. Brother, what are you doing? Fang Dichong looked at him deeply and said with deep meaning, Brother Suan Bu Jin, Fang clan will not forget your sacrifice. So it was like this. What you want to destroy is me and not this immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan suddenly came to a realization. The immortal Gu house needs to be detonated as well. Fang Dichong said, but just the power of the immortal Gu house's detonation is only ordinary. Only by sacrificing a wisdom path Gu immortal like you can I make an instant breakthrough and reach an even higher level in wisdom path. I can then use the grand power of detonation to subdue Divine Bean Palace. Oh brother Suan Bu Jin, I know that this is unfair to you. But there is no other way left. You have also seen Fang Clan's situation, please die for the sake of Fang Clan's future. Fang Dichong bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold. You are also a Fang Clan member, you are dying for a good cause. Rest in peace. Once he said that, he activated the final method. Chapter 1860. You know too much. Fang Gong, who was hiding near Divine Bean Palace, was feeling anxious. What is going on? Why is there no movement from Divine Bean Palace? Did something happen? Fang Gong calculated the time. Fang Dichang's scheme against Fang Yuan naturally was not his decision alone, he had run through this plan with Fang Gong and others. Because they were worried that Suan Bu Jin, who was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, would become suspicious, Fang Gong had been hiding outside the palace to prevent any accidents from happening. First Supreme Elder, please be at ease. Second Supreme Elder took action only after making a proper plan. His strength is also above Suan Bu Jin's, and adding on the Immortal formation outside the palace and the support of the Immortal Gu house inside the palace, Suan Bu Jin's defeat is almost a certainty. What's more, if there were to be any mishaps on Second Supreme Elder's end, leaving him unable to control the situation, he will definitely send us a message. Third Supreme Elder, who was standing on the side, assured. He was an old man with gray hair, dressed in a yellow robe. You are right. Fang Gong nodded. Right at this time, an explosion occurred from inside Divine Bean Palace. Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng glanced at each other before the latter spoke. It has started. The Immortal Gu house has detonated. Let's go take a look. Fang Gong ran immediately towards Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace's door was tightly closed before, but Fang Dichong had already refined a portion of the palace with Fang Yuan's help, allowing Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng to enter directly. Second Elder. Fang Gong's eyes narrowed as he saw the heavily injured and bloodied Fang Dichong among the ruins of an Immortal Gu house. Second Elder, are you okay? Hold on. Fang Huasheng also arrived soon after and immediately started using healing methods. He was the most proficient healing Gu Immortal in Fang Clan. Sure enough, with his treatment, Fang Dichong slowly came to his senses. He spoke weakly. That Suan Bu Jin was hiding his strength. Although I succeeded in ambushing him, I was still struck by his counterattack and need to rest for some time. But Divine Bean Palace. Before Fang Dichong finished speaking, Fang Gong interrupted. Second Elder, don't mention Divine Bean Palace. You are the brain behind our Fang Clan, our strategist. Fang Clan cannot be without you. Let Third Elder heal your injuries. Fang Gong's words were heartwarming. Fang Huasheng added. Second Elder, don't overexert yourself, your injuries are not light, you should listen to First Elder. Come, let me take you to the secret room so I can heal you properly. All right. Fang Dichong weakly closed his eyes. He was taken to the secret room and treated by Fang Huasheng. The treatment lasted a day and 2 nights. After the treatment finished, Fang Huasheng visited Fang Gong alone and reported. How is the situation? Fang Gong asked. Fang Huasheng replied. Reporting to First Supreme Elder, there is no issue. I inspected Second Elder's blood, soul, and body, they are all authentic. Moreover, as there is no change in Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu in the Ancestral Hall, Second Elder should still be himself. As it turned out, Fang Huasheng was not just treating Fang Dichong but also had the secret task of inspecting Fang Dichong. Fang Gong nodded. I trust Second Elder, but inspection is a necessity. How did Southern Border Righteous Path become a laughing stock in the 5 regions? It is because they let Fang Yuan infiltrate them. Although Suan Bu Jin is not at the level of that demon Fang Yuan, he is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal after all. We still don't know about all his methods, we can never be too careful. Moreover, Second Supreme Elder himself had asked me to arrange this identity inspection. Fang Huasheng laughed. You two really have a lot of worries. From what I see, that Suan Bu Jin might be a rank 7 Wisdom Path expert, but he is a lone cultivator after all, he has limited foundation. Our Fang Clan is a super force, we used almost all our strength to scheme against him and even detonated an Immortal Gu house. It could be said that we spared no expense for this. With such a strength difference, getting rid of Suan Bu Jin is not a difficult matter. I must see his body if he is alive, if he is dead, I must see his corpse. I haven't seen Suan Bu Jin's corpse or soul, so I am somewhat worried. Fang Gong's gaze was slightly heavy. Ha ha ha, he cultivates wisdom path, not transformation path. Even without Second Supreme Elder's explanations of the details, I can make a rough guess. That Suan Bu Jin must have used some method to gain a sudden increase in his strength when he counterattacked, resulting in a powerful explosion which destroyed his own corpse and soul. Fang Hua Sheng said. Fang Dichong, who was lying in the bed, opened his eyes. It has already been a day and a night since Fang Hua Sheng reported. Looks like I managed to deceive them. Fang Dichong thought. He was not the real Fang Dichong, but Fang Yuan's clone. Going back to the moment when Fang Dichong started on his scheme. Fang Dichong was slightly dazed as he activated the method again. Still silence. What's going on? Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk and his expression changed as he quickly inspected. He looked at Fang Yuan with disbelief. You actually tampered with this immortal GU house. Fang Yuan's panicked expression disappeared completely and a sinister smile replaced it. Oh, yeah, damn it, you actually found out. How is this possible? I was personally in charge of the whole process, you only gave a few suggestions and nothing more. Fang Dichong suddenly felt a chill as he said this. Could it be? Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan clapped. You are indeed a wisdom path great grandmaster, you realized so quickly. That's right, although I only gave a few suggestions, you accepted them. An immortal GU house constructed from those suggestions has many areas that corresponds to Divine Bean Palace. You set up a GU formation outside the palace and a GU house inside to infiltrate Divine Bean Palace and refine it forcefully. But from another aspect, Divine Bean Palace also infiltrated your GU formation and GU house. As for me, I just happened to be able to influence Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace was like a locked treasure chest. Fang Clan's GU formation and GU house were like a crowbar that was inserted into a gap in the chest lid, which could forcibly break the lock of the chest and open it. At the same time, this treasure chest, Divine Bean Palace, was like a large mouth that bit the crowbar. What Fang Yuan did now was to influence Divine Bean Palace and make it bite the crowbar tightly. This created the current situation. Fang Dichong activated his method but there was no effect. Fang Dichong glared at Fang Yuan and said, Who in the world are you? It is not easy to accomplish this. First, you need extremely high formation path attainment, and second, you also need to have a method to influence Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan smiled. Although his wisdom path attainment level was lower than Fang Dichang's, he was still a grandmaster. His formation path was also at grandmaster level. This was double grandmaster attainment level. So, when Fang Dichong was modifying the immortal formation outside the palace and constructing the immortal GU house inside the palace, Fang Yuan had already seen through his plot. Fang Yuan was not angry, but was pleasantly surprised. He restrained himself and worked this plot to his own advantage. Fang Dichong had thought the situation was within his control, but he was already seen through by Fang Yuan. Green smoke rose above Fang Yuan's shoulders and head, and formed a huge divine tree. The divine tree was green and lush, and there were several fruits scattered among the leaves. Divine Bean Palace began to shake. Fang Dichang's eyes opened wide with shock and anger as he pointed at Fang Yuan. So you sided with Heavenly Court? You despicable bastard. He was familiar with Karma Divine Tree because he had once fought Chen Yi and had experienced this killer move. Now that he saw this move again, his first thought was not about Fang Yuan, but that Suan Bu Jin had sided with Heavenly Court and that Heavenly Court had given Karma Divine Tree to him to retrieve Divine Bean Palace. Ever since Fang Clan seized Divine Bean Palace and chased Chen Yi away, they treated Heavenly Court as their main enemy. Sweat started to appear on Fang Dichang's forehead because of the fright. Because he naturally had the thought, if this truly is Heavenly Court's conspiracy, Suan Bu Jin definitely had backup. Maybe, Heavenly Court's rank 8 GU immortals are already hiding outside Fang Clan headquarters. Seeing Fang Dichang's misunderstanding, Fang Yuan did not explain but focused on Karma Divine Tree. This was the first time he was openly using this move. Fang Yuan soon discovered Divine Bean Palace was responding to this move and slowly began to put down its resistance and accept him, the owner of this killer move. Soon, Fang Dichong was unable to even budge. The temporary immortal GU house had the effect of imprisoning GU immortals. Fang Dichong had intended to use this ability against Suan Bu Jin, but Fang Yuan's influence was much greater than Fang Dichang's, and with Divine Bean Palace's suppression, Fang Dichong became the prisoner. Good, very good, Suan Bu Jin. I admit defeat, kill me. Fang Dichong sneered without any fear of death. He fully displayed his bravery at the juncture of life and death. Fang Yuan also sneered. You want to use your death to trigger a change in life tablet GU and other methods, to notify Fang Gong and others who are outside. Such mentality is praiseworthy, but I won't be baited. I will extract your soul and then use my split soul to possess you. Your body won't die and your soul also won't dissipate, so there will be no change in life tablet GU. From now on, I will use this Fang Dichong clone to replace you and infiltrate Fang clan. I will search your soul clean, I will plunder all your experiences, memories, and information. HMPH. Impossible. You can forget about it. Fang Dichong snorted coldly. You think a split soul cannot be inspected? The details about my soul are recorded in Fang clan, any difference will result in you getting exposed. Moreover, you have too little time. I have already set a time limit with First Supreme Elder and others. If they don't see me before the time limit, they will immediately charge in to reinforce me. At that time, even if you have Heavenly Court's reinforcements, how long can you hold on for? The furious First Elder Fang Gong will definitely turn you into meat paste. So, Suan Bu Jin, cooperate with my Fang clan. Heavenly Court is using you, although they are scheming against me, they are practically disregarding your life. Fang Dichong urged. Fang Dichong was indeed worthy of being a Wisdom Path Great Grand Master. His words were incisive and without faults. He was actually instigating Fang Yuan. His words were even extremely logical. Fang Yuan smiled as he gazed deeply at Fang Dichong. Fang Dichong had been staring at Fang Yuan as well and paled as he saw Fang Yuan's expression. Because he thought of an even more frightening truth. You played me at my own game, there must be a reason for such confidence. To complete this plan, you need to have a high formation path and wisdom path attainment. Moreover, you must also have extraordinary soul path methods. No, you are not sent by Heavenly Court. You are Fang Yuan. Fang Dicheng's face turned deathly pale. He realized, it was not necessary for him to be from Heavenly Court just because he had Karma Divine Tree. Chen Yi was killed by Fang Yuan, this matter was publicized by Fang Yuan himself. Fang Yuan clapped. Truly worthy of being a Wisdom Path Great Grand Master. Fang Dichong blinked as he swallowed his saliva. Fang Yuan, we can cooperate. There is no need to create such a conflict, please believe in our Fang clan's strength and sincerity, Fang Dicheng's eyes opened wide all of a sudden. Veins bulged on his forehead and his face turned red as if an invisible hand was clenching his neck and covering his nose, suffocating him. While conversing with him, Fang Yuan had been concentrating on influencing Divine Bean Palace. This influence had finally reached a qualitative change. Fang Yuan, everything can be discussed. Fang Yuan shook his head with a smile. It is truly a pity for a Wisdom Path Great Grand Master to die here. But you know too much. At the next moment, Fang Dicheng's eyes rolled back and his mouth foamed, his body twitched a couple times before he died. Chapter 1861 Fang Gong lifts his suspicions. Fang Dichong was resting in bed, his face still somewhat pale. A young ranked 6 GU Immortal was standing by the bed, he was Fang Yun. Fang Yun was Fang Dicheng's adopted son, he was young, handsome, and his eyes were bright like stars. Right now, he had a concerned expression as he bowed. Father, you have suffered such heavy injuries, you need to rest properly. Please tell me what I can do for you. Fang Yun was completely unaware that the father in front of him was someone else, a clone of Fang Yuan. In a way, Fang Yuan could be considered his father's murderer. Fang Yun was treating the enemy as his father. Fang Dichong coughed and waved his hand weakly. Yun don't put on an act. Can father still not understand your nature? Come, sit here, don't be so restrained. Fang Yun's expression immediately relaxed as he shrugged his shoulders and raised his eyebrows, sitting by the bedside. Father, you really gave me a scare. I didn't think you would make such a big move this time, it was truly risky. Such a pity that Senior Suan Bu Jin lost his life. Fang Yun had a sad expression. Fang Yuan had once saved Fang Yun's life as Suan Bu Jin. Fang Yun had all along remembered this and had high regard for Suan Bu Jin. In this time, Fang Dichong had not told the truth of the plot to Fang Yun. The people who were in on the plan to get rid of Suan Bu Jin were limited to Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder. This plan could not have too many people, especially Fang Yun. Suan Bu Jin had much contact with Fang Yun, he was a shrewd wisdom path Gu Immortal and could easily make Fang Yun expose the conspiracy had Fang Yun known the truth. Fang Dichong was a wisdom path great Grand Master, he paid attention to every detail. In all fairness, had it been any other Gu Immortal, they might have really been done in by Fang Dichong. Even Fang Yuan, if he didn't have the premonition which made him improve Karma Divine Tree, might have been in some trouble. Fang Dichong did not make any slip-ups, he had already overestimated Suan Bu Jin as much as possible. But when he knew Suan Bu Jin's true identity, he immediately realized, he had greatly underestimated Fang Yuan. In fact, not only Fang Dichong, even Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Zi Wei was underestimating Fang Yuan. It was such that the whole Gu Immortal world of the 5 regions was greatly underestimating Fang Yuan, they thought Fang Yuan was still a rank 7. Fang Yuan had long since advanced to rank 8 and even used his Qi-Si ancestor identity to get a portion of Primordial Origin's Qi Path true inheritance out of Duke Long's hands. Fang Dichong was only a rank 7, the Gu formation and the Gu house he was relying on were completely seen through by Fang Yuan. At the same time, Divine Bean Palace also became Fang Yuan's support. Fang Dichong had treated Suan Bu Jin as a crocodile and had never imagined there to be a vicious dragon under the crocodile skin. Thus, he was crushed. He made such a huge mistake that there was no chance to make a comeback. Yun come, give me your hand. Fang Dichong said. Fang Yun was puzzled, but he did not want to disobey his father's order and obediently stretched his arm. Fang Dichong put 3 immortal Gu in his hand. Father, what are you doing? Fang Yun was shocked. I intend to hand over my wisdom path inheritance to you. Fang Yun was dazed for a moment before he said, but father, I cultivate cloud path, not wisdom path. Moreover, didn't you allow me to cultivate cloud path before? Fang Dichong nodded. I allowed you to cultivate cloud path before because you have a lively nature and did not want to take on responsibilities, which suits cloud path. But cloud path is only a minor path, it can never compare to wisdom path. Most importantly, this event made me question myself. Suan Bu Jin's death is the best reminder to me. I need to look for a wisdom path inheritor for the clan. If something happens to me, there will be someone to replace me. Father, don't talk about such things. Fang Yun quickly replied, life is uncertain, what accidents cannot happen? Life is full of the unexpected. I am now heavily injured and lying in bed, it was something I had never imagined before. Moreover, you know about our clan's situation. I must prepare for the future of our clan. Fang Dichong said in a sincere and serious tone. Fang Yun nodded and had a rare look of solemnity. Father, you are right. I will change to cultivating wisdom path. Fang Dichong nodded with a smile before shaking his head. You are my son, as your father, I know you don't suit wisdom path, cloud path is the most suitable for you. I am planning for the clan but won't overlook you. So, father's arrangement is to first hand the wisdom path inheritance to you, but you don't need to change to cultivating wisdom path. You already have cloud path foundation, it will be troublesome and a great loss for you to change now. Currently, you only need to hold onto this wisdom path inheritance. If there is a critical situation in the future requiring you to make the sacrifice, change your cultivation path then. If father passes away someday, select a suitable inheritor to pass on this wisdom path inheritance, understood? Father, your arrangements are very wise, I understand. Fang Yun laughed, he immediately relaxed after knowing that he did not have to cultivate wisdom path. Leave, you brat, father needs to rest. Get used to these 3 wisdom path immortal Gu first. There is your senior Suan Bu Jin's distracting thoughts immortal Gu among them, although he died, I need to pass on his inheritance. Fang Dichong said while waving his hand. I will take my leave. Fang Yun left quickly and closed the door gently. Only Fang Yuan's clone was left in the room. He closed his eyes and pondered inwardly with an exhausted look. My physical body is Fang Dichang's, so there was no flaw in the blood. Fang Dichong has not died, so there is no change in life tablet Gu. His soul was personally taken care of by the main body. After splitting the soul, many soul path methods were used and adding on the advantage of the time flow in the sovereign immortal aperture, the soul matches with the body extremely well and there is no flaw. However, just these are still not enough. Fang Dichong thought of Fang Gong. Although Fang Yuan had not been in much contact with Fang Gong, he understood the latter's nature. From the outside, Fang Gong was bold and reckless, he did not bother about little things, but in fact, under his bold appearance, he was highly shrewd and cautious. This could be seen from when he schemed against Chen Yi. He was a grand rank 8 GU Immortal, but he actually hid his cultivation level and disguised as an ordinary GU Immortal. When he saw the timing was right, he suddenly erupted with his strength and struck Chen Yi viciously. Chen Yi was caught off guard and suffered a huge loss. Fang Yuan knew that to deceive this kind of person, he could not rely on just having no flaws that could be found. He needed to put up a performance as well. Oh, second elder intentionally gave his wisdom path inheritance to Fang Yun. Fang Gong soon received this news. The one who reported the news was his own biological great-grandson, an outstanding expert among ranked 6 in Fang clan's possible successor, Fang Leng. Fang Leng had a square face and was slightly older than Fang Yun. Fang Yun was very close to Fang Leng. When he obtained Fang Dicheng's inheritance, he did not hide it from this respected senior brother. Fang Leng was clearly much more shrewd than Fang Yun. That very night, he reported this news to Fang Gong. Fang Gong frowned slightly, not speaking. He knew Fang Dicheng's intention. Fang clan's external situation was troubling and there was huge pressure on them, but there were also internal struggles inside the clan. Places with people have conflicts. Even if there were more and more resources, they still needed to consider how to distribute it. The clan's resources were limited. Who used them now, who used them later, who could use them better, who used them worse, these were natural conflicts and could never be reconciled. The two biggest factions in Fang clan belonged to Fang Gong and Fang Dichong. These two factions cooperated closely, but it did not mean there was no strife between them. In fact, these two factions were always contesting with each other. It was just that Fang Gong's faction had third supreme elder Fang Hua Sheng while Fang Dichong was only a rank 7, they had always firmly grasped the highest authority in the clan. Fang Dichong possessed the wisdom path inheritance which had always been the foundation of the second faction. Fang Gong's frown was because he had been thinking if he could take the chance to ask for this wisdom path inheritance. Look, you almost lost your life this time. The wisdom path inheritance is in your hands. It will be Fang clan's greatest loss if there were to be an accident. This was for the sake of the clan. If they pressured him with it, there was indeed a chance to force Fang Dichong to hand over the inheritance or at least a portion of it. There was a difference between the politics of a clan and a sect. The clan's politics prioritized family relationship. Their inheritances were passed down through bloodline ties. Although Fang Yun was Fang Dicheng's adopted son, the relationship was extremely good. This was because Fang Yun had been personally raised by Fang Dichong since a young age. Fang Dichong truly loved this son. If not, he would not have let him cultivate Cloud Path. He cared about his feelings and future happiness. In the future, when Fang Dichong retires, his second supreme elder position would be taken by Fang Yun according to the custom. Fang clan had a lot of GU Immortals, but this position could only belong to Fang Yun. Unless Fang Dichong raises an inheritor who cultivates wisdom path and is much more outstanding than Fang Yun. Fang Dicheng's wisdom path inheritance belonged to Fang clan in name, but in fact, it was held by his faction and passed on from generation to generation. Fang Yun cultivated Cloud Path and did not have the qualifications to inherit this wisdom path inheritance. This was the most obvious weakness of Fang Dicheng's faction. Fang Gong was just thinking of striking this weakness but had never expected Fang Dichong to put a stop to his plan before he even started. As expected of a wisdom path great grandmaster, Fang Gong's brows relaxed and a smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand. Fang Leng understood. I will take my leave. We lost our chance this time, so forget it. After all, we are all members of Fang clan, we are on the same side. Fang Gong was not too upset but was somewhat worried. After all, Fang Dicheng's scheme succeeded and Suan Bu Jin was sacrificed to refine Divine Bean Palace. With this rank 8 Immortal GU house, the strength of Fang clan's second faction rose greatly. Fang Gong felt a huge pressure because of this. As a higher up, he needed to consider a lot of things. Fang clan's first supreme elder, who was in control of Fang clan for so many years, not only had to look after his own cultivation and nurture later generations, he also had to lead Fang clan in resisting external enemies and expanding their territories. At the same time, he also needed to pay attention to the internal forces of Fang clan. Second Supreme Elder took action so quickly, his true intentions can be seen from this. He absolutely cannot be Suan Bu Jin's disguise. Right now, the final trace of doubt had disappeared from Fang Gong's mind. Chapter 1862, Rank 8 and Nest GU. 1862 Rank 8 Ant Nest GU in the depths of Eastern Sea, GU Tribe Headquarters. Over half a month had passed in the Blessed Land, the dusty seal was completely unlocked. There were many GU immortals at the scene, Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone Wu Shuai, 2 dragon generals, GU Tribe's leader, as well as several Beastman GU immortals. Seeing the seal unlocked, GU Tribe's leader nodded in his mind, he was even more certain of Wu Shuai's identity. This seal was arranged by Wu Shuai himself and was further strengthened by generations of GU Tribe leaders. Back then, Wu Shuai had realized he did not have much chance and arranged for a portion of his inheritance to be preserved in GU Tribe headquarters. GU Tribe's leader looked at Wu Shuai and smiled. Please. Wu Shuai waved his hand, a large gray rock rose to the air and was stored by Wu Shuai into his immortal aperture. Wu Shuai activated his method to dissect the rock. Because of the correct method, the rock was dissected quickly and revealed 2 immortal GU inside. One was rank 8 immortal GU ant nest which looked like an ordinary inverted bowl. It was brown and had a rough appearance. However, this immortal GU was the core immortal GU of green ant ascetic. This GU could breed all kinds of army ants. Army ant was a species created by green ant ascetic. It was extremely suitable for enslavement path GU immortals. In history, the real Wu Shuai's most used method was also army ant. Naturally, the queen ant of army ants could also breed other ants. But the queen ant could not breed another queen ant. This was a huge disadvantage. After the Dragonman race's extermination, Duke Long had sent the order to remove all the related things in records. Back then, green ant ascetic had already been enslaved by Dragon Palace and army ant had also become one of the symbols of the Dragonman race, thus it was also implicated. With all these reasons, army ants were like a shooting star, disappearing instantly from history. Besides Ant Nest Immortal GU, there was also an Information Path Immortal GU. It was rank 7 and was called Letter Seal. Letter Seal Immortal GU contained a large amount of contents regarding army ants. Besides this, Letter Seal Immortal GU had been used to seal Ant Nest Immortal GU. Ant Nest Immortal GU was at rank 8, it was not easy to preserve it as an inheritance. Because for an immortal GU's existence, it needed to be fed in time, or else, it would die of hunger. Wu Shuai used Letter Seal Immortal GU to cover Ant Nest Immortal GU with a thick layer of rock membrane, creating an Immortal GU rock. As the price, Letter Seal Immortal GU had to be left inside the rock as well. Gambling Den GU masters would create some fake rocks for profits, they would put GU worm inside the rocks then make people open them, increasing the Gambling Den's reputation. Wu Shuai's method was similar to it. It was just that he made the false rock not for profit but to preserve Ant Nest Immortal GU. This method was quite effective as Ant Nest GU was still alive after so many years. Naturally, when Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai dissected the rock, Ant Nest Immortal GU was at an extremely weak and hungry state. Letter Seal Immortal GU was also the same. But it was not serious, Fang Yuan had already prepared the food and given them to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai fed the Immortal GU while walking back with the GU tribe immortals. On the way, Wu Shuai thanked, "Your noble tribe kept your word. You preserved my inheritance until now, you are really my Dragonman race's most trustworthy friend." The current GU tribe leader laughed, "Lord Wu Shuai, I won't hide it from you, there have been ups and downs. It is not that my tribe's GU immortals did not covet your inheritance, but the tribe leader back then set a rule that every GU tribe leader had to first add a seal to this inheritance when they took the position. And we have always kept Fate Gu's revelation in mind, so this inheritance was able to be preserved until now." GU tribe's leader was frank, making Wu Shuai laugh heartily. Wu Shuai guaranteed on the spot, "My friendship with your tribe has lasted for 1,000,000 years, and it shall continue in the future as well. Right now, I am collaborating with Fang Yuan and have already solved the Dragonman extermination killer move. This move had once killed me, and exterminated my clan, but from now onwards, it will have no effect." The eyes of GU tribe's leader brightened, "This is extremely good news. Dragonman reigns supreme, this is the decree of heaven. Senior, to be honest, I have a favor to ask of you." Over these days in GU tribe headquarters, Fang Yuan's clone had enjoyed warm hospitality and they had even taken the initiative to return Wu Shuai's inheritance. Mutual benefit was the foundation for allies, it was fair for GU tribe's leader to make some requests right now. Fang Yuan's clone replied immediately with no hesitation, "Just speak your mind, as long as it is within my abilities, I will help you. I want to transform a portion of my tribe's members to Dragonmen." "Senior, what do you think?" GU tribe's leader asked with anticipation. Fang Yuan nodded. "My close friend back then, GU Liang, who was also your tribe's leader, had this intention as well. At present, since I already have a completely new Dragonman lifespan extension method, I can naturally help you. GU tribe's leader was joyous. Many thanks, Senior. My tribe has already prepared the Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Please tell us what other immortal materials are needed. GU tribe had been hiding in the depths of Eastern Sea, and its successive generations had actively searched and gathered Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Over the million years, and with Eastern Sea being the #1 region in resources, the present GU tribe treasury had a rarely seen reserve of Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Fang Yuan's clone gave a few instructions and GU tribe's leader immediately acted accordingly. Several days later, immortal materials and candidates arrived before wuxia. Wuxia brought out Dragon Palace. Using the Dragonman lifespan extension method inside this immortal GU house could receive the assistance of Dragon Palace itself. This batch of GU tribe members had over 10 people. Most were rank 5 GU masters while 2 were GU immortals. Among them, half were elderly with their lifespan nearing the end and with no other lifespan extension methods left. The Dragonman lifespan extension method became their only hope. The other half were young adults, the elites of the current GU tribe. Several days passed again. With the dragon spirit's help and the methods of Fang Yuan's clone, the Dragonman lifespan extension method was used. Most of the GU tribe candidates turned into Dragonmen, but a portion were unlucky and lost their lives. After all, the Dragonman lifespan extension method still had risks. Even so, GU tribe's leader was very happy at this result. Senior, your modified method has a much higher success rate than the original. My race's extermination was the price to obtain this achievement. Fang Yuan's clone heaved a sigh. GU tribe's leader immediately consoled. Senior, I am sorry for your loss. As he said this, he presented a batch of immortal materials. For ant nest immortal GU to create army ants, immortal essence was only one of the conditions. It still required specific immortal materials. Fang Yuan's clone required these immortal materials. The GU tribe leader of back then knew this secret and had gathered these materials. The current GU tribe leader offered them, which showed their sincerity. Fang Yuan's clone rejected. I converted your tribe members as thanks. We did not discuss any remuneration. Senior, please don't stand on ceremony. This is only a small gift from us. GU tribe's leader smiled. But Fang Yuan's clone still persisted. It has not been easy for you to survive. You are also my Dragonman race's most trustworthy and reliable ally. How can I, wuxia, treat my ally like this? Although I don't have the immortal materials, I am already in collaboration with Fang Yuan. I can ask for him to provide the immortal materials. Senior, Fang Yuan is a devil of this age. He might only have rank 7 cultivation, but even Heavenly Court is unable to handle him. He is sinister and crafty, vicious and malicious. He can do anything as long as there are enough benefits. I hope you are vigilant, Senior. Fang Yuan's clone could not help but laugh in his mind. GU tribe's leader was speaking ill of Fang Yuan in front of Fang Yuan. Were he to know that wuxia was Fang Yuan's clone, who knew what spectacular expression he would show? Fang Yuan's clone nodded. Your words make sense, but Heavenly Court's force is huge, and Fang Yuan is no doubt a huge help that cannot be neglected. Even if I am taking favors from a tiger, as long as it can increase my chance of victory against Heavenly Court and Duke Long, even if slightly, I am willing to take the risk. GU tribe's leader nodded and sighed. Senior, you are right. To be honest, my GU tribe might be hiding in this corner, but we have made many reliable allies. Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court is one of them. My GU tribe has received a lot of help from them. Merman Imperial Court, this is indeed good news. The gaze of Fang Yuan's clone brightened. Merman Imperial Court was a super force that had once received support from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The human race had dominance. GU tribe was a beastman tribe hiding in the bottom of the sea. It was not strange for them to have a close relationship with mermen. GU tribe's leader continued. Besides this, my tribe has some connections with the other 4 regions as well. For instance, we have stable trade with Morong tribe in Northern Plains. Some years ago, when Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed and 88 Truyong building collapsed, I had gone to Northern Plains to participate in Northern Plains auction. I received warm hospitality from Morong tribe back then. wuxia thought. So it was you. Fang Yuan's main body had also participated in Northern Plains auction. This auction was hosted by Qinbai Sheng. Back then, GU tribe's leader had worn a tall hat and large cloak and had an ordinary face. It was clearly a disguise. Right now, wuxia was looking at the real appearance of GU tribe's leader. Fang Yuan had converted GU tribe members to dragonmen. It had clearly deepened their friendship, and GU tribe's leader took the initiative to reveal many secrets. GU tribe might have been living in hiding, but over such a long period of time, they had a lot of contact with the outside world and had an extremely firm foundation. Using GU tribe as a focal point, he could influence all 5 regions. Naturally, this influence was limited. But this limited influence could display a huge effect through Fang Yuan's planning. This is good news. Fang Yuan's main body was quite happy when he received this information. Right now, he was no longer in Western Desert, but had arrived at Northern Plains. He rapidly descended. Below him was a giant pit. The pit's entrance was almost circular and spanned hundreds of kilometers. It looked extremely grand. Fang Yuan looked down and saw a scene of wilderness. There was a thick rainforest, having both yellow and green colors. From time to time, desolate beasts growled, large numbers of featherless birds flew out, their red bodies looked like the historical pterosaurs of Earth. It was one of the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains, Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 1863. Walking through the 7th layer again. 1863. Walking through the 7th layer again. Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe, slowly descending to Crazed Demon Cave. 2 GU immortals were already waiting for a long time on the ground. 1 GU immortal had a pale face and black beard. He had long wide sleeves and eyes that were shining like stars. He had an extraordinary air. He was known as not immortal, and he cultivated rule path. The other GU immortal was short, his height only reaching Fang Yuan's knee. His tiny eyes were shining brightly. He was secret schemer and he cultivated wisdom path. The current Fang Yuan could not be compared to the past. He had trampled on Heavenly Court in the Battle of Langya and 2 battles in the River of Time. He had even captured a large group of southern border immortals, which included 2 rank 8s. Not long ago, there was even news from Eastern Sea's GU immortal world that Fang Yuan borrowed Qi Si ancestors' strength to block Duke Long, while he took away immortal GU House Dragon Palace. In terms of who was the strongest and most famous demonic path GU immortal of the current generation, no one fit better than Fang Yuan. Friends, we meet again. After Fang Yuan landed, he greeted politely with a smile. Secret schemer and not immortal returned the greeting hurriedly. Not immortal smiled. After the previous parting, when we heard of Brother Lu's true identity being GU Fang Yuan, we were truly surprised and joyous. Since you have come here this time, you must have a method to break through the current barrier. We have been waiting anxiously for a long time. Fang Yuan had undergone the Crazed Demon Agreement using Lu Guanyi's identity, and had become a member of Crazed Demon Cave like Chudu. Therefore, not immortal addressed Fang Yuan as Brother Lu. As far as the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were concerned, Fang Yuan's appearance had not changed because Lu Guanyi's appearance was the original appearance of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Why don't I see Pang Shan? Fang Yuan asked. He seemed to have gained some insight when he explored the 7th layer and is currently in closed cultivation. Secret schemer replied. So that's it. Fang Yuan smiled, understanding in his head. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were taking precautions against him. Back then, when he went under the name of Lu Guanyi, his strength was not high. The current Fang Yuan was progressing rapidly. The whole world acknowledged that Fang Yuan could battle rank 8 despite being only at rank 7. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were naturally concerned about Fang Yuan suddenly making a vicious move against them. After all, Fang Yuan was the biggest demon at present. His nature was vicious and cruel. Don't be fooled by his smiling expression. He was, in actuality, a ruthless murderer who killed without even blinking his eyes. Although the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics had long secluded themselves inside Crazed Demon Cave and were only engrossed in cultivating, they were not fools. Especially the head of the 3 eccentrics, Secret Schemer. His performance in Fang Yuan's previous life was quite spectacular and made Heavenly Court suffer major losses. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were wary of Fang Yuan, thus Pang Shan did not appear and was hiding somewhere. It was very likely that him being in closed cultivation was only an excuse just in case Fang Yuan went crazy and attacked them. As long as there was at least 1 eccentric left, they would not have the worry of Fang Yuan killing them all. Not only this, the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics might have some backup methods, which is why they are keeping a person outside. Fang Yuan deduced inwardly. Although Fang Yuan had undergone the Crazed Demon Agreement, he had already gotten rid of its restrictions. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics also had the killer move Do Not Care, and could completely ignore the Crazed Demon Agreement. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were wary of Fang Yuan and were on guard, but Fang Yuan did not actually want to attack them. At least, he did not want to attack now. This is already the third time I am inside Crazed Demon Cave. I hope there will be some gains. Fang Yuan's main target for this trip was still limitless, true inheritance. Not long in the future, Heavenly Court would definitely hold the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to restore Fate GU. At that time, there would definitely be a huge battle involving GU immortals of the 5 regions. In this battle, no matter how powerful Fang Yuan became, he could not control the situation. Any venerable methods could easily topple the situation. Fang Yuan had already realized this in the previous life. The best example was Duke Long. Duke Long was unmatched, but he was nothing against venerable methods. Limitless Demon Venerable bound him instantly and made him unable to even budge for a long time. It was because of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method that Duke Long got free from the bindings and regained his freedom. Fang Yuan's plan was that in this life, he would not only actively increase his strength but also gather some venerable true inheritances. If he could trigger venerable methods, it would be the perfect support in his plan to destroy Fate GU, and the most reliable clue was here, Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan's timing was also perfect. His current strength had already risen a lot. Although he only had rank 7 cultivation on the surface, he had already advanced to rank 8. Even if the 3 crazed demon eccentrics went against him, he could quickly counterattack without any worry about his safety. Moreover, after some time, Longevity Heaven's Bing Sai Chuan would awaken. His awakening would have a huge influence on Longevity Heaven and the whole Northern Plains GU Immortal world. Were Fang Yuan to come to Northern Plains at that time and make a big commotion, he might have to face Longevity Heaven led by Bing Sai Chuan, which would be hard to deal with. Not Immortal guided the way ahead while Secret Schemer accompanied Fang Yuan and conversed with him. Fang Yuan followed the 2 eccentrics deep into Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave had 9 layers. The first layer was the most external layer. It was also the scene Fang Yuan saw from high in the sky. The second layer was an incredibly hot land of burning rocks. The third layer was covered in white fog. Ferocious beasts moved in the fog and there was also the Fog City. It was extremely dangerous. Every layer had completely different environments. Demonic sounds spread from the deepest 9th layer to the whole of Crazed Demon Cave at every set interval of time. When the demonic sounds spread, all beings went crazy and would start killing each other, creating extreme chaos. The deeper one went, the stronger the demonic sounds became. But the method created by the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could defend against a portion of the demonic sound's might. However, what Fang Yuan used was not this method. Before he came here, he had modified the previous method and the new method had extraordinary effects. It could be considered an advanced version. After all, his current rule path attainment level was at Great Grand Master. While the demonic sound was active, the activation of immortal killer moves would be greatly affected. This was because the demonic sounds were chaotic Dao marks, insanity was only the side effect. The 3 moved down the curved pathways before finally reaching the 7th layer, which was also the 3rd lowest layer. Back then, Fang Yuan's endpoint had been this layer. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics similarly were stopped here for several hundreds of years. It was because they were stuck at this barrier without any breakthrough that they took in Chu Du and Fang Yuan. However, their gains were also a lot. The 7 layers they explored had scattered traces of Limitless Demon Venerable's inheritance. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics researched these clues and were able to roughly deduce the scene at the final layer, although they had never been there. Fang Yuan's sight was filled with dazzling light. All sorts of colors emanated from the rocks, soil, and grass in this place. This was Dao mark light. When the density of Dao marks reached a certain level, they would let out this kind of brilliant radiance naturally. In this 7th layer, every grain of soil and every piece of rock was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. The extremely unfortunate thing was these Dao marks were chaotic and could not be used. Fang Yuan, after you. Secret Schemer gave way. Ever since the previous failure, I have reflected on it and gained much insight. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he walked in the front. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal glanced at each other before following Fang Yuan closely. In the recent period of time, Fang Yuan's reputation shook the world, but how much strength did he truly have? 3 crazed demon eccentrics were not sure, and this situation was the best chance to ascertain it. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal's attention were gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked leisurely. The first 10 steps were like strolling in sunshine. 20 steps, he was relaxed. 30 steps, his expression started to become serious. 40 steps, he was beginning to pant. 50 steps, he looked exhausted. Over 60 steps, Fang Yuan stopped for a breather. Secret Schemer looked at Not Immortal while Not Immortal also looked at Secret Schemer. Both saw shock in each other's eyes. The countless conflicting Tao marks needed to be overcome to move in this place. The three crazed demon eccentrics' furthest limit had been over 10,000 steps, but they had rested again and again before continuing. If they were to move without resting like Fang Yuan, they would at most be able to walk 40-50 steps. The terrifying thing is that Fang Yuan walked over 60 steps, but it is obvious he has not used all his strength and is still at ease. Just this alone has surpassed us three. But where do his limits lie? Thoughts surged up and down in the minds of not immortal and secret schemer. But in fact, Fang Yuan had sovereign immortal body, he simply did not suffer any conflict from Tao marks, so the exhaustion was only his disguise and act. Fang Yuan would rather put up a show because he wanted to awe the three crazed demon eccentrics while also hiding his abilities. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person who liked to keep his secrets hidden. If he could keep his cards under the table, he absolutely would not reveal them lightly. As expected of Fang Yuan. Right, such strength makes us three feel ashamed about ourselves. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. You don't need to be modest, I have been reborn several times and have many memories. The three crazed demon eccentrics have a famous reputation, you all have your own unique methods that even I have a high opinion of. Not immortal and secret schemer were shaken inwardly. Fang Yuan's words had deep meaning, they could be taken as praise but also taken as a warning. I have been reborn, I am familiar with your methods, don't make an enemy of me. The three continued to walk forward. The deeper they moved, the harder it became, and the more the pressure increased. We will save a lot of effort by relying on our respective paths. Tao marks on the upcoming paths. Fang Yuan, let's split up for now. Not immortal said. He chose to walk towards the front left, where there were relatively more rule path Tao marks, since he cultivated rule path. Not long later, secret schemer also bade farewell. He chose to walk the path with more wisdom path Tao marks. Fang Yuan naturally could move in a straight line, but he did not do so, instead choosing to hide his skills. He carefully chose a path to walk. The two eccentrics saw this and had their own thoughts. Chapter 1864. O Fang Yuan, you are dead Maya. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was quite large, and it felt even more huge in not immortal and secret schemers' perception. Because they had to think carefully for every step they took while also enduring the conflict from countless Tao marks. The more they walked, the more difficult it became. This difficulty further widened the sense of distance they felt. Fang Yuan moved like a normal GU immortal would for some time, while feeling some sympathy towards not immortal and secret schemers' situation. If I didn't have the sovereign immortal body, I would have to choose a Tao mark path as well. But this Tao mark path will keep on becoming narrower. There are many choices at the start, but the deeper you go, the fewer choices you have. Fang Yuan walked for a while before stopping. His path was cut. The path ahead was filled with Tao marks of other paths. Fortunately, after passing this section, the path ahead had the Tao marks Fang Yuan selected. Fang Yuan discreetly glanced at not immortal and secret schemer. These two were already left behind by him and were walking with a lot of difficulty. Similarly, these two were also paying attention to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth as he continued to move forward. He pretended to be in a lot of difficulty, stopping at every step. After a while, he finally conquered the difficulty and once again walked the Tao mark path that suited him, his face revealing a relaxed expression again. These conflicting Tao marks are nothing to me. Instead, it is the acting that is more energy consuming. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his mind. Not immortal and secret schemer glanced at each other from far away. Fang Yuan's strength was still above their current estimation. In that small section, although Fang Yuan moved with difficulty, his speed was still fast. Were not immortal to be in the same situation, he might have spewed blood. These two became slower the more they walked and even their hearts became heavier. The surrounding Tao marks pressured them constantly, making it very hard for them to move. Not immortal was already spitting blood while secret schemer's face looked yellowish purple. After a while, the two had no choice but to stop. They had reached their limits. Fang Yuan was still moving in front, his expression looked much more exhausted than before. But it was obvious he still had a lot of strength left. Fang Yuan is truly a monster. Sigh, he has many venerable inheritances, he is someone who has won against Heavenly Court repeatedly. It is not strange for him to have this achievement. Not immortal and secret schemer conversed secretly, they sighed while feeling helpless. Then, let's watch him from here. I want to see how far he can walk. Secret schemer snorted coldly. Not immortal hesitated for a moment before asking, do you think he can walk out of the 7th layer and enter the 8th layer? How is that even possible? Secret schemer denied immediately. not even thinking of the possibility. But shortly after, he said with a heavy voice, "This possibility is not high. There are at least tens of thousands of steps before someone can walk out of 7th layer. The distance we have walked currently is not even 10%. Fang Yuan is indeed powerful and is a rank 7 demon that seldom appears in 100 or even 1,000 years. But in the end, he is not at rank 8. I even feel that only a venerable can get out of the 7th layer and enter the 8th layer." Venerable, not Immortal thought and said, "Should we tell Fang Yuan of the clues that several venerables came here?" "Yes." Secret Schemer nodded. "Wait till Fang Yuan reaches his limits, we will tell this information to him after we return." Secret Schemer witnessed Fang Yuan's strength and admitted Fang Yuan was stronger than him. Informing Fang Yuan of this information might spur Fang Yuan's fighting spirit and make him stay in Crazed Demon Cave, accompanying the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics to break through this place together. Fang Yuan walked for a while before pausing slightly. "This was the place where I saw Secret Schemer the previous time." Fang Yuan sized up his surroundings but did not see any traces. Back then, Fang Yuan remembered the Dao marks here were mainly of Metal Path and Earth Path, but it was completely different now. Fang Yuan was not surprised because the Dao marks in the 7th layer could transform. Every time the demonic sounds start from the 9th layer, they will spread to the 8th layer, then to the 7th layer, all the way to the 1st layer. When they reach the 1st layer, the demonic sounds would be sealed by a formless force, not spreading to the outside world and affecting other beings. Secret Schemer and not Immortal stopped on their spots, watching his receding figure from the distance. When Fang Yuan crossed Secret Schemer's furthest record, this wisdom path Gu Immortal's eyelids twitched. Despite him expecting this situation, when he saw this happen for real, he could not help feeling a deep sense of loss. "I was surpassed." Secret Schemer heaved a deep sigh inwardly. "I am the head of the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics, the person who explored the furthest. I have lived here for hundreds of years and have engrossed myself in researching this place. I never expected to be surpassed by Fang Yuan so easily." Envy and even hatred, as well as anger towards himself, bitterness, sadness, and all kinds of emotions surged in his heart. Not Immortal's feelings were much better than Secret Schemer. After all, he was the one with the worst performance among the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics. Seeing Secret Schemer's expression, Not Immortal heaved a sigh and was about to comfort him when his expression changed suddenly. The demonic sounds started. "What's going on?" Not Immortal was pale with fright. Secret Schemer was also horrified. How could the demonic sounds appear at this time? Not Immortal said, "Your previous deduction was correct. The demonic sounds timing is already messed up and we can no longer grasp its timing. Quick, let's retreat. This place is too dangerous." Secret Schemer's face was already perspiring with sweat. He shouted towards Fang Yuan, "The demonic sound is here, retreat quickly. We can only be safe after exiting the 7th layer." Fang Yuan turned around to look at them too. These two no longer had the secluded cultivator demeanor of the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics, they were panicking and were rapidly retreating. "It doesn't look like they are trying to harm me." Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had no time to choose a path, they could only barely make out the correct direction and retreat towards the outside. The demonic sounds had just started and the Dao marks here were already restless. Even more terrifying was when the demonic sounds truly resonated, there would be a wild tsunami of Dao marks in the 7th layer. Immortal killer moves would immediately break upon activation. At this time period, even Duke Long would be in grave danger if he was here. He would be as weak as a baby and his death would be an unchangeable outcome. The 7th layer had already become a forbidden land that devoured everything, only a venerable might be able to contend it. The two eccentrics used all their methods and staked all their strength. They were spewing blood as they retreated. "Quick, we are almost out of here." Secret Schemer's eyes shone with wild joy as he looked ahead. "I cannot go on." Not Immortal crashed onto the ground. Secret Schemer said through clenched teeth, "Persevere." The two had a very close relationship. Secret Schemer disregarded the danger and carried the unconscious Not Immortal. At the moment of danger, his true nature was revealed. Secret Schemer kept on moving, finally charged out. His 7 orifices were bleeding, his face was pale and green, he was blacking out time and again, and he felt as if his whole body was weighed down by heavy lead. However, he did not dare to rest. The demonic sounds had just started, the 7th layer had become a dangerous zone and there was only hope for survival by returning to the 6th layer. The demonic sounds had begun to spread and the warning alarms were ringing louder and louder in Secret Schemer's mind. He clenched his teeth and exerted his final trace of strength to drag himself and the unconscious not immortal to the 6th layer. Wait, where is Fang Yuan? Before leaving the 7th layer, he took the risk to take a look behind. Wah! His eyes widened as if someone had struck the back of his eyes. He was stupefied. Fang Yuan had not retreated, but instead had moved even deeper. You. Secret Schemer could not make up any words in his agitated state. Fang Yuan heard the sound and turned around to look at him, smiling. It was already too late for me to retreat from where I was. But I have a life-saving secret technique, so I have a slim chance to survive. There is deadly danger in exploring here and I have already prepared myself mentally, so no worries. Secret Schemer, I hope we have the opportunity to meet again. Secret Schemer was silent. He wanted to say, "Oh Fang Yuan, you are dead meat," but was unable to speak it out. In the end, he said, "Fang Yuan, we will definitely meet again." These words had deep meaning. On one hand, he was encouraging Fang Yuan, hoping he could persevere and not give up trying. Maybe there was a hope for survival. On the other hand, he was also foretelling himself that as he continued to explore like this, he would be trapped in a situation like Fang Yuan sooner or later, and they would meet again in death. Fang Yuan ruminated and smiled. This Secret Schemer is indeed friendly and loyal. In the 500 years of his previous life, Secret Schemer was like this. He did not want to go out of Crazed Demon Cave, but not Immortal and Pang Shan were pulled into the 5 regions chaotic war. To protect his companions, Secret Schemer left Crazed Demon Cave. Although he only had ranked 7 cultivation, his wisdom path attainment was very deep. He became a huge problem for Central Continent and Heavenly Court. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were secluded cultivators and did not have any blood relation, but their friendship was extremely deep, even surpassing many righteous path GU immortals. A man is not a stalk of grass or a tree with no feelings. These 3 with a common goal lived together in seclusion for hundreds of years and helped each other. Their relationship had already reached the point of staking one's life for another. Fang Yuan looked at the swaying Dao marks ahead. His expression was calm and at ease. Even if these Dao marks formed into a tsunami from the turbulence, it had no effect on him. Sovereign immortal body, non-conflicting Dao marks. Fang Yuan was instead much more relaxed than before because not immortal and Secret Schemer had already left. He smiled lightly and walked forward with ease. He looked at the dazzling and grand Dao mark waves in front of him. This was truly the most extraordinary scene in the world. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, there were many extraordinary sights. Some were majestic, some were elegant, some were mighty, some were exquisite. Including both his previous lives and the present life, Fang Yuan had almost traveled the whole world. His vision was broad, he had plenty of experiences and seen many extraordinary things. But right now, those magical scenes in his memories were all inferior to the waves of Dao marks in front of him. If I leave my inheritance in the future, I will definitely record this scene and pass it to the later generations. Fang Yuan thought. Chapter 1865. New Dao Mark, Venerable Paths. Crazed Demon Cave, 6th layer. The 2 heavily injured eccentrics were collapsed on the ground. Secret Schemer was kneeling and healing Not Immortal, disregarding his own injuries for the moment. Not Immortal slowly opened his eyes. He was dazed at first before coming to his senses shortly after as he thanked with great joy. "I actually escaped, leader, you saved me once again." He then asked in doubt, "Where is Fang Yuan?" "Wait a second, he didn't retreat in time." Secret Schemer smiled bitterly. "No, he is still at the 7th layer." But his parting words were right, it was already late for him to retreat from that distance. Not Immortal was astonished, and after a long while, he sighed. This is life, who could have imagined that the mighty Fang Yuan would perish here? Even though Fang Yuan's reputation was so illustrious, Not Immortal did not think he had much chance of survival. Because Not Immortal knew the terrifying might of Crazed Demon Cave, Secret Schemer had calmed down. His expression was a little bizarre. "It might be unbelievable, but I have a strange feeling that Fang Yuan can survive. Although my rationality tells me it is impossible and I also can't deduce any way for him to survive, I still have this feeling inside me." "Leader, you are a wisdom path GU immortal." Not Immortal was also dazed. Does every feeling of a wisdom path GU immortal have to be correct? Secret Schemer shook his head bitterly. "Maybe, this is only my hope for Fang Yuan. He is so strong, far stronger than us, the whole world is shaken by him and even heavenly court is unable to deal with him. But such a character is going to perish inside crazed demon cave. Sigh, maybe his ending will be our ending in the future. I must be feeling empathetic. Not Immortal was silent. After a good while, Secret Schemer broke the silence. Let's go. Let's retreat and rest properly. When the demonic sounds stop completely, we will go to the 7th layer to search for Fang Yuan. Not Immortal nodded despite him knowing Fang Yuan had almost no chance of surviving. He stood up with difficulty but his body staggered and fell. Fortunately, Secret Schemer held him in time. Secret Schemer supported him and the two moved forward slowly while resisting the penetrating demonic sounds. The path ahead was covered in darkness. The two gradually merged into the darkness, both were moving while staggering. They were completely unaware that in the 7th layer, Fang Yuan was still alive and had even made a new discovery. This is a new type of Dao mark. Fang Yuan's gaze brightened in surprise. In the dazzling Dao mark waves, he started to discover some brand new Dao marks. Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before, he had a great improvement in every path and had inherited several venerable true inheritances. His vision had broadened greatly. But right now, he was certain he had never seen this kind of Dao mark. This was a completely new Dao mark. These Dao marks were originally still, because they were too low in quantity and scattered everywhere, they were quite inconspicuous. But right now, due to the demonic sound, all kinds of Dao marks are in constant movement, and also because of the conflict of different Dao marks of similar paths are beginning to unite. This increased the size of these new Dao marks and made them easier to discover. Fang Yuan rapidly deduced the reason. When the demonic sounds had just started, all kinds of Dao marks were mixed and woven randomly, complex and colorful. After the demonic sounds had rang for a period of time, Dao marks of each path gathered together and formed a united color. It was much clearer and more magnificent than before. In front of Fang Yuan, metal path Dao marks were wriggling around like a giant golden python. On his left, the soul path Dao marks were even larger, they were like dark clouds as large as a city wall and were pushing forward grandly. Beside Fang Yuan's feet was that brand new Dao mark, it was like a brook that was flowing gently. Fang Yuan stopped and observed it carefully. Not long later, his face was filled with astonishment. From the new Dao mark, he saw blades and swords, he smelled axes and halberds, he felt hammers and spears, he heard darts and arrows. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he pondered, this new Dao mark represents a brand new path. This path is quite grand, it actually contains blades, swords, axes, halberds, and other weapons. If someone creates this path in the future, it will definitely encompass sword path and blade path. This new path's battle strength will be very strong, and it also clearly has many profundities of human path. But short after, Fang Yuan shook his head, however, who knows how many generations it will take and how long is needed to create this path. Maybe, someone has the thought and the foundation to create this path, if he or she can witness this scene, it will definitely be a huge help to him or her. Or perhaps, no one in the world will have this thought, this path will always be hidden like a treasure chest buried deep underground and there will never be anyone to open it. Fang Yuan did not have any feeling of regret. This situation was normal in the GU world. There was a common saying, talent is often overlooked due to a lack of opportunity, everyone needs a scout to excavate their talent. In fact, an exceptional path needs talented people to unearth it. Fang Yuan did not want to use this to create a new path. He already had his hands full with the paths he cultivated. Moreover, creating a new path required an extremely huge amount of time and energy. He did not have such spare time. Along the way, he saw many new Dao marks. Some Dao marks had gathered into a ball, round and smooth. Fang Yuan seemed to smell light scent of grass from it, but when he smelled carefully, it felt like the aroma of food. Fang Yuan made a guess, was this the rumored pill path Dao mark? There was also a patch of Dao marks that were spread on the ground like a carpet. It was clearly a similar kind of Dao mark but lights interwove on its surface to form mountains and rivers at times, and at times, form birds and animals. When other Dao marks came flooding, this patch of Dao marks became like leaves in the wind and flew away, lightly attaching onto the surface of the other Dao marks. It did not affect these foreign Dao marks nor did its tiny self crumble apart. It was truly mystical. Fang Yuan's heart shook slightly the moment he saw this. If I am not wrong, these are painting path Dao marks. He had the intention to take these Dao marks. But the demonic sounds were ringing now and he had no method to capture the Dao marks. Fang clan has thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance in that immortal Gu house thieves' den. If I use it, can I steal the Dao marks here? Fang Yuan's heart was moved as he gained an inspiration. Immortal materials were common in crazed demon cave but they had no value at all. It was because the Dao marks in these immortal materials were chaotic and of every path. The immortal materials were useless but not the Dao marks. Fang Yuan used the plot against him to his own advantage and dealt with Fang Dichong. The current Fang Dichong was his clone. Fang Yuan had plundered almost all the information about Fang clan from Fang Dichang's soul. It naturally included Thieves' Den. This was indeed thieving heaven demon venerable's immortal Gu house, but it was very damaged because it involved theft path which Fang clan was not proficient in. When Fang clan obtained this immortal Gu house, they had not obtained its complete contents so they had not been able to restore it. The present Thieves' Den only had one ability, that was to use the theft path immortal materials as the catalyst. The theft path Dao marks in the immortal materials would be consumed instantly and the Dao marks in the outside world would be stolen. The stolen Dao marks would be attached to these theft path immortal materials. In the end, these immortal materials would be filled with disorderly Dao marks from every path and have no more value. This was similar to the situation in Crazed Demon Cave. Thieves' Den had the ability to steal the outside world's Dao marks but did not have the method to use them. This was the main reason Fang Yuan had not thought of seizing Thieves' Den. But this situation is different here. When these identical Dao marks gather together, I can use Thieves' Den to create immortal materials of the respective paths. These immortal materials would have identical Dao marks and should be usable. Fang Yuan's chest started to heat slightly at this thought. If this idea worked, then he would possess a channel to create endless rank 8 and even rank 9 immortal materials. How enormous was this wealth? Even Fang Yuan could not estimate it. The created immortal materials could not only be used in transactions and GU refinement, they could also be used to comprehend the respective paths. For instance, using these new Dao marks to create painting path, pill path, and other paths, immortal materials, these immortal materials were great reference for creating the corresponding path. But, similar Dao marks can only gather during the time when the demonic sounds appear. At this time, there is an extreme risk in activating immortal moves. The Dao marks of the immortal move can very likely turn chaotic because of the identical arrangement of the Dao marks, it would fail and lead to backlash. There is no need to talk of Thieves' Den, I might not even be able to bring it out. It is not the sovereign immortal body, it will suffer conflicting force if brought out and shatter. Fang Yuan calmed down. There were huge technical difficulties in completing his idea. His current foundation allowed him to look down on the world, but he still did not have any certainty. Fang Yuan let out a sigh and gave up on this thought for the moment, continuing to move forward. He began to move faster. No matter what the Dao marks ahead were, they were all harmless like a light breeze to him. Not long later, he saw Dream Path Dao marks. Crazed Demon Cave could be said to have all the different types of Dao marks, even Dream Path Dao marks were included. Fang Yuan stopped cautiously and probed before finding that the Dream Path Dao marks were similarly harmless to him. These were only Dao marks and not a dream realm. To the sovereign immortal body, it was just a kind of moving immortal material. If it were a dream realm, Fang Yuan would have to make a detour. Fang Yuan moved in a straight line, his path unimpeded. The ringing of the demonic sounds gave him some trouble. Fortunately, he had created an outstanding method. This killer move was specially created and could last for a long time when activated. Although with the disturbance of the demonic sounds, the long-term effect became short-term, everything was within Fang Yuan's tolerance range. Even if his mind was eroded by the demonic sounds and he went into a killing spree, this land had no beings that could threaten him. Even if he were to crash onto a boulder, the sovereign immortal body's constitution would guarantee his safety. There were irregular and turbulent multicolored waves in the surrounding. At times, they were like a huge tsunami, at times, they were like a group of running horses, at times, they were like a waterfall, and at times, they were like birds flying around. And Fang Yuan was moving in the middle of these. Were the three crazed demon eccentrics to see this scene, their jaws might drop from the shock. This was not toppling their common sense, this was directly shattering it. Fang Yuan moved deeper, reaching the depths that the three crazed demon eccentrics could not even imagine. When he finally reached the 8 layers entrance, he exclaimed lightly and paused. He actually saw 3 paths. One path was filled with golden light, luck surged around it. One path was dark and horrifying, killing intent filled it. One path was humble and plain, giving a virtuous aura. Fang Yuan's eyes shone as he understood. These three paths are probably the traces of past venerables. These paths are filled with luck path, soul path, and earth path Dao marks. They should belong to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable respectively. These three venerables had been here. The mighty demonic sounds and the chaotic Dao marks formed a horrifying situation. The might was so powerful that it could wipe out almost any GU immortal without leaving even a trace behind. But the Dao marks in these three paths were incomparably firm. Even though all kinds of Dao mark currents were colliding, engulfing, and crashing into each other, the Dao marks in these three paths stood still. It was just that some Dao marks were peeled off at the very edges like they were residue or debris. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes slightly. He knew he possessed the sovereign immortal body which had non-conflicting Dao marks, so he could come here. It was like he was cheating. But venerables were different. Dao marks of venerables conflicted. They could come here because they had charged forward forcefully. This was the supreme power of the three venerables. The three crazed demon eccentrics' talents and attainment levels were rarely seen in the world, but they still needed to look for a path to walk on. But venerables did not need to. Wherever they walked on was a supreme path in itself. Fang Yuan was not surprised at finding that venerables had come here. He had already somewhat predicted it, in fact. After all, Limitless Demon Venerable was a person of the olden antiquity era, the third venerable in history after primordial origin and star constellation. His crazed demon cave had lasted to this day, although it was secluded. If the three crazed demon eccentrics could find this secret, what about others? As the supreme beings among GU immortals, these venerables were terrifying existences. It was logical for them to discover this place. Only ignorant and naive youngsters would think that priceless inheritances, treasures and legacies that no one has ever discovered before would be found specially by them. Humans were ordinary, but every person was unique. If you could have such a fortuitous encounter, why couldn't others have it? But why are there traces of only these three venerables? Why did the paths left behind by these three venerables only appear near the entrance of the 8th layer? There were some doubts in his mind, but Fang Yuan did not stop and jump through the 8th layer's entrance. The darkness in front of him passed in an instant. At the next moment, Fang Yuan landed on solid ground. How could this be? Fang Yuan was dumbstruck. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer showed a scene far surpassing his expectation. There was no similarity to the 7th layer at all. Chapter 1866. 8th layer, Heaven Path. 1866 8th layer, Heaven Path. This was a vast grassland. Green grass, blue sky, and white clouds. There was no sun in the sky, but it was bright. There were many beautiful wild flowers that were in full bloom. Strong flowery fragrance floated in the wind and brushed across Fang Yuan's face along with a light breeze. Fang Yuan was stupefied. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. He was astonished. According to the three Crazed Demon Eccentrics deduction, Crazed Demon Cave's last 3 layers should be the same as the 7th layer's scene, with chaotic Dao marks everywhere. The 8th layer's Dao marks scale would definitely be bigger than the 7th layer's. And in the 9th layer was the Immortal formation arranged by Limitless Demon Venerable. The core of this Immortal formation was the legendary rank 9 Immortal GU, derivation. But after Fang Yuan entered the 8th layer, he discovered this was actually a small world. Did I enter a blessed land? A thought surfaced in Fang Yuan's mind. But he denied this guess quickly. When he used investigative methods to inspect his surroundings, a subtle change appeared in his expression. This world doesn't seem ordinary. It is not a normal blessed land or grotto heaven. This world is a little frail. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, he heard a loud crackle. A giant tear spread in the sky like lightning, spanning across the whole land. At that instant, Fang Yuan's hairs stood on end as warning signals rang loudly in his mind. He felt an intense threat from this giant tear. He was certain that as long as he was touched, he would die. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal, he might only last for a few breaths of time. Fortunately, although the tear was extremely fast, it did not focus on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dodged with ease when he heard crackling sounds. This is the sound of a small world. It is crumbling apart and is about to perish. Fang Yuan sized up everything with a cold and aloof gaze. That giant tear was enlarging and spreading continuously. The small world seemed to be cut into two and would soon split completely. The blue sky, white clouds, grassland, and the flowers were all devoured by the tear. However, There was nothing in the tear, as if it was a peerless vicious beast that was in perpetual hunger. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. This is Phantom Path's strength, avoid tear. Seeing this, he quickly used his methods to hide himself. The tear spread towards him. Fang Yuan did not dodge and instead threw himself in. He entered the tear but did not suffer any destructive attack. When the void tear had just begun to spread, it was extremely dangerous. But after its might was spread, Fang Yuan was barely able to shelter himself inside. The small world was becoming smaller and smaller while the void tear was growing bigger and bigger. Fang Yuan flew higher up along the tear and soon left the boundaries of this small world, arriving at the outside world. His body and mind shook at the sight. He was like a water bug that had suddenly arrived in a vast ocean. This ocean was the void. This void was vast and wide with no limits to its boundary. Fang Yuan was an extremely insignificant existence inside it. But he was not alone. Alongside him were countless worlds. These worlds were like multicolored air bubbles. Some were just forming, some had grown firmly, and some were being destroyed. That small world Fang Yuan was in earlier was being destroyed. In just a short period of time, only 2 crescent-shaped fragments had remained of it. Fang Yuan's mouth opened slightly but was unable to say anything from the shock. He suddenly realized this was the true appearance of the 8th layer. The 7th layer had countless Tao marks while the 8th layer had an infinite void. And in this void, countless worlds were being born and destroyed. Fang Yuan caught a strange movement. The small world he was in earlier had already been destroyed completely, leaving behind only a long white thread. This thread could not be destroyed by even the void, it was extremely tenacious. It was a Tao mark. Although it was only a thread of Tao mark, it was extraordinary and twinkled with Tao mark light. What Tao mark is this? Fang Yuan had never seen this Tao mark and observed it with undivided attention. It was very obvious that this Tao mark was beyond extraordinary. Because that small world had its own heaven and earth, so it had space path, living beings moved, so it had time path, there were grasses and flowers, so it had wood path, there was land, so it had earth path, there were clouds, so it had cloud path. But these Tao marks no longer existed as they were destroyed by the void. Only this translucent white thread-like Tao mark remained. From this Tao mark, Fang Yuan saw space path, sensed time path, tasted wood path, and felt cloud path. What path's Tao mark is this? It actually has a kind of all-inclusive capacity. Fang Yuan was confused, when he suddenly thought of an answer. I got it, this is heaven path. Tao marks of the heavenly Tao. He had felt strange when he moved in the 7th layer. He saw all kinds of Tao marks including dream path, as well as other completely new Tao marks. But there were 2 kinds of Tao marks missing. One was human path and the other was heaven path. Fang Yuan had seen human path Tao marks, but this was the first time he was seeing heaven path Tao marks. Other Tao marks are all destroyed, only heaven path Tao marks remain. What is this indicating? Fang Yuan stared rigidly at this heaven path Tao mark. The thread-like heaven path Tao mark seemed to be floating in the wind. It twinkled with dazzling white light, and its movement deeply attracted Fang Yuan's gaze. Fang Yuan was cautious and did not attempt to make a move on this Tao mark. He followed the Tao mark. After flying for a while, there was suddenly a strange change in the void ahead of him. Currents surged and a vortex formed instantly, swallowing this heaven path Tao mark. The Tao mark held on for a while in the void vortex before collapsing. At that instant, the void vortex was dyed in all kinds of colors, forming a multicolored rotating disc. The vortex rotated for a long while, and with a light sound, it suddenly burst. The void in this area resumed its calm. But a blue-white air bubble had suddenly appeared out of thin air. This air bubble was extremely small at first, only the size of Fang Yuan's little finger. But soon, it expanded rapidly. Fang Yuan used investigative methods to check and discovered to his shock. This blue-white air bubble was a newly created small world. The land in this small world was expanding rapidly, the sky was spreading, everything was undergoing dramatic changes following some profound and mystical law. After dozens of breaths of time, this small world had already expanded to a size that Fang Yuan could enter. The small world's growth speed had slowed, everything was gradually stabilizing inside. Fang Yuan entered it. This small world was no longer like what he saw before. Clouds were drifting in the sky, islands were floating in the air, and countless huge green vines spread and interwove into a net that surrounded this world. It is the same heaven path Tao mark, but this small world's appearance has changed a lot. Fang Yuan's mind jolted. He was about to comprehend something but was not able to grasp onto it, like it was separated by a barrier. Fang Yuan had an intense premonition that as long as he grasped this inspiration and comprehended it, he could obtain a huge increase in strength. And this increase was a qualitative increase. So, he fixed his gaze on these small worlds, observing their birth and destruction. His body and mind was absorbed into it, he was completely obsessed, unable to free himself. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer derives Tao marks, and this 8th layer derives worlds. No, deriving worlds is only the superficial appearance, what it is actually doing is deriving heaven path Tao marks. Fang Yuan carefully observed, usually, after every round of a small world's birth and destruction, that heaven path Tao mark would grow by a bit. The situation was much more complex in reality. Sometimes, the void vortex absorbed not just 1 but 3 to 4 heaven path Tao marks together. After these heaven path Tao marks scatter, the small world that formed would be more vast and have deeper foundation, growing rapidly. But after its destruction, it would only leave behind 1 or at most 2 heaven path Tao marks. In terms of the total length, the length of the previous 3 to 4 heaven path Tao marks was no doubt greater than the length of the new Tao marks. Heaven path Tao marks can also be lost. Or maybe, the heaven path Tao marks that I have seen still haven't reached the standard that Limitless Demon Venerable wants. He wants to create heaven path Tao marks that match his expectations. If so, what kind of heaven path Tao marks did he want to create? Fang Yuan's mind jolted as he suddenly thought of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics analysis. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, so he settled in Crazed Demon Cave in his later years in search of the correct method. Limitless Demon Venerable wants to pursue eternal life, but the heavenly Tao does not permit it. U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003E U003E states, Fate GU determines that every being in the world must die and their soul has to return to the door of life and death. What was Fate GU? Fate GU, in essence, was a fragment of Heaven Path. Limitless Demon Venerable wants eternal life but he is unable to bypass the heavenly Tao. He realized this so he directly targeted Heaven Path and researched it. Fang Yuan guessed. Limitless Demon Venerable had once attacked Heavenly Court, but he was not an otherworldly demon and was unable to destroy Fate. But he did not give up, instead he worked even harder and advanced forward. He wanted to find out the reason he was unable to destroy Fate GU and wanted to completely understand the truth of Heaven Path. Such ambition, such methods, even Fang Yuan could not help but feel admiration. So how do I collect these Heaven Path Tao marks? Fang Yuan was extremely troubled. He tried many methods but they were of no use. He even had a premonition. Even if he brought out Thieves' Den right now, he would be unable to do anything to these Heaven Path Tao marks. Thieves' Den was only a rank 8 theft path Immortal GU house and was highly damaged at that. And this Immortal formation was obviously rank 9, it was even personally constructed by Limitless Demon Venerable. I should directly take the Immortal formation. Fang Yuan fell into another dilemma. Because he did not know how to reach the 9th layer. The path in the 7th layer was extremely clear, but at the 8th layer, Fang Yuan was in a boundless void without any signs and clues. How would he enter the 9th layer? Fang Yuan did not know what direction to choose. He could only drift aimlessly. Who knew how long had passed, he discovered a world. Until now, this is the largest world I have seen. But it looks like it is about to be destroyed. Let's take a look inside. Fang Yuan entered this world. We pay respects to the sage. This world actually had living creatures. When they saw Fang Yuan, they immediately kowtowed excitedly. Sage, did you come to create a Tao field to save this world? Sage, please take me in as your disciple. These living creatures had misty body with human shapes. They had noses and eyes and they talked without stopping. Sage, Fang Yuan frowned slightly before immediately realizing the huge meaning behind this. That means there are other sages like me. Yes. There was a sage who wore a green robe and white headband, there were lotuses blooming at his every step, he created the green lotus Tao field. Another sage was barefooted and wore yellow clothes, he was filled with compassion, he saved the yellow earth great world. There was also another sage with a ferocious appearance, he was tall and burly, countless beast roars could be heard from his every action. He created savage wilderness great world. These cloud people scrambled to inform Fang Yuan. Chapter 1867, Spiri. 1867 Spiri, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's heart jolted. According to the descriptions of these misty human-shaped indigenous people, Fang Yuan quickly matched these three sages with three venerables in history. All kinds of thoughts flashed like lightning in Fang Yuan's mind. These three venerables came here. In the seventh layer, I also saw the Tao Mark's path left by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. That means, at least 5 venerables have come here. Fang Yuan realized a little but was even more confused. When he saw the 3 venerables' paths in the 7th layer, he had a doubt. Only these 3 venerables came here. If other venerables came, why are there no paths created by them? Now, it looks like that although other venerables come here as well, like Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus, even if they left behind their paths back then, they might have been destroyed by the passing of time. Limitless Demon Venerable was a venerable from 1,000,000 years ago during the Olden Antiquity era. After him came Reckless Savage and Red Lotus. In the Medieval Antiquity era, 300,000 years ago, Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, and Giant Sun appeared in succession. Long Hair Ancestor appeared in this era as well. Because he was a hairy man, he lived for a long time and had worked with Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun. After Medieval Antiquity era was Late Antiquity era, 100,000 years ago from present. Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth appeared in this era. After this era was the present age. The prophecy of 3 venerables stated that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be born. She would be an unprecedented venerable who would surpass the 10 great venerables. Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, and Paradise Earth left behind their paths in the 7th layer. The paths were actually the traces of them charging in. They were the most recent 3 venerables, so their Tao marks could exist until now. And the previous venerables, even if they left behind a Tao mark path, they were erased because of the passing of time. Fang Yuan's doubt was resolved, but he had even more questions now. Why did these venerables come one after the other? Crazed Demon Cave has way too much attraction to these people. Did these venerables go to the 9th layer after reaching here? The 9th layer's grand formation should still be working, so if these venerables went to the 9th layer, why didn't they destroy the formation and take away the rank 9 derivation GU? If they did not reach the 9th layer and stopped in the 8th layer, why did they create their Tao fields or worlds? Fang Yuan pondered for a while and decided to go take a look at these venerables' worlds. He was unable to find the path to the 9th layer. When he was in the 7th layer, he had never imagined the 8th layer would have such a grand scene. Maybe he could find relevant clues in these venerables' Tao fields or worlds. Even if there were no relevant clues, even if these venerables did not enter the 9th layer, those worlds could very likely have their inheritances. Even if there was no true inheritance, as long as there was something left behind, even if it was something insignificant to the venerable, it would be a huge gain to Fang Yuan. This is interesting. Do you know where these Tao fields and worlds are? Fang Yuan asked. These several human-shaped mists shook their heads, expressing they did not know and had only heard of them. Sage, we live in this world and have no ability to go out. The outside is too dangerous, we cannot set foot in it. Fang Yuan frowned. Then how did you know this information? A human-shaped mist replied. Every set interval of time, the disciples or students of these sages will cross the void and interact with the worlds, either making transactions or plundering. We obtained this information from them. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. These disciples came from each generation's venerable. What is their strength? It should be extraordinary considering they are able to travel through the void into different worlds. But shortly after, Fang Yuan realized something wrong as he asked, since there are a lot of these disciples, why did you address me as sage the moment you saw me? A human-shaped mist replied, because all sages have an appearance like you, but their disciples are of all kinds of shapes. Fang Yuan immediately understood. So it seems there are no humans here, the so-called disciples or students of the sages are probably some other races. Like these human-shaped mist people. Come to speak of it, this was the first time he had seen these human-shaped mists. They were neither wild beasts nor plants, they were not variant humans as well, but they had vague human appearances. Sage, please save me. Sage, please make your arrangement and save this world. Several human-shaped mists kowtowed again. Sure, sure. Fang Yuan smiled as he attacked suddenly. Sage, what are you doing? Cries of shock and screams resounded in Fang Yuan's ears for a moment. In 2 breaths of time, Fang Yuan captured these human-shaped mist. His gaze towards these human-shaped mist shone with a captivating coldness. How could this information gained from just questioning be reliable? If these human-shaped mists wanted to deceive Fang Yuan, it would be too easy for them. While talking, Fang Yuan had secretly scanned most of the surroundings and immediately made his move at this moment. He then used soul search methods to inspect them, but the result was somewhat awkward. These human-shaped mists did not have a soul. Without a soul, could they still be considered living beings? Even plants had their own souls. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before realizing, it seems this small world has no soul path Tao marks, so the living beings here don't have souls. This was a new and interesting discovery. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, all living beings had their own soul because of soul path Tao marks. These human-shaped mists, however, did not have any. It was somewhat difficult to search their memories now. But these problems were quickly subdued by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan obtained all the information grasped by these human-shaped mists. From this information, he saw that these human-shaped mists did not deceive him. Their existence was monotonous. After they gained sentience, they always stayed here until this world was on the verge of destruction. Even if the sage's disciples had arrived here and transacted with them, it was only once. The time period was too short, and thus the nature of these human-shaped mists was also quite simple, with unworldly mindsets. Fang Yuan also discovered these human-shaped mists were not an individual entity but were a part of this world. They could not leave this world. These human-shaped mists are quite similar to land spirits and heavenly spirits. A sudden light of inspiration flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the fusion of obsession of the Gu immortal and heavenly power. They also did not have souls, but they were sentient and could undergo transactions. In fact, not only land spirits and heavenly spirits, Fang Yuan also had the formation spirit and dragon spirit. The formation spirit was born from formation spirit Gu, while the dragon spirit was a secret creation of the dragonman race. Does this mean these human-shaped mists are the embryonic forms of land spirits and heavenly spirits? If I can understand their profundities, can I mass-produce land spirits and heavenly spirits? Fang Yuan's gaze brightened as he saw the most valuable gain. However, after about half a day, he looked at this world's destruction with regret. He really wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the birth of these human-shaped mists, but he did not have enough worlds. He had just begun his research and had made a little gain when this world was destroyed. No matter, I can continue to search. This kind of world, although rare, still exists. If I can find the Tao fields of those venerables, that would be even better. Thereupon, Fang Yuan began to travel through the void and searched everywhere for valuable targets. Pang Shan coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a step back. He was huge, and this one step firmly stamped on the ground, producing a huge sound. If it were ordinary ground, there would be a deep crater, but in this 7th layer, every inch of soil was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. They were extremely solid. I didn't find any traces of Fang Yuan, Pang Shan said while wiping off the bloodstains on the corner of his lips. Secret Schemer sighed. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had gathered together now. They were split before as a precaution against Fang Yuan, but now after the demonic sounds ended, they immediately reunited. On one hand, they felt even if Fang Yuan was alive, he would be at his last breath and could never be a threat. On the other hand, they wanted to use their greatest effort to save Fang Yuan. Gu Immortal's injuries were often very troublesome and difficult to heal. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer were injured. Only Pang Shan had been completely fine, but he was also injured now. It was a bad idea to use investigative killer moves in the 7th layer. The Tao marks here were too concentrated, almost like a battlefield killer move. The conflicting Tao marks made it hostile to all the paths. Pang Shan's investigative range was extremely limited because the Tao marks that suited his path was only a small portion among all the Tao marks here. I know what the 7th layer looks like when the demonic sounds start. Brothers, let it be. Fang Yuan's hope is. Pang Shan slowly shook his head. Who could have expected Fang Yuan to die like this? Not Immortal heaved a sigh. Secret Schemer also felt extreme regret. They did not have any feeling of having gotten rid of evil. Their life goal was simple and similar. They wanted to explore the 9th layer and grasp the derivation formation to thus search for a certain possibility of eternal life. Fang Yuan's main body did not come out of the 8th layer even after a long time, and his clones were getting nervous. Divine Bean Palace floated in the air, letting out dazzling jade light. Right now, Fang Clan's 1st Supreme Elder Fang Gong, 3rd Supreme Elder Fang Hua Sheng, as well as Fang Leng and Fang Yun were watching the place from far away. The jade light transformed suddenly, changing into countless lightning spheres that exploded in the surroundings. A chain of explosions sent soil and rocks flying everywhere and created hurricanes. After the explosions ended, green grass started growing in the sunken and pit-filled ground while young trees started growing at a visible speed, their roots piercing into the soil as they grew into gigantic trees. This was Divine Bean Palace's killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. This killer move was activated smoothly, signifying that Fang Dichong had control over Divine Bean Palace. The palace door opened and Fang Yuan's clone Fang Dichong walked out with a smile. Good. Fang Gong laughed heartily. Second Elder, you have made a huge contribution. Although this was somewhat worrying for the balance of the internal factions of Fang clan, it was undoubtedly very good news for the whole clan. With this palace, our Fang clan can break through our predicament and rise up for real. Fang Yun exclaimed jubilantly. Fang Dichong smiled. With this palace, we can no longer be taken down. But there is no hurry, there are still some areas that can be improved in Divine Bean Palace. The most important Divine Bean soldiers have to be prepared beforehand. No worries, you can take any amount of wood path immortal materials you require from the treasury. Fang Gong laughed once again, his joy was truthfully coming from his heart. Chapter 1868, Respective Progress. This was a barren land with gray-white soil. The land was dry with many gullies, it had no fertility and not even a blade of grass grew on it. Fang Dichong looked at this vast land and scattered yellow jade bean seeds. Divine Bean Palace stored many bean seeds, it mainly consisted of yellow jade bean seeds, green jade bean seeds, red jade bean seeds, and black jade bean seeds. Besides them, there were also the rather special blue pea seeds and white frost broad bean seeds. After these bean seeds were planted and cared for a period of time, they grew into all kinds of Divine Bean soldiers. Divine Bean Palace's trump card, Divine Bean Soldier, was not an instant killer move, it required a long period of time before they could form into a sizable number with powerful might. It was because of this that when Chen Yi suppressed Xing Chou back then and used Karma Divine Tree to influence Divine Bean Palace to fight against Fang Clan, he was unable to use this move. Chen Yi could only use soul beasts as a replacement. Fang Dichong was currently planting yellow jade bean seeds. This was the most basic type of seed among all the bean seeds. After they were planted, they grew into yellow bean divine soldiers. Right now, yellow jade bean seeds were already scattered here. Fang Dichong activated Divine Bean Palace, gale blew immediately and formless wind condensed into light green hose. The hose began hoeing the ground. After a while, Fang Dichong waved his hand again, rain started to fall from the sky. The amount of rain needed to be specific, it could not be too much or too little. It mainly had to moisten this dry land. The land was moistened, yellow jade bean seeds began to experience a mystical change. But this change was quite slow. Fang Yuan's clone activated another method. The moment the killer move was activated, the land began flickering with emerald green waves of light that constantly washed the yellow jade bean seeds in the ground like tides. When the yellow jade bean seeds absorbed these emerald green waves, their growth speed rose explosively, they sprouted out of the ground and grew firmly. According to this speed, yellow bean divine soldiers will sprout after a day and a night. Fang Yuan's clone nodded, satisfied. At his will, he suddenly moved back into the main hall of Divine Bean Palace. He took a glance at the mural on the wall and saw a change. The mural had been of a dry land, but at this moment, a small portion of the land was filled with bean sprouts. This is a method of painting path. Divine Bean Palace contains painting path Immortal GU, the land in the mural is not illusory. This is such an amazing method. Planting bean sprouts in this painting can grow Divine Bean soldiers. After they are constantly taken care of and mature, these Divine Bean soldiers will leave the mural and arrive in the main hall. The land is extremely barren, but it is not a big issue. Not much fertility is required for planting beans, and as beans are planted more often in the future, the fertility of the land in the mural can increase and the soil itself will become a type of an immortal material. The expenditure includes water path immortal materials and wood path immortal materials. The former was used to moisten the soil while the latter could increase the growth speed of the bean seeds. The immortal materials were all stored inside Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan's two killer moves were activated by expending the stored immortal materials. This effect is quite good, but the price is also significant. Fortunately, I don't need to worry about this and can report the expenses to Fang Clan. Fang Dichong smiled. Divine Bean Palace had already become Fang Yuan's possession. Fang clan was kept in the dark and was even helping Fang Yuan in providing resources to cultivate Divine Bean soldiers. In the depths of Eastern Sea. GU tribe headquarters. That will do. Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai slowly stopped the killer move, his forehead filled with sweat. In front of him was another batch of new dragonmen. But these new dragonmen were not just former beastmen, there were also some mermen. Many thanks to Lord Wu Shuai for your help. This is my tribe's gift of thanks, please accept it, senior. A merman Gu Immortal swayed his tail and slowly floated to Wu Shuai, gifting an immortal material with both hands. This immortal material was a lump of water that emitted a putrid smell. It was restrained to a lump by the merman Gu Immortal's killer move. Although the merman's hands were shaking, this water lump did not move like it was frozen. So it is unmoving rotten water. It just so happens that I need it to raise army ants, I will accept it. I appreciate the gift. Wu Shuai accepted it directly. He wanted to raise arrow ants, which needed unmoving rotten water. Ever since he started raising army ants, they were expanding with a horrifying speed. Other than Fang Yuan investing massive amounts of his resources into this, GU tribe and the mermen had also helped greatly. Naturally, Fang Yuan's clone did not extort them but obtained the resources from transactions. Wu Shuai used his killer move to convert beastmen and mermen into new dragonmen as a repayment. My strength is increasing rapidly every day, the changes are very obvious. Interacting with GU tribe has proven to be quite good, I even have a connection with the merman race now. Adding on the influence of Qi Si ancestor, I have an increasingly deep control over Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. Eastern Sea's merman imperial court was a super force with deep foundations. This was the sole variant human super force in the world. It received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help and was able to develop and continue to exist until now. Even so, merfolk were under huge pressure from everywhere. Previously, their situation was already unsteady from the suppression of Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that 5 regions' chaotic war was about to start, the wise people among merfolk began to search everywhere for a survival route for their race. Once the 5 regions' chaotic war starts, the previous fragile balance would definitely collapse. The merman race's future was bleak. As a variant human race, they would definitely become the first target for human forces. A portion of the merfolk saw the growth prospect of dragonmen and did not hesitate on changing their identities. This was because the higher-ups of the merman imperial court had always been helping GU tribe in secret to conceal their traces. They had learned of the dragonman secret of the past from GU tribe. After knowing that Fate GU had revealed that dragonmen reigned supreme, a portion of merfolk higher-ups brought up this idea. This was the reason for the merfolk to convert to dragonmen. The merman imperial court has already begun investing everywhere for the survival of their tribe. Human forces have also foreseen the chaotic era in the future. They are especially wary against Heavenly Court. I can exploit this wariness. Maybe I can persuade the merman race to dispatch some merfolk GU immortals to participate in the war when Heavenly Court restores Fate GU. Wu Shuai's head was filled with such secretive thoughts. The situation was extremely dangerous and permitted no delay. Little do, you really want to do this? Mountain Cliff City Lord worriedly looked at Fang Yuan's clone Zan Bi Yudu. Zan Bi Yudu raised his head, his eyes shining brightly and his tone firm. Yes, master. You are heavily injured, and in this situation, we cannot beat that monster. But if we let it run amok, Mountain Cliff City will be completely destroyed. Who knows how many people will die? I can only take the risk to make a breakthrough. As long as I become a combat beast warrior, I can display the complete strength of the Arrowtail Eagle and get rid of this detestable monster. Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Zan Bi Yudu for a long while, knowing his beloved disciple had already made up his mind and that his persuasion would have no effect. He waved his hand. Sigh, go then. Zan Bi Yudu did not hesitate, immediately leaving to begin his immortal ascension. Mountain Cliff City Lord and others watched him nervously. Countless ordinary people were kneeling on the ground and praying silently, cheering on Zan Bi Yudu. Many combat beast envoys were staking their lives to delay the monster. What made them joyous was that the giant monster might be tired, its attacks slowed down. This was actually the secret manipulation of Zan Bi Yudu. The current situation was also a plan that had already been determined before. I have a portion of my main body's memories and foundation. My immortal ascension is practically a certainty. But I still need to act like I am taking a risk. not only to deceive everyone in Mountain Cliff City but also this Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit. The whole process was filled with ups and downs, causing Mountain Cliff City Lord and others to feel their hearts jump. But the outcome was without any mishaps. Zan Bu finally advanced to an immortal, becoming a combat beast warrior. Zan Bu then showed his mighty prowess as he defeated the monster. Wow, Little Du is so powerful. Little Du, you saved the lives of the whole city, we really don't know what to say. As expected of our little savior, Little Du. Little Du, you might be the youngest combat beast warrior in history. People surrounded Zan Bu and lifted him up, tossing him into the sky and catching him. Zan Bu became a hero in the hearts of everyone in the city. He had unmatched reputation right now. Aside from the crowd, the injured Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at this with satisfaction, a sincere smile showing on his face. Chapter 1869, Main Body's Breakthrough. 1869 Main Body's breakthrough. The 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave was much more vast than Fang Yuan's expectations. After he learned there were venerable Dao fields here, he began searching for a long while but he did not get any good results. Fang Yuan saw the creation and destruction of many worlds and also entered some large worlds, but was unable to find venerable Dao fields. But he was not without any gains. These days of searching deepened his understanding of the 8th layer. There is no such concept as direction in this void, like up, down, left, or right, so it is both finite and infinite. The 8th layer had only been a cave originally, but after limitless demon venerables arrangements, it became a boundless area. Perhaps, I am only moving in a small circle over these days. In fact, I might not be able to find venerable Dao fields without comprehending the arrangements here. To find his destination in this void, Fang Yuan no doubt needed to raise his Phantom Path attainment level. Phantom Path was only a minor path, derived from Rule Path. However, this minor path had quite an achievement. Phantom Path focused on the illusory and reality. If one could not be hit, they could not lose. Turning Phantom was the signature method of Phantom Path. When Heaven Overseeing Tower had turned into Phantom, it had been extremely secure with no methods able to deal any harm to it besides Dream Path. Phantom Path also had supreme profundities, just like how one of Soul Path's supreme profundities was to cultivate 100 million desolate soul, like Spectral Soul's 3-headed thousand arms demon soul. Transformation Path had 2 supreme profundities, one was to undergo myriad changes as one willed, the other was to gather the power of all paths into one, like myriad beings assimilation transformation. Heavenly Court's members offered their own immortal apertures, and whenever they left Heavenly Court, they would be given a phantom aperture for storing immortal essence, immortal GU, and other resources. This phantom aperture was a supreme profundity of Phantom Path. And presently, Fang Yuan was in this void where countless worlds were created and destroyed. Obviously, this void was also a supreme profundity of Phantom Path. Although Phantom Path was only a sub-branch of Rule Path, advancing Phantom Path attainment level was essentially still Rule Path true meaning. But this path held profound depth, just based on Fang Yuan's current Rule Path Great Grand Master attainment level. There was still some distance before he could comprehend this void. Since he was unable to break through directly, Fang Yuan considered for a while and decided to try from another angle. He willed it and activated Cooking Luck Pot, blessing himself with luck path might be able to create a breakthrough. Although Cooking Luck Pot's level was rather low and unable to completely influence the main body's luck, it was still able to change a portion. At least, Fang Yuan could casually change the luck inside Cooking Luck Pot. With Cooking Luck Pot, changing his luck was extremely quick and convenient, and Fang Yuan soon completed it. He inspected his clone's luck. His Time Path clone's luck was still the same like before. A miniature river of time-like luck was flowing gently while glistening beautifully. When inspected carefully, there were traces of black chi forming and accumulating continuously on the surface of the river. Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone had the smallest luck. After all, it only had rank 5 GU Master Cultivation and its aperture was even sealed. The grandest was clone Wu Shuai's. Wu Shuai was already a peak rank 7 GU Immortal, had obtained Dragon Palace, and was currently cultivating army ants. Right now, Wu Shuai's luck was like a roaming dragon with glistening dragon scales and dragon eyes, and sharp horns and claws. There were waves of light blue water halo around the dragon luck and the dragon contacted the water. This meant he had obtained external help, GU tribe and merfolk. And there was a giant dragon pearl in the dragon's mouth. The dragon pearl contained a palace, it was actually a shrunken image of Dragon Palace. Another dragon pearl with a much smaller size was held by a dragon claw. This dragon pearl contained densely packed ants, representing army ants. The second biggest luck was of clone Fang Di Chang's. His luck was rather special. It was like a giant tree. Its trunk was not thin but was also not extremely thick. The tree crown was verdant and stacked ingeniously to form Divine Bean Palace's shape. Below the ground, the tree roots were tangled with many of them exposed outside the ground. This implied countless ties of Fang Di Chong and Fang clan, an unbreakable deep connection. Besides these were Zan Bi Yu Du's and Li Xiaobai's luck. Zan Bi Yu Du's luck was much bigger than Li Xiaobai's. It was like a strong eagle spreading its wings to fly high. Zan Bi Yu Du had just recently become a ranked 6 GU Immortal while Li Xiaobai was still at GU Master level. Li Xiaobai's luck was like a flower in full bloom. There was even a thin layer of nectar in the stamens. This layer of nectar was the result of Li Xiaobai's hard effort in cultivating in this period of time. Outside the flower luck was a butterfly, white as snow. It flapped its large wings and blew cold wind while softly drifting towards the flower. This luck indication, Fang Yuan's brows slightly furrowed. Butterfly usually indicates female. It wants to collect the nectar and is also giving rise to cold wind, which means it is of no benefit to the flower. From their size, the butterfly is slightly larger than the flower. The cold wind, however, is vast and powerful. It represents a certain large trend. More importantly, the main element is not the butterfly is only a prologue. Li Xiaobai's situation is currently good, but the future doesn't look that bright. If there is an unexpected mishap and the cold wind descends, the flower will wither. But the butterfly is so close to the flower, which indicates a fortuitous encounter. Clone Li Xiaobai was all along trying to conquer profound literature Grotto Heaven, but this Grotto Heaven was different from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven because a rank 8 GU Immortal guarded it. Fang Yuan could not use his strength freely like in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan was free to use strategies and make all kinds of arrangements. But in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, his hands were tied, and to preserve the greatest resultant benefits, he could not use most of his methods. As such, support in the luck aspect became the biggest help that Fang Yuan's main body could give to Li Xiaobai. On the spot, Fang Yuan mobilized Cooking Luck Pot to change Li Xiaobai's luck. After a while, Li Xiaobai's flower luck became beautiful red like peach blossom in spring. It was peach blossom luck. TL note: peach blossom luck is commonly used to describe a relationship or marital affair. Transforming luck was not random but followed a certain rule. For instance, after Li Xiaobai's luck transformed into peach blossom luck, there was double the efficiency as it ingeniously interacted with the butterfly. It will now depend on the clone if he can grasp the opportunity. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Luck was only a kind of a variable. When the true opportunity arrives, it still depends on the person themselves, on whether they had the ability to grasp it or not. Fang Yuan's brows jumped. He made a joyous discovery not long after modifying his luck. He saw a giant floating fish. It was traveling in the void while swaying its large tail. Its speed looked slow but it was actually frighteningly fast. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen a living being that could roam the void and escape the world. This is probably a sage disciple that human-shaped mist mentioned. Fang Yuan gave chase. That gray fish looked like a goldfish. After it saw Fang Yuan, it was extremely shocked and kowtowed quickly. Yellow Earth Sage's disciple Little Flower pays respects to Sage. The giant gray fish's size was comparable to a whale but it made a human sound, and it was a young girl's voice. Good, good. I have been searching for Yellow Earth Dao Field for a long while. Lead the way. You will gain benefits as well. Fang Yuan laughed, but the giant gray fish shook its head. Sage, it is not that I don't want to help you, but I am unable to find the location of Yellow Earth Dao Field. What? You were banished? Fang Yuan frowned. The giant gray fish shook its head again. No, no. My cultivation reached a barrier. I bade farewell to my fellow disciples and left Yellow Earth Grand World to travel outside and train myself to make a breakthrough. As it said this, the giant gray fish's eyes looked at Fang Yuan with hope. If this sage enlightened it, its barrier would be nothing. But was Fang Yuan that kind of person? He was not willing to engage in any further talk as he immediately imprisoned this giant gray fish and wantonly searched its memories. So it was like this. Although these venerable Dao fields exist forever, they are always moving. The giant gray fish was born in Yellow Earth Dao Field. Fang Yuan saw the rich scene of this world from its memories. Yellow Earth Dao field was vast, not the least bit inferior to even the sovereign Immortal aperture. There was a dense amount of Earth Path Dao marks with a good amount of other Dao marks as well. Its Immortal material treasury was abundant and had many GU worms including Immortal GU. There were also all kinds of living beings, although there were no humans, it was truly a land of treasures. Even Fang Yuan with his current assets coveted this Yellow Earth Dao field. If I can obtain the Yellow Earth Dao field and devour it completely, my assets will increase by at least 3 times. Fang Yuan was refining Immortal GU. On a large scale, the expenditure was huge and had already consumed most of his resources. His Immortal material reserve had already shrunken to a serious level. If he could obtain the Yellow Earth Dao field, it would definitely be a huge replenishment, like a skinny guy becoming obese in an instant. However, it was difficult to reach the Yellow Earth Dao field. There were all kinds of beings in Yellow Earth Dao field, and when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had arranged it back then, he taught everyone with no discrimination. All these living beings possessed souls, and because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left GU cultivation method, most of the living beings possessed apertures and had started GU master cultivation. The outstanding ones among them even advanced to GU Immortal level, although the numbers were few. And there were elites among these GU Immortals as well. These elites had the ability to leave the world, and when they encountered a barrier and were unable to advance further, they would leave the Dao field and travel everywhere to train themselves. When they left the Dao field and were in the void, they had no way to find the way back home. But they did not have to worry. When they have the opportunity and break through their barrier, they would see the Dao field and be able to return smoothly. This was all the information Fang Yuan obtained from the giant gray fish. This giant gray fish looked like it was easily captured by Fang Yuan, but it possessed rank 7 cultivation and was an elite GU Immortal in the Yellow Earth Dao field. He deduced even more information. When the opportunity comes, they can return to the Dao field naturally. This is a saying passed down in Yellow Earth Dao field. Moreover, in the memories of the giant gray fish, many of its seniors returned like this. Looks like Yellow Earth Dao field itself possesses the ability to respond to these beings that have gone outside. Every interval of time, the GU Immortal elites of Yellow Earth Dao field will go out to train themselves, and when their training is accomplished, the Dao field will pick them up. Why was this arranged? There was an answer in the giant gray fish's memories. This was because Dao fields did not coexist peacefully, there were wars between them. The living beings nurtured by the Dao fields fought each other and tried to invade each other's Dao field. Back then, the Venerables probably made this arrangement when they created the Dao fields. But what benefits are there in these beings fighting each other? What goal did the Venerables have? He might only be able to get the answers when he entered a Venerable Dao field. Fang Yuan's gaze landed on the giant gray fish. He smiled. Didn't you want me to enlighten you? Meeting me is your fortune. The giant gray fish trembled. It stammered but was unable to say anything. It was frightened by Fang Yuan. Although it had not been long since it came into contact with Fang Yuan, the giant gray fish was deeply aware that the sage before it was extremely terrifying and possessed a cruel and indifferent demonic nature. He was absolutely not a good person like the Yellow Earth sage. Running into him was truly its misfortune. All right, even if you don't speak, I know your questions. Fang Yuan had searched all the memories of the giant gray fish and was clear of what its barrier was. He immediately guided it in concise and easy to understand words. The giant gray fish's body stopped shaking gradually as it was immersed in Fang Yuan's words, temporarily forgetting its predicament. Why is there still no breakthrough? Fang Yuan frowned. He had spoken till his mouth was dry. The giant gray fish was still muddled. Although it had intelligence, it was not equivalent to a human. Fang Yuan was patient as he continued to teach it. By helping the giant gray fish break through its barrier, he might be able to trigger a response from the Yellow Earth Dao field. Chapter 1870 I Will Take Responsibility. Profound Light F. Ratcher Grotto Heaven. A warship with 5 decks was moving on a large river flowing towards the east. The Jade River spans across the land, reflecting the red jade heart of people. It is hard to imagine the unrivaled talent of Emperor Ji Wen. He could actually write such a verse when he was just 7 years old. Su Chi Han sighed while gazing at the vast river. She was the current imperial minister's daughter. She was graceful, beautiful, cultured, and elegant. Besides her beauty, she was most praised for her literary talent. Her mind was filled with poems and had a good knowledge of the historical records, putting most men to shame. Young miss, wind has started blowing, you need to be careful of catching a cold. How about we return to the room? Her maid urged. Su Chi-han sighed but still stood behind the ship railings and watched the flowing river. The maid persisted. Young miss, are you worried about the journey? Wasn't that thief forced away by you? We have already selected 8 of the 10 great scholars, can't we just choose the next 2 casually? Su Chi-han shook her head. You don't understand. Choosing the 10 great scholars is not just an imperial edict but also concerns my Su clan's prosperity. The maid curled her lips. Young miss, I don't understand these imperial laws but you must take your medicine now. Su Chi-han smiled bitterly. What effect can common herbal medicine have on my injuries? It is just to comfort myself, it doesn't matter even if I drink it. The maid stomped her foot. Young miss, don't try to deceive me. This herbal medicine has no effect on your injuries, but you've always been weak to the cold since you were a child. If you do not drink this warm medicine, your lungs might get damaged. So, you must drink this medicine. All right, bring it over. Su Chi-han was helpless against her personal maid. She took the bowl and finished it all. She had just finished drinking when she heard a wild laugh. Soon after, a figure jumped out of the water and landed on the deck. That thief again. The ship guards moved immediately and surrounded the person. But this person was very strong. After a chaotic battle, the guards ended up lying on the ground. You are not his match, retreat for now. Su Chi-han's expression was solemn as she moved to the front and prepared to fight. The person had an ugly and ferocious-looking face. He had a large and broad body with his skin having a color of bluish-black like a shark. This was the result of using shark skin Gu. Miss Su, he greeted with a wide smile, revealing his sharp teeth which made him look even more ferocious. Su Chi-han smiled coldly. Shark bandit, you lost to me not long ago, was that lesson not enough? You still dare to come back? Shark bandit laughed sinisterly. Lady Su, I am not your match but that was before you drank that medicine. Don't you feel your limbs becoming numb? Su Chi-han's expression changed immediately. The medicine was tampered with. She looked towards her personal maid. The maid quickly shook her head, her face pale as paper. Impossible. The medicine had always been in my sight. Young miss, you must believe me. The medicine, cough cough, has no issue. Cough, cough, but the herbs have, cough, been tampered with. Right at this moment, an uninvited guest climbed the ship rails and stepped on the deck. Su Chi-han's brows furrowed tightly, her heart sinking to rock bottom. Medicine demon, you are still alive. Medicine demon looked like an elderly man but he was actually only in his 20s. He cultivated poison path and blindly pursued strength, causing him to suffer a backlash which made his whole body aged, internally and externally. Medicine demon's eyes showed deep hatred. All thanks to your elder cousin, I won't live for long. But being able to have a taste of Lady Sus' body before I die will be worth it. Su Chi-han's expression paled as she took a step back. What drug did you give me? She felt her whole body beginning to turn numb. Medicine demon laughed loudly. Naturally, the strongest aphrodisiac. It can make the most chaste girl into the most lewd and obscene slut. Before he even finished speaking, Shark Bandit pounced forward. Sounds of explosions rang as Su Chi-han was forced to retreat again and again. Young miss, leave quickly, I will hold them back. At the crucial moment, the maid stood out and sacrificed herself to stall for time for Su Chi-han. Su Chi-han fell into deep hesitation. Young miss, leave quickly. The maid activated a forbidden technique. Her battle strength rose explosively but the outcome would be her certain death. Su Chi-han cried as she jumped out and ran across the water. Shark Bandit, Medicine Demon, I will never forgive you. The imperial court will also execute your 9 generations. In a pavilion by the river. There were 2 people. One was Fang Yuan's clone Li Xiaobai, the other was his master, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang gazed at the scene of the river in the night and said to Li Xiaobai, "Come, write a poem and recite it to me. You have 10 steps of time." The 10 steps referred to the time taken by a normal person to walk 10 steps. Li Xiaobai's talent was not as good as the main body's, but through this period of painstaking effort and training, there was huge progress and he was able to immediately recite 2 lines. After a while of thinking, he added another 2 lines. Teacher Zhang was silent for a while before shaking his head. Little Bai, you have made huge progress during this time, but with your talent, you are still lacking to fight for the position of a great scholar. Teacher, I know poem composition within 10 steps as Emperor Gu Wen's test. Emperor Gu Wen created the scholar selection test. The imperial court will choose 10 great scholars every 20 years. This poem composition within 10 steps is the first test for the scholar selection. I have already passed it, teacher, why do you not recommend me to participate in the selection? Li Xiaobai asked in confusion. Teacher Zhang turned around and looked at his favorite student, speaking with a smile. Little Bai, you don't know the whole situation. The 10 great scholars selection looks like a glorious competition on the surface, but it is in actuality a competition to cultivate future imperial court officials. Teacher, you are talking about immortal ascension. Li Xiaobai was astonished. Li Xiaobai was only acting, naturally. In fact, he already knew about everything. Fang Yuan's heaven form killer move was a powerful method to inspect grotto heavens. Even if profound literature grotto heaven had a rank 8 GU immortal guarding it, it was helpless against the constant inspection by heaven form from outside the grotto heaven. In this profound literature grotto heaven, information path was the main path. Every time a GU master wrote a great literary piece, they would be rewarded by the grotto heaven. Originally, this grotto heaven was filled with many individual forces, with GU immortals establishing independent territories. But later, someone called Emperor Gu Wen appeared. This person's natural aptitude was extremely high and had unsurpassed talent. He became a GU immortal at a frightening speed. Later, he made a move against other GU immortals, either killing them or making them submit. He created the imperial court and put the whole grotto heaven under his rule. In his latter years, he created 10 great scholars selection to choose the most outstanding talents in the whole world, giving them honor and titles. The imperial court selected suitable people among these scholars and recruited them, giving them resources and raising them to GU immortals, before appointing them as officials. As such, the imperial court was the strongest super force in profound literature grotto heaven. Every high-ranking official was a GU immortal with no exception. The current emperor naturally was also a GU immortal. In the rank 8 GU immortal guarding this grotto heaven was the retired emperor from 3 generations ago. As it involved the chance of becoming an immortal, the 10 great scholar selection looked like a beautiful competition, but the hidden undercurrents reeked with blood. Every force contended and fought using all kinds of connections and relations. They tried to get the position by hook or by crook. Great scholar Shen, who competed against teacher Zhang, was one of the 10 great scholars in one of the selections. But his political talent is not outstanding, or maybe, he doesn't have a powerful background, so he is still at rank 5 peak stage. This teacher of mine is also the same. He had once been one of the 10 great scholars, but was not recruited to be an official. My talent barely meets the standard of the selection. Moreover, I am my teacher's disciple and have his influence. The imperial court won't like this. Even if I am selected, I probably won't be a high-ranking official. At most, I will only be a junior official who will have to work hard for the imperial court, and this will delay my cultivation. I have no one to back me up, so my cultivation will keep on being delayed my whole life. Teacher Zhang and great scholar Shen probably saw this future, so they were not willing to become officials and wandered outside the imperial court. One opened a private school while the other roamed everywhere. Li Xiaobai was clear in his mind. It could not be said teacher Zhang and great scholar Shen did not have a future. If they could solve the mystery of immortal ascension and successfully pass the tribulation, they would also become GU immortals. But this profound literature grotto heaven was small when compared to the 5 regions, and had very limited resources. Moreover, the colossal imperial court controlled almost all the immortal materials. It was extremely difficult and almost hopeless for people like teacher Zhang and great scholar Shen to become GU immortals. Teacher Zhang invited Li Xiaobai alone to the riverside and conversed with him to persuade this student to give up on the current 10 great scholars selection. He was actually showing deep concern. He knew Li Xiaobai's strength was low. Although it fulfilled the minimum standard, there was simply no hope. The 10 great scholars selection was a whirlpool which had killed many young scholars. Teacher Zhang had made painstaking efforts to teach and guide Li Xiaobai. He did not want this student to be implicated and die a miserable death. However, he did not know Li Xiaobai was aware of everything. He was even clear of how to become an immortal. But the show still had to be performed. Li Xiaobai asked questions first, which was then followed by him expressing his regrets and unwillingness to give up. Finally, he solemnly thanked teacher Zhang and said he was willing to give up on this selection, and even give up on the future selections. This child is worth teaching. Teacher Zhang felt huge relief and left with a relaxed heart. Li Xiaobai moved along the riverside towards the way back home. I can become an immortal by myself. But if I rashly undergo immortal ascension at such a fast speed, it will definitely make that rank 8 GU immortal vigilant. He will definitely investigate, and if he finds any clues or even has only a trace of doubt, I will be in a fatal danger. This was not the outcome Li Xiaobai and Fang Yuan's main body wanted to see. Fang Yuan had used soul replacement and secretly arranged this clone, Li Xiaobai, to save time and let the clone open the way, and even gain control of this profound literature grotto heaven alone. Although this was only a small move, if it succeeds, it would definitely save a lot of Fang Yuan's time and energy. Naturally, there was also a backup plan. When Li Xiaobai grows to a certain stage, he could cooperate with the main body outside to scheme against the rank 8 GU immortal. But it is too early for that. I can be considered as having established my footing because of Teacher Zhang. I studied hard in this period of time and have gained some fame. But this environment is not enough to continue my progress. If I can be selected as a great scholar, it will definitely be a springboard for me. Unfortunately, I have no power or background, and only have a teacher. I will definitely not have a good ending if I participate in the selection. Actually, joining the Imperial Court is the best cultivation path. The Imperial Court controls most of the immortal materials. Even if I become an immortal in the future, it will be hard to achieve anything further without these cultivation resources. Li Xiaobai was lamenting inwardly when his steps paused. He saw a person lying on a bush in the riverside. "Miss, what's the matter with you?" After confirming the surrounding condition, Li Xiaobai went to help the girl. When he carried the unconscious girl to the shore, he shockingly discovered this person was actually Su Qihan. This Su Qihan is the current high-ranking official Chancellor Su's daughter, and is in charge of this current 10 Great Scholars selection competition. She was actually injured to the point she was unconscious. Chancellor Su is a ranked 6 GU immortal. Su Qihan is also a predetermined future official of the Imperial Court. She definitely has immortal methods to protect her. But she actually fell into such a predicament. This 10 Great Scholars selection's hidden undercurrents are truly too deep. Inside profound literature grotto heaven, men and women could become immortals without discrimination. Both could become officials as well, naturally. Many women were even more talented than men. A large number of all-girls private schools and institutes were spread all over profound literature grotto heaven. And the 10 great scholars naturally were not only males and also included women. Just as he was thinking, Su Qihan woke up with a light sound. "You saved me." She looked at Li Xiaobai with a heated look. Li Xiaobai thought, "Why is there something wrong with this gaze?" He nodded his head and was just about to speak. Su Qihan covered his lips and turned around suddenly, pressing Li Xiaobai to the ground. What is she trying to do? Li Xiaobai's body tensed up. He was a little muddled. What was she playing at? Su Qihan sat on his body and began to remove his clothes in a hurry. Li Xiaobai was bewildered and said while stammering, Miss Su, please behave yourself." Su Qihan's movements paused as her eyes narrowed. "You know me." Li Xiaobai gulped his saliva, his forehead filled with cold sweat. "Miss Su, you are selecting the 10 great scholars, of course I know you." "Miss Su, I am Teacher Yang's student and had parted with Teacher Zhang just earlier." Li Xiaobai was truly afraid. Su Qihan had rank 5 peak stage cultivation. He was not her match. At present, there were only the two of them at the riverside. Su Qihan was in a strange state. Li Xiaobai mentioned Teacher Zhang to prevent himself from being harmed. Su Qihan took a deep gaze at Li Xiaobai. An unnatural blush floated on her face as she gave a deep sigh. "It's too late, your teacher is already far away. Right now, within 10 li of distance, there is only you and me. What are you trying to do?" Li Xiaobai was struck gently by Su Qihan and fell into a daze. This was absolutely not something he wanted. According to his plan, he could grow stably. But now, he was like meat on the chopping board. Others could do whatever they wanted. If his secret were to be discovered, that would be extremely bad. Li Xiaobai wanted to remain clear-headed, but Su Qihan's methods were unique. He used all his strength to struggle but could not even budge. In his dazed state, he felt like he had landed in an icy cave. Next, it was like he had fallen into raging waves, moving up and down. Then, the cave became warmer like a gentle wind had brushed past his face. Light rain drizzled as it became more warm and moist. Finally, he felt like he had turned into a waterfall. With a torrential explosion, he fainted in pleasure. Who knew how long passed? he woke up slowly. He was extremely exhausted and a trace of weakness surged in his body. He quickly inspected the situation and saw his clothes were already torn completely and he was lying inside a cave. Su Chi-han was in the midst of dressing herself beside him. Miss Su, Li Xiaobai barely opened his mouth, he did not even have the strength to speak much. Su Chi-han continued to put on her clothes without looking at him, her voice was calm, it has already been 3 days and 3 nights since we met. Relax, she paused as she was finally unable to hide the turbulence in her heart, her voice even shaking a little, I will take responsibility. Chapter 1871 Chicken Dinner. Eastern Sea, GU Tribe Headquarters. A grand banquet had already lasted for several days inside the palace. At this time, servants served platters of delicious roasted chicken. These were naturally not ordinary chickens, they were immortal chickens of at least desolate beast level. Moreover, the ones that GU Tribe's leader and Fang Yuan's clone enjoyed were ancient desolate chickens. After staying here for so many days, Wu Shuai had fully realized the beastman's customs, eating a lot, drinking a lot, bold to the point of being arrogant, and enjoying comfort to the point of being indulgent. If you received the beastman's acceptance, you were their honored guest, enjoying the best wine and food. If you didn't have their acceptance, you would forever be despised and loathed, even hated. At the sight of immortal chickens, the beastman GU immortals moved their fingers with salivating mouths. These immortal materials could not be eaten regularly, they were often used as GU refinement materials, it was never so luxurious as today. But based on the historical records, when the beastman race was at its height, these immortal materials could be eaten casually by beastman tribes. They had been extravagant and wasteful. GU Tribe's leader grabbed the millstone-sized roasted chicken. Lord Wu Shuai, please look. As he said so, he activated a certain food path killer move. The killer move activated, GU Tribe's leader opened his mouth and inhaled lightly, directly swallowing the huge roasted chicken. Gulp, GU Tribe's leader's throat moved up and down as the roasted chicken went down his throat. His stomach immediately bulged and looked like a pregnant woman. GU Tribe's leader rubbed his belly and laughed. This ancient desolate chicken will need half a day more to be completely digested. During this time, my luck is strengthened. This is my tribe's food path killer move, chicken dinner. Wu Shuai nodded his head while praising. Chicken dinner is such an exceptional ability, to use a food path method to produce luck path effect. From what I see, this luck strengthening emphasizes on the aspect of survival. GU Tribe's leader said in admiration, very insightful, senior, that is exactly the case. Based on historical records, when my tribe's GU immortals faced dangerous situations, or a large-scale battle royale, this move is the reason they managed to survive. Wu Shuai nodded as he tore a piece of the chicken and devoured it. Let me show you an enslavement path killer move. This banquet was of course not simple, it was an exchange of inheritances between Fang Yuan's clone and GU Tribe. GU Tribe possessed transformation path and food path inheritances and were willing to exchange a portion of them with Fang Yuan's enslavement path inheritance. GU Tribe was already preparing to develop dragonmen. Dragonmen were born with enslavement path Dao marks and thus there was demand for enslavement path inheritances. He could exchange for the inheritances held by GU Tribe with some contents of enslavement path. Their inheritances were unique. The transformation path inheritance had the essence of the olden antiquity era and the food path inheritance also made Fang Yuan pleasantly surprised. Food path was originally created by a beastman GU immortal. GU Tribe had been hiding in the depths of Eastern Sea and had gradually developed a rather complete food path inheritance. The killer move that GU Tribe's leader displayed just now was one of the contents of the inheritance, chicken dinner. Because of their nature, the beastmen made their killer move names extremely simple and crude, but their effects were very practical. Fang Yuan and GU Tribe's cooperation continued to deepen. Previously, Fang Yuan helped convert them to Dragonman, now, they were exchanging inheritances. Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai performed the enslavement path killer move. The beastman GU immortals in the banquet were deeply moved and cheered repeatedly. GU Tribe's leader clapped and summoned a group of female dragonmen. Lord, please enjoy the dance. These dragon women were the female beastmen that had just recently converted. Their dance and songs were from the olden era, full of wildness and temptation. One of the dragon women danced even more flirtatiously. The dance ended but these dragon women did not leave, instead flocking to Wu Shuai's side. Lord Wu Shuai, GU Tribe's leader said with great sincerity, I noticed you have no servants to serve you, so I am offering these women. I would be deeply honored if you accept them." Wu Shuai laughed heartily as he pulled that extremely flirtatious dragon lady to his chest. "I won't refuse this good intention. My dragonman race has few people, spreading my seed is also an important task. I shall take this one as my wife while the rest shall be concubines." Gu tribe's leader was overjoyed as he raised his cup of wine. Everyone present also cheered and celebrated the relationship of two races deepening by another layer. After the banquet, Wu Shuai took these dragon ladies to Dragon Palace and started working on his responsibilities. Not long later, Fang Yuan's main body, which was far away in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, received Wu Shuai's message. "Marriage with Gu tribe. This is a good thing." His eyes shined with bright light. Wu Shuai taking in a wife and concubines was naturally an alliance marriage. Intercourse with the girls also made Gu tribe stop worrying. In the future, if they had children, the relationship between the two would deepen even further. "When the time is ripe, I can use the children to quietly take in Gu tribe." Gu tribe wanted to cling onto Wu Shuai. Little did they imagine, this was all within Fang Yuan's expectation. Fang Yuan's intention was to take in the whole of Gu tribe. Fighting and killing was only one of the methods available to a mature person. There were many other ways to deal with things. Fang Yuan intended to use gentle political tricks to swallow Gu tribe. Although this would consume much more time, it was a tactful method that saved as much foundation of Gu tribe as possible and would give Fang Yuan the greatest benefits. Gu tribe's inheritances are truly extraordinary. They are definitely hiding even more outstanding methods. The contents of the inheritances they exchange also had a lot of points worth seeing. Especially the food path inheritance. Fang Yuan had the original food path inheritance that was left by the beastman Gu Immortal who created food path. It was legitimate and authentic. In Gu tribe's inheritance, that was developed through many generations of modifications, was also exceptional with many creative methods. For instance, the killer move chicken dinner that could imitate luck path effect. Just at the first glance, this inheritance gave Fang Yuan many inspirations. Fang Yuan sent a command to his time path clone to try deducing in this aspect. His main body was sitting on the giant gray fish and was still roaming in the void aimlessly. The giant gray fish's aura was different from before. Through Fang Yuan's repeated enlightenment, even though it had limited intelligence, it could achieve a breakthrough. The bottleneck that had been troubling it before no longer existed. However, Fang Yuan's anticipated matter had yet to appear. Fang Yuan enlightened the giant gray fish to use it to trigger a response from Yellow Earth Dao Field. But so many days had passed and he had yet to even see a trace of Yellow Earth Dao Field. According to the giant gray fish's words, this was because the timing had yet to arrive. But Fang Yuan scoffed as he inwardly guessed, affinity and timing are just excuses to deceive people. Looks like this Yellow Earth Dao Field can act on its own, or maybe there is an autonomous will that saw through my scheme, thus it did not reveal itself. Let's see how it goes after I continue exploring for some time. Where are you going? Fang Yuan, who was sitting on the back of the giant gray fish, smiled coldly. He activated his killer move. A strength path giant hand flew out and grabbed a fat rhinoceros. "Spare me, sage, spare me." The rhino begged loudly while struggling, but the strength path giant hand held it firmly. Fang Yuan chuckled and pointed his finger, immediately extracting the soul of the rhino. Within several breaths of time, he understood all the life experiences of this rhino. This rhino came from Reckless Savage's Dao Field, and just like the giant gray fish, it had also encountered a bottleneck and left its world to find an opportunity to break through. Unfortunately, it encountered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan attacked it without saying anything and captured this rank 7 rhino easily. The giant gray fish witnessed the whole process, its heart shaking in fright from Fang Yuan's horrifying strength. "Running into me is your fortune, let me enlighten you." Fang Yuan gave a malevolent smile. The rhino's soul was put back in its body. It had learned this time, quickly kneeling and kowtowing to Fang Yuan. Several days went by again. "You can leave, remember to cultivate properly." Fang Yuan looked at the giant gray fish and the fat rhino. The giant fish and the rhino said together, with trembling voices, "Goodbye, sage. Try to return as early as possible, I will come back again." Fang Yuan smiled. The giant fish and the rhino trembled fiercely. Only when Fang Yuan completely disappeared from their sight did they stop kowtowing. They glanced at each other, both rejoicing madly at surviving from fatal danger. Naturally, Fang Yuan's parting words that implied he would come back became a giant shadow that shrouded these two's hearts. Crazed Demon Cave, 7th layer. Secret Schemer took a step forward cautiously with a pale face. This was already near his limits. Let's rest for a while. Secret Schemer had no choice but to do this. He sat down cross-legged and turned into a rock statue to rest. Not Immortal and Pang Shan rested behind him. After a while, Secret Schemer opened his rock eyes and stood up. Leader, let's return. Yes, demonic sounds are irregular and with no set pattern, we cannot predict them now. Moreover, there has been no demonic sound for some time. This location is too risky. Yes, wasn't Fang Yuan a lesson for us? Not Immortal and Pang Shan reminded. Secret Schemer sighed and nodded helplessly. All right, let's leave. Fang Yuan's death had made the three crazed demon eccentrics somewhat downcast. But just as Secret Schemer was about to turn around, he suddenly opened his eyes and remained still. Leader, what's, Fang Yuan, is that you? Not Immortal and Pang Shan looked at Fang Yuan walking slowly towards them. It's me. Fang Yuan nodded. This is great, you didn't die. Not Immortal shouted. But why didn't we see you? Secret Schemer asked in confusion. Fang Yuan nodded again. That is because I went to the 8th layer and received the reminder left by a venerable. 8th layer, a venerable's reminder. The three crazed demon eccentrics were shaken. Yes, I will tell you in detail later. But in short, fate must be destroyed to obtain eternal life. Fang Yuan made up a story as he showed a sincere expression. Chapter 1872, Fighting Thousand Transformations. 1872 Fighting Thousand Transformations Western Desert. Fang Yuan was standing proudly on the deck of Myriad-Year Flying Warship with his hands behind his back and without hiding his trace. Myriad-Year Flying Warship was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky towards a light yellow cloud. Fang Yuan, you dared to come back. A woman's shout spread from the light yellow cloud, expressing the anger and hatred of its owner. The ordinary-looking light yellow cloud was actually an immortal formation. The formation covered a dream realm, inside which Immortal GU Mutation and GU Immortal Dancer Hong Yun were trapped. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan was maintaining the formation. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan had rank 7 cultivation and was a concubine of Thousand Transformations ancestor. Back then when Fang Yuan had been traveling in Western Desert and was chased by Feng Zhuzhe, he ran into Dancer Hong Yun and pretended to make an alliance, trading for Zhen Yuan Zi's formation path inheritance. Fang Yuan's plan was to pretend to leave. Ying Wuxia had still been in Fairy Kui Bo's body at that time. He detonated a pure dream reality seeker physique body and trapped Dancer Hong Yun and Thousand Transformations ancestors will. Unfortunately, when Fang Yuan wanted to clean up the battlefield, Feng Zhuzhe caught up to him and he had to retreat. Thousand Transformations ancestor had been plotted against and felt something wrong, immediately sending Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan to inspect it. After knowing Lu Guanyi was Fang Yuan and feeling helpless against the Dream Realm, Thousand Transformations ancestor could only make Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan construct an immortal formation around the area. In fact, Dancer Hong Yun, who was trapped, here might be Thousand Transformations ancestor's concubine, but he did not like her that much. What Thousand Transformations ancestor was worried about was the mutation Immortal GU trapped in the Dream Realm. Back then, Thousand Transformations ancestor inherited a reckless savage true inheritance and this mutation Immortal GU was its core. Without it, Thousand Transformations ancestor would have a very hard time activating most of the methods and their strength would also be reduced greatly. Mutation Immortal GU could not be lost. Thousand Transformations ancestor did not have Fang Yuan's methods and could only learn from Southern Border's righteous path, confining the Dream Realm. The main culprit behind all this was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan revealed himself now and attacked the formation. It was no wonder Immortal Concubine Qing Lan could not restrain her fury. But this famous Western Desert beauty did not attack, instead she activated the formation and chose to defend. Fang Yuan might only have rank 7 cultivation but he can fight rank 8s. He also has Myriad-Year Flying Warship which has defeated Heavenly Court before. I cannot resist it by myself. The urgent thing now is to defend and stall for time until husband and others arrive. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan sent an urgent message for help while controlling the immortal formation with all her strength. Fang Yuan's attacks erupted on the formation, the endless silver flying swords rained down like a waterfall. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan clenched her teeth as she activated the yellow cloud and held on firmly. Under the ferocious attacks, the yellow cloud started disintegrating, its size shrinking continuously. But this disintegrating speed was quite slow. Myriad Year Flying Warship had 4 main killer moves: Torrential Charge, Daybreak Sword, Daybreak Torrent, and Myriad Year Hunting. Every killer move was a rank 8 move, but evidently, the Immortal formation that formed the yellow cloud was also at rank 8. Fortunately, we reinforced the Immortal formation, otherwise with the previous rank 7 formation, it would be impossible to block Fang Yuan. This is Myriad Year Flying Warship. It is really amazing. Immortal concubine Qing Lan was pale as she had to bear a huge pressure because of Fang Yuan's vicious attacks. She had never imagined Fang Yuan to actually attack this place. There had simply been no warning signs. The formation rumbled as several GU Immortals teleported to Myriad Statue Desert. At the front was Night Temptress, the number 1 concubine of Thousand Transformations Ancestor, along with several other GU Immortals who were all Thousand Transformations Ancestors concubines. Where is husband? Immortal concubine Qing Lan's expression changed slightly. Night Temptress said heavily, "It is not time yet for husband to make a move, the situation is much more complex than this. We received the order to help you defend this place." Immortal concubine Qing Lan shook her head. "With just us, we are probably not Fang Yuan's match and will not be able to last for long." A female immortal scoffed. "Qing Lan, what are you afraid of? This formation is a rank 8. Right at this time, a loud sound spread and almost half the yellow cloud disintegrated instantly. The female immortals inside the formation were pale. Night Temptress screamed, "What are you waiting for? Reinforce the formation, quick." The female immortals stopped quarreling as they used all their strength to control the formation and defend against Fang Yuan's attacks. Fang Yuan was still standing on the deck, his gaze flickering sharply. Myriad Year Flying Warship had made big contributions. In the River of Time, it had killed Qing Yi and Li Huang who were rank 8 experts, especially the latter who had extraordinary strength. But at that time, Myriad Year Flying Warship occupied an advantage, because all its killer moves were amplified to a horrifying level in the River of Time. On the contrary, Qing Yi, Li Huang and the rest had been greatly suppressed. This time, Myriad Year Flying Warship was fighting an aerial battle in Western Desert, and without the environment's amplification, its killer moves only had normal strength. It was because of this that even when Myriad Year Flying Warship attacked with everything, it was still unable to destroy the yellow cloud. This formation isn't simple. It is a transformation path GU formation with extraordinary defense as well as having the ability to transport GU Immortals. It is probably a portion of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Fang Yuan thought of many things. His guess was not wrong. This formation was the Myriad Li adaptation formation of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. It was a genuine rank 8 formation. A rank 8 Immortal GU house could fight a rank 8 Immortal formation. Both sides were evenly matched. However, comparing the person controlling the Immortal GU house and the GU Immortals guarding the Immortal formation, Fang Yuan undoubtedly won by a margin. "Someone help me quick, I can't hold on for long. Ah, Fang Yuan is too fierce, I can't endure it. Sisters, hold on, I am coming, damn it, I am about to lose my defensive position as well." The foothold that these concubines of Thousand Transformations Ancestor had was slipping at an astonishing speed. Night Temptress's expression was ashen as she exhausted all her strength and coughed out blood, but was also unable to hold on. Immortal concubine Qing Lan was soaked with cold sweat. She was unable to understand why she was able to pull Fang Yuan into a deadlock when she had been defending alone, but now when she received huge support, they were failing bit by bit. The remaining ranked 6 female immortals were sweating madly, their limbs were numb and their fighting strength had already fallen to the lowest point. Myriad Li adaptation formation was indeed a good formation, but it was nothing against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grand Master Attainment, Transformation Path Great Grand Master, Formation Path Grand Master, Wisdom Path Grand Master, as well as the Light of Wisdom and many methods to make deductions. Daybreak swords could be used as he liked, and every attack was like a probe filled with deep intentions. Although there was still a large distance from fully understanding the formation, what Fang Yuan needed to do was to destroy and not study. This was much simpler and straightforward. Thousand Transformations Ancestor, you are still not making a move. Can your concubines stop me? You are looking down on me too much and thinking too highly of yourself. Fang Yuan sneered and spoke. But he still didn't see Thousand Transformations Ancestor. The yellow cloud had already shrunk to a dangerous level. Night Temptress was panic-stricken and said decisively, Sisters, activate the final method. We are using it this early. What choice do we have other than this? It will be too late if we don't use it now. The female immortals activated their final trump card. The yellow cloud suddenly emitted golden rays. Although only a small portion was left of it, it was extremely firm and blocked all the silver flying swords without even budging. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, thinking, this situation is also within my expectation. Using it so quickly, you are truly incapable. If it were others, they might be perplexed, but I have already understood its context. You are just speeding up your deaths by doing this. While thinking this, Fang Yuan immediately stopped Daybreak Sword and sent a command to his subordinates inside the warship, ram it. Myriad Year Flying Warship ferociously collided straight into the Golden Cloud. First collision, Golden Cloud shook, the female immortals started bleeding from their 7 orifices and were struck with dizziness. Second collision, the Golden Cloud loosened, the female immortals fell to the ground after suffering such a fierce collision. They were panting hard, their faces were pale as paper and their gazes were somewhat dull and blank. Third collision, Myriad Year Flying Warship directly pierced into the Golden Cloud, the female immortals could not endure such a backlash and many of them fainted immediately. The formation was on the verge of collapsing. Fang Yuan retreated inside the warship instead. Master, should we capture these female immortals to use them as hostages to negotiate with Thousand Transformations ancestor in the future? A variant human GU immortal suggested. Just as Myriad Year Flying Warship was about to make a fatal move against these female immortals, a female immortal suddenly stood up. Her appearance had changed greatly and shouted, Fang Yuan, you are going too far. Husband, Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan had been barely able to remain conscious, they shouted in surprise and joy. As it turned out, Thousand Transformations ancestor had already come over but had disguised his identity and kept it hidden from all the people around him. He had been patient for a long time and intentionally set up a trap to seize a golden opportunity. But Fang Yuan simply did not give him the opportunity. He was extremely cautious and did not leave Myriad Year Flying Warship even once. He did not even make a move personally or have the thought to capture these female immortals. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a dazzling giant sword as it pierced Thousand Transformations ancestor. In the moment of danger, Thousand Transformations ancestor laughed sinisterly and raised his left arm without dodging. At the next moment, his left arm expanded rapidly and transformed into a berserk ape's arm. The giant arm was filled with purple gold dragon scales. Thousand Transformations ancestor raised his left arm as Myriad Year Flying Warship smashed into him with a loud sound. Thousand Transformations ancestor was thrown back a small step but Myriad Year Flying Warship was sent flying. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Thousand Transformations ancestor was indeed the person who inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. His methods were amazing. He had only defended just now but it revealed many profundities. He had not transformed his whole body, but only his left arm. The left arm's transformation was also not simple. Dragon scales and the berserk ape's arm were used together, multiplying the strength. Myriad Year Flying Warship was without options against such defense. But Thousand Transformations ancestor had not just blocked forcefully, but had used a technique to divert the force of Myriad Year Flying Warship and send it flying. Exquisite killer move along with exceptional combat techniques. It was only one exchange of offense and defense, but Fang Yuan was able to learn a lot of information about Thousand Transformations ancestor. At the next moment, he turned Myriad Year Flying Warship around and charged towards Thousand Transformations ancestor again. Thousand Transformations ancestor, you finally came out, now die. Thousand Transformations ancestor was furious. You, a rank 7 GU immortal, are dreaming of taking my life by relying on an immortal GU house. You dare speak such shameless words. Fang Yuan scoffed. Even Heavenly Court's GU immortals died from my ship, you will also follow in their footsteps. It was okay when Heavenly Court was not mentioned, but at the mention of Heavenly Court, Thousand Transformations ancestor was even more infuriated. Demonic scoundrel, you think I am afraid of you? You fool, only knowing to conflict with me but not realizing you have already fallen into Heavenly Court's scheme. Heavenly Court's members are probably watching the show secretly. Chapter 1873, Heavenly Court's Ambush. 1873 Heavenly Court's ambush. Thousand Transformations ancestor was boiling with anger and resented Fang Yuan for not realizing the bigger picture. Fang Yuan knew it clearly as he laughed. If Heavenly Court comes, I shall kill them. If one comes, I will kill one. If two come, I will kill two. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's eyes widened and could not help but think, after winning a few battles, this Fang Yuan has actually become so arrogant, or does he truly have a trump card to make him so confident? Back then, Thousand Transformations' ancestor had undergone a myriad tribulation and barely survived from it. He had been recuperating secretly. At that very time, Fairy Kui Bo was killed by Fang Yuan. Thousand Transformations' ancestor sensed this, but because of his heavy injuries, he could only send dancer Hong Yun to inspect the situation. But he was worried his weakness would be seen through by others, so he handed rank 8 Immortal GU mutation to dancer Hong Yun to avoid showing weakness if she encountered strong enemies. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone cultivator and didn't have a friendly relationship with Western Desert's Righteous Path forces. He was at his weakest state at that time. Later, Fang Yuan schemed and trapped dancer Hong Yun. Thousand Transformations' ancestor received Heavenly Court's message and knew Fang Yuan was the true culprit. But at that time, the Dream Realm had already entrapped dancer Hong Yun and mutation Immortal GU. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had no choice but to send Night Temptress and Immortal concubine Qing Lan to construct a rank 7 Immortal formation around the Dream Realm. He had not expected this action to expose his state to Heavenly Court. Since then, Fairy Ziwei had been actively plotting to kill this Western Desert rank 8 in advance so as to prepare for the 5 regions' chaotic war in the future. Heavenly Court secretly sent its members while Fairy Ziwei schemed repeatedly to form a trap targeted against Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 GU immortal and not some ordinary person. He keenly sensed the abnormal situation occurring, but due to his injuries, he could only use schemes to compete with Heavenly Court. Both sides fought secretly. Although Heavenly Court had a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Ziwei, she was occupied with important matters. Moreover, a mighty dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had been developing his territory in Western Desert for many years. Thus, after Thousand Transformations' ancestors sensed their actions, Heavenly Court's progress became halted time and again. Fairy Ziwei noticed this and took the initiative to recruit Thousand Transformations' ancestor, trying to repeat the success of recruiting old ancestor Shuihu. However, Thousand Transformations' ancestor was different from old ancestor Shuihu. He had Reckless Savage's true inheritance and was in control of the whole of Myriad Statue Desert. He had a lot of cultivation resources and was able to financially support his concubines to become immortals. While old ancestor Shuihu was almost bankrupt because of the failure in refining rank 8 Immortal GU fortune rivaling heaven. He accepted Heavenly Court's financial aid to make a comeback. Thousand Transformations' ancestor also did not refuse directly but promised Heavenly Court that he would consider it. Both sides had yet not reached the point of truly getting into an unresolvable conflict. Right at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and attacked the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not willing to show up. But this problematic Fang Yuan immediately broke the deadlock, destroying Thousand Transformations' ancestor's plan to stall for time. Thousand Transformations' ancestor and Heavenly Court's battle was like a bomb. Both sides were restraining themselves to find a much better opportunity to use it. And Fang Yuan was like a spark that lit the bomb. The balance was broken. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had no choice but to make his move. Once he exposed his cards, Heavenly Court would definitely attack. Repeated explosions resounded throughout the area. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year flying warship to fight Thousand Transformations' ancestor. After a long while, neither side could do anything to the other. Heavenly Court experts are probably hiding in the surroundings and watching. Even if they weren't, this commotion will attract them. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had this worry since the start. He did not chase after Fang Yuan and urged, "Fang Yuan, Fairy Kui Bo died because she was too weak. She died a worthy death in the battlefield. Our hatred is not irreconcilable. You must be clear that your true enemy is not me, but Heavenly Court." Thousand Transformations' ancestor did his best to persuade him while forcibly restraining the fury in his heart. "My situation is like yours. Why do we need to fight each other to death? We are both targeted by Heavenly Court. This battle is just giving Heavenly Court an opportunity to strike us. Why do you need to be so irrational?" But Fang Yuan was irrational, laughing madly. "Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you don't deserve being a rank 8 great expert. You are actually such a coward that you want to make peace with me. Hee, I fear neither Heavenly Court nor you. Die." Thousand Transformations' ancestor was so furious from hearing this that he wanted to skin Fang Yuan alive. Fang Yuan stood on the deck again and activated Daybreak Sword. The sword lights were like a waterfall with mighty momentum as well as being extremely nimble. The daybreak swords had charged right into Thousand Transformations Ancestor when they split into 10 groups. The 10 groups passed around Thousand Transformations Ancestor and attacked the Myriad Li adaptation formation. This Fang Yuan is so insidious. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's eyes widened. He of course could not let Fang Yuan succeed. If this formation was broken, the female immortals inside would definitely die. Thousand Transformations Ancestor inhaled fiercely and transformed into a giant. He then turned his body around. His back part transformed into a giant tortoise shell which blocked 5 or 6 groups of daybreak swords. Then, his neck lengthened like a snake. His head also transformed into a beast mouth. The beast mouth inhaled and swallowed the remaining swords. Giant transformation, whirlpool tortoise shell transformation, divine green snake neck transformation, Teoti transformation. Fang Yuan's gaze was like fire as he instantly recognized Thousand Transformations Ancestor's methods. Thousand Transformations Ancestor used all kinds of transformations at will and with extreme skill. Every transformation just perfectly shielded the formation behind him. Fang Yuan realized, immediately, he was unable to break through Thousand Transformations Ancestor's defense just by relying on Myriad Year Flying Warship. Not only this, Fang Yuan needed to avoid close combat as much as possible as the other might know many transformations that could restrain Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship charging into him was what Thousand Transformations Ancestor wanted to see. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Worthy of being reckless savage's true inheritance. All right, let's stop here. Thousand Transformations Ancestor, we will meet again someday. Saying so, he controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship and activated the killer move Torrential Charge. Shining water waves immediately appeared below Myriad Year Flying Warship. The killer move had summoned a phantom image of the River of Time. Myriad Year Flying Warship borrowed the momentum of the river and left like a shot arrow. But right at this time, a delicate voice resounded through the skies. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Before the voice finished speaking, 4 immortal GU houses came rushing from 4 directions along with 4 rank 8 GU immortals. There was indeed an ambush. Even Thousand Transformations Ancestor got a fright. Heavenly Court's determination was too great. Such an enormous force had actually been lying in ambush. Thousand Transformations Ancestor suddenly realized, dangerous. I was intentionally stalling for time, but Heavenly Court was trying to use that to make me lower my guard, and later, secretly mobilizing a large number of troops to besiege and even kill me. From this angle, looks like I need to thank Fang Yuan. Had he not lured out this force, I might have still been in the dark. Although he knew the situation clearly, Thousand Transformations Ancestor did not show any gratitude towards Fang Yuan as he shouted, Fang Yuan, look, my words came true. Fang Yuan's expression was serious as he maneuvered Myriad Year Flying Warship to dash here and there, but its movement was all blocked by Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan did not try again, instead turning the ship around towards Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Ancestor, the situation is like this, let us cooperate. Thousand Transformations Ancestor pointed at Fang Yuan furiously. Fang Yuan, I have rarely seen such shamelessness in my life. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, then you want to continue fighting me? Thousand Transformations Ancestor choked and forcibly swallowed this grievance. HMPH. We shall fight later, don't be a burden to me. I should be the one saying that. You have quite a huge burden there. Fang Yuan ridiculed, hinting that the many concubines were Thousand Transformations Ancestor's weakness. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's expression turned dark. Stay further away from me, if you cross this line, I will fight you as well. He was naturally still wary towards Fang Yuan and did not have even a bit of trust in Fang Yuan. But there was no other choice in this situation, he could only collaborate with Fang Yuan to have a chance at winning. Just like Thousand Transformations Ancestor expected, Heavenly Court had secretly mobilized a large force to ambush him. But there was suddenly a change in the situation. Fang Yuan had attacked and fought Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Heavenly Court's forces did not expect this and quickly contacted Fairy Zi Wei, who was in Heavenly Court. Fairy Zi Wei was exalted and commanded Heavenly Court's forces to continue lying in ambush and watch the battle from the sidelines, waiting for the opportunity to reap the spoils. But Thousand Transformations Ancestor was extremely shrewd and pointed out Heavenly Court's existence while also displaying an extraordinary battle strength. Fang Yuan seemed to be unable to break his defense and wanted to retreat. The moment he tried to retreat, Heavenly Court's troops had no choice but to make a move. Previously, Heavenly Court wanted to deal with Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but Fang Yuan was a much bigger threat to Heavenly Court. He had finally appeared and Heavenly Court's members were not willing to let him go. As such, Heavenly Court's forces moved out and turned the whole situation upside down. Thousand Transformations' ancestor and Fang Yuan had no choice but to collaborate, but even those two did not have any hopes for what their joint efforts could achieve. Fang Yuan, you ran away last time. This time, let me see where you can flee to. Prince Feng Xian closed in, intending to make up for his previous loss. The expressions of Xing Yi Wang and Wei Feng were cold as they flew in without saying a word. There was another rank 8 GU immortal as well. It was a woman with a seductive body. She laughed alluringly. You are Fang Yuan. So handsome, big sister likes you. What a pity, what a pity. Why would someone so handsome end up like this? Fang Yuan paid the most attention to this female immortal. According to my previous life's memories, this woman should be Wan Zihong. In the previous life, when Northern Plains invaded Heavenly Court, she had awakened. I didn't expect her to wake up so early in this life. Prince Feng Xian shouted, attack! 4 immortal GU houses guarded 4 directions while the 4 rank 8 GU immortals activated their killer moves simultaneously. In an instant, flames erupted, starlight spread, fierce wind raged, and mist filled the air. 4 rank 8 killer moves with grand might overwhelmed the surroundings. Come! Fang Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship and directly charged head-on. Thousand Transformations' ancestors' eyes widened. One's nature can be seen at the crucial moment. This Fang Yuan is truly a demon that can fight Heavenly Court, he has such courage. Seeing Fang Yuan charging over, Heavenly Court's 4 immortals controlled their killer moves to attack Fang Yuan. All dodge. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, lightly turning around his direction and flying behind the myriad Li adaptation formation. This bastard, Thousand Transformations' ancestor was dazed before cursing inwardly. Fang Yuan left and the killer moves that were lured by him flew at Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor needed to protect the formation behind him and could not dodge. He gave a furious shout and braced himself to defend the attacks. Continued explosions resounded while Fang Yuan flew away within myriad year flying warship. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, thank you, I shall leave now. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. The aftermath of the battle settled, revealing Thousand Transformations' ancestor covered in soot. When he heard Fang Yuan's laughter, he immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1874, Overturning Heaven and Earth. 1874 Overturning Heaven and Earth myriad year flying warship was like an arrow let loose as it flew to the sky. Right as Fang Yuan was about to charge out of the encirclement, Wan Zihong charmingly giggled. Scoundrel Fang Yuan, you cannot leave. At the next moment, the sky above Fang Yuan suddenly transformed into boundless land. Myriad year flying warship had been flying to the sky, but in an instant, it started charging towards the ground. Fang Yuan quickly stopped myriad year flying warship. Myriad year flying warship's speed was too fast, but the phantom river of time below the warship played a crucial role in stopping it. Just before crashing into the ground, Fang Yuan succeeded in stopping the immortal GU house. Fang Yuan carefully checked the surroundings. He saw the sky had changed into land, while the land changed into sky, tossing and turning around. The entire sky and earth seemed to have become a Rubik's Cube. The sky and earth seemed to casually interchange their positions. It was bizarre and absurd. Wan Zihong floated in the sky while Prince Feng Xian was standing on the ground. Fang Yuan felt he had become a small insect in this Rubik's Cube, unable to find his way. He seemed to look at the sky but it would change into land at the next moment. If this was ordinary ground, myriad year flying warship could have charged right through it. But this ground was evidently extremely firm and was like an impenetrable wall. What kind of method is this? Fang Yuan asked Wan Zihong with narrowed eyes. Wan Zihong replied, this killer move is called Overturning Heaven and Earth. To be honest, Heavenly Court specially designed this for you. The reason we brought it out to deal with Thousand Transformations' ancestor was to test it in real battle. Hee, who could have expected you to be so impatient and come rushing over? Fang Yuan possessed fixed immortal travel and also had a relevant killer move. He even had omnidirectional travel. He could flee quickly at the critical juncture. Heavenly Court wanted to capture Fang Yuan, so they needed to first restrain Fang Yuan's escape methods. Previously, they had fixed space GU but it was unfortunately looted by Fang Yuan. Yuan Chongdu had collapsed from trying to refine it but did not succeed. Heavenly Court's foundation was extremely deep. creating this overturning heaven and earth that could restrain both fixed immortal travel and omnidirectional travel. Fang Yuan, it will be difficult for you to escape this time. Prince Feng Xian, wrapped in flames, charged with surging momentum. Surrender now, maybe we can still spare your life. Wei Feng sneered, wind blades following him from all sides. The other two rank 8 GU immortals attacked Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Heavenly Court mobilized 4 immortal GU houses to maintain the activation of the killer move overturning heaven and earth. Their true battle strength lies in the 4 rank 8 GU immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes shone sharply. He did not want to have a prolonged battle. There were no benefits in tangling with these GU immortals. Based on just myriad-year flying warship and the strength Fang Yuan revealed on the surface, it was difficult to kill them. If he wanted to kill them, he would have to reveal his rank 8 cultivation. But like the analysis he made long ago, once his cultivation was revealed, the secret of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body would also be exposed. More importantly, did Heavenly Court's side only have these people? Once they began fighting, even if Heavenly Court did not have others lying in ambush, they could quickly mobilize other rank 8 GU immortals as reinforcements. If this matter was not handled properly, even Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, and Qin Ding Ling might join the battle. Fang Yuan skillfully controlled myriad-year flying warship, dodging or blocking the 2 rank 8 GU immortals' attacks while looking for a path to break through. Bam bam bam, myriad-year flying warship charged in all directions, colliding into the ground repeatedly. Whenever the immortal GU house's charge was impeded, Wei Feng and Prince Feng Xian grabbed the chance to bombard it violently. Heavenly Court's forces had clearly gone through a large amount of preparation. These 2 rank 8 GU immortals coordinated remarkably. Wind fueled the fire, while the fire increased the wind's power. Myriad-year flying warship was under increasingly greater pressure, but fortunately, there were still many of Fang Yuan's subordinates. Inside, these people were sweating hard as they hurried in repairing and replacing the GU worms in the warship. Through many failures in his wisdom path attainment, Fang Yuan made out many details. This killer move, overturning heaven and earth, is absolutely exquisite. It cut this patch of sky and land to countless cubes and could constantly change the position of these cubes. It is only a killer move and not a battlefield killer move, so its activation is extremely fast. Its effect is to transform the sky and land of an area while also forming a battlefield that traps the enemy. Battlefield killer moves needed time to activate. With Fang Yuan's vigilance and craftiness, this time was enough for him to make a getaway. So Heavenly Court formed this overturning heaven and earth killer move. Its activation was extremely fast. Fang Yuan was not able to escape in time even with myriad-year flying warship speed. Heavenly Court had put painstaking efforts in this. Ever since Fang Yuan had reborn, he defeated Heavenly Court time and time again. But Heavenly Court could never be underestimated. When they reacted, they had already prepared a killer move that turned Fang Yuan's most proficient movement methods into mere decorations. This overturning heaven and earth has flaws when compared to battlefield killer moves. As long as I deduce its essence, I can break or interfere with its operation and escape easily. Now, is not the time yet. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. He suddenly changed the direction of the ship and flew towards Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Heavenly Court had not expected Fang Yuan to have a change in plan so suddenly and were caught unprepared for an instant, letting Fang Yuan draw close to Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was protecting the formation behind him, letting the 2 Heavenly Court rank 8s attack him wildly, but his defense was still firm and stable. Overturning heaven and earth cut the whole battlefield, but they could not cut the area Thousand Transformations Ancestor was in, and it became the most spacious piece of land in the battlefield. Seeing Fang Yuan return, Thousand Transformations Ancestor sneered, "Fang Yuan, why are you coming back?" Fang Yuan smiled. "Ancestor, the formation behind you has been restricted as well, right? Currently, we both cannot escape. How about we join hands and collaborate? Block Heavenly Court's attacks for me and stall for time. I will concentrate on deducing and modifying the formation. It won't be a difficult thing to escape then." Thousand Transformations Ancestor spat out. "As if I can trust you." Fang Yuan was surprised. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was not in a hurry and looked like he still had a trump card. An ordinary rank 8 GU immortal would find this situation extremely troubling. But Thousand Transformations Ancestor possessed one reckless savage true inheritance. Be it Fang Yuan or Heavenly Court, neither could guess what trump card he was hiding. "You two, none of you shall escape. Kill." Heavenly Court's 4 immortals charged over together. Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations Ancestor had no way to retreat. They could only deal with whatever attacks were thrown at them. Both sides used killer moves repeatedly, the air burst, wind howled, flames burned, sword lights shone. Thousand Transformations Ancestor felt an explosive increase in pressure the more they battled. He scolded, "Fang Yuan, you are still playing tricks. If you keep acting like this, I will fight you as well." Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship and used the Myriad Li adaptation formation to block or evade Heavenly Court's attacks like a slippery eel. It was inconvenient to get close to Thousand Transformations Ancestor, but the Myriad Li adaptation formation had a large size and could not be moved once constructed, becoming an extremely good shield. Fang Yuan used this shield to block most of the Heavenly Court's attacks. The GU Immortals inside Myriad Year Flying Warship got time to recover and restore Myriad Year Flying Warship back to normal. "Ancestor, please continue to persevere, you need to hold on for a while longer. My deductions have already gotten some results, I can deal with this current predicament in just a short while." Fang Yuan shouted. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was not a fool. Why would he be willing to act as a shield? He was deeply aware of Fang Yuan's nature. If Fang Yuan deciphered this killer move, he would definitely escape alone and leave him as a target to attract the attacks of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. So, if Fang Yuan could truly break this killer move, it would instead be disadvantageous to Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Boom! Thousand Transformations Ancestor really went to attack Myriad Year Flying Warship. "Ancestor, don't be like this, you need to look at the big picture." Fang Yuan called out. Thousand Transformations Ancestor rebuked, "You are talking about the big picture with me now. Without your disturbance, how could there be this current predicament? Didn't I tell you before that there was Heavenly Court's ambush? Didn't you yell that Heavenly Court was nothing? If one came, you would kill one, if two came, you would kill two, show it to me now." Fang Yuan said earnestly. "I didn't lie, but Heavenly Court sent 4 GU Immortals and 4 Immortal GU houses. I have no way to deal with this. Ancestor, you really need to consider the big picture. If you attack me, how will you protect those women who love you?" Prince Feng Xian's fire meteor struck and shook the Myriad Li adaptation formation fiercely. The female immortals inside the formation cried out in fright. Persistent defense would only result in eventual loss. No matter how Thousand Transformations Ancestor transformed, he was only one person and he was dealing with 4 of Heavenly Court's rank 8s. Thousand Transformations Ancestor shouted furiously, "Heavenly Court, you are going too far. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely pay you back 100-fold. First, you need to survive today." Wei Feng smiled coldly, as he threw an enormous wind blade towards the Myriad Li adaptation formation. "Your Heavenly Court doesn't deserve the reputation of being the righteous path leader." Thousand Transformations Ancestor shouted furiously. He needed to defend the formation, so he was in an extremely passive state. Heavenly Court's 4 rank 8s specially targeted this weakness. They had indeed shown no righteous path demeanor. "Look, what did I say? Thousand Transformations Ancestor, you really need to consider the big picture." And right at this time, Fang Yuan made flippant remarks. Thousand Transformations Ancestor almost coughed blood from anger, shouting hoarsely, "Neither of you will die an easy death." The battle continued. Thousand Transformations Ancestor starting to feel a sense of helplessness. He was fighting Heavenly Court's 4 immortals almost by himself while also paying attention to that insidious scoundrel Fang Yuan. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was being attacked continuously and was unable to hold on for long. Finally, under Wan Zihong's killer move, a corner of the formation collapsed and revealed the space inside. A chance. Wei Feng was coincidentally above this gap and saw the female immortals inside the formation. These female immortals were in a very bad state. They all suffered backlash when the formation collapsed. Most of them were already unconscious and only Night Temptress was barely able to keep conscious and hold on. "We can use these female immortals to threaten Thousand Transformations Ancestor." Wei Feng activated a killer move, turning into a green wind and entering the formation. "Husband, save us." Night Temptress's aura was extremely weak. Her face paled as she saw Wei Feng and shouted in panic, "Stop." Thousand Transformations Ancestor shouted from outside the formation. Too late. Wei Feng sneered and grabbed Night Temptress. Boom, a huge sound rang as a large part of Wei Feng's body flew out of the formation like a shooting star, leaving behind a trail of red blood. His head was being held by Night Temptress. His expression before death was filled with unimaginable horror. Night Temptress was letting out rank 8 aura and her appearance slowly changed into Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Heavenly Court lost a rank 8 all of a sudden. The remaining 3 were shaken. Why are there 2000 Transformations Ancestors? Chapter 1875, Ignoring the Big Picture. 1875. Ignoring the big picture, the change had occurred too suddenly, catching almost all the people off guard. Night Temptress actually transformed into 1000 Transformations Ancestor and immediately killed a rank 8 GU Immortal of Heavenly Court, Wei Feng. This 1000 Transformations Ancestor opened his immortal aperture and waved his left hand, sending all the fainted female immortals inside the formation into his aperture. His right hand that was still grabbing Wei Feng's head exerted strength and crushed it into pieces. Red and white brain matter splattered like a crushed watermelon. This is what will become of all of you. 1000 Transformations Ancestor said through clenched teeth in a vicious expression. His might shook the battlefield instantly. He was a person who could silently endure. It was because of this nature that he did not make a move personally after Fairy Kui Bo died, instead sending dancer Hong Yun to probe the situation. He had arranged this trap meticulously, waiting for someone to bite. The trap had come into effect in Heavenly Courts. Wei Feng paid with his life as the price, contributing to 1000 Transformations Ancestor's reputation. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not take the bait. 1000 Transformations Ancestor glanced at Fang Yuan with some regret. This brat was too crafty. He stayed inside Myriad Year Flying Warship the whole time, not giving 1000 Transformations Ancestor any opportunity. Heavenly Court's 3 immortals were shaken and infuriated. The Grand Wei Feng had actually perished right before their eyes. After the shock and anger, a chill spread in their hearts. Let alone Wei Feng, even if it were them, they might not have a good ending in that situation. 1000 Transformations Ancestor had prepared for a long while without making a move, but when he moved, Wei Feng did not even have the chance to escape. The chill passed away and Heavenly Court GU Immortals were filled with doubts. What is actually going on? How could there be a second 1000 Transformations Ancestor? Even if he inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, isn't it too strange for a second rank 8 to appear out of thin air? Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship and quietly moved away from 1000 Transformations Ancestor, similarly having a perplexed look. Ancestor, what is going on? The Night Temptress who turned into 1000 Transformations Ancestor sneered. Aren't you someone who has been reborn? Even you don't know it, Ancestor, you think too highly of me. Fang Yuan laughed. If I could know all the secrets of the world, I would have already become a venerable. Why would I be trapped here? After denying it, he praised, Ancestor, your methods are indeed beyond ordinary, worthy of the inheritor of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. You killed a rank 8 of Heavenly Court in one move. You were much more efficient than me. This junior is full of admiration. He instigated hatred on both sides, but had no doubts in his heart. The previous 1000 Transformations Ancestor should be formed by Myriad Statue Palace. The real Night Temptress should be inside the Immortal GU house and assisting in controlling it. And the real 1000 Transformations Ancestor disguised as Night Temptress and stayed with the concubines. On one hand, it was to protect them, on the other hand, it was to use them as bait to deceive others into biting it. In Fang Yuan's first life of 500 years, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Myriad Statue Palace had shown its might, thus Fang Yuan already knew clearly about the secrets of this Immortal GU house. Different from other Immortal GU houses, Myriad Statue Palace was rather special. It could transform into all things. This palace could transform into the appearance of every statue created inside it, even copying their innate abilities and methods. Evidently, there was a statue of 1000 Transformations Ancestor inside the palace. Even if Fang Yuan knew of this, he pretended to be unaware. You don't know that I know this. When you think I don't know about your secrets, my knowledge will be my advantage. This advantage seemed small, but fights between experts were decided by such minor details. How was an advantage created? It was by adding accumulations like this, bits by bits. Fang Yuan fought Heavenly Court and progressed until now. This was a far better result than the previous life at the same time period. After his rebirth, his step-by-step progress, changing the past, winning small victories, didn't all these accumulate to become his advantage? It was impossible for anyone to succeed without accumulations. Who among you is the real 1000 Transformations Ancestor? Xing Yi Wang shouted. All right, I will let you know that I am the real 1000 Transformations Ancestor, and he is my twin brother, Myriad Transformations Ancestor. The real 1000 Transformations Ancestor lied casually. The Myriad Statue Palace turned Myriad Transformations Ancestor nodded lightly. Heavenly Court, you didn't expect it, did you? You guys wanted to ambush my brother but did not expect to confront 2 rank 8s. I have always cultivated in seclusion and wanted to keep my identity hidden my whole life, but regretfully, this secret has been exposed now. But it was worth it to take a rank 8 GU Immortal's life. Heavenly Court's 3 immortals glanced at each other, keeping silent. Whether Thousand Transformations' ancestor was telling the truth or not, regardless of what the truth was, the power structure of both sides had a huge change now. Previously, Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor were fighting 4 rank 8s of Heavenly Court. Now, Wei Feng was dead, but a myriad transformations ancestor was added. One side lost while the other side gained. Both sides were now 3 against 3, and they all had rank 8 battle strength. Wan Zihong suddenly laughed. If I were one of you two, I would have arranged a companion to stay behind in Myriad Statue Desert. Like that, the ones inside and outside can respond and help each other. But now, both of you are trapped. Myriad Statue Desert is left unguarded and is free for my Heavenly Court's GU Immortals to enter. Ah, right, I wonder if you have brought Myriad Statue Palace with you. It would really be unfortunate if you left it at Myriad Statue Desert. Wan Zihong's words were a threat as well as a probe. However, Fang Yuan knew the secret. Myriad Transformations' ancestor was Myriad Statue Palace that was being controlled by Thousand Transformations' ancestor. How could the two separate? Even if Heavenly Court had sent GU Immortals to go to Thousand Transformations' ancestors' territory, Myriad Statue Desert, that place definitely had no valuable things. But Thousand Transformations' ancestors' expression changed slightly, shouting with anger and ridicule. Your Heavenly Court calls itself the leader of humanity and the righteous path, but this is your style of action. Even Fang Yuan praised him inwardly for such acting skills. Thousand Transformations' ancestor would not be able to conceal the truth for long. Although Fairy Zi Wei was not present at the scene, she would be able to deduce the truth soon. However, just like Fang Yuan hiding the truth that he knew, Thousand Transformations' ancestor was also trying to fight for every little advantage he had. Although he killed Wei Feng, he was still in a weak position. Heavenly Court was maintaining the killer move overturning heaven and earth. They held the initiative firmly. Their remaining strength was still higher than Thousand Transformations' ancestor and Fang Yuan together. Wan Zihong sneered. So be it, I will be the main attacker this time, you two support me with all your strength. She instructed Xingyi Wang and Prince Feng Xian. The two nodded without objection. Based on seniority, Wan Zihong was the highest. Based on strength, this female immortal was also the strongest. Immortal killer move, blood petals. Wan Zihong went on the offensive, her aura rising instantly. She did not look like she had made any movements, but blood started spouting out 1,000 transformations and myriad transformations. Blood spewed out of their bodies like floating petals and scattered randomly. Although Myriad Transformations' ancestor was Myriad Statue Palace, it had human form right now and thus received the injury of this move. Thousand Transformations' ancestor quickly changed form and flew out of the Myriad Li adaptation formation, not to retreat but to counterattack. Myriad Transformations' ancestor did not follow and stayed to guard the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Wan Zihong retreated slowly without any change in expression. Prince Feng Xian and Xingyi Wang flew out and held back Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was unable to close the distance between him and Wan Zihong. He transformed again and attacked Wan Zihong with long-range attacks. Wan Zihong sneered as she used another move, helpless withering. The petals around her whirled down. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's attacks were all ruined by these falling flowers. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, take this move and die. Wan Zihong shouted and pointed her finger. Immortal killer move, yellow flowers thinning life. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, who was fighting with Xingyi Wang and Prince Feng Xian, shivered. His expression changed intensely as his body thinned and his lifespan shrank rapidly. This yellow flowers thinning life was terrifying. It was Wan Zihong's trump card, and although it was a wood path killer move, it could affect lifespan. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was struck by this move. He tried many transformations but was unable to break it and could only retreat. Xingyi Wang and Prince Feng Xian chased after him. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had no choice but to control Myriad Statue Palace to take them on. Myriad Transformations' ancestor came over to help out. Wan Zihong sneered as she used yellow flowers thinning life on Myriad Transformations' ancestor. Myriad Transformations' ancestor's body similarly thinned rapidly. His speed and strength both fell. But he was essentially an immortal GU house and had no lifespan. Thus, though he looked miserable, it was not a big issue. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was truly in trouble. He was unable to break this killer move, and after repeated attempts, he found some transformations that could delay the effect of the killer move. But that way, he could not transform casually and his battle strength was greatly restrained. Wan Zihong's offensive methods were extremely terrifying. It was no wonder she had been recruited by Heavenly Court back then even though she was a demonic immortal. In the previous life, Wan Zihong lacked immortal GU and could only take the position of a healing GU immortal. This was not her specialty, but even so, she had healed many Heavenly Court GU immortals and created much trouble for Longevity Heaven. However, after using yellow flowers thinning life twice in succession, Wan Zihong's face became extremely pale. For some time, she did not continue her attack and only panted heavily. Clearly, these two moves put an extreme strain on her, and the risks were also high. If Wei Feng had not died, Wan Zihong would not have used such a risky battle tactic. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was suppressed by Wan Zihong and was anxious, shouting, "Fang Yuan, if you don't move now, it will be too late. If I fall, you also won't be able to escape." Boom boom boom, Fang Yuan made a move. But he did not reinforce Thousand Transformations Ancestor, instead attacking the Myriad Li Adaptation Formation. Without any GU immortals controlling it, this formation became a still target and was already torn apart by Fang Yuan in a few short moments. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's face reddened with anger and his eyes seemed to spout fire. "Fang Yuan, you bastard," he shouted with utmost fury. Previously, Fang Yuan had used him as a shield, so be it. Later, he had cowered at the side like this battle was none of his business, forget that too. But what in the world was he doing now? Arg! He was not attacking Heavenly Court but attacking his formation. This was too much. Was he mad? Did he not know that the enemy was strong while they were weak? Why was he not letting the past be bygones and collaborating to fight the enemy? He was continuing the internal fighting even now. What was he thinking? Saying that he had a pig's brain was humiliating the pig instead. Was he still not seeing the big picture? Not even a little. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was exasperated. With such an ally, even Heavenly Court's three immortals felt sorry for him. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a sharp sword that pierced into the formation. Fang Yuan had quite a technique in disassembling formations. The Myriad Li Adaptation Formation was on the verge of collapsing but did not self-destruct. Fang Yuan repeatedly looted the immortal GU inside. He then targeted the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm turned into a pure dream reality seeker physique body. He then grabbed Mutation Immortal GU in one hand and Dancer Hong Yun's corpse in the other before entering Myriad Year Flying Warship. "Fang Yuan, you thief, die." Thousand Transformations Ancestor's eyes were bloodshot when he saw Fang Yuan stealing his rank 8 Mutation Immortal GU. He left Myriad Statue Palace to fight Heavenly Court's three immortals and went to kill Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan obtained what he wanted, he immediately controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to leave. But Thousand Transformations Ancestor was truly furious. He gave chase without giving up and bombarded Myriad Year Flying Warship wildly. Fang Yuan had really bullied him too much, this rank 8 GU immortal stared at Fang Yuan with clenched teeth, wanting to eat Fang Yuan alive. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's speed was slower than Myriad Year Flying Warship. But Heavenly Court's side-controlled overturning Heaven and Earth Killer moved to obstruct Fang Yuan's path while helping Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Heavenly Court's three immortals also slowed down their attacks, happy to watch Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations Ancestor fight to death. He is blinded by prophets. Fang Yuan has made Thousand Transformations Ancestor his mortal enemy by stealing his rank 8 immortal GU. But I feel like there is something wrong. This is not Fang Yuan's style. If I were him, I would never do this. Wait a second, did he loot the rank 8 immortal GU because he already thought of a way out? Is this why he is not afraid? We need to be careful. Heavenly Court's three immortals conversed secretly. They were not complacent but instead became more vigilant. Chapter 1876, Western Desert's Situation. 1876 Western Desert, situation. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted. Thousand Transformations Ancestor, stop chasing me. I can find a way out of this. I will bring you out and you give me Mutation Immortal GU as the reward. How about that? Thousand Transformations Ancestor laughed coldly. He replied, HMPH, wishful thinking, if you open the way out and return the Immortal GU, we will spare your life. After his rage subsided, he thought of Fang Yuan's action of stealing the GU. It meant that he had nothing to fear. His intense anger earlier was real, but afterwards, it was mostly just acting. The Myriad Li Adaptation Formation was broken. If Thousand Transformations Ancestor wanted to leave this place, the best choice was to borrow Fang Yuan's strength. Even if he could not, he definitely could not let Fang Yuan escape. If Fang Yuan really escaped, he would be left to deal with Heavenly Court. In the end, he would be overexerted. Even if he escapes, this devious demon would ambush and attack him. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had good foresight. His vision was not limited to just this battle. Thus, He chased Fang Yuan relentlessly, following him closely. As for Myriad Statue Palace, even if he left it inside overturning heaven and earth, it would only be temporary. As long as he escapes, he would be able to attack the 4 immortal GU houses outside the killer move. The 4 immortal GU houses maintained overturning heaven and earth. That was the biggest weakness of this move. Once they were dealt with or disrupted, Heavenly Court's battlefield that was painstakingly created would have severe loopholes. They would not be able to maintain it. At once, the 3 parties of Fang Yuan, Thousand Transformations Ancestor and Heavenly Court chased and escaped. They had many methods that created grand commotions. Heaven and earth shook. Secretly, they were engaging in psychological warfare. They schemed and plotted against each other. After a long deadlock, the 3 Heavenly Court Immortals' expressions changed. From outside the battlefield, a large number of people charged in. There were many GU Immortals including rank 8, they had 4 immortal GU houses. The palace at the lead was lofty like a mountain, liveliness mixed in its solemnity, its green bricks and golden tiles emitted dense fragrance of plants and trees. What else could it be but Divine Bean Palace? The one controlling Divine Bean Palace was Fang Clan's second supreme elder, Fang Dichong. Beside him, there was Fang Gong, Fang Huasheng and the rest. Fang Dichong did not speak, he directly manipulated Divine Bean Palace and shot out countless lightning balls. The jade-green lightning balls landed on Heavenly Court's 4 immortal GU houses. They shook intensely. From the explosions, a large number of vines grew out and infiltrated the GU houses. Heavenly Court immediately went into chaos. Ah, Divine Bean Palace. Seeing that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's creation was used against them, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals had bloodshot eyes. They belong to Western Desert's Righteous Path. Why are they here? Western Desert's Righteous Path did not come together. Only Fang Clan, Tian Clan, Dong Clan, Shi Clan, and Tang Clan are here. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals immediately realized who had arrived. After Fang Dichong refined Divine Bean Palace, Fang Clan's difficulties were resolved. Fang Clan's rise was already unstoppable. As long as they showed Divine Bean Palace, Western Desert's Righteous Path would understand reality and change their stance. Fang Dichong used this chance to secretly contact Western Desert's Righteous Path. To cooperate with his main body, he had to act quickly while keeping it a secret. Eventually, he only gathered 4 super clans, Tian Clan, Dong Clan, Shi Clan, and Tang Clan. This level of strength was already enough to change the situation. Heavenly Court was caught by surprise. Their arrangements were strong on the inside but weak on the outside. Divine Bean Palace displayed terrifying might. Heavenly Court's 4 immortal GU houses were shaking intensely. They were greatly disadvantaged. The killer move overturning heaven and earth was also severely disrupted. It could not be sustained perfectly. To think it was so convenient. Fang Yuan laughed loudly as he escaped outside using the exposed route. Where are you going? Thousand Transformations Ancestor chased him relentlessly. Fang Yuan turned around as he sneered. You really think I'm afraid of you? Myriad Year Flying Warship suddenly turned around as daybreak swords shot out like a torrent. Thousand Transformations Ancestor shouted in anger, but he could not defend against the full power of this rank 8 immortal GU house. He was forced back into overturning heaven and earth. He was trapped again. I'm leaving. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as Myriad Year Flying Warship tore through the air, vanishing rapidly. Western Desert's Righteous Path went into a commotion. Some wanted to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Dichong stopped them in a justified tone. Let Fang Yuan go. He is the enemy of Heavenly Court. It will be helpful to us in the future. Fang Dichong led the allied forces to fight against Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was in an awkward state now. There was Thousand Transformations Ancestor inside and Western Desert's Righteous Path outside. Xing Yi Wang shouted in anger. Western Desert's Immortals, you are the shame of the Righteous Path. You are publicly helping Demonic Path GU Immortals. Fang Dichong sneered and replied, the great Heavenly Court is far more shameless than us. You were the ones who took in that Western Desert Demoness Wan Zihong yourselves, but you want to accuse us instead. Xing Yi Wang was stupefied and speechless. Prince Feng Xian had a cold tone. Are you really going to stand at odds against us, Heavenly Court, today? Fang Dichong replied. Not long ago, our Fang clan got into a dangerous situation. Your Heavenly Court were the ones who added fuel to the fire. You have great ambitions. Do you really think Western Desert has no intelligent or outstanding people? When the regional walls vanish and the 5 regions become one, will Western Desert let you treat us as meat on the chopping block? Prince Feng Xian snorted coldly. he stopped speaking. He, to think that Western Desert would have such an interesting junior. Wan Zihong's face regained a bit of color as she looked towards Divine Bean Palace with interest. She said, "We will retreat." There was no helping it, retreating was the best option. Heavenly Court retreated with composure and order, they were not anxious. "No need to chase them," Fang Dichong said. This made all of the GU Immortals let out sighs of relief. After all, they did not want to fight with Heavenly Court to the end. If their losses were huge, the other Western Desert super forces would benefit. Only 1,000 Transformations Ancestor and Western Desert's Righteous Path were left. The door of Divine Bean Palace opened as Fang Dichong stepped outside, smiling. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor, we have a common enemy. Not long after, the 5 regions will merge, the GU Immortal world will face an unprecedented great era. We are willing to join forces with you and resist the enemy. What do you think about that? This person can see the big picture. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor's eyes shined. He nodded as he remembered Fang Dichang's words in his heart, "I will look for you." "Good, with your help, Heavenly Court will definitely have an even tougher time." Fang Dichong clapped and he laughed loudly. "Let's go," he ordered as Western Desert's Righteous Path allied forces left together. They came quickly and left just as quickly. But the Western Desert GU Immortals had extremely excited faces. Because they defeated Heavenly Court. This was Heavenly Court, only Fang Gong had a look of worry. He looked at the confident Fang Dichong beside him leading the army as he, the first Supreme Elder, became an accompaniment. He felt immense pressure. Fang Dichong and I merely have internal conflict. Fang Clan's rise to become the leader of Western Desert's Righteous Path and defeating Heavenly Court is an external matter. How can I focus on internal conflict and cause harm to Fang Clan? Even if my authority is taken in the future, our Fang Clan will still be the Fang Clan of Fang Clansmen. Fang Dichong knew that even though they had no physical gains in this battle, Fang Clan's rise was already undeniable. Fang Dichong obtained the greatest political wealth in his entire life. The clans who came were originally disunited, they were only joined together forcefully. But after this battle, the glory turned into cohesiveness as these 5 clans started to unite. As for Fang Clan, it was the leader of this group that sought benefits. Fang Clan's Fang Dichong, he is truly a formidable person. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor watched Western Desert's Righteous Path leave as he sighed to himself. Myriad Statue Palace returned to him without making a sound. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor looked at the directions where Fang Yuan and Heavenly Court escaped. He gritted his teeth. "Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court, just you wait." Chapter 1877. Li Xiaobai's promotion. 1877 Li Xiaobai's promotion. Fang Yuan looked at the mutation Immortal GU in his hands. This Immortal GU had a peculiar shape. It had the body of a longhorn beetle, it had 8 spider-like legs, it had a rhinoceros beetle horn on its head, it had cicada wings and 2 mantis arms. Its tail shined brightly like a firefly, but the light was a rainbow color. Mutation Immortal GU was the possession of 1,000 Transformations Ancestor, but this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan left the battlefield, he refined this rank 8 Immortal GU during the time he traveled. There was no need to mention 1,000 Transformations Ancestor's anger after sensing this. Fang Yuan tried several times and found out the effects of Mutation Immortal GU. This was an offensive Immortal GU, it had great power, it could mutate a portion of the enemy's body, it dominated rank 7s and could give huge problems to immemorial desolate beasts. It could also be used on oneself to add transformations to one's transformations. For example, if Fang Yuan turns into a tiger, after using Mutation Immortal GU, he could gain 2 wings on his tiger body, he might get a 3rd eye on his tiger head, he might even grow a scorpion stinger at the end of his tail. Of course, these were positive mutations. There could also be detrimental mutations. For example, the tiger's stomach might grow an elephant leg that is much longer than the tiger's entire body. The tiger's back might gain a butthole, it would be an obvious weakness that the enemy would target. Using Mutation Immortal GU alone would have mixed effects, it was risky. Because this Immortal GU was rank 8, it would trigger rank 8 level mutations, there would be huge effects on the body. Thus, to play safe, he had to use other supplementary GU worms with Mutation Immortal GU to form killer moves. Using these moves to amplify oneself was the least risky way. Other than attacking enemies with Mutation Immortal GU, it could also be used to manage the Immortal Aperture. Using it as the core to display a killer move or Immortal formation, it would cause more mutations to the lifeforms within the immortal aperture. Ordinary beasts would gradually grow into mutated beasts. Of course, these mutated beasts could also be crippled, but due to natural selection, they would slowly phase out of existence. As for those powerful mutated beasts, they would survive and reproduce, creating a brand new species. Normally, these mutated lifeforms would develop into the specialty resource of a certain immortal aperture, they would not exist elsewhere. If they were well received in the market, this would become the GU Immortal's long-term income source, they would gain a huge profit from this over time. Mutation Immortal GU has such a comprehensive effect, it should be one of the core Immortal GU of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. No wonder Thousand Transformations' ancestor became so nervous after losing it. Fang Yuan thought. Other than Mutation Immortal GU, Fang Yuan also gained several other Immortal GU. Most were Transformation Path Immortal GU, there was also a Rank 7 Rule Path Immortal GU, Pass. This was an insect that seemed like a flightless cockroach, it had the size of a fetus, fist, it was flat and shining in a metallic color, giving off a feeling of toughness. Back then, when Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan first set an immortal formation, it was the core of it. Feng Zhuzhe was hidden nearby, he saw this immortal GU and wanted to obtain it. This immortal GU had great value to him. To think that in the end, this immortal GU would end up with Fang Yuan. Just these immortal GU and Thousand Transformations ancestors' methods show how powerful Reckless Savage's true inheritance is. It is a pity, I can't act rashly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had only gone through one myriad tribulation, his Dao marks could not compare to Fang Yuan. But he had many methods and was a person with great endurance and acting skills, Wei Feng was done in by him. This was unless Fang Yuan could lure him into a battlefield killer move. Thousand Transformations' ancestor still had myriad statue palace guarding him, this rank 8 immortal GU house had shocking strength, it could transform into Thousand Transformations' ancestor at crucial moments to deceive enemies, it was quite an obstacle. It was not easy to scheme against him. Looking at Heavenly Court, they planned for so long and used overturning heaven and earth killer move, they mobilized 4 rank 8s but ended up with no gains. And most crucially, Fang Yuan could not display his true battle strength. A little impatience will spoil great plans, if the secret that he had become rank 8 gets exposed, the detriment would be huge. Thus, when dealing with the 3 crazed demon eccentrics, he was very careful. Fang Yuan was looking at the big picture. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is approaching. Northern Plains GU Immortal World has Longevity Heaven, Southern Border has the ambitious Wu Yong, Eastern Sea is led by my Qi Si ancestor identity, Western Desert has Fang Clan and Tang Clan that I can make use of. I can already see the situation of 4 regions attacking Central Continent. This was something Fang Yuan had been planning since rebirth. Finally, at this moment, he could see some results from his work. Fang Yuan was no longer just a single rank 8 GU immortal, he had outstanding subordinates, he had many talented people under him. He was also not just a normal super force, he plotted against the world, using everyone as his pawns to get rid of his biggest obstacle, Heavenly Court. Heaven's Will made use of him, Spectral Soul made use of him, Red Lotus Demon Venerable made use of him, Chu Du made use of him, Lang Ya Land Spirit made use of him, but now, he was finally one of the chess players. Did I see wrongly? Why is my student's name on the list of the 10 great scholars? Teacher Zhang looked at this information, he felt deeply shocked, he was stunned. Teacher, are you inside? Your student Li Xiaobai would like to see you. At this moment, Li Xiaobai's voice resounded from outside the door. Teacher Zhang quickly opened the door. Come in, tell me, what is going on? Li Xiaobai went through deep consideration and made up his mind, he told everything that had happened that night to Teacher Zhang. He was very troubled. Teacher, you need to help me. Teacher Zhang heard this as he looked at Li Xiaobai blankly, his expression turned weird, he shook his head in a seemingly smiling expression. Oh I have no idea what to say about this. In Teacher Yang's perspective, Li Xiaobai had no hope of becoming one of the 10 great scholars. But when luck came approaching, it could not be stopped. His great luck made even Teacher Zhang feel a bit of envy and jealousy in his heart. After the matter, Lady Su Chi Han tested me before informing me that I will become one of the 10 great scholars. I received your guidance and did not dare to be arrogant, I quickly rejected her, but Lady Su Chi Han made up her mind already. I was helpless against her, after all, the weak cannot contend with the strong. Li Xiaobai expressed his sadness. Your encounter would make everyone jealous, you want to reject it. Teacher Zhang smiled. Teacher, stop making fun of me. I came here to ask you to save my life. I do not have enough talent, becoming one of the 10 great scholars would simply push me into the pit of doom. Li Xiaobai cupped his fists and said. Teacher Zhang stopped smiling, he nodded. Yes, you are neither arrogant nor prideful, you can see reality. Clearly, I did not waste my time teaching you. But you are overthinking this. Before becoming one of the 10 great scholars, if you try to compete for a spot, you will face great danger. But now that you are already one of them, the imperial court will defend you. Whoever tries to harm you will also be attacking the reputation of the imperial court, do you understand this? Li Xiaobai shook his head, but I still feel very worried. Compared to the other 9, I am less renowned, people might come after me. Also, after that matter happened, Lady Su Qihan is also being extremely strict towards me. Teacher Zhang nodded again. Even though I am here, I have heard of this junior Su Qihan, she has immense talent and a prideful nature. Since she wants to take responsibility for you, I am sure. She wants to marry you, I mean, she wants you to marry into Su clan. She is one of the most famous female scholars, her husband has to match her talent. But she will not act blindly, she wants to test you first, after seeing that you have some talent, she nominated you. In the future, she will pave the way for you and help you to advance even further. Saying so, Teacher Zhang looked at Li Xiaobai with a complex expression. He was also one of the 10 great scholars in the past, he was proud of his talent and looked down on everyone. But reality was cruel, there was only one road of advancement, countless people wanted to fight for it. He could not compete against them, after a long time, even though his reputation spread widely, he was only famous outside of the imperial court. To think that his student who had inferior talent, background, and network would succeed due to immensely good luck. For an absurd reason, he became Su Qihan's man and was greatly supported by her. Forget about Su Qihan herself, but she was backed by Su clan, her father was the court's chancellor Su. Li Xiaobai gained a huge background all of a sudden. To speak the truth, I was quite happy initially, but recently, I felt something amiss, I am getting more fearful. Lady Su Qihan has so many admirers, this matter cannot be known to anyone else, all of these young talented geniuses will hate me for becoming Lady Su's lover. Especially after the selection of the 10 great scholars, I will need to enter the court and meet the emperor, along the way to the imperial city, what should I do? I am helpless now, I need your help, teacher. Li Xiaobai sighed deeply. Teacher Zhang was a little unhappy, he grunted lightly. Xiaobai, don't look down on yourself, you have enough talent, do you think my teaching was a waste? As my student, when others target you, they need to consider my reputation as well. How about this, I will write a few recommendation letters for you, go visit them and they will provide you some help along the way. Saying so, he paused a bit as Teacher Zhang made up his mind. You can stay here for a few days, I will impart some of my methods to you. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed, he quickly bowed deeply, this student thanks teacher. Su Qihan wanted him to keep this a secret but Li Xiaobai did not really care about that. After the time was right, he immediately told the secret to Teacher Zhang, he seemed to be asking for help but he was actually displaying his own value. Teacher Zhang was excluded from the imperial court, he could not enter the court, seeing that his student had a high chance of getting in. If his student becomes famous in the future, would he forget this valuable teacher? Teacher Zhang was extremely familiar with Li Xiaobai's nature, he was not an ungrateful person. Even if he wants to disregard him in the future, he would be subject to public opinion, he would not dare to ignore this benefactor and teacher. The higher Li Xiaobai's status, the more he would treasure his reputation, and the more he would repay this teacher. Thinking of this, Teacher Zhang decided to do his best and use all his resources to help this student gain success and status. His student's success would also be his own success. Chapter 1878 World Savior Little Do. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Sacred Eagle City. In terms of size, Sacred Eagle City was much larger than Mountain Cliff City. Mountain Cliff City was only a sub-city but Sacred Eagle City was one of the main cities. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he turned into the Bull Demon and first landed in this city. In this life, Sacred Eagle City was currently in a terrible situation. The entire city turned into a swamp kingdom. Yellow soil crocodiles moved around in the swamp, hunting the people in the city. Eagle Warrior defended this place. He was strong, but he was currently heavily injured. An immemorial desolate eagle had injured him. It was still flying in the sky. If any warrior appeared, it would dive down and attack. How could this happen? Eagle warrior was bathed in blood. He lay in the mud as he watched his people get slaughtered. He was furious and shocked. Nobody could imagine that such a large group of fierce beasts would attack Sacred Eagle City all of a sudden. It was still peaceful earlier. This city was serene and bustling, but in a moment, it turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. No, I cannot watch this happen. I need to stop everything. Eagle warrior struggled to get up. He wanted to stand, but his injuries were too severe. He fell down once more. As he was about to fall to the ground, a young and muscular arm grabbed onto Eagle warrior. Uncle Eagle, you cannot fight anymore. If you continue, you will die. A youthful voice said. Eagle warrior turned to look at the youngster who supported him. He smiled bitterly. Little do, thanks for saving my life. But I am the Sacred Eagle City Lord. I cannot watch as the beast calamity continues to cause destruction. I cannot let my people become the food of these beasts. Uncle Eagle, let me do it. Little Do had shining eyes as he spoke with determination. You, Eagle warrior looked at the injury on Little Do's chest. He shook his head. Little Do, you are not a member of Sacred Eagle City. You came here because I invited you to come and tour the city to repay the gratitude of saving my life. You already got injured to save me. You are not these beasts' match. Quickly leave. Go now. No, I am not leaving. I want to fight with you, uncle. Let's defeat these evil beasts. Little Do shook his head. Eagle warrior was moved. He patted Little Do's shoulder. He said with joy, Mountain Cliff City Lord had really taken in a good disciple. Why can't I find a disciple like you? Little Do, you are still too young. You have a brighter future than me. You cannot die here. I want you to promise me something. After you leave here, wait for the guild's reinforcements to arrive, then come and retrieve my corpse. Remember, I want to be buried in the garden. Uncle. Little Do's eyes turned red. Tears could be seen in his eyes. He was choked with tears and could not speak. Quickly leave. Eagle warrior suddenly exerted his strength and pulled Little Do's hand away. He flew into the sky. He turned into a heavily injured silver eagle again as he charged towards the immemorial desolate eagle in the sky. The GU immortals here are really different from the ones outside. They are willing to sacrifice their lives for mortals. Little Do sighed in his heart, feeling moved. But it is useless. This immemorial desolate eagle was nurtured by my main body purposely to deal with you. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was not profound literature Grotto Heaven. There was little restriction here. After Little Do received Eagle Warrior's invitation, he informed the main body and set up this trap. This was a great opportunity. Because Beast Calamity's true inheritance was split into several portions kept in the main cities of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan's clone had no chance to get close to those true inheritances with a proper reason. He wanted to create a chance, but Eagle Warrior personally handed this opportunity over to him. If Eagle Warrior who was bathed in blood learned that the reason why Sacred Eagle City faced such a calamity was due to himself, who knew how he would feel. Eagle Warrior was not the immemorial desolate eagle's match. He quickly fell into a disadvantage. The immemorial desolate eagle attacked again, about to peck Eagle Warrior to death, when Little Do turned into the arrowtail eagle once again and saved him at the moment of life and death. Little Do, why haven't you left? Eagle Warrior was shocked and extremely anxious. Uncle, how can I watch you die here? How can I let everyone get into such great danger? Even if I have to sacrifice my life, even if my blood bleeds dry, I will fight till the end. Little Do said with firm determination. Little Do, Eagle Warrior was speechless. He was extremely weak now. He turned back into human form as Little Do's claws grabbed onto him. Little Do fought against the immemorial desolate eagle, but he was not its match. But the immemorial desolate eagle was the main body's pawn to begin with. Little Do often got into dangerous situations where his life was at stake. He constantly got injured but managed to retreat each time. Eagle Warrior watched with a palpitating heart. He fought without any fear himself, but when he watched Little Do fight, he became very concerned. He could not help but shout warnings due to his intense nervousness. When he saw that Little Do was bleeding and gaining more wounds, he felt deep heartache. Little Do had saved him earlier in the 12 Zodiac battle formation. He was a benefactor. Now, he had saved Eagle Warrior twice. He was even fighting to the death for Sacred Eagle City. This moved Eagle Warrior deeply. He acknowledged Little Do's nature and disposition. He felt deep admiration towards the young lad. Fang Yuan was ruthless to others, but was even more ruthless to himself. As his clone, Little Do had the same style and personality. These were genuine wounds and injuries. Eagle Warrior was completely moved by him. Little Do had just become a GU Immortal. He was a new Combat Beast Warrior, the youngest one in the Combat Beast Guild. With this level of strength, he was definitely not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match. After a while of fighting, he was smacked by the immemorial Desolate Eagle and fell into the City Lord Manor. This was naturally his plan. Little Do fell heavily and crashed through the floor, entering the underground altar. Eagle Warrior had already fainted earlier. When he woke up, he saw that Little Do was beside him. "Uncle, you are awake." Little Do was overjoyed. Eagle Warrior was also overjoyed that Little Do was still alive, but he quickly frowned as he asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" "Not very long. The guild's reinforcements did not come. After the eagle attacked us, it remained flying in the sky instead of pursuing us." Little Do answered. Sigh. Eagle Warrior sighed deeply. "It seems that we cannot defeat this eagle in a frontal battle." Little Do analyzed. "Thankfully, this eagle is not smart. If we do not transform, it will not feel any threat, so it will not attack us. We cannot transform into our immortal beast form now. We need to use other transformations to save the city's people." Eagle Warrior was very worried. If he could not become an immortal beast, he would not be able to control the situation. He could only fight against those yellow soil crocodiles and save all of the citizens one by one. The efficiency was too low. There was no choice, they had to do that. But when they were about to leave, they found that a large number of yellow soil crocodiles had formed into a group. They had sealed all the entrances. There were 2 desolate beast yellow soil crocodiles too. Eagle Warrior and Little Do could not turn into immortal beasts. They could not fight the 2 desolate beasts. They had to retreat. Eagle Warrior sat on the ground. He had an ashen expression. "It seems that we can only wait for reinforcements. I hope they can arrive soon." "They won't," Little Do thought to himself. "According to my plans, the reinforcements will be obstructed. I still have some time to execute my plans." But on the outside, Little Do frowned as he slammed his fist on the ground. "Damn it. Are we just going to wait here until reinforcements come? Where are we? Why is there an altar here?" Eagle Warrior answered. "We are below the City Lord Manor now. As for this altar..." Before he finished, Little Do interjected. Little Do's brows were raised. "To think that there is so much space underneath the City Lord Manor. I've got it. We can move underground and get past the yellow soil crocodiles to escape." Eagle Warrior shook his head. "It is useless. This underground area only covers the City Lord Manor. We cannot go to the outer city. Those yellow soil crocodiles are also skilled at digging underground. They often live in swamps after all." "Damn it." Little Do gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he gasped. "Wait, no, Uncle, isn't it strange? Why are those yellow soil crocodiles just surrounding this place but not attacking us? The eagle in the sky might be prideful and not feel like attacking us, but why are those yellow soil crocodiles waiting outside? They seem to be avoiding something." Eagle Warrior forced a smile. "Little Do, your observation is right. But don't be too hopeful. These yellow soil crocodiles can't get near because of this altar. It is extremely old. Legends say that the first-generation Combat Beast King arranged it here. A portion of his power is sealed inside." First-generation Combat Beast King. Why did he seal his own power? Little Do asked curiously. "It seems that he wants to give it to an inheritor. There are several more altars in the other main cities. Whoever can collect all of these powers will obtain the strength of the first-generation Combat Beast King." Eagle Warrior said slowly. Little Do blinked multiple times. "Then, why don't we use this power to defeat the beasts outside?" Eagle Warrior smiled bitterly. "It is useless. These are all rumors. There are no actual records about it. Countless people tried but nobody has succeeded. These are likely false rumors, but these altars are very powerful indeed. They have a mysterious power and cannot be destroyed. Beasts also cannot get near them." Saying so, Eagle Warrior saw that Little Do was excited and laughed. "If you want to try it, go ahead. But remember my words, don't be too hopeful, don't get disappointed if nothing happens." "Okay, Uncle." Little Do took large strides and quickly got to the altar. He walked several rounds around the altar but nothing happened. He climbed up but there was still no reaction. This was a normal situation. Eagle Warrior watched at the side. But at this moment, Little Do knelt down and started to pray loudly. "First-generation Combat Beast King, I don't know you and have never met you before. But I hope you can help us. Beasts are outside eating the people. Every breath of time, a life is lost. I beg you, first-generation combat beast king, if you can hear me in heaven, please do something, do something. Little Do spoke louder and louder as he teared up towards the end. Little Do, you are truly a kind-hearted and innocent boy. Eagle Warrior's eyes turned red too, he felt deeply moved. White light burst out of the altar, enveloping Little Do's body. Eagle Warrior stared with wide eyes, he opened his mouth and became lost for words. What is going on? A soft sound could be heard as the white light fused into Little Do's body, the firm and indestructible altar shattered into pieces at the next moment. Little Do, Eagle Warrior stammered. Little Do turned around with an expression of joy. Uncle, you were right. I inherited the power of the first-generation combat beast king. A miracle. This is a miracle. Eagle Warrior reacted as he raised his head towards the sky, becoming extremely happy. He laughed for a while before turning to look at Little Do. His gaze was filled with seriousness and excitement. Little Do, you actually inherited the power of the first-generation combat beast king. Do you know what that means? What? Little Do was dumbfounded. This means that you can inherit the rest of the inheritances. You are the future combat beast king. No, more accurately, you are the world's savior. Eagle Warrior became incredibly excited. That's right, you are the world's savior. World savior Little Do. Chapter 1879 Situation. Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, sat on his dragon throne as he manipulated his army ants. During this period of time, the ant army had already developed to a certain size. At this moment, there were over 100 million ants. They moved like a golden river and circled in the sky. Wu Shuai took out a rank 8 immortal material. It was a bunch of bird feathers. These feathers had a stone texture but looked very lifelike. They were covered in a gray-white light. If one sniffed them, they would be able to smell the stench of a corpse. This was the immemorial desolate beast corpse emperor bird's feathers. Wu Shuai blew lightly as the feathers flew into the sky, fusing into the golden river of army ants. Soon, he started to hear noises. Countless army ants landed on the corpse emperor bird feathers and devoured them. Even though there were only 10 feathers, they were rank 8 immortal materials after all. Just a tiny bit was enough to feed an army of 10,000 ants. It could last very long. A moment later, the corpse emperor bird feathers got completely consumed by the army ants. These army ants were not just fed, they even created a new batch of army ants. The new ants were corpse ants. They emitted death energy. They could eat the corpses of army ants to get stronger. The more corpses they ate, the stronger the corpse ants became. There was a limit to this growth, of course. The strongest corpse ant could match a king ant but could not match a queen ant. With these corpse ants, the army ants will be more usable and durable in battle. Before this, the ants would die in vain, but with corpse ants, I can make use of their corpses. In this regard, I can save quite a bit of cost too. Wu Shuai let out a breath of air. The army ants were extremely profound. They contained the essence of enslavement path. Feeding the army ants not only maintained their numbers, new breeds could even be created. When countless different army ants worked together, they would produce many unique effects. But the army ants could only alleviate the weakness of enslavement path, they could not eliminate it. Enslavement path truly used up too many resources. After growing the army ants to this scale that could fight rank 8 GU immortals, Wu Shuai was starting to feel a heavy burden. My main body is refining GU, the expenditure is huge, the army ants I am raising are also a bottomless hole. Thankfully, I have the help of GU tribe and the merfolk, otherwise, my army ants would not develop to this size. Right at this moment, Wu Shuai's expression changed. A GU immortal had appeared outside Dragon Palace, visiting Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai opened the palace doors and went to invite the person in. Tang Chong greets Lord Wu Shuai. It was a yellow-scaled mermaid. She was adorable and gentle. She smiled as dimples were seen on her face. She was an elder in charge of the Merman Imperial Court. She represented a portion of their will. Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai helped to convert a portion of GU tribe and the mermen into new dragonmen. The relationship between the three groups had deepened a lot. Tang Chong was the representative of the Merman Imperial Court. She interacted with Wu Shuai deeply and always kept a polite attitude. She treated Wu Shuai as an actual senior. Wu Shuai brought Tang Chong into Dragon Palace. Even though this is not my first visit, I am still in awe regarding Dragon Palace's grand appearance. Tang Chong sighed to herself. She had a sincere expression. Wu Shuai laughed. Fairy Tang Chong, what brings you here? Tang Chong showed a serious expression. Senior, Qi ancestor is holding a banquet in Eastern Sea. He has invited the entirety of Eastern CGU Immortal world to attend it. My imperial court received the invitation as well. Our Grand Elder wants to ask Senior if you are going to the banquet along with us. Oh, that matter. Wu Shuai heard this and his eyes shined with bright light. After Fang Yuan's main body snatched mutation Immortal GU, he used the identity of Qi ancestor to interfere in Eastern Sea's politics. This Eastern Sea banquet was one of Fang Yuan's plans, but in his plan, he did not invite Wu Shuai. Wasn't it easy to invite his own clone? But Fang Yuan wanted to conceal Wu Shuai for now, he did not want to expose him yet. The Merman Imperial Court actually invited Wu Shuai to go with them. This action had deep meaning. It showed that the merfolk really wanted to get closer with the Dragonman. I have rank 8 Immortal GU House Dragon Palace while the Merman Imperial Court has no rank 8 Immortal GU House. Their force was established with the help of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. After so many years, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence has dwindled, his protection will eventually vanish. As a variant human, the Dragonman race is a natural ally indeed. Even so, the merfolk are taking a huge risk. This current generation Grand Elder has a lot of resolution. Wu Shuai thought about it. He asked an obvious question. Then, did Qi ancestor invite Fang Yuan as well? Within the palace, Tang Chong shook her head. Qi ancestor has announced that he will not invite Fang Yuan. He said that this banquet is an Eastern Sea banquet. Fang Yuan is not an Eastern CGU Immortal, he will not be invited. Wu Shuai nodded. That had to be the case. If Qi ancestor invited Fang Yuan, it would be an act against Heavenly Court. He was not afraid of them, but Fang Yuan had to consider the feelings of the other Eastern CGU Immortals. He was not afraid of Heavenly Court, but Eastern Sea's GU Immortals were afraid and wary of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's reputation was deeply ingrained in everyone. It was after all the number one force in the world. It had a history of 3 million years. If he invited Fang Yuan, the Eastern CGU Immortals might have second thoughts and decide not to attend the banquet. That would go against Fang Yuan's intentions. Qi ancestor had also just taken half a primordial origin true inheritance from Duke Long. If he immediately approached Fang Yuan after that, it would be disadvantageous towards the big picture. Tang Chong observed his expression but had no findings. Wu Shuai was ambitious and unfathomable. It was normal that he showed no signs on his face. Tang Chong had to encourage him. Senior Wu Shuai, pardon my disrespectful words, but in my tribe's opinion, although you have an agreement with Fang Yuan and are working together, you are you and Fang Yuan is Fang Yuan, we cannot treat the two as the same entity. Even though Fang Yuan is strong, he is a human with a special identity, he is ruthless and hard to read. Dragonmen will reign supreme, but to truly rise up, you need to rely on yourselves, becoming a force of your own and dominating your own area. Haha, you are right. Wu Shuai laughed. I will remember your tribe's sincerity. But now is not the time for the Dragonman race to reappear in this world. Qi ancestor invited a huge range of Eastern Sea's GU Immortals. Even though he has some agreement with Heavenly Court and is in a neutral position, Heavenly Court will not want such an influential person to exist in Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. If I join the banquet, Heavenly Court will be even more wary, they might even take action. By then, we cannot confirm what stance Qi ancestor will take. Furthermore, I am not an Eastern CGU Immortal in identity. Tang Chong pondered about it. According to my tribe's deductions, Qi ancestor is strong, but as a lone cultivator, he likely wants to stay neutral. He has made agreements with both Heavenly Court and Fang Yuan. Senior, if you go, he will have a good opportunity to express his stance. He will definitely welcome you, even though his attitude might not be too enthusiastic nor cold. Give me some time to consider it. Wu Shuai pondered and said, all right, Senior, if you want to go, please contact me. I will take my leave. Watching Tang Chong leave Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai fell into deep thought. From this matter, he could see the attitude of the merfolk. It was very advantageous to him, he could make use of it. To speak the truth, he did not want to burden the main body excessively. He would rather settle most things himself through his own effort. The merfolk were a part of Eastern Sea. Their attitude was also the Eastern CGU Immortal world's attitude towards Qi ancestor in this huge banquet. It was a good attitude. It was very beneficial to Fang Yuan's plans. With just Qi ancestor's identity, wanting to set up a banquet and uniting the whole of Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world was wishful thinking. That was basically impossible. Longevity Heaven had dominated northern plains for so many years, but they had not united their GU Immortal world either. Fang Yuan did not dream of this. What he wanted was to influence Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. He wanted to make sure that when dealing with Heavenly Court in the future, Qi ancestors' decisions and actions would greatly affect the choices made by Eastern Sea's GU Immortals. Before Qi ancestors' banquet began, Western Desert's Fang Dichong, who was also Fang Yuan's clone, had also started doing something like this. Everyone, goodbye. Friend Xiao, please take care. Fang Dichong sent off the final Western Desert GU Immortal. A Western Desert Righteous Path meeting had just ended. Fang Dichong cooperated with the main body, leading the allied forces of 5 clans in Western Desert's Righteous Path, defeating Heavenly Court. Fang Dichong used this outstanding result to its limit. He invited all of the Western Desert super forces to come for a meeting. These guys, HMPH. Fang Gong walked out and looked at Xiao Clan's GU Immortal leave as he showed an unhappy expression. This gathering did not have a good result. Many forces were cold towards Fang Clan, some even suspected Fang Clan's victory over Heavenly Court. They were simply provoking Fang Clan. Fang Dichong smiled bitterly. First Supreme Elder, don't be too angry. The truth is, Heavenly Court managed to retreat safely. They lost one rank 8 because of Thousand Transformations ancestor as well. The defeat of Heavenly Court was merely our publicization to raise our reputation. Our Fang clan rose to power too abruptly. We have not won yet. These clans are too envious of our good luck in obtaining Divine Bean Palace. Right now, we rode on this wave and held a meeting. In their eyes, they think that our Fang clan just wants to be the leader hastily. Thus, they did not send any elders with authority, they only sent some insignificant members. Other than the 4 clans who allied with them showing a sincere attitude, most of the other super clans did not give Fang clan face. But this was something that could not be helped. Firstly, Fang clan did not obtain an actual victory, their battle strength was not threatening enough. Secondly, they did not have true authority, these clans were not interested in entertaining them. Heavenly Court must be sowing discord as well. There is no helping it, our influence can only grow slowly. Fang Dichong said, HMPH, during the 5 Regions War, when Central Continent attacks, I want to see what these people will do. Fang Gong snorted coldly. Fang Dichong squinted, but he sighed in his mind. How could these super forces not understand the big picture? They knew about it clearly, but so what? These forces restrained and restricted each other. They had countless years of grudges and conflict. Their individual interests and benefits were at stake. Without any life and death crisis, their usual mindsets would not allow them to work together. Chapter 1880, Heavenly Court's Discussion. 1880 Heavenly Court, S Discussion. Heavenly Court. In the silvery white sky, countless immortal palaces were erected. Within the discussion hall, more than 10 GU immortals had gathered. Duke Long sat at the highest seat, followed by Fairy Ziwei and Qin Ding Ling. After them were Bai Kang Shui, Kong Yan, Che Wei, Yuan Chongdu, Zhou Shangxin, and the rest. Other than that, there were the wills of Jiyu Lu Ru, Wan Zihong, Prince Feng Xian, Xingyi Wang, Zhun Shenguang, and others. These people had missions to do, they were unable to participate in this Heavenly Court meeting personally. Once in a while, Heavenly Court's members would gather and hold a meeting to discuss matters and bring up their own opinions, to come to some consensus. During normal times, Heavenly Court would usually be led by Wisdom Path GU Immortals in terms of management. Currently, Duke Long was the psychological pillar holding up the organization while Fairy Ziwei had control over the administrative affairs. Before her was Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Yuan Chongdu. How is the research on Second Aperture GU going? Duke Long asked. Yuan Chongdu answered. With Lady Ziwei's help, I have already deduced some secrets, we can refine rank 1 to 5 Second Aperture GU now. The truth was that Heavenly Court's Refinement Path Foundation was deeper than Langya sect. There were 3 Refinement Path Supreme Grand Masters in history, Long Hair Ancestor was just one of them, the other 2 had practically their entire inheritances collected by Heavenly Court. Yuan Chongdu was the current person in charge of Refinement Path, he had incredible talent and aptitude, he was the one responsible for repairing Fate GU in the previous life. Along with Fairy Ziwei's deductions, the combination of these 3 things made it not so hard for them to deduce the recipe of Fang Yuan's Second Aperture Mortal GU. After hearing this, many of the immortals had joyful expressions as they started to converse. I've heard of this second aperture GU, it is a good thing. That's right, having a second aperture will give GU masters a huge boost in battle strength. If we can obtain the Immortal GU recipe, it will also be extremely meaningful to GU Immortals. From this point, we need to thank Fang Yuan, ha ha ha. Fairy Ziwei spoke in a calm tone as she interrupted, is Fang Yuan such a foolish person? He had already expected second aperture GU to be deduced when he threw it out to southern borders. Righteous path. A second aperture has deep meaning indeed, but if GU masters had a second aperture, they would need double the time and effort to cultivate. They would need more resources as well. So that's it. The GU Immortals here were all rank 8 elites. Fairy Ziwei had just said this when they understood the reasoning. Fang Yuan is intentionally doing this. He gave out second aperture GU to extort southern borders' righteous path but also to make plans for the 5 regions' chaotic war. That's right, when the regional walls vanish and the 5 regions fuse, GU Immortals and GU Masters will not change in numbers, but this second aperture GU will spread rapidly. By then, their need for resources will double. What will everyone do? They will need to fight and start conflicts to gather resources. This demon is truly vicious and devious, but we have no choice but to take his bait. They had to. Heavenly Court had obtained second aperture GU from Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border would research second aperture GU themselves, the other 3 regions would not ignore it either. Second aperture GU was something that would cause a storm in the world if it was circulated. Like the time Blood Sea Ancestor created Blood Path, even if the 5 regions' righteous path outlawed Blood Path cultivation, there were still many Blood Path GU Masters and GU Immortals. We can't deduce the recipe of second aperture Immortal GU yet. Duke Long, who had been silent, asked suddenly. He spoke very little but he often got to the point quickly, this was no exception. Yuan Chongdu smiled bitterly and shook his head, we are still some distance from deducing the Immortal GU recipe. If I can have the help of a few refinement path experts of my level, I might be able to deduce it more quickly. But currently, I have limited energy and time, I cannot attend to too many matters at once. Yuan Chongdu was having a tough time recently. Earlier, when Fang Yuan annexed Langya sect, he had to modify the formation to repair Fate GU. That was because the formation referenced Refinement Cauldron, it had to be changed for safety purposes. Afterwards, Fang Yuan captured Southern Border's righteous path. Yuan Chongdu was in charge of refining Fixed Space GU before the rest. After that, Fang Yuan defeated Heavenly Court in the River of Time. Heavenly Court's time path Immortal GU houses shattered. Yuan Chongdu had to refine GU once again, to try to refine these time path Immortal GU. Recently, Qin Ding Ling woke up, she handed Fairy Ziwei a stack of Luck Path Immortal GU recipes. Yuan Chongdu was in charge of refining them. Refining GU was a dangerous task to begin with. Fang Yuan had refined many of these GU before him. Yuan Chongdu was faced with many failures during this period. These last days, he had suffered great injuries from refining GU. If Heavenly Court did not have superb healing methods, he might have died already. Next, Yuan Chongdu has to prepare for the restoration of Fate. Before we fully repair Fate GU, second aperture Immortal GU's recipe will not be obtainable. Fairy Ziwei declared, it was a slight pity. Duke Long nodded but did not speak anymore. Qin Ding Ling sighed. Without the recipe of second aperture Immortal GU, Southern Border's righteous path will not be able to escape from Fang Yuan's threat and extortion. HMPH, these Southern Border Immortals are truly the shame of the righteous path, they were extorted to this extent. Within the hall, Xingyi Wang grunted in displeasure. The truth is, Southern Border's righteous path has done quite a few things. They started to build beacon towers. This is an Immortal GU house that is worth guarding against. Southern Border's righteous path is trying to break free from Fang Yuan. Only Ba clan and Sha clan desire second aperture Immortal GU, they are controlled by him. Meanwhile, Wu clan, Chai clan, and others are resisting him fully. They want to cooperate with our Heavenly Court. We have already started to suppress Fang Yuan's businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I need to remind everyone that Southern Border's GU Immortal world has a powerful lurking force that we need to be on guard against, that is the Virtue Paradise. This is the true inheritance that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had set up personally. They have many GU Immortals, the strongest among them being Lu Wei Yin. They also include Mushroom and GU Immortals. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not enter Heavenly Court, there was a friendly relationship between us. But what about the attitude of this virtue paradise? We need to probe further. I have already considered that. Fairy Ziwei spoke. After some time, I will personally head to Virtue Paradise and borrow Immortal GU. Heavenly Court needed this Immortal GU indeed, it was also their test towards Virtue Paradise. If Lu Weiyin showed a friendly attitude, Heavenly Court would try to rope them in as allies. After discussing Southern Borders matters, Heavenly Court's Immortals went on to talk about Western Desert. Because of Fang Yuan's schemes, Western Desert's situation changed a lot. After Fang Clan gained control of Divine Bean Palace, they defeated Heavenly Court, causing their plan in maintaining internal conflicts within Western Desert to suffer a loss. Fang Clan does have the ability to rise to power. But this time, there was a crucial person who caused this situation, Fang Clan's second Supreme Elder Fang Dichong. This person has huge ambitions, he is a formidable character. He has already allied with multiple Western Desert Righteous Path forces. If not for the fact that we succeeded in sowing discord among them, Fang Clan's rise would have been unstoppable. Now that Chen Yi is dead, we do not have any proper Genesis Lotus inheritor. How will we retrieve Divine Bean Palace? I suggest that we assassinate Fang Dichong. Too difficult, this person is very crafty and vigilant. After getting Divine Bean Palace, he has basically stationed himself inside permanently. Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder is Fang Gong. What is his attitude towards Fang Dichong? Fang Gong and Fang Dichong have a close relationship, they do not have conflict between them, we cannot do anything to them for now. After Heavenly Court's Immortals talked for a while, they decided to add reinforcements in Western Desert. Even though Heavenly Court lost Wei Feng, their main forces were still intact, there were not much losses. Back then, when Heavenly Court set up their forces there, it was because Fang Yuan had tried to escape using the natural tributary of the River of Time there. In order to stop him, they set up immortal formations at the tributary. After that, they noticed Thousand Transformations' ancestor's weakness and thus sent more people there to deal with him. Even though Heavenly Court's plan to deal with Thousand Transformations' ancestor and Fang Yuan failed, they were not going to give up despite the setback. After discussing, they decided in unison that they would send a number of GU Immortals and Immortal GU houses to the River of Time during the crucial moment, by using the tributary of the River of Time to reinforce them rapidly. Their main target now was not Thousand Transformations' ancestor, it was Fang Clan. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone immortal while Fang Clan was a Righteous Path clan that was gradually gaining influence over Western Desert's Righteous Path. If they were allowed to develop, Western Desert's Righteous Path would be an increasing threat against Heavenly Court. After Fang Clan took away Divine Bean Palace, it meant that Fang Clan and Heavenly Court could not come to peaceful terms anymore. Thus, Heavenly Court started preparing to deal with Fang Clan. It was a logical move. After Western Desert was Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's politics are also changing. Qi Si Ancestor is holding a banquet and inviting Eastern Sea's GU Immortals. What is he planning to do? Not long ago, Qi Si Ancestor came to an agreement with Duke Long. He stopped helping Fang Yuan. This person seems to be a neutral party, but we cannot relax our guard against him. We have already infiltrated this Eastern Sea banquet. If Qi Si Ancestor makes any move, we will know quickly. Duke Long spoke again. Qi Si Ancestor has extraordinary strength, he is not beneath me. My personal opinion is to actively entice and sway this person to our side. This is so Heavenly Court faces less threat before we manage to repair Fate GU. Duke Long's words made the Heavenly Court GU Immortals feel heavy emotions. Eastern Sea had Qi Si Ancestor who could rival Duke Long in battle strength. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were somewhat unable to accept this fact. After settling the matter of Eastern Sea, they moved on to Northern Plains. Heavenly Court paid a lot of attention to any movement from Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Among the 4 regions, Heavenly Court was most wary in regards to Northern Plains. Northern Plains politics had been influenced by Heavenly Court. The cooperation of old ancestor Shui Hu and Heavenly Court was a huge success for them. If Longevity Heaven wanted to unite Northern Plains GU Immortal World, old ancestor Shui Hu would be the biggest obstacle. After the matters of Northern Plains, Duke Long mentioned the River of Time. Now, we have 5 Time Path Immortal GU houses, yet we cannot find any trace of the Red Lotus Stone Islands. Can we do anything about it? However, Heavenly Court's Immortals did not have any good ideas. These Stone Lotus Islands were made by Red Lotus Demon Venerable after all. Qin Ding Ling shook her head too. In the aspect of Luck Path, we already have the Tao Guardian Feng Ju Zhe guarding it. He has powerful luck, if even he fails, then there is nothing we can do. Duke Long was silent, he felt a little disappointed. The repair of Fate Gu was Heavenly Court's greatest plan. In Duke Long's mind, Wu Yong, Longevity Heaven, Fang Yuan, and Dragon Palace were all below Red Lotus Demon Venerable's threat level. But there was no other way. Heavenly Court had already done its best. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation was their greatest achievement. It was a pity that they were still far from finding a Red Lotus Stone Island. The discussion hall went silent. But at this moment, Fairy Zi Wei's eyes suddenly shined. Next, Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling also showed surprised expressions. Eventually, all of the remaining Heavenly Court GU Immortals became very excited. News came so suddenly. A Red Lotus Stone Island appeared in the River of Time. GU Lu Ru has already confirmed it. This Red Lotus Stone Island is the real thing without doubt. We have finally found one Red Lotus true inheritance. As long as we can get one, we will be able to find our way to the rest of Red Lotus true inheritances. Duke Long nodded. This is a good thing. We need to try to get this true inheritance as soon as possible now. Also, beware of Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals turn solemn. Indeed, this commotion cannot be kept from him for long. By then, he will definitely show up. Set up the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation quickly. We need more reinforcements. If Fang Yuan comes, we will take his life. Chapter 1881. Setting up formation. To the east of the flourishing Bumpy Sea area, to the west of the Barbecue Islands, there was a unique and large sea area, Chi Sea. There was no water in Chi Sea. Instead, countless Chi currents intertwined and entangled, forming swirls of millions of Chi currents. During the remote antiquity era, Chi Sea had an incredibly high status in the hearts of all GU Immortals in the world. Back then, Chi path flourished. It was the main GU cultivation path. All other paths were non-mainstream. All paths were inferior to the number 1 Chi path. Chi Sea was incredibly big. It was a whole different world inside. Countless Chi currents moved within it, destroyed and created at every instance. Back then, Chi Sea was the number 1 Chi path resource point in the 5 regions. But time passed quickly, eras changed. Chi path went on the decline, Chi Sea started to shrink. Right now, Chi Sea was less than 1/10,000th of its original size. The Chi currents inside had all turned into pure water Chi. Only at the most central area, there were still some Chi path immortal materials left. Chi Sea had once been the most popular place. It was now the most deserted area. It contained mostly water Chi. But in the whole of Eastern Sea, which sea area would have any lack of water Chi? It was easy to collect water Chi anywhere. Why would GU Immortals go to Chi Sea on purpose to collect it? Even if they wanted to get other Chi path immortal materials, entering and exploring Chi Sea carried huge risks. They were better off just buying these immortal materials from Treasure Yellow Heaven. By holding this Eastern Sea banquet now, Chi Sea will become renowned in the 5 regions again. Fang Yuan's main body sat on a cloud as he looked down at the Chi Sea area. Looking from above, the Chi Sea area had waves of light blue in color as countless Chi currents moved in turbulence. It was a huge contrast to the surrounding sea water that was dark blue in color. Initially, when Southern Borders Rank 8 GU Immortal Chi Shang created the killer move Unlimited Chi Sea, he had obtained inspiration from this Chi Sea to a certain degree. Fang Yuan called himself Chi Sea Ancestor. He had not picked it randomly. He had already made ample considerations before deciding. For example, which sea area should Chi Sea Ancestor originate from? Where in Eastern Sea did he live in seclusion? Fang Yuan chose Chi Sea for this. This place was deserted. Barely anyone came here. It was extremely compatible with Chi Sea Ancestor's cultivation of Chi path as well. If he told others, they would believe him, as this was very logical. At the center of Chi Sea, Dragonman clone Wu Shuai transmitted. The formation has been prepared. This Eastern Sea banquet had significant meaning to Fang Yuan. He had made many preparations for this. Fang Yuan not only deployed Wu Shuai for this, he even set a formation at the center of Chi Sea. This was naturally a Chi path formation. Fang Yuan's time path clone had Chi path Great Grand Master and formation path Grand Master attainment levels. Along with the light of wisdom, he spent a month to deduce this. At the center of Chi Sea, countless currents surged. They were turbulent from time to time. The area was very dangerous. Setting a formation in this place was quite difficult. But it was not a problem for Fang Yuan. He did not lack formation path attainment and he had ample resources. he was not trying to create a complex formation like the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, he was merely going for a usable and realistic effect. Fang Yuan's main body checked it with his divine sense and confirmed there were no problems. He shut his eyes and meditated. This Eastern Sea banquet was extremely important to him. He plotted using the world as his chessboard. He arranged pawns to influence the overall situation. Such planning was not easy at all. In southern border, Fang Yuan's influence was small, because Wu Yong was gathering allies with his good political manipulation. There was nothing Fang Yuan could do to stop him. In western desert, even though Fang clan was rising, its influence would only grow with time. Furthermore, be they Heavenly Court or the other western desert forces, they would not want this to happen. Fang Dichong had a lot to do in this situation. Central Continent had Heavenly Court, it was impenetrable like an iron fortress. The zombie alliance that Shadow Sect created had already been uprooted along with the organization defied by Fairy Ziwei. In northern plains, Fang Yuan and Chu Du had a close relationship, but it could not affect the big picture. Even though Bing Sai Chuan had not awakened, Longevity Heaven was started to take control. Fang Yuan could not do anything there. Thus, Eastern Sea was an important part of Fang Yuan's plans and arrangements. Eastern Sea was the most abundant in resources. If he succeeds, when the 5 regions merge, Fang Yuan would have enough influence to affect the other 4 regions. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes as he muttered while looking at the horizon, "They're coming." An immortal GU house was flying in the sky. It looked slow but was moving at a rapid speed. The immortal GU house slowly stopped as a girl with bright eyes walked out. She was wearing a long dress that had exquisite rainbow clouds drawn on it. Hua Clan First Supreme Elder Hua Kai Yun greets Qi Si ancestor. Hua Kai Yun had rank 8 cultivation level, but she still acted very politely. Next, from Hua Clan's immortal GU house, several Hua Clan GU immortals walked out and paid respects to Fang Yuan. "It is not time yet, you have arrived early, please come in." Fang Yuan stretched out his hand as chi currents gathered, forming a cloud. Hua Kai Yun kept her immortal GU house in her immortal aperture as she took a seat, while the other Hua Clan GU immortals stood behind her. "I was too excited to meet you for the first time. This is a gift from Hua Clan, please do accept it." Hua Kai Yun said as the GU immortal behind her took out an item and presented it with both hands. Fang Yuan took a look. This was a lump of chi that resembled a ball. Hua Clan's GU immortal was holding it out respectfully. There was flashing of lightning and rumbling thunder inside this chi lump. There was rainy or sunny weather occasionally inside. There was even snow at times. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He knew what this was. This was a rare rank 9 heaven chi. Heaven and earth chi were the foundational chi of living beings. They were very common. When Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, he would absorb heaven and earth chi to stabilize his sovereign immortal aperture. He had many secluded domains of heaven and earth in his immortal aperture. They expended too much heaven and earth chi. The sovereign immortal aperture felt a heavy burden due to them. Of course, after Fang Yuan annexed Qi Si Grotto Heaven, he gained a huge boost of Qi Path Dao marks. His immortal aperture started to produce a lot of heaven chi and earth chi. Fang Yuan's burden in this aspect had eased a lot. But the heaven chi that Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture produced or absorbed were ordinary GU materials. They were not even considered immortal materials. If heaven chi was an immortal material, it would gather into a lump and could not be pulled apart easily. Its value would rise greatly. Ordinary heaven chi could not compare to it. The usage of immortal material heaven chi was very easy. One just had to scatter it. Many GU immortals used it like that. They would purchase a lump of immortal material heaven chi from Treasure Yellow Heaven and scatter it inside their immortal aperture, creating different weather conditions like thunder, lightning, wind, or snow. This type of weather would last for some time. The resource points of GU immortals would be altered in some ways as a result. Most transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven would involve rank 6 or 7 heaven chi. Rank 8 heaven chi was very rare. While rank 9 was barely ever seen, it was only sold once in 1,000 years or more. Hua Kai Yun gifted Fang Yuan a portion of rank 9 heaven chi. It showed her sincerity as well as Hua Clan's immense foundation. After all, Hua Clan was most proficient in Cloud Path. They were experts in exploring Black Heaven and White Heaven. At the same time, in the River of Time, 4 immortal GU houses flew above the river. Present and past pavilion was not covered on all 4 sides. It was very simplistic. It traveled while riding the waves. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform was elegant and grand. the orange roof resembled cranes with their wings spread out. The Immortal GU house was radiating 3 layers of autumn light. It was quite extraordinary. Shark flow lever was white like jade. There were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp teeth and were dragging the huge lever ahead. Moment stage was rank 8 and had a ring of stone stairs around the outside. It spiraled upwards until it reached the red tiled pavilion at the top. The 4 Immortal GU houses carried Heavenly Court and Central Continent GU Immortals as they charged towards one destination, Red Lotus, Stone Island. Within present and past pavilion, a rank 8 GU Immortal stood as he watched the river water surging outside. This person wore a red and white robe, standing straight like a spear or sword. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, a mysterious and profound light was hidden in his eyes. He had a calm and elegant aura. He was looking afar now as he continued to focus and comprehend. During this period in the river of time, I have observed this long river. I watched the prosperity and downfall of eras. I witnessed the turbulence of the past and present. Destiny is like a wave. It rises at times and falls at times. It is slow at times while fast at times. The profundity contained within cannot be expressed in words. I can only sing it. Feng Zhuzhe had been comprehending destiny song all along. Different from the previous life, Feng Zhuzhe's destiny had changed a lot this time around. He was defeated by Fang Yuan in Langya Blessed Land. He was transported away by Cheng Yi using the killer move Karma Relocation. He obtained the inspiration of Destiny Song. This was way earlier than in the previous life. After gaining some insight, Feng Zhuzhe came to the River of Time. He grabbed onto this inspiration and started to comprehend it. The River of Time was a time path secluded domain, but Feng Zhuzhe made use of present and past pavilion to observe the life of people in the past and present. He saw many scenes. This was a great help towards his comprehension of Destiny Song. Right now, his Destiny Song was 60% complete. It was 10% higher than during the Central Continent Fate battle in the previous life. My Destiny Song already depicts the destiny of living beings. But the destiny of venerables cannot be described so simply. Last time in Heavenly Court, I looked at reckless savages' blood skins and felt like they were incomprehensible. I hope that this journey to the Stone Lotus Island will allow me to gain further growth in creating Destiny Song. We have arrived, it is here. Stone Lotus Island, Red Lotus, True Inheritance. The 4 Immortal GU houses stopped nearby. Eternal Yacht was already waiting above the Stone Lotus Island. Eternal Yacht was the first to discover the Stone Lotus Island. The GU Immortals within it quickly informed Heavenly Court. They sent the other 4 Immortal GU houses to join up with it. Feng Zhuzhe looked over with an expectant gaze. GU Lu Ru, who was within moment stage, had a complex expression. We finally found it. The hard work of our Heavenly Court over generations has not been in vain. After countless years, we have finally gained the fruits of our labor. GU Lu Ru sighed deeply to himself. He had many difficulties in his life. His lower body was crippled and could not be healed. He had an impassive attitude, but at this moment, he was filled with excitement, pride, and satisfaction. After breathing in deeply, GU Lu Ru calmed down completely. He sat on his wheelchair as his eyes flickered with cold light. He ordered, "Set up the river suppression lotus ceiling formation now. I will lead moment stage while Feng Zhuzhe will lead present and past pavilion. Eternal Yacht will move out to the tributaries entrance and bring in our reinforcements. Shark flow lever and 3 autumn yellow crane platform will patrol the surroundings. If anything shows up, inform me immediately." Yes, the Immortals replied as they started to move, executing great efficiency. Chapter 1882, Chapter. The 3 supplementary formations are ready. A group of GU Immortals ended their work. They sat down in the Immortal GU house to rest and recover. The second group took over. On top of the 3 supplementary formations, they added a rank 8 Immortal GU, Suppression. The second group had 8 GU Immortals that were either ranked 6 or 7. They worked together with great coordination. After some work, they finally added in Suppression Immortal GU successfully. This was the River of Time, a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth. As a rule path Immortal GU, it was not easy to use Suppression Immortal GU here. The difficulty was high. But rank 8 Immortal GU Suppression was one of the core Immortal GU of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. It had to be the first rank 8 Immortal GU arranged here. After it, other steps could be taken. At this time, the second group went to rest while the first group came back to work. They were not continuing the setup, they were dismantling the 3 layers of supplementary formation that was created earlier. These GU formations were meant to help Immortal GU suppression find the proper area to be put in. After that, they had to be removed and make space for the next few steps of the Immortal formation. Good, the 3 layers of supplementary formations have been removed. Next, we will set up the Pale Fire formation. The third group of GU Immortals took over. The first group of GU Immortals were exhausted, they quickly went to rest. After the Pale Fire formation, we will set up the Paper Cage formation, let's go. The second group of GU Immortals took over. If the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation was split apart, there were 138 sub-formations, the Pale Fire and Paper Cage formations were just 2 of them. Be careful, something has happened in the River of Time, a huge wave is crashing towards us. Someone alerted. At this time, the first group was resting, trying to recover as much as they could. The second and third group were busy setting the formation. The fourth group of GU Immortals meant to deal with emergencies were activated. In order to create the formation, Heavenly Court split the GU Immortals into 4 groups. The first group had the strongest formation path abilities, they were in charge of the core of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. The second and third groups had similar levels of strength, the fourth group had the least number of people, they had some level of ability in formation building but were meant to deal with emergencies. The fourth group of Immortals quickly acted and destroyed the huge wave. The second and third groups let out a sigh of relief. While checking that the formation was intact, they started to make preparations for the future steps. Jiu Lu Ru and Feng Ju Jie were stationed in Moment Stage and Present and Past Pavilion respectively. Feng Ju Jie's eyes were steady as he comprehended destiny. Jiu Lu Ru had a deep gaze that was filled with alertness. We have found the Stone Lotus Island, there is some commotion when we made the formation, Fang Yuan will definitely be alerted. He will definitely come here to cause destruction. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation has not been completed yet, we are at our weakest now, Fang Yuan will definitely come to attack. This is an important matter. I need to make up for my mistakes, I cannot let Fang Yuan succeed. While thinking, a silvery light appeared on the horizon. Jiu Lu Ru's heart immediately tensed. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and Shark Flow lever that were patrolling outside changed directions immediately, trying to obstruct the invader. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. Jiu Lu Ru, your Heavenly Court actually tried to take Red Lotus, true inheritance from under my nose, hehe, you are just dreaming. Myriad Year Flying Warship came rapidly as Fang Yuan's voice resounded from within. Jiu Lu Ru snorted coldly, his voice spread in this entire battlefield. Fang Yuan, you are merely a loser that we defeated, was the painful lesson last time not enough for you? He was a time path great expert, he was like a fish in water in the river of time. Rank 8 GU Immortals of other paths would need a lot more effort to make their voice transmit around the entire battlefield. Haha, with me here, don't think of setting any formation. Before Fang Yuan finished his words, Myriad Year Flying Warship already started to shine with bright lights. These lights converged into countless silver flying swords as they shot out rapidly, towards the incomplete River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. Jiu Lu Ru's expression was grim, he felt a headache, Heavenly Court's biggest weakness now was this formation. Fang Yuan ruthlessly attacked the enemy's weakness, Heavenly Court had no choice but to defend it, they were stuck in a passive situation. Last time, when Fang Yuan attacked the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation, Heavenly Court could dismantle the formation, but this time, with this Red Lotus Stone Island, they would preserve it even if they had to pay a huge price to do so. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform arrived first, it fought against Myriad Year Flying Warship, there were many impacts that caused the water of the River of Time to splash and splatter. Shark Flow lever arrived shortly after. As the 3 immortal GU houses fought intensely in the River of Time, in the sky of Eastern Seas Chi-Si, the scene was harmonious and joyful. After Hua Kai Yun, the GU Immortals of Eastern Seas Super Forces, Song Clan, Su Clan, and Kai Clan also arrived. The one from Song Clan was naturally Song Chi Yuan, he came to the banquet with Song Yi Shi. This is my granddaughter Song Yi Shi, after hearing of Senior's story, she became very excited, she asked me to bring her here and meet you. Song Chi Yuan smiled, he introduced his granddaughter Song Yi Shi. Song Yi Shi had lost her father long ago, as her grandfather, Song Chi Yuan doted on her, for this Eastern Sea banquet, he brought her here so that she would get to leave an impression on people. This junior pays respects to Chi Si ancestor. Song Yi Shi said politely. She had snow-white skin, her eyes were bright, She wore a blue-white dress and had an innocent aura. She was truly one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Similar to Hua Kai Yun, Song Chi Yuan also brought a gift. It was a Chi Path inheritance that Song clan had collected in its inventory. It originated from a historical Chi Path rank 8 great expert. After Fang Yuan took a look, he saw that it was quite unique and had quite a bit of value. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at Song Yishi. He displayed the concern of a senior. Song clan has a good descendant, a good junior. This is our first meeting, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Saying so, he took out a rank 8 water path immortal material. It floated towards Song Yishi. Song Yishi was of great upbringing after all. She received the gift and quickly thanked him. Take a seat. Fang Yuan waved his hand as Qi currents gathered, forming a seat instantly. It was right below him and towards the left. Song Chi Yuan saw this position and became very happy. He quickly brought Song Yishi to take their seats. Song Yishi placed the rank 8 water path immortal material in her immortal aperture. She acted very modestly and gracefully, displaying the demeanor of a young lady in an esteemed clan. Hua Kai Yun laughed as she spoke. Song Chi Yuan, this is the first gift that ancestor has handed out. Had I known this, I would have brought my grandson as well. She was the earliest person. She had already conversed with Fang Yuan for some time. Their relationship had gotten much closer in this period. Song Chi Yuan laughed. He was secretly proud of this. Bringing Song Yishi here was really a wise decision. Song Yishi was looking at Qi Si ancestor for the first time. She was awe-inspired by his aura. This old senior is truly the #1 person in Eastern Sea, a person who rivaled Duke Long. He has the demeanor of a great person. He is so magnanimous and grand. If she knew that this person was Fang Yuan, who had once acted as Xing Shangzi and watched her shower, she would not have such thoughts. Qing Yuan pays respects to Qi Si ancestor. Qing Yuan was the 3rd Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal who arrived. Junior Qing Yu Ji Cheng greets Qi Si ancestor. A youngster was behind Qing Yuan. He wore a green shirt and had a tall nose and flat face. His eyes were shiny like stars. He was a handsome and talented junior in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Good. Fang Yuan sighed and praised, assessing Qing Yu Ji Cheng, another good junior. I have a gift for you as well. He gave Qing Yu Ji Cheng a rank 8 immortal material as well. Qing Yu Ji Cheng quickly received it with thanks. Hua Kai Yun gradually saw a pattern as she thought to herself. This Qi Si ancestor seems to enjoy helping talented juniors. Just from this point alone, one can see that he truly has grand disposition. At this moment, Nangong clan's Gu immortals arrived at the banquet. Hua Kai Yun's expression sank. This was because Nangong clan's first supreme elder brought Huan along. Huan was originally a Hua clan Gu immortal, but he betrayed Hua clan and joined Nangong clan. He had deep wisdom path attainment. He was one of the 3 wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Even though Hua Kai Yun was unhappy, she did not say anything. This was Qi Si ancestor's banquet. She wanted to get close to the #1 Eastern Sea expert now. She had to endure it. Eastern Sea's righteous path arrived one by one. The last one who came was the Grand Elder of the Merman Imperial Court. Fang Yuan said some words of consolation as he arranged for her to sit at the very end. After the Merman Grand Elder sat down, she sighed to herself internally. Even though this was her first meeting with Qi Si ancestor, this great expert was showing a good attitude towards the merfolk. Of course, the mermen were working with the dragonmen. They were Fang Yuan's natural allies. Fang Yuan would not give her trouble. Seeing Fang Yuan's treatment of the Merman Grand Elder, Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu immortals fell into contemplation. Myriad Year Flying Warship was already at the inner area. Immortal Killer Move, Daybreak Sword. Swords moved out like an army of pythons, traversing the battlefield and attacking 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform started to shine with a bright orange light. The strength of the silver flying swords weakened continuously. At the other end, Shark Flow Lever shot out 3 frost waves and froze the water of the River of Time under Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fang Yuan grunted from within Myriad Year Flying Warship. Silver flying swords turned around and gathered in the water below the river. Immortal Killer Move, Torrential Charge. Myriad Year Flying Warship shot out like a meteor, crashing into the river suppression lotus ceiling formation that was still being set up. With a loud sound, Moment Stage blocked Myriad Year Flying Warship as the 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses collided. Moment Stage had a slight disadvantage while Myriad Year Flying Warship's advancement was halted. it was stalled by shark flow lever and 3 autumn yellow crane platform which had caught up. Heavenly Court had deep foundation, they already prepared some methods to deal with Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship had gone through many battles, its methods were exposed, it could not do much in this situation. At this moment, 2 more Time Path Immortal GU houses arrived as reinforcements. One was Eternal Yacht carrying Xingyi Wang, the other was Sun and Moon Temple carrying 9 Spiritual Fairy. Heavenly Court's reinforcements arrived, 4 Rank 8 GU Immortals, 6 Time Path Immortal GU houses. Heavenly Court's morale soared, Eastern Sea, above Qi Sea. Qi currents surged and formed into a vast cloud, Qi Sea ancestor willed as countless dishes and delicious wine emerged from these currents. It was finally time, Qi Sea ancestor wanted to raise his cup and announce the start of the banquet when a voice resounded in the sky, Black Soul Sea Lord would like to request a spar with Qi Sea ancestor. Next, his rank 8 aura filled with dark energy loomed over the entire area. The Eastern Sea Immortals were stunned before their eyes started to shine. An Eastern Sea rank 8 was actually challenging Qi Sea ancestor. Chapter 1883, Ancestors Divine Might, Moment Stage, Present and Past Pavilion, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform, Eternal Yacht, Shark Flow Lever, Sun and Moon Temple. Ji Lu Ru, Feng Ju Zhe, Xingyi Wang, 9 Spiritual Fairy. Heavenly Court gathered its forces in the River of Time, it was bent on getting Red Lotus, True Inheritance. In contrast, Fang Yuan's side only had Myriad Year Flying Warship, even though it was rank 8, against Heavenly Court's grand force, it was too small. Heavenly Court had 6 Immortal GU houses and 4 rank 8 GU Immortals, they surrounded Myriad Year Flying Warship completely. Myriad Year Flying Warship fell into a tight spot, but Fang Yuan spoke calmly as he smiled, he, you want to occupy the Stone Lotus Island. Since I cannot get it, neither will any of you. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Year. Hunting. Fragrance spread from Myriad Year Flying Warship, it quickly dispersed and caused countless Dao beasts to resonate and growl. A wave of a year beast tide was rapidly forming. In the previous life, Fang Yuan cooperated with Bing Sai Chuan and fought against Heavenly Court over this Red Lotus True Inheritance. In the end, Feng Ju Zhe acted and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This time, Fang Yuan made the same choice, he used Myriad Year Hunting to summon an endless beast tide that targeted the Stone Lotus Island. This method was Myriad Year Flying Warship's strongest ability, it had an evident weakness however, the Year Beasts did not differentiate enemy from ally, in fact its main target was Myriad Year Flying Warship itself. Last time, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals fell for Fang Yuan's scheme, they thought that he could control the beast tide and slaughtered a large number of Year Beasts, taking most of the damage for Myriad Year Flying Warship. After suffering a loss, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals realized that Fang Yuan could not control this beast tide either. The weakness of Myriad Year Hunting was already known to Heavenly Court. But this time, Fang Yuan used it to target Heavenly Court's weakness, they were setting up the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation now, they had no choice but to fight against these beasts. Ji Lu Ru snorted coldly, this scoundrel is very devious, he used this move after all. He had a calm expression as he instructed his people, Eternal Yacht and Shark Flow Lever left the battlefield immediately to head to the outside. At the same time, 9 Spiritual Fairy jumped out of her Immortal GU house, turning into an immemorial desolate beast to leave the battlefield. Heavenly Court had the advantage while Fang Yuan's Myriad Year Flying Warship was encircled, he could not stop these people from escaping. After leaving the battlefield, Eternal Yacht and Shark Flow Lever shined with a bright light, 2 auras resembling Year's flow like water Immortal GU started to spread out. The newly formed beast tide was instantly lured to these 2 Immortal GU houses as 80% of them rushed towards the 2 Immortal GU houses. The remaining 20% were intercepted by 9 Spiritual Fairy who had turned into an immemorial desolate beast, she took control over them. It's her indeed, 9 Spiritual Fairy, a rank 8 great expert that cultivated enslavement path and transformation path in Central Continent's history. Within Myriad Year Flying Warship, a GU Immortal had already discerned 9 Spiritual Fairies' identity. Right now, Fang Yuan's main body was in Eastern Sea, only his will was inside the ship, the will could think and make comparisons to his previous life's events. 9 Spiritual Fairy did not wake up in the previous life, but this time, she woke up and even earlier in time. This was a very different situation. After she turned into the immemorial Year Beast, the River of Time was no longer an obstacle to her. Even though Heavenly Court could not counter Myriad Year Hunting directly, they found ways to deal with it. They analyzed the concept of myriad year hunting and targeted it, resolving the year beast tide that had yet to fully form. Next, even if year beasts emerge, there would only be a few of them, they would not be of a threatening scale. This was Heavenly Court's foundation. It was also the reason why Fang Yuan had been concealing his strength and methods all along. Once he exposes his methods, Heavenly Court would rapidly react and make deductions, they would counter his actions in their next encounter. This was the case for Daybreak Sword, Torrential Charge, and Myriad Year Hunting. Myriad Year Hunting, which could change the situation, was resolved by Heavenly Court before it even showed effect. The remaining 4 Immortal GU houses surrounded Myriad Year Flying Warship tightly as they unleashed a barrage of attacks. Fang Yuan, if you still have any methods left, use them. Gu Lu Ru smiled coldly. Within Myriad Year Flying Warship, Fang Yuan's will was silent, he did not respond. The battle continued, Myriad Year Flying Warship was kept suppressed and unable to turn it around. Even though it tried to break out several times, it did not succeed. Over at Heavenly Court's 4 Immortal GU houses, Moment Stage was in front, as a rank 8 Immortal GU house, and with the Time Path Great Expert Gu Lu Ru stationed in it, it was not inferior to Myriad Year Flying Warship. At the same time, the other 3 Immortal GU houses worked together to assist it. Their cooperation was not simple, they were very effective in their actions. Evidently, during this period of time, these GU Immortals did not slack off, they had practiced extensively and their battle strength rose greatly. Fang Yuan is already trapped, he is not a threat. Be careful, we cannot be careless against this demon. Our river suppression lotus ceiling formation is almost complete, what can Fang Yuan do to stop us? Heavenly Court's GU Immortals had a surge of morale. Many of them could already see the sight of Fang Yuan's defeat. But at this moment, a grand aura surged from the Stone Lotus Island. Golden light flashed as a gray stone giant stood up slowly. This giant was immensely tall, its muscles were bulging, its hair was thick, its eyes shined with a fierce beast light. What monster is this? It has Time Path aura. We have not explored the Stone Lotus Island yet, why did the guardian of this Stone Lotus Island awaken? Oh no, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation has not been completed yet. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals had changes of expression. The giant roared. It was actually the sound of a tiger's roar. The sound waves spread out in all directions, causing huge ripples to form around the island. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook intensely. The GU Immortals setting up the formation spat out mouthfuls of blood. Quick, stabilize the formation. Paper cage formation was broken, we need to repair it. 4th group, GU Immortals of the 4th group, quickly reinforce us. The GU Immortals setting up the formation became very busy. After the gray stone giant roared, it moved its arms, the muscles on his forearm and upper arm expanded like a balloon, to 3 times of its original size. Pitch black bull horns grew on its forehead, it lowered its head slightly as its arms gathered in front of its chest, it opened its palms and placed them together, air currents surged and gathered between its palms, creating a spiral ball made of currents. Gu Lu Ru saw this as shock appeared in his eyes. He understood. These air currents were just the physical appearance, these were actually Time Path Dao marks. More and more Time Path Dao marks were drawn by the giant and gathered into a huge silver ball. The ball became larger and larger, the giant monster growled and pushed with both arms, throwing the silver ball with all its strength. The silver ball flew like a meteor, shooting out and causing endless gusts of wind to blow. Central Continent's Righteous Path GU Immortals were deeply shocked. Their pupils shrunk when they saw this giant silver ball's might. Quick, we need to block it. Gu Lu Ru gritted his teeth, he forcefully controlled Moment Stage to block the advancement of the silver ball. At the next moment, an intense sound erupted, the silver ball crashed into Moment Stage and burst out with terrifying might. Moment Stage was like a house swept by a typhoon, it flew away even when resisting. We blocked it. Moment Stage stopped eventually as Gu Lu Ru let out a breath of turbid air. Moment Stage was already damaged beyond words, it was filled with cracks, countless mortal GU died while many immortal GU were injured. The GU Immortals inside Moment Stage were already very busy, they could not stay as carefree as when they encircled Fang Yuan anymore, they quickly tried to repair the immortal GU house. The aftermath of the silver ball explosion caused intense winds to blow, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation was still affected and damaged, many GU worms died. The GU Immortals setting up the formation were very busy trying to fix it. Seeing that its attack did not work, the gray stone giant started to gather a silver ball again. Ji Lu Ru saw this and gritted his teeth. He controlled Moment Stage to charge down. But as Moment Stage got close to the Stone Lotus Island, it gave off a brilliant light and a formless force blocked Moment Stage from approaching. Using this time, the gray stone giant gathered another silver ball in its hands. The ball shot out. Ji Lu Ru had no choice but to grit his teeth and resist the silver ball again using Moment Stage. Another explosion resounded. After the intense impact, the front part of Moment Stage was completely devastated. A large number of tiles and bricks flew out and turned back into Ji worm corpses. The gray stone giant saw that its method was obstructed once again. It became infuriated as it growled and gathered another silver ball. Ji Lu Ru frowned deeply. This giant is using a very familiar time path method. To think that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had left this behind. But even if I know about its information, for now I can only block its attack by sacrificing Moment Stage. I need to protect this River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. Thankfully, we have this Moment Stage. Ji Lu Ru felt glad in his heart. The signature method of Moment Stage was to teleport from one location to another location in a moment's time. This was not a space path method but a time path method instead. It was not teleportation in essence, but was the act of using Moment Stage to compress its time into a moment. If the distance was further, it would take several moments. Ji Lu Ru wanted to protect the formation. He had a clear objective. As long as the formation was set up, it would isolate this place from the outside. The Stone Lotus Island would not be able to escape. All of Red Lotus arrangements on this island would weaken slowly and be resisted. And against outside force, there would also be a strong layer of protection. By then, even if Fang Yuan wanted to enter, with this formation and several immortal Ji houses around, it would be difficult. Fang Yuan evidently understood this logic. Myriad-year flying warship tried to move in different directions. The remaining immortal Ji houses were just rank 7, they could barely contain it. This was like a thin fishing net trying to capture a shark. Heavenly Court's situation was getting worse. Ji Lu Ru snorted coldly and came out of Moment Stage, joining the encirclement of Myriad-year flying warship. He was a time path great expert. He could move and act freely in the river of time. With his interference, Heavenly Court stabilized the situation once again. Persevere, persevere and we will gain victory. After this period, when the formation is completed, it would be Fang Yuan's time to die. Ji Lu Ru took charge of the situation. He dealt with Myriad-year flying warship while raising the morale of his people. Eventually, the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation was completely set up. It formed a huge sphere that not only surrounded the Stone Lotus Island, but also Myriad-year flying warship. The formation activated. The gray stone giant grunted as it felt a strong suppression. Myriad-year hunting was also restricted. The fragrance could not spread out. A beast tide was unable to form. Get rid of Fang Yuan first, then explore the Stone Lotus Island. Ji Lu Ru shouted. Without the threat of Myriad-year hunting, Eternal Yacht, Shark Flow Lever, and 9 spiritual fairy returned in time. They joined the encirclement against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, this will be your final resting place. Ji Lu Ru's eyes shined with bright light. He had a cold expression. Is a demonic overlord going to die here? Feng Zhuzhe squinted. Inspiration regarding Destiny song emerged in his heart. Let's not wait any longer. Kill him. Xingyi Wang moved Shark Flow Lever and assaulted with deep killing intent. 9 spiritual fairy was silent but her movements were not slow. She got around to the back of Myriad-year flying warship as her aura burst out. She prepared her killer move. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's cold snicker resounded in Myriad-year flying warship. "Oh Heavenly Court, you have already been trapped, can't you sense it?" Before he finished his words, Stone Lotus Island erupted with a bright light. Tens of water pillars shot up around the island. The light and water pillars forcefully connected into the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. The central continent Gu immortals who were inside became dumbfounded. Someone shouted, "What is going on? We lost our control of this formation." This was not a simple change of events. Heavenly Court's 4 rank 8s were in deep disbelief but the facts were in front of them. This was all Fang Yuan's trap. "I did not waste a Stone Lotus Island to trap you after all. This is not the place I will die, it is yours." Fang Yuan said so as the gray stone giant on the Stone Lotus Island grew chicken wings and feathers. Its hands turned into tiger claws, its mouth turned into a beak. It flew up and barged past the encirclement, paving a way for Myriad-year flying warship. Realization flashed in Ji Lu Ru. He finally understood what this gray stone giant was. He shouted in shock and anger, "This is the 12 Zodiac battle formation." To think that Fang Yuan had this method. This was all Fang Yuan's trap. He has already obtained Red Lotus, true inheritance, he can control the Stone Lotus Island. This 12 Zodiac battle formation is likely the content of the true inheritance. His time path foundation grew immensely, he is able to suppress our formation instead. We cannot stay here, we need to retreat. The 4 Heavenly Court rank 8s discussed and decided to leave. But the awkward thing was, this river suppression lotus ceiling formation that they set up with so much work was their biggest obstacle at this moment. Want to leave now? Too late. Fang Yuan's laughter could be heard inside Myriad Year flying warship. Daybreak swords flew out and shot towards 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and Shark Flow lever. The gray stone giant growled loudly and pounced at Present and Past Pavilion. Present and Past Pavilion had torrential waves around it, but the gray stone giant ignored that. It advanced and slammed down with its fist. The gray stone giant was just too big, its fist was larger than Present and Past Pavilion itself. Before the fist landed, sounds of tiger and dragon roars resounded in the battlefield. The might of the fist was simply destructive and unrestrained. Feng Zhuzhe squinted while the other GU immortals were fearful. Against this fist, they felt like the world was collapsing, any attempts to dodge it was futile. They could not dodge. An intense explosion resounded as Present and Past Pavilion crumbled at the impact of the gray stone giant's fist. The injuries and deaths inside were severe. Feng Zhuzhe barely managed to escape in a sorry state. Moment Stage. At the crucial moment, Moment Stage teleported over and took in Feng Zhuzhe. The gray stone giant completely ignored the Moment Stage that was nearby. It turned around towards Sun and Moon Temple. Sun and Moon Temple was a time path immortal GU house of Spirit Affinity House. It was weaker than the rest. When the gray stone giant approached, Sun and Moon Temple could not escape in time. The giant was too fast. It was inside the river of time and had the power of the Stone Lotus Island boosting it. Its current battle strength was simply unheard of. With a second explosion, Sun and Moon Temple shattered. Most of the GU immortals inside died. No. GU Lu Ru gritted his teeth. His eyes were red from anger. His body was shaking from hatred. The Heavenly Court GU immortals were no longer as confident as before. They wanted to escape for their lives now. The gray stone giant's battle strength made them feel deep despair. The GU immortals were very excited as they looked at Qi Si ancestor and the owner of the Black Soul Sea area, Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin was a lone cultivator with rank 8 cultivation level. Everyone knew him in Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. But they did not expect that he would challenge Qi Si ancestor. Although thinking about it, it was not strange. Back then, the fight between Duke Long and Qi Si ancestor was only witnessed by Song Qi Yuan and Shen Kong Sheng, and these two were righteous path GU immortals. Under everyone's gaze, Qi Si ancestor smiled lightly. GU immortal Zhang Yin, you are very courageous, but will you be able to handle one move from me? Zhang Yin smiled arrogantly. Ancestor, you underestimate me, not just one move, He suddenly stopped as the other GU immortals' expressions changed. Instantly, they felt the entire world buzzing as countless chi currents gathered from all over the place. Within all the surroundings, pressure intensified. The immortals' pupils shrunk. Cold sweat flowed down as they felt unparalleled pressure. They were like insects trapped in amber, fragile and helpless. Is this Qi Si ancestor's method? We are merely feeling the side effect. What pressure is Zhang Yin, who is bearing the brunt of the attack, feeling? The immortals looked over. Zhang Yin's face turned red. He did not move in the air. His eyes were bulging as he struggled. He only trembled as he could not break free. The immortals were all shaken. A loud sound could be heard from above their heads. The Eastern Sea immortals quickly looked up and all of their faces turned pale as paper. A huge hand completely made of chi currents was translucent and pale white. It extended an enormous distance, shrouding the skies itself. The giant hand pressed down as all of the Eastern Sea immortals felt suffocated. It was as if a mountain was crashing down upon them. What sort of power is this? If I were not here personally, I would never believe it. I'm afraid this strength is on par with rank 9. Qi Si ancestor. At the banquet, many GU immortals stood up uncontrollably. Their bodies shook as fear overwhelmed them. Zhang Yin shouted with all his strength. His entire body was radiating dark energy as mild lightning flashed weakly. He could not escape. He was trapped and fixed in the air. Seeing this, Song Qi Yuan and the other rank 8 GU immortals were all incredibly shocked and fearful. It looks like Zhang Yin has used his full strength, but he cannot escape at all. Is he going to die? Qi ancestor's battle strength is so terrifying. Does he wants to leave a deep impression? Honest and use Zhang Yin's life to raise his reputation in Eastern Sea. It was unimaginable, a rank 8 GU Immortal was completely helpless against Qi ancestor. But the truth was right here, Song Qiyuan and the other Eastern Sea GU Immortals had to believe it. As the Qi current hand approached Zhang Yin, it slowly disintegrated and went past Zhang Yin, slamming into Qi. There was no heaven-shaking explosion. After the Qi current hand came into contact with Qi, it quickly scattered and fused into the sea. Zhang Yin regained freedom. He felt deep lingering fear as his clothes were filled with sweat. He had a fearful look as he stared with wide eyes, breathing roughly. Look at Qi. Song Yi Shi shouted. Everyone turned to look. The treacherous and turbulent Qi filled with countless spirals had been completely calmed. It was like a mirror now. Eastern Sea's immortals were very shocked. Many of them opened their mouths but could not speak. Ancestors' divine might, I have fully experienced it. Zhang Yin let out a breath of air as he paid his respects. Thank you for sparing me. Qi ancestor was still sitting at the main seat. His eyes were barely open as he waved his sleeves lightly. Take a seat. Thank you. Zhang Yin took his seat amidst the silence. Many of the Eastern Sea immortals were still standing. Those who were seated were not feeling any better. They were all like statues. Qi ancestor defeated Zhang Yin in one move. He had truly intimidated all of them. Ancestor has divine might. After a while, Song Qiyuan reacted as he stood up, respectfully praising. Ancestor has divine might. Shen Kong Sheng also stood up and praised with respect. Ancestor has divine might. Ancestor has divine might. Countless Eastern CGU immortals stood up to pay their respects. They were completely in awe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he said, Everyone, take a seat, the banquet is beginning. Chapter 1884, Qi spreads in 5 regions. The Stone Lotus Island ambush that Fang Yuan planned had already ended. A grand light-filled heavenly court, but in Central Great Hall, the atmosphere was grim. At the crucial moment, Ji Lu Ru blocked myriad-year flying warship while risking his life. I managed to live because of him. 9 spiritual fairy said this as she coughed blood again. Tears were in her eyes. The scene of Ji Lu Ru defending them with his life surfaced in her mind again. 9 spiritual fairy had a beautiful face. She liked to wear a long robe and wave her sleeves around. She had a graceful aura, but now, she was covered in blood. Wounds were all over her body. Her sleeves were cut and dangling. 9 spiritual fairy's thin body was completely fragile at this moment, covered in this large robe. In this battle in the River of Time, Heavenly Court had the absolute advantage at the start, but later, they lost completely. The 6 immortal GU houses were destroyed. Only 2 GU immortals, 9 spiritual fairy and Feng Juzhe, managed to escape. Feng Juzhe was in the hall too. He lost his cool demeanor at this moment. His eyes turned dim as they lost their light. He showed an expression of loss and perplexity. Fairy Ziwei sighed to herself. She instructed them to go recuperate. She learned of the result of this battle already. She called for 9 spiritual fairies so that she could gain more information about the minor details. To think that Fang Yuan obtained the Stone Lotus Island long ago. How did he do it? We did not sense it at all. Fairy Ziwei deduced quietly. She could not find any answer. Because of this, Heavenly Court lost this battle completely. They fell into Fang Yuan's planned trap. Their losses were severe. Duke Long smiled bitterly. The truth is, we had guessed that. Fang Yuan might have a Red Lotus true inheritance already. But in the previous battle, myriad-year flying warship was forced to escape from us. It was useless even if they tried to make use of the River of Time's dangerous terrain. Now it seems that Fang Yuan had purposely did that so as to lure our attention. He wanted to fight for Dragon Palace and also to prepare for this battle, to make us underestimate him. This is truly a devious and scheming demon. Then, when did Fang Yuan obtain Red Lotus, true inheritance? So be it if he got it recently, but if he obtained this Stone Lotus Island long ago, that would be a very scary situation. Fairy Ziwei thought about it as she felt a chill down her spine. Right now, Heavenly Court was facing a difficult situation. However, no matter how tough the situation was, Heavenly Court had to face it directly. They could not try to dodge it. Duke Long said solemnly, even if Fang Yuan obtained 1 Red Lotus true inheritance and gained 12 Zodiac battle formation from it, we need to continue putting our forces into the River of Time. There was more than 1 Red Lotus true inheritance. if Fang Yuan obtained a second or third one, he would become even scarier. From Heavenly Court's perspective, the River of Time was an important area they had to guard. Red Lotus true inheritance was something they had to obtain. This situation might only change after they successfully repair Fate GU, but now, Heavenly Court had to start all over again. After losing 6 Immortal GU houses, they would have to build 6, or even 10 more. Fairy Ziwei nodded slowly. She had a serious expression. She shared the same opinion as Duke Long on this matter. But Fairy Ziwei showed a look of difficulty. There were problems in this too. If they wanted to send more Time Path battle strength into the River of Time, the best method was to send Time Path GU Immortals. But because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Heavenly Court's foundation in Time Path GU Immortals was very weak. Without any Time Path great experts, they could only make up for it using Time Path Immortal GU houses. Heavenly Court lost 6 Time Path Immortal GU houses. The losses were too severe. They needed to rebuild these houses and needed a large number of Time Path Immortal GU for them. Even though 9 Spiritual Fairy and Feng Ju Jie were still alive, they did not bring back many Immortal GU. Heavenly Court needed to refine many Time Path Immortal GU to rebuild their Immortal GU houses. And in this aspect, GU refinement immortal materials were not a problem. Heavenly Court had an immensely deep foundation of over millions of years. It was not for show. Heavenly Court's 3 million years worth of accumulation was split into 3 treasuries of early, middle, late. Each one represented a million years of foundation. They had placed all of their gains in that time period into the respective inventories. Any one of these million years treasury had more things in it than any of the 10 great ancient sects. In order to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven GU, old ancestor Shui who went bankrupt. Even with Fang Yuan's current foundation, he did not dare to refine rank 8 Immortal GU. When normal super forces try to refine a rank 8 Immortal GU, they would expend a good deal of their foundation. But for Heavenly Court, not just one, even if they refined 10 of them, their foundation would not be shaken. Heavenly Court did not lack immortal materials at all. They lacked refinement path great experts. Yuan Chongdu was a refinement path expert. He had been in charge of repairing Fate GU. But asking him to refine Time Path Immortal GU on top of this was just too much for him. He was just one person. He had limited time and energy. If 1 or 2 refinement path experts could wake up in the immortal graveyard, it would be great. Fairy Ziwei thought to herself. Regrettably, the immortal graveyard was not subject to external influence. She could not wake up any GU immortal she wanted. Duke Long also noticed this problem. He thought about it and said, "Then rally the 10 great ancient sects. We can even unify the refinement path GU immortals of other sects and send them all here, get them to work together and refine Time Path Immortal GU." Fairy Ziwei nodded. Yuan Chongdu had important matters to do. He was in charge of repairing Fate GU. Heavenly Court had to do this now to deal with the current problem. Fairy Ziwei sighed internally. If we had succeeded in invading Langya sect and taken control of it, that would be great. This would not be a problem for us now. It was a pity that Langya sect ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Heavenly Court had lost that great first step and now, they were facing problems because of it. In contrast, by using his refinement path advantage, Fang Yuan was giving problems to Heavenly Court now. Yuan Chongdu could feel this most deeply. Fairy Ziwei and Duke Long had grim emotions. Fang Yuan's victory in the River of Time was a devastating blow to Heavenly Court. But the River of Time was just one aspect. Heavenly Court's overall situation was worsening. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been trying to unify and gather the whole strength of Northern Plains GU Immortal World. In Western Desert, Fang Di Chong refined Divine Bean Palace and was bringing Fang Clan to rise up as the leader. In Southern Border, even though Wu Yong was close to Heavenly Court, beacon towers were being built everywhere. It was becoming a problem for Heavenly Court. As for Eastern Sea, according to our newest information, Qi Si Ancestor defeated Zhang Yin using a single move. Zhang Yin is a famous Eastern Sea rank 8 lone immortal, but he could not fight back at all. Qi Si Ancestor's battle strength is very terrifying. After this battle, his reputation soared. Even more Eastern Sea GU immortals attend his banquet now. Fairy Ziwei showed a worried look. Duke Long nodded. Even for me, achieving this would not be easy. It seems that Qi Si Ancestor has gotten stronger. According to his words, his battle strength rose after comprehending primordial origin true inheritance. After defeating Zhang Yin, Fang Yuan declared frankly to the Eastern Sea immortals, His battle strength had risen once again. It was because he obtained primordial origins Qi path true inheritance from Heavenly Court. Duke Long continued to speak. Since Qi Si ancestor said that, it shows that he is close to Heavenly Court, but still wants to remain as a neutral party. This person can be swayed towards us. Qi Si ancestor had stayed in seclusion for so long even though he had strength that rivaled Duke Long, it showed that he had no ambitions to begin with. Even if he had ambitions now, he was definitely more attracted to Heavenly Court, which had the complete true inheritance of primordial origin. As Qi Si ancestor stayed as a neutral party, Duke Long and Fairy Zi Wei became more assured of his stand. It was not just Qi Si ancestor's personality, but also his lifespan that affected their judgment. Lifespan was the biggest element that restricted a GU Immortal great expert. Qi Si ancestor looked like someone who was going to die soon. After all, using lifespan GU would allow one to regain their youthful appearance. He was so old already, he likely used many lifespan extension methods. These methods all had flaws, they would make lifespan GU ineffective. Duke Long did not have much longer to live, but he believed that Qi Si ancestor was in a similar state. Fairy Zi Wei suddenly said, since Qi Si ancestor said that, we can send GU immortals to openly attend his banquet. Even if we did not receive his invitation, now that the entire world knows that Qi Si ancestor took our inheritance, even if we suggest a transaction, he cannot reject our visit. Duke Long agreed with this suggestion. Even if it failed, they would successfully probe Qi Si ancestor. Right now, the regions, changes were not good for Heavenly Court, only Eastern Sea was relatively calmer. Heavenly Court wanted to make use of this, to ensure that at least Eastern Sea's forces were on neutral terms with them. Ever since Fang Yuan defeated Zhang Yin, the number of people visiting this place had increased, the number of people attending his banquet multiplied rapidly. The GU immortals who came would first go to pay respects to Qi Si ancestor, to take a look at this number 1 Eastern Sea GU immortal. Qi Si ancestor and Duke Long's battle was already known to all 5 regions. After defeating Zhang Yin, Qi Si ancestor became recognized as the number 1 Eastern Sea expert. Nobody doubted him anymore. The entire world was deceived by Fang Yuan. Zhang Yin was one of the 4 dragon generals. He cooperated with Fang Yuan, and because of the immortal formation under Qi Si ancestor's attack showed an incredibly powerful aura. Nobody knew that Zhang Yin was under control, even Duke Long did not know of Dream Token. In the previous life, he only found out the secret of the 4 dragon generals after obtaining Dragon Palace by force. Nobody guessed that Qi Si ancestor and Fang Yuan were the same person. After all, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level while Qi Si ancestor was a genuine rank 8. Fang Yuan tried to conceal the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture to the best of his ability. He gave up some short-term benefits and obtained a much greater reward for it at this moment. Xie Bao Shu arrived. He was handsome and had a warm aura. He looked like a graceful young master. He was a famous lone cultivator in Eastern Sea. He had a unique method of nurturing vicissitude trees. He was once a major seller of Year GU, but Fang Yuan ruined that business. In the previous life, he had worked with Yu Xianzi to snatch the moonlight mushrooms of Fairy Yu Hua. Zui Xian Wang came too. He was a rarely seen food path GU immortal. He was also the owner of Eastern Sea's Wine Sea. He had a collection of countless wines. He held a wine reception every year. This time, he brought 1,000 jars of top-tier wines and gave them to Qi Si ancestor as a gift. 7 Seas Snake Woman arrived. This was a beautiful but dangerous woman. She was very ruthless in her actions. Even though she was a lone immortal, she owned 7 sea areas. This showed her strength. At the same time, she was one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea's GU immortal world, on par with Song Yi Shi. Great Treasury Immortal arrived too. This person cultivated information path. He was dressed in a gentlemanly attire. He had long sleeves that fluttered in the wind. In the previous life, he invaded Central Continent too. He stole Mi Languang's rank 7 immortal material electrolytic iron starflower. The Qi Si banquet caused a storm in Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. All sorts of people showed up one after another. Among them, there were more lone immortals than righteous path immortals. Eastern Sea had more lone immortals than the other 4 regions to begin with, and they had the most abundant resources. At the same time, the righteous path had a lot of territory that needed guarding. Lone immortals could move more freely than them. Central Continent GU immortal Jun Shenguang, bring a gift to meet Qi Si ancestor. Please forgive my intrusion without an invitation. Heavenly Court's rank 8 GU Immortal Jun Shenguang arrived. The banquet became silent, countless gazes looked towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and laughed in a light tone. An esteemed guest has arrived, what forgiveness do you speak of? The sea is wide and draws in all tributaries linked to it, my eastern sea is the same, how can we not have this bit of tolerance? Please take a seat. Fang Yuan waved his sleeve, a seat was formed again. Even though it was located at a good position, it was below the Eastern Sea rank 8 GU Immortal seats. Seeing this, the Eastern Sea GU Immortals' expressions relaxed. Eastern Sea was the most tolerant towards other regions' GU Immortals compared to the rest of the 5 regions, but they still had some sort of exclusion. Fang Yuan had already expected Central Continent's GU Immortals to come here. The truth was, he had been waiting for Heavenly Court's envoy to come here. Fang Yuan looked around. He saw that almost everyone was here. He started to speak. Everyone, I have something to say. The place became silent again. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Fang Yuan's speech. Jun Shenguang saw this and became internally shocked. Qi Si Ancestor had only appeared for such a short time, but his reputation in Eastern Sea had already reached this stage. Nobody dared to ignore a single sentence from Qi Si Ancestor, in fact not a single phrase, or a single word. Fang Yuan did not say a lot of things, but he expressed his own political views: peaceful coexistence and mutual understanding, uphold justice and resolve conflicts. Finally, he said, this banquet is not to simply gather everyone here, it is also a transaction event, an auction and also a battle stage. If anyone has conflict, you can engage in a duel to resolve it. I can be the judge here with all the Eastern Sea friends witnessing it. If anyone needs resources or has anything to sell, you can step up and state your requests. Every year from now on, at this time period, I will hold Qi Si banquets. Of course, I will not charge any transaction fees. Ancestor is wise. Ancestor is impartial and magnanimous, we are in deep admiration. Eastern Sea's Immortals quickly praised. Jun Shenguang shook internally. Qi Si Ancestor is using this move to increase his influence over Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. Great strength would lead to admiration while great benefits would lead to influence and power. Furthermore, he was going to hold Qi Si banquets every year. Jun Shenguang could predict that Qi Si banquets would get larger and larger, they would involve the entire Eastern Sea GU Immortal world. When the 5 regions merge, GU Immortals from the other regions would even come over. In time, Qi Si Ancestor's influence would not just affect Eastern Sea but the entire 5 regions. Chapter 1885. Banquet Transactions, Heart Blood appears. 1885 Banquet Transactions, Heart Blood appears. Qi Si Banquet. Transactions were undergoing. A GU Immortal walked up the stage. He wore a black robe and had messy hair. He raised his head and showed his appearance. It was an Eastern Sea lone immortal, Wu Ma Yang. He had an aquiline nose and his gaze was dark. He seemed to have an injury. He coughed while taking out a shell that was floating in the air. The Eastern Sea Immortals looked over. They recognized what it was and quickly showed disappointed expressions. This was the shell of a small music clam. It was a rank 7 immortal material. Music clams were ordinary clams that contained sound path Dao marks. When they grow to desolate beast level, their size would increase, they would become giant music clams. After becoming an ancient, desolate beast, their size would shrink again, becoming small music clams. The small music clam that Wu Ma Yang took out was dead and had no vitality. It was merely a rank 7 sound path immortal material. But Wu Ma Yang smiled coldly. Everyone, calm down, why would I dare to embarrass myself at Ancestor's banquet? I am not selling this small music clam, but the music stored inside. Saying so, Wu Ma Yang cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. Ancestor, please pardon my rude action. Qi Si Ancestor nodded lightly. In truth, Fang Yuan and Wu Ma Yang had met long ago. Back then in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan sold Bone Spike Immortal GU to Wu Ma Yang. After getting Fang Yuan's agreement, he used his method and opened a slit in the small music clam. Instantly, everyone heard a crying sound emitting from within it. This voice was very weak, it was like a sobbing sound that had a music rhythm to it. If someone tried to investigate it, they would be restrained by this voice, they would get weaker and unable to resist it. Mortals would definitely fall prey to it. Even GU Immortals would get lightly injured or die if it was a severe situation. However, after Wu Ma Yang let it emit its sound for a while, he shut it tight, the small music clam became silent. Many GU Immortals sighed in pity before alerting themselves, they had been affected by it. This is rank 7 immortal material ghostly whale. Ancestor has great knowledge. I am willing to exchange this ghostly whale for any rank 7 dark path immortal material of equal value. It would be best if you have any black hole wood or dark thread algae. Wu Ma Yang announced. The GU immortals below were silent for a while before someone said, I have dark thread algae. Wu Ma Yang nodded in joy. He was about to answer when someone said, I have black hole wood, I will exchange for your ghostly whale. After some negotiation, Wu Ma Yang left the stage in satisfaction. In the recent years, due to the 5 regions earth trenches emerging, Eastern Sea gained an abundant source of cultivation resources even though they had the fewest earth trenches. Wu Ma Yang's ghostly whale was likely obtained from them. Even though Eastern Sea GU immortals interacted often and held auctions commonly, they were mostly small events. How could they be as large as Fang Yuan's banquet? The Qi Sea banquet involved the entire Eastern Sea GU immortal world after all. Treasure Yellow Heaven's transactions had gone up in numbers due to the earth trenches, but Treasure Yellow Heaven charged a fee for every transaction done. The transaction fee of Treasure Yellow Heaven varied according to the intensity of the treasure light. Therefore, the more valuable the transaction item, the higher the transaction fee one would have to pay. Rank 7 immortal materials were already quite valuable. Wu Ma Yang tried to save as much cost as he could. After Wu Ma Yang walked down, another GU immortal went up, selling a lump of fire. This fire was yellow inside and orange outside. It was filled with deep death energy. Once it was taken out, the surrounding air became dry like a desert. The temperature rose sharply. This is Drought Zombie Flame. The GU immortal who sold this flame smiled. He came from Su Clan, an Eastern Sea super force. He was called Su Lun, a Righteous Path member. Fang Yuan arranged them in the order of one Righteous Path followed by one Lone Immortal. This arrangement clearly took the Eastern Sea Lone Immortals into consideration. It was welcomed by them. And most wonderfully, he did not allocate any spots for Demonic Path GU Immortals. It showed a certain political attitude of Qi Sea ancestor. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path did not get upset by this arrangement. After all, Qi Sea ancestor was alone. Cultivator in Eastern Sea himself. The Drought Zombie Flame caused a slight commotion. It was a rank 8 level flame. Fang Yuan had to wave his hand lightly as he forced the flame to gather into a tight lump. The temperature of the Qi Sea banquet gradually returned to normal. I am sure many people know what flame this is already. But I am not just selling the flame today, I am also adding in a Drought Immortal Zombie Lifespan Extension method. This method can allow a GU Immortal who is near their lifespan limit to use the flame and become a Drought Immortal Zombie. I am sure everyone has heard of the Drought Immortal Zombie. Its battle strength rivals rank 8 GU Immortals. But there was a lack of interest in this among the GU Immortals. Currently, everyone knew about Heavenly Court's plan to repair Fate GU. Once they succeed, immortal zombies would likely cease to exist. If Fate is restored, the world would not allow dead people to exist. They would all need to remain dead. Therefore, becoming a Drought Immortal Zombie did not have good prospects. After a while, a GU Immortal asked, can a rank 7 GU Immortal convert into a Drought Immortal Zombie as well? Su Lun nodded. Of course, but the Drought Immortal Zombie body would not be complete. It would only be a small Drought Immortal Zombie. The battle strength will also be at rank 7. He did not dare to deceive anyone. In this situation, experts were everywhere. They would likely notice the truth. By then, he would have publicly offended Qi Sea ancestor, a rank 8 great expert, at his banquet. That was a problem that Su Lun and Su Clan would not want to create. When Eastern Sea's Righteous Path sent representatives to this banquet, did anyone not bring gifts along with them? In contrast, only a small portion of the lone and demonic immortals did this. After all, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces had a lot of territory and businesses. They needed a good relationship with Qi Sea ancestor. Meanwhile, most of the lone and demonic immortals were alone. They did not have much restraints. Su Lun did not manage to make any trades in the end. But a few GU immortals expressed their interest. They were willing to negotiate. It might be sold if the cost was lowered enough. This Drought Zombie Flame likely came from Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He had obtained the inventory list of Zombie Alliance from Shadow Sect's inheritance, among which, there were several Drought Zombie Flames in Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance headquarters. Back then, Spectral Soul tried to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU. He exposed Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. Spectral Soul failed. Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance was mobilized in the effort and reduced to nothing. it was wiped out by the combined effort of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Looking at the location, Su clan was one of the closest forces to Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance headquarters. Other than them, there was Qing Yu clan, Song clan, and Hua clan. After the Drought Zombie Flame, another Eastern Sea GU Immortal walked up the stage. He slowly walked up and took glances at Qi Si Ancestor from time to time. He saw that Fang Yuan had no response, his eyes were shut and he was relaxed. This Eastern Sea GU Immortal calmed down slightly, he let out a breath of air as he said in a hoarse voice, "I came here to exchange Immortal GU." Saying this, he spread open his hand and revealed an Immortal GU. Instantly, a bloody smell spread out rapidly, many of the Immortals' hearts pounded intensely. This was the first Immortal GU transaction since the banquet started. Everyone focused their attention and looked at this ladybug-like GU. It was small and delicate, with a bright red shell and an iron-black belly and head. Listening closely, one could seem to hear a thumping heartbeat from inside the ladybug. The sound of this heartbeat was very faint, but the more one listened, the louder and louder it got, echoing with the rhythm of the heartbeat of the GU Immortal, thus affecting the heartbeat of the GU Immortal as well. The Immortals were a little shocked. Some of the weaker ranked 6 GU Immortals here grunted, some had pale faces, they were evidently affected. What Immortal GU is this? Even GU Immortals got injured, while mortals definitely cannot approach it. It is clearly a Blood Path Immortal GU. This drowning uncle is too daring, he is publicly selling a Blood Path Immortal GU at the Qi Si banquet. Is he not afraid that Qi Si Ancestor and the Eastern Sea Righteous Path members would take action? Drowning Uncle is a demonic path immortal, who in Eastern Sea does not know that? Ancestor did not state that demonic immortals could get on stage, but he still walked up so fearlessly. The immortals conversed among themselves. The Righteous Path GU immortals had ugly expressions. Drowning Uncle had killed countless people, but now he was feeling trepidation too. He cultivated Water Path but was specialized at dealing with Water Path GU immortals. He drowned countless mortals and even targeted many GU immortals of the Righteous Path. He was a heinous person with many sins committed. Until now, he was still under the arrest warrant of 5 super forces in Eastern Sea. During normal times, the Righteous Path GU immortals would have ganged up to attack him already, but now was the Qi Si banquet. It was Qi Si Ancestor's event. Who would dare to act rashly here? Regarding Drowning Uncle's matter, all the GU immortals turned to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still calm and composed, as if he was resting. He said nothing. After looking at Fang Yuan for a while, they gradually understood that Qi Si Ancestor was likely not going to take action here. Drowning Uncle became very excited. He had made the right gamble. He was greatly daring. If not, why would he go against Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces? At the same time, he was meticulous and did not take risks blindly. Since Ancestor allowed me to join the banquet, it meant that he would not do anything to me. Otherwise, he could have done so when I arrived. Such a person is high and mighty, why would he spend effort on a small fry like me? Thinking so, Drowning Uncle spoke. This is ranked 7 Heart Blood Immortal GU. I caught it inside an earth trench. Will anyone exchange for it? After a momentary silence, many GU immortals quickly bid for it. But no Righteous Path member took part. Blood Path was created by Blood Sea Ancestor. It had flourished for a while before the 5 regions Righteous Path suppressed and sealed it. Blood Sea Ancestor was extremely capable. He actually set up his Blood Path inheritance in all 5 regions, causing Blood Path to continue existing until today, while the Righteous Path forces all tried to research on it secretly. Transactions of Immortal GU were only done through exchange for other Immortal GU. There was no bidding here, it only depended on what Immortal GU Drowning Uncle wanted. There were many GU Immortals who wanted to exchange for it. Many took out Water Path Immortal GU. Water Path was the most common path in Eastern Sea. The number of Water Path Immortal GU was also highest in Eastern Sea. This Heart Blood Immortal GU had incredible strength. Just from seeing it, it would have a great effect if used in battle. In normal situations, GU Immortals could not cultivate many paths due to conflicting Dao marks. But Eastern Sea had many GU Immortals cultivating Blood Path, most of those primarily cultivated Blood Path, while several ranked 7s and 6s cultivated it on the side. Seeing this, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path GU Immortals had even uglier expressions. Eastern Sea had many secluded cultivators, but to think that only Heart Blood Immortal GU would cause so many Blood Path GU Immortals to show themselves. In the 500 years of his previous life, Blood Path was extremely popular. After the 5 regions merged, the number of Blood Path GU Immortals rose drastically. By the time of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Blood Path became a mainstream path that could not be banned anymore. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan was one of these people. I can try to get this Hard Blood Immortal GU. Song Zixing's inheritance had a Hard Blood Premonition killer move. It is most appropriate to use this Hard Blood Immortal GU as the core. Fang Yuan developed this thought. Zhang Yin started to speak. I want this Hard Blood Immortal GU. I have several rank 7 Water Path Immortal GU. You can pick any one of them. Furthermore, I will owe you a favor. This was the first time a rank 8 GU Immortal had spoken in the auction. The surroundings went silent the moment he spoke. Chapter 1886. Red Heart leaves, new board owner. 1886 Red Heart leaves, new board owner. The moment Zhang Yin spoke, because of his rank 8 dominance, all the competitors backed off. Not only could they not outbid a rank 8 GU Immortal, even if they did, they would have offended this rank 8 Lone Immortal. Sometimes, Lone Immortals were scarier than Righteous Path rank 8s, they were unrestrained and free, they did not have so many concerns like the Righteous Path members. As for why Zhang Yin had an interest in Hard Blood Immortal GU, that was his business, the GU Immortals could not ask him why. As the Heavenly Court representative, Zhun Shengguang watched this with deep worry. Qi Si Ancestor hosted this banquet that publicly traded Immortal GU and Immortal materials. It satisfied the needs of many Eastern Sea GU Immortals. After this banquet, Eastern Sea's GU Immortals would have an abundance of suitable cultivation resources, their battle strength would rise sharply. This was great news for Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world, but for Heavenly Court, it was not so good. Especially after Qi Si Ancestor declared earlier that this Qi Si banquet would be held annually. That was very frequent. Zhun Shengguang could not help but think, is this Qi Si Ancestor too free and bored? He wants to hold banquets every year, isn't it tiring? Different from Treasure Yellow Heaven and other auctions, he is not collecting any fees. What is he after then? It seems that Qi Si Ancestor is not without ambitions, he is trying to raise his reputation. Making use of the Qi Si banquets to solidify his influence and reputation every year. In the future, whether he joins Heavenly Court or stays in Eastern Sea, he will benefit greatly. I heard that Qi Si Ancestor has many descendants. In the future, when these people roam Eastern Sea under Qi Si Ancestor's name, they will be well received by every force they visit. As a Heavenly Court rank 8, Zhun Shengguang was astute, he gradually saw through some arrangements and plans. At this moment, information came from Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei told Zhun Shengguang that he had to cooperate with other GU Immortals and buy Hard Blood Immortal GU without raising any suspicions. Zhun Shengguang frowned. He was not confused about why Heavenly Court wanted this Blood Path Immortal GU. The truth was, Heavenly Court had been researching Blood Path all along, with great success. Zhun Shengguang felt troubled as he transmitted secretly. The situation has changed. Earlier, Zhang Yin took action and bid for this Hard Blood Immortal GU using a high price. Fairy Ziwei, who was in Heavenly Court, hesitated for a moment. She arranged, then continued to observe them. I will ask others to do it. Zhun Shengguang was a Heavenly Court representative. If he fought with Zhang Yin over a Blood Path Immortal GU, Heavenly Court's reputation would take a huge hit. In Fairy Ziwei's original plan, he was only meant to help out. Heavenly Court placed great importance on this Qi Si banquet. They sent people like Zhun Shengguang to come openly, but there were also secret members that were hidden among the ranked 6 and 7 Immortals. Haha, this is a coincidence. I am interested in this Hard Blood Immortal GU as well. Yang Jun suddenly spoke. Right when Zhang Yin thought that he was about to succeed, this Eastern Sea rank 8 Lone Immortal also joined the competition. This change of events stunned many Immortals. Even Fang Yuan became slightly puzzled as surprise flashed in his eyes. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Yang Jun participated in the battle over Dragon Palace. He had an Immortal GU house called Fragrant Treasure Horse Chariot. While chasing after Dragon Palace, he found Fang Yuan's traces and ruined his chances of sneaking up on it. Afterwards, Yang Jun suddenly helped out Duke Long and helped him to suppress the rank 8 Immortal GU house's resistance, before capturing it. After that, Yang Jun went into concealment and vanished without a trace. During the battle of repairing Fate GU, Yang Jun did not appear to help Heavenly Court. During the battle, Heavenly Court was in a difficult spot. There was no way they would have any forces left unused. But Yang Jun did not show up. This showed that he was not a Heavenly Court member. he likely had some sort of agreement with Heavenly Court and would only act once for them. Then, is he working for Heavenly Court now? Fang Yuan had a thought that flashed by. This was not easy to deduce. Even with Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, due to the lack of clues and evidence, he could not be sure of it. Regardless of the situation, Fang Yuan instructed Zhang Yin to act more forcefully and try to obtain this immortal GU. Thus, Zhang Yin smiled. Yang Jun, the truth is I really like this immortal GU. If you insist, maybe we can spar to decide this. Yang Jun frowned as he thought. Zhang Yin wants this immortal GU even if he has to fight. Qi Ancestor was able to defeat him in one move because of his overwhelming strength. But if I fight him, it will likely be a draw. Sigh, do I continue this and help Heavenly Court? Yang Jun fell into hesitation. When he was at his lowest, he received Heavenly Court's help. He owed them one favor, promising he would do one thing for them. This favor was just too heavy to bear. It became Yang Jun's worry eventually. Yang Jun thought about it. He decided to repay Heavenly Court's favor and resolve this agreement. This is a good chance. If I do not act here, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Heavenly Court will ask me to deal with Eastern Sea's GU Immortals and I won't be able to reject them. Thankfully, I know about Drowning Uncle's situation. Thinking about this, Yang Jun smiled. Zhang Yin, don't be so impatient. It is not important to spar. This Heartblood Immortal GU belongs to Drowning Uncle. I am sure that this Water Path Immortal GU I am offering will satisfy him greatly. Saying so, Yang Jun took out an Immortal GU. Drowning Uncle saw it and beamed overjoyed. He shouted, "Let's do it, I'll exchange for this Immortal GU." Zhang Yin was dazed. What could he do now? Everyone was watching. He could not snatch it, otherwise, Qi Ancestor would need to stop him. Even though they were in cahoots, they needed to act under their respective roles now. They had to keep up the act after all. Zhang Yin could not take action, neither could Qi Ancestor. Right at this moment, Yang Jun stood up from his seat. He grabbed onto Heartblood Immortal GU and tossed the Water Path Immortal GU to the other party. The Immortals showed varying expressions. Yang Jun moved extremely quickly. He had evidently used an Immortal Killer move. Wasn't he too impatient? Yang Jun let out a breath of air. He relaxed as he sat down, placing Heartblood Immortal GU into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Buying or selling Immortal GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven was very costly, but Heavenly Court did not mind it with their huge assets. Fairy Ziwei obtained Heartblood Immortal GU and quickly gave it to someone else. This person cultivated within Demon Judgment Board all his time. After getting Heartblood Immortal GU, he shouted in joy, "Success has arrived." He got out of Demon Judgment Board. All the surroundings surged with blood light. Fragrance spread as clouds resounded with immortal music. Bloody petals flew in the sky like raining flowers. He was tall and had a handsome face. He smiled lightly and had a headband on his forehead. There was a lump of blood light behind his head. A formless flight of stairs seemed to have formed in the air as he walked down slowly. Fang Zheng was cultivating in front of the Demon Judgment Board. Upon seeing this, he knelt on the ground and said, "Fang Zheng greets Master. Get up, my disciple. I have gotten a crucial immortal GU. The blood path method that I conceptualized my entire life finally has its core and foundation. After staying in this Demon Judgment Board for hundreds of years, it is finally time for me to leave." This rank 8 GU Immortal spoke warmly. He stretched his arm as a formless force helped GU Fang Zheng to stand up. Fang Zheng cupped his fist again. "Congratulations, Master. Ever since the Eastern Sea journey, he got captured by Shen Kong Sheng and was brought back to Heavenly Court afterwards." Qin Ding Ling observed his luck. She suggested to Fairy Ziwei that he could be the next Demon Judgment Board Lord. After Fairy Ziwei discussed with Duke Long, they agreed to this. Fang Zheng thus came to the Demon Judgment Board to cultivate. He became the disciple of the current Demon Judgment Board Lord. Demon Judgment Board was a rank 8 immortal GU house with a long history. When Blood Sea Ancestor caused chaos in the 5 regions, Heavenly Court sensed danger and a Heavenly Court predecessor followed the revelation of Fate GU, finding a Wild Blood Relation Immortal GU. Blood Relation Immortal GU was rank 8. After Heavenly Court captured it, they added it to Demon Judgment Board. This caused every single blood path cultivator in the world to be detected by Demon Judgment Board as long as they were not rank 9. Heavenly Court relied on the information from Demon Judgment Board to execute their plans and exterminate the budding blood path trend in Central Continent. Furthermore, They passed the news from Demon Judgment Board to the other 4 regions, allowing their Righteous Path forces to deal with Blood Path more effectively. Blood Path had not flourished, it was suppressed fiercely. Demon Judgment Board was the key contributor to this. After Blood Sea Ancestor created Blood Path, Heavenly Court had been researching it. Their gains were the greatest compared to any force in the world. The current Demon Judgment Board Lord, Red Heart Traveler, was a sole Blood Path cultivator. He had been in closed cultivation in Demon Judgment Board for years, researching and gaining great results. He allowed Heavenly Court's Blood Path to be far ahead of the 5 regions. Spiritual light flashed as 9 spiritual fairies suddenly appeared. She went to Red Heart Traveler. Red Heart, I was ordered to come here and gather with you. We are going to Western Desert to find trouble with Fang Clan. Red Heart Traveler nodded slightly, instructing Fang Zheng before he left. Demon Judgment Board cannot be without an owner at all times. My disciple, you will take over as Demon Judgment Board Lord after I leave. My inheritance is inside the board. Not just that, the cultivation experiences of the past generations of Board Lords are also inside. From now on, you will cultivate inside Demon Judgment Board. It will benefit you greatly. I hope you can work hard and not slacken. Don't waste this fortune. Yes, Master, I will remember your teachings. I will never forget it. Gu Fang Zheng quickly replied. Red Heart Traveler nodded before turning around and leaving. He and Gu Fang Zheng had a very shallow relationship. If Fairy Ziwei had not given orders, he would not have taken him in as a disciple. Their relationship, however, provided him a huge help. Luck is truly profound and mystical. Earlier, Senior Qin Ding Ling told me that if I accept Fang Zheng as my disciple, once we become master and disciple in name, I would be able to use his luck to aid in my own cultivation. To think that I gained so much in just a short period of time. Before leaving, I should go and visit Senior Qin Ding Ling first. Red Heart Traveler said with deep emotions. 9 spiritual fairy nodded. They were in no rush for time. After Qin Ding Ling returned to Heavenly Court, she stayed in a specialized Immortal GU palace. After the 2 met Qin Ding Ling, she inspected their luck. 9 spiritual fairies' luck had 9 spiritual lights. They were clear and clean, like leaves after withstanding a storm. They brought benefit to the world, giving off an aura of prosperity. Red Heart Traveler's luck was like a sun or blood pill. It was round and perfect without any flaws. It had just emerged from the clouds, grand and vast. It was truly an amazing sight. This showed that after years of closed cultivation, Red Heart Traveler had finally emerged to travel the world. He was going to spread his radiance throughout the 5 regions. Qin Ding Ling smiled as she told them that this would be a smooth trip. As long as they followed the plan, nothing bad would happen. After the 2 said goodbye to Qin Ding Ling, they flew in the sky. Passing by Embroidered Tower, they saw a GU Immortal stationed there in a daze, not moving at all. 9 spiritual fairy looked down at Red Heart Traveler as she sighed. This is Feng Juzhe. After the loss in the River of Time, he became this despondent. Red Heart Traveler shook his head as his expression turned grim. He is comprehending his Tao now. When I was in closed cultivation in the board, I often fell into this state. We cannot interrupt him. 9 spiritual fairy showed a look of surprise. Oh, no wonder Fairy Ziwei is letting him do as he pleases. I am embarrassed. I inherited the 9 spiritual transformations inheritance. I have cultivated it wholeheartedly and did not modify it, so I was unaware of this. Red Heart Traveler consoled her. Your 9 spiritual transformations is the greatest transformation path inheritance in Heavenly Court. It has been modified by countless generations of predecessors. It is near the point of perfection that cannot be modified any further. Even though he cultivated Blood Path, he had an extremely gentle temperament. He was as soothing as the spring winds. 9 spiritual fairy smiled. Back then, when Master gave me the true inheritance, he said my aptitude was insufficient. Compared to geniuses like you, I can only feel admiration and envy. The 2 immortals talked and laughed as they left Central Heaven Gate, entering White Heaven and going towards Western Desert. Chapter 1887. Banquet ends. Desire to enter Dragon Whale. 1887 Banquet ends. Desire to enter Dragon Whale Eastern Sea. Swish swish swish. This uninhabited island was not eye-catching in the huge Eastern Sea, but it actually hid 4 GU immortals. The 4 GU immortals were injured. One was lying down, either dead or alive. The other 3 were sitting and trying to heal their injuries. A moment later, someone coughed as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Lord, the other 2 immortals who were still conscious quickly stopped healing their injuries as they gathered towards him. The person coughing blood was Miao Ming Shen. This GU Immortal cultivated space path. He had rank 7 cultivation level, he was famous among Eastern Sea's lone immortals, he had a huge network and influence. Miao Ming Shen wiped the blood off his face as he spoke with a pale expression. My injuries, cough cough, are not an issue. Gui Qiyi's condition is more severe. That's right, Gui Qiyi was hit by the ice-poisoned starfish, we do not have the way to heal him. Immortal Hua Dai was very worried. Miao Ming Shen shook his head and sighed. Fairy Ju Yu has some relationship with Ren Shu Ping while Su Chen is attending the Qi Si banquet, we cannot go and expose our identities and secrets. We can only rely on ourselves to heal him. I intend to use the extreme time pole to exchange for underworld yellow water and cleanse the poison of the ice-poisoned starfish. Lord, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhang were both moved. Miao Ming Shen laughed. Just one rank 8 immortal material to save Gui Qiyi, it is worth the price. Speaking of which, we need to thank that demon Fang Yuan. If he did not defeat Heavenly Court this time, they would not have purchased Time Path immortal materials from Treasure Yellow Heavens so frantically. Immortal Hua Dai nodded as she sighed. Indeed, that demon Fang Yuan actually obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance, he is able to control the Stone Lotus Island, Heavenly Court suffered a great defeat, their losses were too severe. Feng Zhang was a little worried. This demon Fang Yuan is too crafty, Heavenly Court is without options against him. Now that Fang Yuan has a Red Lotus true inheritance, he is finally a huge influence. If he is not stopped, this Fang Yuan will become more terrifying, the entire world will be threatened by him. Immortal Hua Dai smiled. Feng, you are worrying too much, how can any of us deal with a powerful person like Fang Yuan, the world is so huge, will we ever meet him? Even if heaven collapses, giants will hold up the sky, Heavenly Court will not let him off, we just need to watch this quietly. This time, Fang Yuan used the Stone Lotus Island to cause great harm to Heavenly Court, he naturally did not waste this chance, he put up the video of Heavenly Court losing in Treasure Yellow Heaven, letting the entire world view it. This way, Fang Yuan's reputation and prestige rose again, while Heavenly Court's fame was heavily damaged. It was logical that Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhang knew about this situation. But what they did not know was, Fang Yuan had disguised as Chu Ying and got close to them, he saved their lives before. Miao Ming Shen sighed deeply to himself. He had deep ambitions, he was not willing to lead a normal life. Otherwise, he would not create a wide network and many connections, he even got the loyalty of Feng Zhang, Immortal Hua Dai, and Gui Qiyi. As an ambitious GU Immortal, he had a complex feeling towards Fang Yuan's rise in immense strength. Fang Yuan's rise was too fast, it had not been 100 years, he already went from Immortal GU Master to a rank 7 GU Immortal. And how long did Miao Ming Shen take? Hundreds of years. In just this last period of time, Miao Ming Shen watched the rise of Fang Yuan, it was like a drama that played out before him. Except he was not the main character. He felt that both he and Fang Yuan were rank 7 GU Immortals, it was just that Fang Yuan had a rank 8 Immortal GU house and controlled the Stone Lotus Island, which resulted in his victory over Heavenly Court. But what about himself? Miao Ming Shen looked at himself, he was truly pathetic. He was heavily injured, Gui Qiyi was on the verge of death while Feng Zhang and Immortal Hua Dai were both injured. The cause of this was his enemy Ren Shu Ping, who aggressively chased after them. He was truly full of problems both internally and externally. At this moment, Miao Ming Shen even questioned himself, was he wrong in trying to expand his network these years, was he wrong in getting the loyalty of these three immortals after so much hard work? If he was not wrong, why did he end up in this state? He thought of Qi Si Ancestor next. Qi Si Ancestor held his Qi Si banquet and invited the GU Immortals of Eastern Sea. It was such a huge event that Miao Ming Shen had heard of it long ago, he wanted to attend it. But because of Ren Shu Ping, he had to hide himself, he had lost this opportunity as a result. Miao Ming Shen felt deep admiration and envy towards Qi Si Ancestor. If I can follow Qi Si Ancestor's example and cultivate in seclusion, would I be able to get stronger, would I avoid suffering from the devious schemes of Ren Shu Ping? Miao Ming Shen gritted his teeth, he quickly dispelled this thought that wavered his determination. He let out a breath of air, he said to Feng Zhang and Immortal Hua Dai, Fang Yuan is having a good life, he is backed by several venerables and does not lack cultivation resources, he is also an otherworldly demon and has control of Spring-Autumn Cicada. After pausing for a while, he added, he is far beyond us, let's save old Gui first before we leave this place. Feng Zhang and Immortal Hua Dai nodded in agreement. Miao Ming Shen immediately connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and used the extreme time pole to exchange for Underworld Yellow Water. The transaction process was very smooth and no unexpected mishaps occurred. In the previous life, Heavenly Court not only occupied the River of Time to restrict Fang Yuan from finding the Stone Lotus Islands, they even worked with Southern Border's Righteous Path to suppress Fang Yuan in Treasure Yellow Heaven, stopping his businesses and aggressively buying Time Path immortal materials. But in this life, Heavenly Court was in a much poorer state. Even though they still allied with Southern Border's Righteous Path and suppressed Fang Yuan's businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven, just their loss in the River of Time made them lose a huge amount of immortal GU. They needed to try to refine these Time Path immortal GU rapidly, they needed to refine them before Fang Yuan tried doing so. Thus, in this life, even though Heavenly Court did not lack Time Path immortal materials in their inventory, they intensified their actions of purchasing Time Path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Miao Ming Shen obtained the Underworld Yellow Water much earlier than in the previous life. Of course, he did not know the cause of it. Next, Miao Ming Shen used the Underworld Yellow Water to cleanse Gui Qiyi's entire body. He used just the right amount. After all, this water was also corrosive on an undefended GU immortal body. Gui Qiyi was completely cleansed of the poison. He slowly woke up and thanked Miao Ming Shen. Miao Ming Shen said some words of encouragement as Gui Qiyi's eyes turned red from gratitude. The four finally had the time to catch a breather. They started to think about their situation. How would they get out of this and deal with that accursed Ren Shuping? The four of them were just not enough. Ren Shuping was an enslavement path expert. He could fight a group on his own. This time, there were more than just him around. Ren Shuping's group was far stronger and more numerous than Miao Ming Shen's group. Gui Qiyi pondered and said, "The reason why Ren Shuping targeted us is because Lord has the method to enter the Blue Dragon Whale. It concerns Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Right now, we need to use this secret and invite allies to explore that Paradise Earth true inheritance before Ren Shuping. If we are late and Ren Shuping spreads news of this, not only will we lose our initiative, we will also be the target of all the Eastern CGU immortals." Miao Ming Shen nodded in agreement. Even though he did not like it, this was the only way now. Regarding the secret of the Blue Dragon Whale, it was better if fewer people knew of it. It was a pity that Ren Shuping plotted against Miao Ming Shen. News would spread in a short time. Following Gui Qiyi's method, not only would Miao Ming Shen gain a bunch of GU immortals to help him, gaining enough strength to fight Ren Shuping and protect their own lives, they would even be able to explore the Blue Dragon Whale. If they could gain anything inside, that would naturally be good. In this situation, he had to give up some of his potential future profits and share the secret with more people. Similar to the previous life, after Miao Ming Shen and the rest discussed this, they decided on the participating members, including Chu Ying. When Fang Yuan received the invitation, he was still hosting the Qi banquet. During this period of time, more famous Eastern CGU immortals came to attend the banquet. For example, Dragon Head Tortoise Immortal in Adversity C. All sorts of famous people came. Fang Yuan gained a deeper understanding of Eastern C's situation. Jun Shenguang, who was present, also collected information here. The truth was, Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Western Desert also had people here trying to gain information. That went without saying. Even though this was Fang Yuan's first Qi banquet, it had already caused a huge impact and influence. The GU immortals of the 5 regions were very concerned. Eastern Sea had too many spare resources after all. During this period, more GU immortals started to trade immortal GU. Each transaction that succeeded meant that Eastern Sea's GU immortal world would get slightly stronger. Jun Shenguang and the rest felt deeper pressure. If Fang Yuan wanted any of these immortal GU or immortal materials, he would get Zhang Yin to buy them for him. He planned to stay here and remain motionless. He would just be a backdrop. But this backdrop was something nobody could ignore or look down on. The time is about right. The Qi banquet will end now. Fang Yuan spoke. The immortals were confused and felt perplexed. Why was it ending so suddenly? Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Transactions will never stop. How long would it take? Everyone here has important things to do. It is not good that I keep everyone waiting here. I held this banquet so that all of you Eastern Sea friends can meet up and have a nice gathering. Now, this goal has been achieved. The truth was, he had things to do now. These people should scram and get out of his way. Fang Yuan spoke politely. Even if any Eastern Sea immortal was unhappy, they would not dare to defy the number 1 Eastern Sea Immortal. The Immortals quickly stood up and said their goodbyes to Fang Yuan. Song Qi Yuan and the rest left first. As leaders of their force, they were indeed busy with many things, they had a lot of territory to guard. Fang Yuan's words were music in their ears. Chapter 1888, Changes Midway. 1888 changes midway. Several days later, on a nameless island in Eastern Sea, 8 GU Immortals finally gathered. Miao Ming Shen was the leader. Other than him, Gui Qiyi, Feng Zhong, and Immortal Hua Dai were there. In addition, Zheng Luozi, Tu Tu Tuo, Tong Hua, and Fang Yuan were present. Even though I was reborn, it seems that the influence has not reached Miao Ming Shen. Fang Yuan was disguised as Chu Ying, he observed without showing changes in his expression. Similar to the previous life, Miao Ming Shen chose the same people without changes. But Fang Yuan was very different now. He was in a much better state than in the previous life. In the previous life, at this time period, he could not annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven, he could only take the resources of Qi Si Grotto Heaven and the 5 Zhang's public Grotto Heaven, consuming a portion of time. As for the rank 9 killer move Heaven form, it was still resisting Fang Yuan's refinement and was not his yet. And most regrettably, his plans in Green Ghost Desert had failed, his soul path cultivation was obstructed and could not progress. At the same time, his Guts GU productions fell drastically. In this life, at this point, he had already annexed Qi Si Grotto Heaven, he had rank 8 cultivation level and even became Qi Si Ancestor, obtaining huge political power. Heaven form was refined long ago, but he did not find more Grotto Heavens. Green Ghost Desert developed rapidly, his soul path cultivation also progressed smoothly. The production of Guts GU was also many times of his highest records in history. In the previous life, Heavenly Court dominated the River of Time, Fang Yuan had to fight desperately to escape. But in this life, Fang Yuan dominated the River of Time, Heavenly Court suffered severe losses and their prestige was greatly affected. Despite this, Heavenly Court had no choice but to continue building immortal GU houses, to send more reinforcements into the River of Time. They could not allow Fang Yuan to dominate the River of Time alone and find another Red Lotus true inheritance. His position in the River of Time was easy to defend while hard to attack. Fang Yuan also had many arrangements in Western Desert, Eastern Sea, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. His progress was very smooth. After rebirth, Fang Yuan worked hard and used the 5 regions and 2 heavens as his chessboard. He played many different pieces and set up arrangements everywhere. His gains were not just in the present but would continue increasing for future periods of time. There was a similar situation as the previous life. Fang Yuan's businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven were suppressed and targeted by the joint efforts of Central Continent and the Southern Alliance. Fang Yuan did not have any solution to this problem now. Firstly, his influence on the Southern Alliance was falling gradually. He did not have much of a bargaining chip, only his second aperture Immortal GU had an intense attraction to several Southern Border GU Immortals. Secondly, be it Heavenly Court or the Southern Alliance, they had deep foundations and assets, competing with them in Treasure Yellow Heaven through price and quantity was not wise. Fang Yuan's foundation was skewed towards Immortal GU houses, and secluded domains of heaven and earth. Most of his cultivation resources were used for his own strength. For example, Guts GU, if he sold them in Treasure Yellow Heaven, this monopoly would be well received by the market. Southern Alliance would not affect his gains. He chose to use most of the Guts GU on his own soul path cultivation. He was still trying every way possible to raise his battle strength. This decision made his business in Treasure Yellow Heaven even worse. He fell into a disadvantage against them. In terms of immortal materials, I have even less compared to my previous life. I refined Immortal GU multiple times and used too much of them. I also gained many subordinates this time. Lady White Rabbit, Sixth Hair, and Fairy Miao Yin died last time. But now, they are alive and well. I even took in the Variant Human Alliance. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is also raising many snowmen, rockmen, hairy men, and others. I am trying to comprehend human path. Fang Yuan gained a lot more immortal materials than in his previous life. Just the annexation of Langya Blessed Land alone was an immense gain. But his expenditure also increased as well. The refinement of Luck Path and Wood Path Immortal GU, the nurturing of variant humans, the gathering of 12 different immemorial year beasts, his other clones needed resources. He also faced several intense battles that required vast immortal essence. Many GU worms were lost during those fights. All in all, be it internally or externally, Fang Yuan's situation was much better than the previous life. His only weakness was the lack of immortal materials. He was running out of certain immortal materials already. In this situation, Fang Yuan would not compete with Heavenly Court in Treasure Yellow Heaven at all. Heavenly Court was buying time path immortal materials. They wanted to obstruct Fang Yuan. Their attitude was even stronger than the previous life. Fang Yuan chose to avoid them. In this regard, he could not beat Heavenly Court alone, not to mention they had the Southern Alliance as well. Fang Yuan's following plan was to obtain Regret GU and advance the bulk of his current immortal GU. This was the same as his previous life's plan. He currently had a large number of ranked 6 immortal GU. Once they become ranked 7, his battle strength would surge again in an all-rounded manner. Cooking luck pot alone was worth anticipating. In the previous life, I lacked time and did not get Red Lotus, true inheritance. I had to act quickly in the Blue Dragon Whale's immortal aperture and could not tackle it with peace of mind. This time, not only do I want Regret GU, I also want to try to get that Merit Obelisk. In fact, I want to get Paradise Earth's true inheritance and the Blue Dragon Whale itself. Fang Yuan calculated his time well. Very soon, Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention would start. They would try to repair Fate GU. Fang Yuan put Zan Bu Du in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. This clone lived up to his expectations. He progressed rapidly and smoothly. When Fang Yuan appeared, Zan Bu Du would cooperate with him and annex Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven without issues. He would save a lot of time in that regard. It could all be used to tackle the Blue Dragon Whale's tasks. His early investment was growing like a snowball. Soon, Fang Yuan would gain even more benefits. Miao Ming Shen looked around and said solemnly, "Everyone, I have already explained the details of this expedition. I gave you all some time to consider. This is my first journey too. The risks are unknown. We might possibly die. If anyone wants to give up now, you can leave. I will definitely not stop anyone. I understand from the bottom of my heart." Nobody backed out. This involved Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Even if their paths were different, the Immortals still held great expectations towards it. These days, they had been thinking about what could be inside this Blue Dragon Whale. They did not know that Fang Yuan, who was beside them, already had a reliable plan to work with. Similar to the previous life, before the Immortals set off, Zheng Luozi went ahead to make the alliance agreement. Next, the Immortals went into the sea and used a method to find out each other's location. After that, they went into the undercurrent with Miao Ming Shen taking the lead. They moved around through twists and turns. Fang Yuan was mixed among them as they followed Miao Ming Shen. He had already made arrangements at the area that the Blue Dragon Whale appeared in the previous life, but he did not receive information about the arrival of the Blue Dragon Whale. If not for Miao Ming Shen, he indeed might not find the Blue Dragon Whale. There were 8 Immortals here. They continued to travel for days. They used several undercurrents to travel. If there were no undercurrents, they would travel under the sea as well, being extremely low profile. Even if they met desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they avoided them. If they saw any resources, they would ignore them. Along the way, the Immortals were led by Miao Ming Shen as they conversed. The atmosphere was quite harmonious and lively. Miao Ming Shen also became the central member of this group subtly. He managed the relationship between everyone meticulously. He was truly skilled at interpersonal communication. The Immortals traveled with days and nights without stopping. Miao Ming Shen was afraid that Ren Shu Ping would expose this matter, so he had to race against time. Suddenly, he slowed down as he showed an excited expression. "We are getting close." Fang Yuan frowned lightly. Similar to the previous life, he had been using investigative methods on Miao Ming Shen all along. He could not tell what method Miao Ming Shen was using to search for the Blue Dragon Whale. And their current location was completely different from the previous life as well. As the Blue Dragon Whale got closer, the Immortals started to notice something strange. The seawater became more turbulent. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts increased in numbers. Fang Yuan and the rest had to resist them as they advanced, slaughtering desolate beasts as they forcefully created a path filled with blood. The Immortals fought desperately while Fang Yuan showed a peculiar expression. In the previous life, he had fallen for it, but this time, he was experienced. After considering this situation, he saw some of the peculiarities in this situation. It seems that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables test started in the sea. If I try to die now, will I get transported into the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture? Fang Yuan felt that it was likely, but he did not want to take the risk. To play safe, he would follow his actions in the previous life, dying after a certain amount of time. Who is it? Right at this moment, Zheng Luozi shouted as he sent a killer move behind him, towards his left. The killer move did not have offensive power, but several figures appeared immediately. As expected of Zheng Luozi, this is a wonderful investigative method. The leading GU Immortal smiled as he spoke. His aura surged as it destroyed Zheng Luozi's investigative method while also sweeping towards Miao Ming Shen and the rest. Fang Yuan saw him and felt slightly dazed. Why is Shen Kong Sheng here as well? This person who only said one sentence and broke Zheng Luozi's investigative killer move was none other than Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder, Shen Kong Sheng. This was a righteous path rank 8 GU Immortal. Miao Ming Shen and the rest only had rank 7 cultivation level, they were completely outmatched. Not only did Shen Kong Sheng come, he even had many GU Immortals. With him, there were Shen clan members and also lone cultivator experts like Ren Shuping. Fang Yuan had a shocked expression. He was obviously acting. His main body was here, not just Shen Kong Sheng. Even if 4 of Eastern Sea's righteous path rank 8s came here, Fang Yuan would not fear them. Miao Ming Shen and the rest were truly shocked. The enemies were too powerful, there was no way of contesting them. Chapter 1889, Entering the Aperture. 1889 Entering the Aperture, why are they here? Immortal Hua Dai gasped, she felt her body turning cold. If not for the dangerous situation, if I did not sense this mild peculiarity, I would not have found these people. Quickly leave, Zheng Luozi urged as he said anxiously. There is a traitor among us. We need to split up. Miao Ming Shen said with an ashen expression, he understood already. He looked around at Tu Tu Tuo, Tong Hua, Zheng Luozi, and paused when he looked at Fang Yuan. Evidently, his biggest suspicion was Chu Ying because he did not know about this person's background. Ha ha ha, I wanted to follow you all into the blue dragon whale, but since you found out, none of you will escape. Shen Kong Sheng said as he moved his finger. Sound waves spread out and shot towards Miao Ming Shen and the rest. Miao Ming Shen and the rest were surrounded by these sound waves as their speed fell drastically. SSSSSSSSSSH. Shen Kong Sheng started whistling in the depths of the sea. Immortal Hua Dai gasped as she was tied up by countless sound waves. Shen Kong Sheng dragged her away immediately. Hua Dai. Feng Zhong watched and stared with a furious expression. He tried to help her but was too weak. Shen Kong Sheng captured him too. Shen Kong Sheng had rank 8 cultivation level. His sound path methods were quite profound. In the previous life, he captured rank 8 GU Immortal Old Man Bei Feng alive in Hidden Dragon Cave. It was much simpler now to capture weaklings like Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhong. Leave, Feng Zhong shouted loudly, but soon, Shen Kong Sheng grabbed his neck and he fainted. He snorted coldly, attack. The Shen clan GU Immortals around him and Ren Shuping found their targets and attacked. They had followed behind closely, having already discussed among themselves who to fight. Not only was their attack coordinated, they helped each other out. The only who attacked Fang Yuan was Shen Clan GU Immortal Shen Tan. He was an ordinary water path GU Immortal. He shot out a water ring that was the size of a vat. It flew towards Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan did not want to fight. He turned into a small seahorse that was palm-sized. He moved like lightning speed. Shen Tan missed his target. He was shocked and attacked with 3 more water rings. They appeared before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned into a fish and swerved around with great agility, dodging all 3 rings. Shen Tan's expression turned ugly. He called out to Ren Shuping, "Lend me a hand." Ren Shuping was attacking Tong Hua with 2 vicious sharks. Hearing Shen Tan's words, he nodded, of course. A vicious shark that was attacking Tong Hua quickly turned around and swam towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked around him. He found that if he got past this obstacle, he would be the frontmost person charging out. He quickly stopped as he pretended to be obstructed by the vicious shark. Because of this, Shen Tan laughed loudly as he moved his 4 water rings, blocking Fang Yuan. Where can you run to now? He had no idea who he had obstructed. If he knew Chu Ying's true identity, he would be shivering in fear now. Fang Yuan pretended to be trapped while patiently observing his allies. Tu Tu Tuo was also obstructed. As an earth path cultivator, his speed was not fast, it was even slower in water. Tong Hua was busy dealing with 2 of Ren Shuping's vicious sharks. Zheng Luozi was like a white ghost in the sea. He moved around swiftly and competed with Shen clan's Shen Qi in speed. They were well ahead. Gui Qiyi and Miao Ming Shen moved together. When Shen clan's 2GU immortals got close, he shouted, "Lord, quickly go, I will stop them." He stopped as he pushed with his palms. With a loud sound, a huge area of black fog spread out. Shen clan's 2GU immortals were moving too rapidly. They entered the fog and vanished into thin air. Old Gui, take care. Miao Ming Shen knew the severity of the situation. He had tears in his eyes as he flew up. Shen Kong Sheng suppressed Feng Zhang and Immortal Hua Dai completely as he snickered, "Where are you going?" Saying this, countless sound waves chased after Miao Ming Shen. Miao Ming Shen's hair stood on end as alerts rang in his mind. His gaze flashed like lightning as he grunted, activating his space path killer move. His figure vanished instantly, appearing 100 steps away. At the next moment, he vanished again. He moved 100 steps further from Fang Yuan and the rest. As he flickered continuously, Miao Ming Shen escaped and charged out of the sea. Shen Kong Sheng gasped lightly, feeling surprised. He had used a genuine rank 8 method. Miao Ming Shen was actually able to escape from it. It was very impressive. Miao Ming Shen was the most important person. Shen Kong Sheng did not care about Immortal Hua Dai or Feng Zhang. He did not have time to store them into his immortal aperture. He tossed them to others and flew out to chase Miao Ming Shen. Miao Ming Shen charged out of the sea as sweat poured out of his forehead. My escaping method could usually move 100 li with one flicker, but before Shen Kong Sheng, I could only move 100 steps away. Is this the power of a rank 8 GU immortal? Suddenly, there was a sound behind him as Shen Kong Sheng broke out of the sea. Miao Ming Shen's body shook. His speed fell as he had fallen into Shen Kong Sheng's killer move's range once again. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Miao Ming Shen struggled intensely. He felt deep despair in his heart. Right at this moment, there was a shrill cry resounding. An immemorial thunder phoenix flew over and attacked Shen Kong Sheng. The immemorial thunder phoenix attacked fiercely. Intense winds blew as Shen Kong Sheng's expression changed. He did not dare to be careless. He let off Miao Ming Shen for the time being and faced the immemorial thunder phoenix instead. With a loud sound, the immemorial thunder phoenix sent Shen Kong Sheng flying into the sea again as huge waves were created. Miao Ming Shen used this chance to flicker and escape. His body was covered in cold sweat. At this time, he finally had time to observe the surroundings. Only to see that above the sea, intense tornadoes surged in the sky, lightning flashed continuously as thunder rumbled, dark clouds extended to the horizons. The sea was in a frenzy. Waves surged from the sea. They were thousands of feet tall. The situation was too dangerous. Where in the world did I end up at? Miao Ming Shen took a deep breath in shock. Catch them. Right at this time, Shen Tan's anxious voice could be heard behind him. Just earlier, Shen Tan received the 2 captives that Shen Kong Sheng tossed him. Fang Yuan used that chance to not only destroy the water rings but also help the others out. Tong Hua, Zheng Luozi, and Fang Yuan got out of the sea, flying into the sky. Don't think of running. Shen Qi, Shen Tan, and Ren Shuping chased after them. At the same time, lightning flashed in the sky and shot towards the immortals. The immortals quickly attacked to block it. Another group of eagles flew down and scattered the group of people. The scene was a chaotic mess. All of you, scram. At the next moment, an intense sound wave burst out from the depths of the sea. Sound waves shot out of Shen Kong Sheng as he flew out of the sea and towards the sky in an instant. He waved both hands as 2 translucent sound waves moved around the battlefield like 2 sharp blades. Immortal killer move, aerial sound blades. Wherever the sound blades went, be they eagles or lightning, they were all cut into 2. Even the immemorial thunder phoenix was injured and moved back. A sound blade went around Tong Hua and quickly slit through Zheng Luozi's throat. Zheng Luozi stared with wide eyes as his head fell off his body. A sound blade went after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. He made a turn and burst out with speed. He charged on the closest route to the immemorial thunder phoenix. At the next moment, his body became charred by lightning. He died on the spot. Shen Kong Sheng did not even look at Fang Yuan's corpse. He went after Miao Ming Shen immediately. Within the Blue Dragon Whale Paradise. Starting Island. Fang Yuan opened his eyes as he woke up. I arrived here after all. He stood up and looked around him. The sea was blue with white waves. There was a golden sandy beach. The temperature was warm and nice. This was a serene location. Fang Yuan saw Zheng Luozi here as well. He was clearly killed by Shen Kongsheng's sound path killer move, he was beheaded. But now, he lay near the beach, he breathed normally but was unconscious, his head was still attached to his body. As expected, Fang Yuan was not surprised. The illusion started long ago, within it, whoever dies would not die for real. Fang Yuan was killed by the immemorial Thunder Phoenix and arrived here afterwards. Zheng Luozi was killed by Shen Kongsheng but arrived here as well. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created reincarnation battlefield in Central Continent, it had a similar trait. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects occupied that place and sent GU immortals to fight inside it. No matter who died inside, they would not lose their life, they would only sustain some injuries or damage if they died too many times. Thus, Fang Yuan did not do anything earlier. Even if he killed Shen Kongsheng, he would not die, he would even get transported here earlier, while Fang Yuan would have exposed his identity for no reason. Fang Yuan waved his hand as a chi blade flew towards Zheng Luozi. Zheng Luozi did not have any defenses up, but right before the chi blade landed and killed him, it vanished. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, turning around and leaving. When Shen Kongsheng woke up, he felt that his vision was still blurry, but a joyful sound was heard beside him. First Supreme Elder, you finally woke up. Next, his vision cleared up, he saw Shen Qi, Shen Tan, Ren Shuping, Miao Ming Shen, Hua Dai, Feng Zhong, Tong Hua, and the rest. They were in a nervous standoff. What happened? Didn't I die? Shen Kongsheng was internally shocked, he felt that this was unreal. As a rank 8 GU immortal, he lasted the longest in the illusion, he was also the final person who arrived. First Supreme Elder, this is likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method, it is similar to Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield. Shen Tan said. Shen Kongsheng managed to calm down as he nodded, this is indeed the style of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. At the next moment, his eyes flashed like lightning as he looked at Miao Ming Shen and the rest, asking directly, how long have you been awake for? We had just woken up too. Shen Qi answered. Shen Kongsheng nodded, he looked at Miao Ming Shen, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Zhong, and Zheng Luozi. These people were either captured or killed by him, but now, they were alive and well. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable truly had unfathomable methods. Chapter 1890. Where is Chu Ying? Where are we? Tell me everything that you know. Shen Kongsheng said as he attacked Miao Ming Shen again. The result was that his killer move vanished upon activation. Shen Kongsheng grunted as blood flowed out of his nose, he had sustained injuries from the backlash of the killer move. First Supreme Elder, hold on, this place seems to forbid fighting. If you have the intention to fight, any killer move or GU worm activation will fail. In contrast, healing yourself will not be obstructed. Shen Tan said, why didn't you say that earlier? Shen Kongsheng stared with furious eyes. Shen Tan felt wrongly accused as he thought to himself, wasn't it because you acted too quickly? He could not say that of course. Shen Tan lowered his head and apologized. Miao Ming Shen and the rest let out sighs of relief. They were also healing their injuries. When they woke up, they saw the Shen clan GU immortals around and attacked without thinking, they had suffered intense backlash as a result. Shen Tan and the rest were in similar situations. But at that time, Shen Kongsheng had not woken up, nobody knew if a rank 8 GU immortal would be restricted as well. It seems that even rank 8 GU immortals cannot defy the arrangements of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Miao Ming Shen let out a breath of air, after seeing that Shen Kongsheng had failed, he calmed down completely. They were temporarily safe. Shen Kongsheng heard this as bright light flashed in his eyes, it seems that we are inside the immortal aperture world of the blue dragon whale. Miao Ming Shen did not acknowledge or deny his words. Gui Qiyi who stood beside him stared at Tong Hua furiously, Tong Hua. You betrayed us. Tong Hua lowered her head and did not speak, looking ashamed. She was standing beside Ren Shuping now. The traitor among Miao Ming Shen's group was her. Earlier, when Shen Kongsheng used his killer move in the illusion, he avoided her, everyone saw that. And now, her status was exposed. Immortal Hua Dai had a cold expression. Fairy Tong Hua, to think my lord trusted you so deeply, when you had to fix your immortal aperture after tribulation, he helped you so much. Not only did he help you, he even invited you to explore the blue dragon whale, you actually betrayed our kindness with enmity. Why did you betray us? Where is your conscience? Tong Hua wanted to speak but she turned around and stopped looking at Miao Ming Shen and the rest. Miao Ming Shen sighed heavily as he stopped Immortal Hua Dai. Fairy Tong Hua probably has her own difficulties, forget it, everyone has their own goals. Tong Hua's gaze flickered intensely. Lord, you are too kind-hearted. How can we let this kind of people off? Immortal Hua Dai stomped her feet. Ren Shuping smiled arrogantly. He was the one who made Tong Hua a traitor. Miao Ming Shen, you need to understand this situation clearly, you need to know who is the stronger side. Tong Hua was wise to have chosen S. If you surrender and hand over all your information, we might spare you. Immortal Hua Dai was still furious about it. This was their fortuitous encounter, but these people wanted to snatch it away and threaten them. She rolled her eyes as she called out, I'm so scared, why don't you come attack me, my entire body is shivering from fear. Shen Kong Sheng's expression turned cold. Ren Shuping squinted as he smiled even more coldly. Girl, you have a sharp tongue. Do you think Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods can protect you for a lifetime? After you leave this place, when we get back to Eastern Sea, can any of you resist Lord Shen Kong Sheng? Even inside here, do you think Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements are perfect without a single loophole? Immortal Hua Dai's expression froze. Miao Ming Shen and the rest had grim expressions, especially Zheng Luozi. He looked at Shen Kong Sheng with fear in his eyes. After all, he was killed earlier by a killer move. It is uncertain who will win. Let's go. Miao Ming Shen did not want to waste time on arguments. He turned around and left this beach. This person had the special method to find the blue dragon whale. He definitely knows more than us. Follow him, Shen Kong Sheng quickly ordered. They could not fight now. Following Miao Ming Shen was the best alternative. The two groups walked with some distance between them. They moved in silence. Soon, they got out of the beach, arriving in a dense forest. This forest is a bit strange. The leaves of the trees have empty heart-shaped spaces at the center. Immortal Hua Dai said in confusion. These are just ordinary trees. Feng Zhang checked and touched a tree trunk with his hands. With a soft sound, the tree that he touched collapsed. It shattered into a pile of wood dust. What is going on? The immortals sensed a commotion and quickly gathered. These are not ordinary trees. They are ranked 7 immortal plants, cloud ladder trees. Shen Kong Sheng looked as he said grimly. They arrived as well. Seeing that the rank 8 GU immortal was standing beside them, Miao Ming Shen and the rest felt their hearts tighten, but they quickly relaxed. Gui Qi said arrogantly. Old Shen, do you think we are ignorant? I know about cloud ladder trees. This tree has dense wood path and cloud path Dao marks. Every 100 years, it grows by 10 inches, which is one step of a ladder. How can these be cloud ladder trees? With such a height, they have to be 100 steps at least. That means these cloud ladder trees have lived for 10,000 years. He. But Shen Kong Sheng was calm and composed. These are cloud ladder trees. You only know a portion of the details. Cloud ladder trees are a rank 7 immortal material. The leaves of 10,000-year-old cloud ladder trees would form the rank 8 immortal material, cloud ladder leaf heart. Once all of the cloud ladder leaf hearts are taken away, the cloud ladder tree would collapse into a pile of wood dust, becoming an ordinary material. Gui Qi was stunned before he smiled coldly again, pointing forward. Then you mean to say that this dense forest is filled with 10,000-year-old cloud ladder trees? This is too laughable. Shen Kong Sheng nodded. Cloud ladder trees are quite rare. Of course, this forest isn't made up of such a precious tree. But at the very least, this particular plant was a cloud ladder tree. Shen Kong Sheng was very certain while Gui Qi stuck to his views. He pointed at a tree nearby. Then according to Lord Shen Kong Sheng, this tree, and that tree are also 10,000-year-old cloud ladder trees. Look, all of their leaves have an empty heart-shaped space. There are so many cloud ladder trees. How many rank 8 immortal material cloud ladder leaf hearts are there? Isn't there too much of this rank 8 immortal material? How different is it from a plain cabbage you grow in your farm? The immortals were looking at Shen Kong Sheng. His expression also changed slightly. On this island, investigative methods were not very useful, but he had already inspected his surroundings gradually. He walked quickly and struck several tree trunks. Once he touched these cloud ladder trees, they turned into wood dust. Shen Kong Sheng gasped, as he said to his subordinates. These were all cloud ladder trees, but the leaf hearts on them had all been taken away. These are valuable rank 8 immortal materials. Quickly look for any that are left behind. The Shen Clan GU immortals believed in Shen Kong Sheng, while Ren Shuping and Tong Hua believed him to some extent. Because of his reputation, they had to obey him and spread out to search. As cloud ladder trees got destroyed one after another, none of the immortals found any cloud ladder leaf hearts. The entire forest was made of cloud ladder trees, there were no trees left here. Even while Shen Kongsheng walked out of this dense forest, he started to suspect his own finding. Are these really cloud ladder trees? If they are, there are simply too many of them, right? The immortals left the forest. They saw the yellow sandy ground. As wind blew, dust clouds moved in the air. It was a desolate land. This was everyone's first impression. The air seems to have the smell of clear wind grass stems. Shen Kongsheng sniffed as he crouched down, moving the soil and exposing the holes in it. Shen Kongsheng's expression changed. At this time, Zheng Luozi also sensed something strange. He called out, "This place must have an entire field of clear wind grass stems planted here in the past. I've smelt this aroma before, it is this. There are holes here, each is as large as a fist, the walls of the holes are all smooth and round. This is the effect of the roots of clear wind grass stems." Miao Ming Shen was stunned. Clear wind grass stem is a rank 7 immortal material. This means that this area filled with holes was once an entire field of clear wind grass stems. Even though it is unthinkable, don't forget that we are inside the blue dragon whale now. This is the location of a paradise earth true inheritance. Hua Dai's words were like a stone dropped into the hearts of the immortals. Shen Kongsheng frowned as he looked at Miao Ming Shen, asking, "Why is there someone missing from your side?" Miao Ming Shen was stunned. He realized why he had felt something strange earlier. After hearing this reminder, he understood. Indeed, someone was missing. Chu Ying is not around. Feng Zhang said grimly. Speaking of it, he died really early. He should have arrived here long ago. Did he awaken earlier than us? Did he take away all of the immortal materials here? The immortals were all astute figures. Because they were at conflict earlier and the atmosphere was tense, they did not think so much when exploring the island. Once this topic started, everyone became anxious. Shen Kongsheng stopped following Miao Ming Shen. He moved rapidly and advanced. Miao Ming Shen hesitated. He decided to follow. The immortals quickly arrived in front of a huge pit. This hole was tens of li wide. It was hundreds of feet deep. There were some fragments left in the hole. Tu Tuo picked up these fragments as he looked, shouting instantly, "Oh heavens! This is the rank 7 immortal material rooster iron. Which bastard took everything away, only leaving behind these fragments?" Tu Tuo stared with wide eyes. He shouted loudly. Rooster iron only exists in mines exposed to open air. When roosters sing, heaven turns white. One with such a wide span of rooster iron here. When wind blows, there will be resonance. Rank 8 immortal material heavenly white snow iron will be produced. Shen Kongsheng said with a cold tone, "We need to find that Chu Ying as quickly as we can." All the immortals were anxious. All these immortal materials were likely taken by Chu Ying. They needed to find him. They quickly spread out and called his name, but they could not find even a trace of Fang Yuan. All they saw were holes and pits. Dried rivers in a large field of land with their plants uprooted and taken away. A saying from Chairman Mao. Chapter 1891. Who else could it be but me? 1891. Who else could it be but me? The island they were sent to was not big. The immortals did not gain anything from their exploration. They quickly gathered at the center of the island. Over there, they made a shocking discovery. A huge obelisk that seemed to be made of gold was radiating with a mild crystalline light. Rank 8 Immortal GU House, Merit Obelisk. The surface of Merit Obelisk had words appearing on it, introducing the background of this island and also the details of the Paradise Earth True Inheritance. To obtain the Paradise Earth True Inheritance, one had to accept the missions on the Merit Obelisk. They would gain merit points when they complete these tasks. The more merits they had, the more valuable things they could exchange for. Of course, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was merciful and kind. He would not let them leave empty-handed. The immortal materials on this island were specially prepared for them to split among each other. 300 days later, everyone would be transported away. There are immortal materials on this island after all. Those cloud ladder leaf hearts, clear wind grass stems, rooster iron and others were not fake. They were all taken by someone. Damn it, he took literally everything. He left nothing for us at all. It must be that Chu Ying. Where is Chu Ying? Why have we not seen him? I found Chu Ying. Immortal Hua Dai suddenly shouted. The immortals quickly gathered towards her. They saw that on another side of the Merit Obelisk, by looking at where Immortal Hua Dai pointed, they saw words that appeared on the Merit Obelisk. Merit Board Ranking, Chu Ying, 82 merit points. Other than Chu Ying, there were nobody else. This person, Ren Shu-ping gritted his teeth in anger. Right at this moment, Chu Ying's merit points jumped again, from 82 to 93. Next, the merit obelisk flashed. The immortals quickly took steps back. The light faded as Fang Yuan appeared. Chu Ying, Feng Zhang cried out, you finally showed up. Tu Tu Tuo had bloodshot eyes. He thought about the empty pit that was filled with rooster iron before. Oh, you are awake. Fang Yuan nodded at them. He said in a plain tone. Hey, what is wrong with your attitude? Shen Tan shouted in displeasure. Fang Yuan's indifferent attitude made every immortal furious. Shen Kong Sheng stepped forward with a cold expression and overbearing tone. Tell me, did you take all of the immortal materials on this island? Who else could it be but me? Fang Yuan retorted. He was indifferent about Shen Kong Sheng's overbearing tone. He quickly got to the other side of the merit obelisk and quickly browsed through the missions. The immortals were furiously staring at him. This person had taken all the benefits but still acted so arrogantly. Ren Shu-ping said grimly, we have seen the text on this obelisk. All of these immortal materials are arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable for us. Chu Ying, isn't it too much to take everything yourself? You owe us an explanation. Fang Yuan did not even look at him. He pressed his palm at the obelisk and took another mission. White light flashed. He vanished again. Shen Qi shouted in anger. This guy. Where did he come from? He is completely disregarding Lord Shen Kong Sheng and us. Ren Shu-ping spoke with a livid expression. His voice was cold as ice. Investigate him after we go out. Shen Kong Sheng was a rank 8 after all. As the leader of Shen clan, he quickly calmed down and started to mimic Fang Yuan, walking to the merit obelisk. Chu Ying is acting so fearlessly. He is merely relying on the fact that we cannot attack him in this paradise. Shen Kong Sheng thought to himself. Chu Ying is merely a rank 7 secluded lone immortal. We can deal with him later. The important thing now is this merit obelisk. Fang Yuan's actions earlier were a great example to the immortals here. In the previous life, Miao Ming Shen and the rest came to the obelisk with suspicion. They first distributed the immortal materials on the island before going to accept the missions. But now, Fang Yuan woke up in advance. He acted first and ransacked the entire island. The only thing left to these immortals was this merit obelisk. There were many missions on this merit obelisk. Helping the merfolk in South Coast City to excavate the golden lotuses on Silver Lake. Round Fish Island was drying up. It needed wells to be built. Three Stripes tribe lacked medicine. There was a plague spreading. They needed a lot of medicinal herbs. Piper tribe was stuck in a fog. They were asked to lead them out. Aurora Mountain Spirit Spring had an issue that needed to be dealt with immediately. The GU immortals watched with a dazed expression. Similar to the previous life, they encountered the same situation again. These missions were only described briefly. They were not detailed. The GU immortals could not gain any useful information. For example, this mission, Three Stripes tribe lacked medicine. There was a plague spreading. They needed a lot of medicinal herbs. What kind of force was Three Stripes tribe? Were there GU immortals? Were they an ordinary force or super force? A plague was spreading. What kind of plague was it? There were many kinds of plagues that even rank 8 GU immortals did not dare to handle. They needed a lot of medicinal herbs. What kind of herbs did they want? Immortal materials. What method did they need to use? The merit obelisk only had this one line. The immortals were really unaware of the situation. Does that Chu Ying know anything? Someone muttered. The immortals were silent. Their hatred, anger, and suspicion towards Fang Yuan intensified again. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was known for kindness, this was an unknown environment. Even the rank 8 GU immortal Shen Kong Sheng was barred from fighting. The GU immortals had to be vigilant. And looking at the rewards on the merit obelisk, there was a large amount of immortal materials and immortal GU that could be exchanged for using merits. Of course, there were some peculiar things here like titles or mortal GU. Shen Kong Sheng immediately saw one rank 5 mortal GU. It was called Good Deeds GU. This was the first time he had seen such a GU worm. To exchange for a Good Deeds GU, one needed 50 merit points. It was the most expensive mortal GU. But the actual effect of the GU worm was not written on the merit obelisk. Shen Kong Sheng knew nothing about it. However, it had to be unique and special for Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to put it up as a reward. After the immortals discussed among themselves, they realized that they had to try this to find out. Shen Kong Sheng was the first to act. he quickly walked up to the obelisk to receive his mission. In the previous life, the group of 8 including Fang Yuan and Miao Ming Shen came to the merit obelisk, only 10 missions had appeared to them. But now, because there were more people, it seemed that the number of missions had also increased correspondingly. There were many missions, they were slowly taken. Because they did not know anything, there was no fighting or snatching here. Shen Kongsheng's mission was, Round Fish Island was drying up, it needed wells to be built. As light flickered, he appeared in a desert at the next moment. Shen Kongsheng's pupils shrunk. He was a rank 8 GU immortal with dense Dao marks, he could not be transported using ordinary methods. But when he was transported here, it could not be blocked, a grand and mystical power brought him here instantly. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Shen Kongsheng sighed internally, he looked around as his investigative method spread out over the surroundings. Shen Kongsheng quickly sensed something different. Oh, my investigative method works properly here, it is not the same as the starting island. Tens of li away from here, there was a small village in the desert. Shen Kongsheng stood on the spot, moving his ears as he listened to the conversation of the people in the village. A moment later, he confirmed that he was on Round Fish Island. This island was huge and had many villages, but decades again, vegetation had started to become sparse. Right now, a large area desert had already spread around the remaining few villages. Mortals and GU masters lived in the village, their lives were getting tougher. This means to say, I need to build water wells near these villages. After learning of the situation, Shen Kongsheng let out a breath of air as he relaxed. This mission was much easier than he had expected. They were all mortal level issues, not at the level of GU immortals. Even if it involved immortals, he was a rank 8 sound path great expert, he could deal with most issues. Shen Kongsheng thought about Fang Yuan as he muttered to himself, that Chu Ying only has rank 7 cultivation level but he accumulated 93 merit points so quickly. This shows that the missions must be very easy to complete. Even after knowing the situation, Shen Kongsheng did not rush to take action. He needed to test many things here. For example, could he ignore this mission and fly out of this place? Could he communicate with the outside world? How many methods could he still use in this situation? Shen Kongsheng did not interact with the mortals, he used sound path methods and secretly dug wells near the villages. The desertification here was very severe, Shen Kongsheng had to dig for a long time before he found some underground water deep below. Using these sources of water, he created deep wells around the place. Thinking about it, he used his methods to reinforce the walls of the well. Finally, he made the mouths of the wells and covered them with a thatched roof on top. To think that one day, I would have to do such manual labor. Shen Kongsheng laughed. He built a total of more than 30 wells. This mission was not difficult at all to this rank 8 GU immortal. In the process of completing it, Shen Kongsheng tried many things. He probed the foundation of this paradise to a great extent. For example, he could not leave this place, he was only able to move around this desert area. His communication was also restricted, forget about treasure yellow heaven, he could not even send anything to Shenqi or Shentan. He was also unable to attack the ordinary villagers, all his offensive methods would fail and he would sustain backlash. He could open his immortal aperture's entrance and take out stuff from within, yet he could not take anything from Round Fish Island to put into his immortal aperture. Shen Kongsheng also gained a lot of information from these mortals. These people were able to leave Round Fish Island and tour the seas. In the past, there were conflicts among the villages, people had died. In conclusion, Dragon Whale Paradise gave the inhabitants a lot of freedom, while the GU immortals who received these missions were greatly restricted. As for how they were restricted, Shen Kongsheng was unable to detect the method, he simply could not deal with it or get around it. This made him feel even more admiration towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Chapter 1892, Analyzing Chu Ying Together. 1892 Analyzing Chu Ying Together. After completing the mission, Shen Kongsheng said, return. In his mind, he was transported to the starting island again. The merit obelisk appeared beside him. He checked the board and saw that on the merit list, his name was there, Shen Kongsheng, 9 merit points. Shen Kongsheng frowned. One mission only gave him 9 merit points. This reward was too little, it was out of Shen Kongsheng's expectations. Looking at this, does it mean that Chu Ying had already taken about 10 missions before me? Thinking of this, Shen Kongsheng frowned even deeper now. He looked at those rewards while feeling a chill in his heart. Those immortal GU and immortal materials that he wanted needed more than 10,000 merit points. There is another problem. Immortal GU are unique. If others get them first, I will lose my chance. Now that Chu Ying is so far ahead, we have to pick up the pace and catch up with him. Shen Kongsheng was a rank 8, but he felt a sense of urgency now. Everyone else was feeling worse. First Supreme Elder. Shen Tan walked over and respectfully greeted Shen Kongsheng. Even though he had finished his mission earlier, he did not rush to the second one. He waited at the obelisk. In fact, the group of immortals had all agreed before the first transportation to communicate with each other after completing their missions. Shen Kongsheng, Shen Tan, Shen Qi, Shen Xiao, Shen Naihe, Ren Shuping, and Tong Hua were the first group, while Miao Ming Shen, Feng Zhong, Immortal Hua Dai, Gui Qiyi, Tu Tu Tuo, and Zheng Luo Zi were the second group. The two sides were distinctly separated. Evidently, Shen Kongsheng's group was far too strong. However, in a special environment like the Paradise, it was inconvenient for them to make a move against Miao Ming Shen and the others, so they had to watch as these enemies banded together as a group. Heaven always leaves a way out. Everyone, this is a great opportunity now. As long as we grab onto it, we will have a chance of dealing with Shen Kongsheng in the future. We need to work hard. We need to unite for a glimpse of hope. Otherwise, if we work alone, we will not survive. Miao Ming Shen encouraged the GU immortals on his side. Zheng Luo Zi, Tu Tu Tuo, and the rest nodded in agreement. They faced greater pressure than Shen Kongsheng, because they felt more urgency to complete missions and raise their strength. Even if they were safe inside the Dragon Whale Paradise, after 300 days, they would be transported out and would need to face Shen Kongsheng. Tell me, what have you all discovered? Miao Ming Shen spoke. All of them spoke about their findings one by one, without any concealment. There was even a lot of speculation that they made. Everyone's discoveries were similar to Shen Kongsheng's. Miao Ming Shen concluded in the end. The restrictions placed on us by the Paradise can actually be seen as a kind of protection for us, at least for the time being. Shen Kongsheng is unable to lay his hands on us. The amount of merit points we received after completing a mission was only 9 at most. It did not exceed 10. It seems that the reward for each mission is between 1 and 10. But I have a feeling that this merit obelisk will undergo more changes in the future. Zheng Luo Zi and Tu Tu Tuo looked at each other. Zheng Luo Zi hesitated but still asked, Brother Miao, since you can sense the exact location of the blue dragon whale, and bring us to it, is this place completely new to you? Miao Ming Shen smiled bitterly. Brother Zheng and Brother Tu, if I said that I have no idea why I am able to sense the location of the blue dragon whale, would you believe me? Several years ago, information about the blue dragon whale began to appear inexplicably in my mind, but at first it was very vague. These bits and pieces of information had only gotten clearer recently. I finally realized that it was the blue dragon whale calling to me. If I really knew these arrangements and had any shortcuts, would I not use them? Would I continue to face Shen Kongsheng's threat? When we were outside, Shen Kongsheng attacked us. If I knew it was an illusion, I would have tried to die long ago. Friends, my words are all true. There is no deception at all. Zheng Luo Zi and Tu Tu Tuo saw Miao Ming Shen's earnest expression and nodded. We believe you. Gui Qiyi suddenly said, speaking of which, I do recall one thing. Previously, when he was being chased in the sea, Chu Ying was being attacked by a sound blade, but his speed soared and he took the initiative to bump into an immemorial thunder phoenix, after which he got struck by its lightning and died. Yes, I saw that too. Feng Zhong also added, it's strange to actively seek death. It seems that Chu Ying really knows something about this place. Tu Tu Tuo's eyes burst out with bright light. Previously, Fang Yuan did not know that dying by the hands of Shen Kongsheng would also be accepted. To be on the safe side, he still chose the method of death from his last life. As a result, he exposed a flaw. It was like Shen Kongsheng, who avoided Tong Hua earlier with his sound blades. Miao Ming Shen's group discovered Chu Ying's peculiarity. It was the same for Shen Kongsheng's group. Miao Ming Shen. At this time, Shen Tan walked in front of the group and took the initiative to approach Miao Ming Shen and the others. Behind Shen Tan were Shen Kongsheng, Ren Shoping and the rest. There is no need to be nervous. Shen Tan smiled. We are not here to find trouble with you all this time, but rather to seek cooperation. Cooperation? You guys are really shameless. Who was it who wanted to kill us earlier? Feng Zhang and Immortal Hua Dai said with displeasure. Miao Ming Shen, however, stopped them and looked at Shen Kongsheng. Shen Kongsheng nodded slightly and said indifferently, "This was my decision. It is true that I was the one who made the move to attack you before, but let's put ourselves in each other's shoes and think about it. If you were me, would you let me off? It's not that I don't want to kill you all, but with the situation as it is right now, then I can only cooperate with you. I swear on the reputation of my Shen clan, I promise that even after we leave this dragon whale paradise in the future, we will not do anything to you, but rather let you all leave. And all of you will need to tell me everything you know about the information you have regarding this place." The reputation of Shen clan, Miao Ming Shen pondered. The immortals around him all looked slightly moved by this proposal as well. Shen Kongsheng was the first supreme elder of Shen clan. The promise of a righteous path figure held a lot of weight, and now he was staking the reputation of the entire Shen clan. He could be trusted to a high degree. Of course, the best way was for both sides to set an alliance agreement. Zheng Luozi and Shen Naihe were both ranked 7 Information Path GU Immortals. They were unable to use Information Path methods here because the paradise restricted them greatly. You all can think about it, this is your only chance. If you miss it, don't regret it if you go out of the Dragon Whale Paradise in the future. Shen Tan threatened with a smile. Miao Ming Shen and the rest became increasingly silent. The Merit Obelisk had made it clear that they would only stay here for 300 days, and once the time limit was up, they would be sent out. At that time, they might have to face Shen Kongsheng. Shen Kongsheng's guarantee was certainly not completely assuring and he could go back on his word. But with their own lives at stake, Miao Ming Shen and the others would certainly not let go of any possibility of survival. Miao Ming Shen suddenly smiled and nodded, "I accept your offer. I'll cooperate with you and tell you everything I know." Shen Kongsheng also smiled. "Good, a wise man submits to circumstances. I will let you live, go ahead and speak." Miao Ming Shen's smile turned bitter. "There's actually nothing to say." He repeated the things he had said to Tu Tu Tuo and Zheng Luozi earlier. Shen Tan was furious. "You're saying that you actually don't know anything? Are you lying? Do you think our Shen clan is easy to fool?" Shen Kongsheng, however, had a look of deep consideration. He felt that Miao Ming Shen's words were probably true. Lies could be told, but actions often could not deceive others. On the way here, Miao Ming Shen's actions were all seen by Shen Kongsheng. He did not seem like someone who knew the details of the Dragon Whale Paradise. Gui Qiyi interjected. "We analyzed it earlier, it seems that Chu Ying is very suspicious. He might indeed know some inside information." The immortal's eyes shined with bright light. Ren Shuping smiled coldly. "Aren't you stating the obvious? That person had actively sought death before. He came here and was the first to awaken, ransacking the starting island of all the immortal materials. And look at the merit obelisk, he's got nearly 100 merit points, Ren Shuping suddenly became silent. At this moment, white light flashed as Fang Yuan appeared again. His mission was completed, his merit points went past 100, reaching 102. The immortals gathered in a group, looking at Fang Yuan who was at the obelisk. He had appeared right when they mentioned him. Fang Yuan also looked at the immortals. Wow, the atmosphere here was great. Fang Yuan was a little surprised, but he did not feel anything strange about this. GU immortals were all exceptional talents. These GU immortals were very perceptive and knew about benefits and harm. They prioritized their own gains. As long as Shen Kongsheng stopped being haughty, it was possible that they would cooperate as Miao Ming Shen and the rest would worry about the future. Shen Tan smiled and took the initiative to come over, approaching Fang Yuan, "Brother Chu Ying." He took the initiative to greet. His attitude was much better compared to when he spoke to Miao Ming Shen. In the current situation, Fang Yuan's value was also clearly much higher than Miao Ming Shen. But before he could send any invitations, scram, Fang Yuan glanced at Shen Tan before he turned around and walked away. Shen Tan's smile froze on his face, the corners of his lips twitched as anger rose in his heart. He was about to shout but his shoulder was patted by someone. It was Shen Kongsheng. Shen Tan quickly held down his anger. He did not dare to shout rashly, he only stared at Fang Yuan with a furious expression. "Little brother," Shen Kongsheng chuckled. "We can coop." Scram. Fang Yuan said one word with a calm tone. He interrupted Shen Kongsheng without hesitation. Shen Kongsheng's eyes widened a little, he was dumbfounded at this situation. How long had it been since anyone scolded him like this? He was the first supreme elder of Shen clan, an Eastern Sea rank 8 great expert, who would dare to scold him in his face. Even normally, when people like Song Qi Yuan had a conversation with him, they would still keep a composed attitude when they conversed with each other. But Fang Yuan scolded him without restraint, plain and straightforward. Miao Ming Shen and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with immensely shocked expressions. This is a rank 8 GU Immortal, the first supreme elder of Shen clan, don't be so reckless. If you don't relent now, what will happen when you get transported out of here 300 days later? At this moment, everyone did not know whether to admire Chu Ying's courage or shame him for his stupidity. After Fang Yuan finished scolding, he immediately disappeared. He had taken another mission and left again. The remaining GU Immortals stood as they stared at the merit obelisk blankly. Shen Kong Sheng suddenly laughed lightly, breaking the silence. This Chu Ying is very courageous. I am looking forward to seeing his courage after we leave this place. He had a smile on his face, but his eyes were flashing with furious sparks. His killing intent had appeared. Miao Ming Shen, who in the world is this Chu Ying and what is his background? Shen Tan turned around and shouted aggressively. He had an overbearing attitude. Gui Qiyi and the rest were unhappy as they stared furiously. Miao Ming Shen sighed deeply and shrugged. If I tell you that I'm not sure of his origin, would you believe me? Hee. The corners of Shen Tan's mouth twitched and he laughed dryly. The look on his face showed his current thoughts. What sort of lie was this? If he did not know about Chu Ying's background, would he invite this person to explore Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Chu Ying, oh Chu Ying, I am going to die because of you. Miao Ming Shen smiled bitterly, but he did not give up. He decided to throw this problem over to Ren Shuping. The reason I trusted Chu Ying was because of Ren Shuping. Brother Ren, explain it. Is there a need to hide the matter anymore? Miao Ming Shen's words made everyone's gazes gather on Ren Shuping. Ren Shuping shook as he felt an immense pressure. He had to explain everything that he knew. The Immortals learned about the reason behind Chu Ying's involvement now. Miao Ming Shen continued to explain. Actually, I have not interacted with Chu Ying much. I only invited him to an auction in the past. Back then, Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tuo were around as well. Shen Kong Sheng turned his gaze towards these two. Tu Tu Tuo and Tong Hua spoke one after another, explaining all that they knew. Shen Kong Sheng heard their words as he frowned deeply. There was a lot of information, but it was all useless. All that was known was already known, while all that was not known was still unknown. They had nowhere to start and no way to target him. This Chu Ying is not a simple person. Shen Kong Sheng had a feeling, but he was still confident. He is just a ranked 7 transformation path GU Immortal after all. He is not my match. Chapter 1893. Saving Sha Lin again. 1893. Saving Sha Lin again. Light flickered and faded at once. Fang Yuan appeared on a small island in the sea. I am here again. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He accepted the mission to collect earth trench black oil at the nearby sea of this island. This was the first mission he accepted when exploring the Dragon Whale Paradise in his previous life. He was most familiar with it. Many changes have happened in the Dragon Whale Paradise compared to the previous life. Not only did the Blue Dragon Whale's location change, there are more GU Immortals here now. The missions have also increased in numbers. This black oil mission only appeared after I completed 10 or so missions. In the previous life, he had used this mission to save the mermaid girl Sha Lin, using her as his pawn to have her become the saintess of the Merman City. He slowly found his way to Regret Sea and found Regret GU. Once Regret GU flew to him, the venerable method activated, sending Fang Yuan to the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. Using that, Fang Yuan got around Heavenly Court's assault and inherited a Red Lotus true inheritance. After rebirth, Fang Yuan designed a more optimal plan for himself. During the battle in the River of Time earlier, Fang Yuan destroyed 6 immortal GU houses from Heavenly Court. He destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation and killed many GU immortals. Only 9 spiritual fairy and Feng Juzhe escaped. As the price, that Stone Lotus Island was destroyed too. Without the Stone Lotus Island, Regret Gu's venerable method could not activate. This time, Fang Yuan intended to take down this Dragon Whale Paradise. Regret GU was only part of the bigger plan. The entire island was under the effect of Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. It had no secrets at all. The island was quite ordinary. There were not many resources here. It had a fishing village and a low-quality spirit spring. there were a few GU masters in the village, but most of the people were mortals. Fang Yuan did not enter the fishing village immediately, he went into the sea first. In the sea, a group of weaving sea spiders were hunting. Fang Yuan got around them and dived deeper. When he got close to the earth trench, he found a group of seashell sharks swimming around. Fang Yuan had great strength, but he did not want to act abruptly, he only concealed his presence, arriving at the black oil. Black oil was an immortal material, it was dangerous to GU masters. Once they came into contact with black oil, food path Dao marks would be carved in their bodies. This was a huge problem for GU masters. On one hand, the conflicting Dao marks would make the oil-collecting GU masters experience a fall in strength. Oil-collecting food path GU masters were just too rare. On the other hand, GU masters had mortal bodies, as time passes, they cannot help but become affected by the black oil. The black oil in the earth trench tangled and weaved together like huge pythons. They were almost still, but if one observed closely, they would see that the oil was moving slowly in the sea. Fang Yuan activated his method. Everywhere he went, black oil moved like water and spread out over a wide area. I remember that this is the location. Fang Yuan split some of the black oil apart, but he did not find the blue-scaled mermaid Shaolin. It was possible that his rebirth created some changes. Shaolin's life might have changed, she might not have come here. It's more likely that she's nearby. The time now is quite early compared to the previous life after all. Fang Yuan thought about it, he did not give up immediately, he used his methods to move away the nearby black oil. There were many things in the black oil, there were sea beast corpses and different ores. Blue-scaled mermaid Shaolin was among them, she had fainted. Her face was not the same as Xie Hanmo, but their disposition was very alike, a complex gaze flickered in Fang Yuan's eyes. He breathed out lightly as a bubble surrounded Shaolin. Shaolin was saved, her eyes started to move, she barely opened her eyes before fainting again. When she woke up, she realized that she was lying in a waterhole. The sky was white and clear, there was bright sunlight. The broad leaves of a few large trees cast a dense shadow, like an umbrella, covering her entire body. The breeze caressed her like a lover's gentle hand, making Shaolin feel cozy. Didn't I get engulfed when collecting black oil? Shaolin's memories slowly surfaced. That's right, I seem to have been rescued. I saw a vague white figure on the dark ocean floor. Her body was still limp and weak, Shaolin could barely raise her upper body, she looked around but saw no one. Who saved me? She became very confused, looking down at the waterhole that she was half lying in. There was a pool of clear water in the waterhole, it was crystal clear. Her blue-scaled fish tail was shining with the reflection of the light in water. This must be the arrangement of my savior. Shaolin thought, she could not help but feel warmth in her heart. This water was not seawater, it was the most appropriate water for a weakened merman. You are awake. Just at this moment, the tree leaves were moved aside as Fang Yuan walked in. Did you save me? Shaolin stared at Fang Yuan, who wore white clothing, she felt a hint of familiarity. You are very lucky, I happened to find you in that situation. Fang Yuan smiled slightly. Shaolin was extremely grateful and was about to get up to express her gratitude, but was stopped by Fang Yuan's outstretched arm. Your body is still too weak. Eat something. Fang Yuan extended his hand and a trace of green wind flew around to the top of the tree and picked a fruit that resembled a coconut. The green wind held the fruit and flew to Shaolin's face. The green wind was like a pair of scissors, moving around and opening the shell, revealing the delicate bright red flesh inside that was like a pomegranate. Shaolin took a small piece and put it in her mouth. The flesh was tender and juicy, it rolled down her dry throat and into her stomach. There was a warm feeling in her stomach, the fruit was very delicious. Shaolin's eyes instantly glowed, she was so hungry that she took out a few more chunks and put them in her mouth, swallowing them whole. It is very delicious, she could not help but exclaim, but then she saw that Fang Yuan kept staring at her with his gentle gaze. Her face instantly flushed red as she stammered, May I ask for your name, benefactor, I will definitely repay the favor of saving my life. Fang Yuan laughed. This was a simple action, you do not need to do anything. In the future, stay away from the black oil, it is very dangerous there. You were lucky to have met me this time. Shaolin's expression turned dark. She was in a huge debt because of her grandfather's funeral and had to risk collecting black oil to pay off the debt. To think that not only did she fail to get black oil, she even nearly died from this. But even if I survive, I'll be corroded by the black oil and will die soon. Sigh, how can I pay off my debts and repay this benefactor? Shaolin had a kind nature, she felt troubled over this. At this time, Fang Yuan's gentle voice resounded in her ears. Oh, right, you had black oil corrosion earlier, but it is not a problem anymore. I've already healed the injuries on you without any lingering after effects. Ah, Shaolin was astonished and stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes, dumbfounded. This GU master in front of her could actually heal the problem from black oil corrosion. This was truly remarkable. Fang Yuan nodded at her. Little girl, you are young, don't have such rash thoughts. You still have a long journey ahead of you. Go ahead and eat something, after you regain your strength, come with me. I came here to do something. Oh, Shaolin was still in a daze. Fang Yuan smiled and turned around to leave. Shaolin watched him pass through the forest and disappear for a long time before she reacted and began to continue eating the fruit in her hand. The flesh of the fruit was delicious and juicy, the windy breeze brushed her face, she was lying in pure water, her heart was filled with warmth and tranquility. Don't tell me this is just a dream. As she ate, her tears flowed silently down her face. She was nothing more than an ordinary, poor mermaid girl. Reality was cold and harsh for her before this incident. The only warmth in her life came from her grandfather who took care of her. Her grandfather who was her only kin had died, Shaolin was all alone now, her heart was hollow, her only goal in life now was to complete her grandfather's water burial. In the customs of merfolk, a water burial was the final journey, it would bring peace to the dead. But a water burial was expensive, Shaolin paid a huge price for it. As the girl ate, she sobbed soundlessly. Fang Yuan stood outside the forest, looking at the sea, he knew the situation inside well. But he did not go in, he gave the girl ample time to adjust her mood. In this life, he had a grand plan for Dragon Whale Paradise. Shaolin's series of missions were not the most important. For Fang Yuan to obtain Regret GU, he only needed to enter Regret Crying Sea. Back then, he had made use of Shaolin's chain of missions to enter Regret Sea area. But other than this series, he had many other ways to get there. In the previous life, Fang Yuan focused on getting Regret GU while Miao Mingshen and the rest focused on doing missions. The more they did, the more they found out. The atmosphere then was much better than now. Miao Mingshen and the rest interacted and left behind information path Mortal GU at the Merit Obelisk, sharing their gains with everyone without asking for compensation. Their collective findings and gains all became Fang Yuan's current wealth. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deep and comprehensive understanding towards the Merit Obelisk and Blue Dragon Whale. Shaolin's missions were created by Fang Yuan himself, it required luck and used a lot of time. The truth was, after some time, when mid-sized missions appear, there would be a few useful ones to get into Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, when these missions appeared, Fang Yuan already had Shaolin as his pawn, because Miao Mingshen and the rest were showing desire towards these missions, Fang Yuan did not compete with them. But now, since I took the mission and found Shaolin, it means that I can use her again. This pawn is very useful, as long as I replicate the success of my previous life, I can indirectly control Merman's sacred city. Controlling this force will be quite helpful to my plans ahead. Benefactor, I've kept you waiting. A moment later, Shaolin floated out of the forest. She recovered some of her strength and did not want to keep Fang Yuan waiting. A white cloud supported her lower body, 3 feet away from the ground, helping her to move forward on land. Don't call me Benefactor, my name is Chu Ying, people call me Master Chu. Fang Yuan smiled. Master Chu, Shaolin said, let's go. Fang Yuan brought Shaolin as they moved to the fishing village. Chapter 1894, Going Down, Going Up. 1894 Going Down, Going Up. Fang Yuan brought Shaolin to the small fishing village and met the village head. The moment they met, he soul-searched directly in front of his face. The entire fishing village was in a trance for a while, and then recovered without suspicion. Fang Yuan collated this information and compared it to his previous life. He found that nothing had changed in the small fishing village. Like in his previous life, he was still using his identity as a traveling GU master to contact these mortals. First, he challenged the village's GU masters and defeated them easily, then he taught them how to refine water shell GU and gave them the recipe. The villagers were all very grateful. Fang Yuan then took them to the bottom of the sea to practice using these water shell GU, he even taught them some healing methods to alleviate the corrosion of the black oil. To completely heal from the corrosion of the black oil, one needed at least rank 4 GU worms. The GU masters in the small fishing village were simply not even close to rank 4. The things Fang Yuan taught them were things that they could do. During this process, Fang Yuan focused on teaching Sha Lin. In the previous life, he had only given her water shell GU, but now, he wanted to nurture her properly. He used wisdom path methods to directly hand methods over to her mind. At the same time, he corrected many of her mistakes. Fang Yuan did not stay in the small fishing village for long, and when he left, the entire village fell to their knees. Sha Lin wanted to follow Fang Yuan, but he stopped her and said with deep meaning, "This isn't the end of our connection, we will meet again in the future." Sha Lin was helpless and could only watch tearfully as Fang Yuan disappeared with a flicker of light. Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk once again. His merit points had risen by 10. The initial missions on the merit obelisk were small missions, the rewarded merit points ranged from 1 to 10. This time, Fang Yuan collected black oil and taught the villagers in the small fishing village to sustain a livelihood. He had completed the task perfectly. At this time, Shen Kongsheng and the others had all been transported away to complete their respective missions. There was only one person at the merit obelisk now. It was Miao Ming Shen. Miao Ming Shen was staring at the 4 sides of the merit obelisk, which had moving words and characters. He was very patient. He faintly felt that there was a mysterious connection between himself and the merit obelisk. The peculiar feeling was extremely hidden and also very weak. But he had no idea how to grasp onto this opportunity. A sharp light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes as he saw this. The secrets involving Dragon Whale Paradise were very deep and mysterious. What method did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable use to restrict GU immortals? Fang Yuan had no way to find out. His method did not leave any traces. It was as if it were a naturally occurring phenomenon, like how there were males and females among people, and how the sky had a sun and a moon. GU immortals could not make a move on each other or the inhabitants of this small world. But there were differences and discrepancies in this rule. For example, Fang Yuan had soul-searched the mortals in his earlier mission. He even gave a lot of knowledge to Sha Lin through wisdom path imparting methods. Was that not considered making a move on the inhabitants? Of course it was, but Fang Yuan had no ill intentions, he was trying to help them. Thus, he was not restricted at all in his actions. But once he had any evil thoughts, these methods would not be usable. He would even face backlash from using these killer moves. Or for example, the collection of black oil in this mission. The excess black oil was all kept in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture by Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, other than the immortal materials on the starting island, GU immortals could not take the resources of the other areas for themselves. But Fang Yuan had taken the black oil near the island to complete his mission. By reducing the number of food path Dao marks there, it would allow other natural resources to grow. This was a good thing for the island's environment on the whole, so it was not restricted. Not only did Fang Yuan complete the mission, he also collected a portion of the black oil as profit. This mission to collect black oil was obviously much more profitable than the others. There were many missions on the merit obelisk, but there were also differences in missions, whether they were superior or inferior. In the previous life, Miao Ming Shen and the rest had a lot of findings. These were all Fang Yuan's exclusive information now. Fang Yuan slowly approached the merit obelisk. His footsteps interrupted Miao Ming Shen's thoughts as he turned around to look. His pupil shrunk as he thought, "It's Chu Ying." Fang Yuan smiled. "Brother Miao, your connection with the merit obelisk is too weak. This connection is mainly used to find this place. It will not be of much help to you from now on. I would advise you to actively complete your missions and accumulate more merits." Fang Yuan's polite attitude surprised Miao Ming Shen. He had seen with his own eyes when Fang Yuan said, "Scram," at Shentan and Shen Kongsheng. He was quickly attracted to Fang Yuan's words as he felt some shock. He actually knows about the connection between me and the merit obelisk. This is a secret I have never revealed to anyone else. How did he know? Unless he is like me and can also sense the location of the blue dragon whale. Or maybe he can't sense its location, but has other forms of connections instead. Miao Ming Shen looked at Fang Yuan, feeling that this person was getting increasingly unfathomable. He was filled with doubts. He opened his mouth to ask questions, but wisely closed to keep it shut. Fang Yuan acted so arrogantly in front of Shen Kongsheng, it was useless to try to force him. If he wants to tell me, he will definitely take the initiative to speak. If I try to ask him, I will not get anything I want. Miao Ming Shen sighed internally. Fang Yuan passed by as his finger pointed at a certain line of text on the obelisk. He suddenly said, "You can take this mission, it is quite suitable for you. Complete missions and accumulate merit points. It is not simply about doing superficial good deeds, it is better to teach a man to fish than to fish for him." Miao Ming Shen shook internally. He gulped as he said two words, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Fang Yuan smiled. Giving Miao Ming Shen some guidance was not just a casual action. On one hand, it was to sow discord among these people for his own convenience, and on the other hand, he was also trying to make some arrangements to affect Eastern Sea. The secret regarding Miao Ming Shen's ability was only announced in the previous life after a lot of futile attempts at finding out. Regarding the truth behind it, many immortals had reliable guesses. Miao Ming Shen was quite popular in the lone immortal world of Eastern Sea. If he was forced by Shen Kong Sheng into a corner, it was likely that Qi Si ancestor or Wu Shuai could recruit and take him in. Fang Yuan did not take a mission, instead, he went to the other side of the merit obelisk and exchanged for a title. In an instant, his merit points that exceeded 100 were reduced to single digits, plummeting from the first place to the last. When Miao Ming Shen saw the change on the merit board, his eyes sparkled and his mind was filled with huge suspicions. Chu Ying spent 100 merit points, what exactly did he exchange for? Fang Yuan took his mission and vanished again. Miao Ming Shen immediately came to the other side of the merit obelisk to check the list of things they could exchange for. But how could he find out easily? There were too many rewards that were priced at 100 merit points. It was also possible to have a combination of rewards to expend 100 points instantly. Miao Ming Shen felt a sense of curiosity. He immediately realized that Fang Yuan's action had a deep meaning. It must be beneficial to him, otherwise he would not have given up his advantage like that. Did Chu Ying deliberately express goodwill earlier so that I would help him hide this information? Another thought appeared in Miao Ming Shen's mind, but soon he shook his head. Fang Yuan's merit points were right there. It was something that could not be hidden. Soon, the other GU immortals would discover it. With a flash of white light, Fang Yuan was transported to the bottom of the sea. The seawater was murky, sand was churning, and a giant salamander was causing chaos. This giant salamander had a smooth body without a single scale, its head was wide and large, its body was stout and flat, its limbs were very thick and short, and its tentacles were like tiger claws. Its claws and teeth were sharp, its gills were glistening with firm tiger whiskers. This was a desolate beast, Tiger King Salamander. The Tiger King Salamander rampaged and created shocking waves that affected the peace of the land. The mission that Fang Yuan took on was to suppress it. Fang Yuan did not rush to take action, he scouted first. Soon, his brow furrowed slightly and a peculiar expression appeared on his face. He could not find out the reason for the Tiger King Salamander's rampage. There was nothing abnormal about its body or mind, but it was acting manically and unpredictably, wantonly destroying its surroundings. Not only that, it even self-mutilated, it had clearly gone insane. Attempting to attack the Tiger King Salamander, Fang Yuan discovered that this desolate beast's battle strength had soared to the level of an ancient desolate beast. This is the same situation as the one that Miao Ming Shen's group faced in the previous life. Fang Yuan sighed internally. In his previous life, he had only completed the missions involving Shaolin. There were few missions and he did not encounter this. After trying it in this life, he found that according to his knowledge and vision, he could not even see through this peculiarity. The Tiger King Salamander was actually very beneficial to the environment. It could swallow salt and sand to purify the seawater, making it crystal clear and saline, producing extraordinary natural resources. A Tiger King Salamander is often the core of a pure and clean sea. This pure seawater could be drunk directly. If it was possible, Fang Yuan did not want to kill this Tiger King Salamander. If he could pacify and calm it down, Fang Yuan would be able to reap a large amount of merit points. But right now, it was obviously impossible. Fang Yuan had no choice but to take action and kill it. The corpse of the Tiger King Salamander acted as the extra profit for the mission and was kept in the Immortal aperture. Ren Shuping returned to the starting island again, and a group of people had gathered near the merit obelisk. Seeing his arrival, a GU immortal of Shen clan, Shen Shao, said to him, "Congratulations, Brother Ren, you're now at the top of the merit board." "Ah, how is that possible?" Ren Shuping did not believe it at first, but after witnessing with his own eyes, he was surprised and delighted. His name was really ranked first, even Shen Kong Sheng was ranked second. Shen Kongsheng had also returned and was standing in front of the obelisk. His expression was a little dark. Ren Suping carefully looked at Shen Kongsheng. He was thrilled that he had defeated the rank 8 GU Immortal, but at the same time, he was also a little worried. Shen Kongsheng cast his gaze towards Ren Suping. Ren Suping quickly bowed his head and cupped his fists. Lord. Shen Kongsheng nodded. Ren Suping, in your opinion, what exactly did Chu Ying exchange that caused his own ranking to slip to last place? Ren Suping was dazed. Only now did he realize that Fang Yuan was at the bottom of the ranking. He quickly calmed down and furrowed his brows. Indeed, Chu Ying would rather give up the lead to spend his merit points. It is certain that the thing he exchanged for was very useful to him. If it could be helpful to him, it would naturally be advantageous to the others as well. But what exactly would it be? The group of immortals had been discussing for a while now. With a flash of white light, Fang Yuan appeared in front of everyone once again. At the same time, his ranking on the merit board skyrocketed, once again rising to the top. Chu Ying, 98 merit points. At once, the immortals became tongue-tied. Chapter 1895, Mid-sized Missions. 1895 Mid-sized missions. Small-sized missions gave 1 to 10 merit points. Meanwhile, mid-sized missions gave 11 to 100 merit points. Fang Yuan exchanged for a good person title. It allowed him to accept mid-sized missions. Mid-sized missions were GU Immortal level. The Tiger King Salamander that Fang Yuan dealt with this time was a rank 6 desolate beast, but its battle strength had reached rank 7. This mission's difficulty was way beyond the limits of Immortal. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. Thus, I earned over 90 merit points this time. Fang Yuan realized. The reason why I did not get 100 is because I took away the Tiger King Salamander's corpse. If I left it behind, the Dao marks on the corpse would spread out and elevate the foundation of the surrounding environment. Fang Yuan had done this purposely. He was curious about the reason why the Tiger King Salamander went on a rampage. Thus, he brought this corpse with him, planning to research on it later. In the previous life, Miao Ming Shen and the rest encountered this situation many times. They researched together but did not find the root cause. This time, Fang Yuan wanted to try it himself. The group of immortals looked at Fang Yuan and the merit board. Their expressions and emotions were similarly terrible. They had worked so hard to complete their missions, each one gave 10 merit points at most. Fang Yuan, however, got over 90 merit points from one mission. This comparison was truly infuriating. Even though small-sized missions were simple, they wasted a lot of time. Mid-sized missions was much more efficient in terms of merit points. Looking as Fang Yuan approached the merit obelisk, some of the GU immortals felt jealous, some were curious, while others felt despair. At this rate, Fang Yuan was taking huge steps forward while they were crawling like snails. How could they ever catch up to him? He would only leave them in the dust as time passed. Hua Dai looked at Miao Ming Shen, wanting to ask Fang Yuan about this, but he shook his head at her. Shen Kongsheng looked over at Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao had no choice. He had to force a smile and walk towards Fang Yuan. Brother Chu, he cupped his fists, speaking in an earnest tone and polite attitude. Just name the price. As long as I can afford it, I will satisfy you. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. You want to know how I obtained so many merit points? Indeed. Shen Xiao cupped his fists again. I hope brother can teach us. Don't worry, with my Shen clan's foundation, we will not disappoint you. Furthermore, you are not just getting my friendship, you will get the friendship of Shen clan. Earlier, Shen clan tried to force Fang Yuan, but he was indifferent and acted extremely arrogantly. Shen Xiao changed his tactic and tried to exchange for it using benefits instead. It was a wise move. Fang Yuan laughed. Sure, use a true inheritance of your Shen clan to exchange for it. Shen Kongsheng's eyes shined when he heard this. He did not expect Fang Yuan to agree. He could not help but ask, what true inheritance do you want? It is up to you. If you don't want to give an inheritance, Immortal GU are fine too. Fang Yuan said, nonchalantly. Shen Kongsheng's lips twitched. He wanted an Immortal GU. Dream on. He thought about it and tossed out an information path Mortal GU. Fang Yuan received it and looked through the content. There was a transformation path GU Immortal True Inheritance. It was rather incomplete. The truly valuable parts were still with Shen Kongsheng. Fang Yuan clicked his tongue as he tossed the Mortal GU back to Shen Kongsheng. Another one. Shen Kongsheng received the information path Mortal GU and erased the information inside. injecting a new wave of content. Of course, this was incomplete as well. Fang Yuan received it and nodded, giving the information path Mortal GU back to Shen Kongsheng, another one. Shen Kongsheng received the information path Mortal GU and looked at Fang Yuan, saying grimly, Chu Ying, you want to look at so many of them, how much content do you want to see? Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. Don't worry, I, Chu Ying, act according to my principles. I am not someone who goes back on my words. Those who treat others as fools are the real fools. How about this? Give me a portion of constant wave sound and I will tell you the reason why I gained so many merit points. Fine, I'll believe you once. Shen Kongsheng did not hesitate, taking out a conch from his immortal aperture and tossing it to Fang Yuan. This conch was only the size of a palm, and was itself a desolate beast. There was a wave sound stored in the conch. This wave sound was a sound path rank 7 immortal material, a specialty product of Shen clan. It could produce sounds for years without ever stopping. Fang Yuan inspected it and found nothing suspicious. He placed this immortal material into his sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at Shen Kongsheng and smiled. Then I'll tell you this secret. Do you want me to tell you alone, or do you wish to make it public? This time, it was Shen Kongsheng's turn to look solemn. But he only hesitated for a moment and then smiled. What is there to hide? Please speak directly, as expected of an old expert who had been leading Shen clan for many years. Once he said that, even the GU immortals on Miao Ming Shen's side developed some good feelings towards Shen Kongsheng. Miao Ming Shen coldly snorted in his mind. No agreement can be made here. Shen Kongsheng can't restrain Chu Ying at all. Chu Ying is trying to sow discord. Since he can tell Shen Kongsheng alone, he can tell others in the future as well. Shen Kongsheng knows this, so even if he is unwilling, he has no choice but to make it public. Good, Lord Shen Kongsheng's magnanimity is admirable. Fang Yuan turned around and placed his palm on the surface of the obelisk. Words related to mission started to vanish before emerging again. But these new words were different from before. Thousand Soul Fog appeared on White Light Mountain. The living creatures were in dire need of help to clear it up. In Seahorse Sea area, coral seahorses fought each other. A number of seahorse kings were rioting and needed to be suppressed. The formation on Gathering Separation Island had not been repaired for years, causing serious disruptions to the lives of the islanders. It needed to be fixed. Fish Round Island lacked seawater. One had to make it rain for 3 days and nights there. The GU Immortals were stunned. These missions were clearly different from the previous ones, such as the Thousand Soul Fog, which was a soul path ranked 7 immortal material. It was quite famous. Another example was that every coral seahorse was a rank 5 wild beast, while seahorse kings were at least desolate beasts. Shen Shao watched with glimmering eyes as he sighed deeply. These are missions worthy of GU Immortals. Those small-sized missions earlier were limited to the mortal level. They were simply weak in comparison to these missions. Shen Shao copied Fang Yuan and placed his hand on the obelisk, but his expression turned to confusion. Why can't I accept these missions? Of course not. I have used up 100 merit points in order to accept these missions. Fang Yuan smiled. The immortals quickly focused their attention on his words. But Fang Yuan kept his mouth shut. Shen Shao became anxious. He cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. Please do teach us, Brother Chu. Fang Yuan looked at him with a slightly mocking expression with raised brows. Why should I tell you? Shen Shao's expression froze. We made a deal earlier. I know. You guys asked how I acquired a large amount of merit points. I have completed the transaction and told you the reason. It was because I received these missions. As for how to receive these missions, that is a different question. Fang Yuan said. The group of immortals were dumbfounded. Shen Kongsheng's expression turned dark while the Shen clan GU immortals looked at Fang Yuan with anger in their eyes. Shen Shao was stunned before he laughed again, only this time, it was clearly mixed with anger. Brother Chu is really impressive at doing business. A single answer alone earned you a rank 7 immortal material that is unique to my clan. Fang Yuan nodded. Shen clan's constant wave sound is unique in the world. I really profited from this transaction. But I did not lie to you. I did not give you false information either. I, Chu Ying, am not such a person. Fang Yuan showed a demeanor of having a conscience, and bottom line, it made all of the immortals here seethe with anger. Shen Kongsheng's anger accumulated. He was a grand righteous path rank 8, he was actually being toyed by this rank 7 lone immortal Chu Ying who had no fame. How could he let this pass? After we leave Dragon Whale Paradise, I am going to deal with you properly. Shen Kongsheng swore in his heart, but he smiled and laughed heartily without showing any displeasure. He clapped. Chu Ying, very impressive. You obtained the constant wave sound through your wittiness, that was your ability. Don't worry, why would my Shen clan be so petty over a small matter? Come, let's make another deal, tell me what you want in exchange for this information to get the mission. The group of immortals looked at Fang Yuan with eyes that could not help but reveal envy. It was just so easy to earn immortal materials like this. But from Shen Kongsheng's perspective, his clan was affluent. 1 or 2 ranked 7 immortal materials in exchange for precious information was not a bad deal. But Fang Yuan shook his head. I am not going to sell this information, you all can try it yourselves. Shen Kongsheng glared. Chu Ying, I hope that you will think about it clearly. Fang Yuan, however, ignored him and disappeared again with a flash of white light. Shen Kongsheng was livid, he was not given any face at all. Chu Ying, don't let me catch you outside. Shen Kongsheng swore in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a ranked 7 GU immortal, he completely disregarded him. Fang Yuan needed to maintain his advantage on the merit board, this was useful to his plan of conquering the paradise. As for Shen Kongsheng and the rest, I don't believe that you can stay united. Fang Yuan smiled coldly in his heart. His plan to sow discord did not work earlier because it was a minor action, but this time, he dug a pit. He was not afraid that Shen Kongsheng would not jump in. In a way, Fang Yuan needed external help. It was necessary to split up this huge group. He could complete the mid-sized missions independently by himself, but, after the mid-sized missions, there were large-sized missions too. This kind of mission often required different GU immortals to cooperate with each other and work together to complete it. Although Fang Yuan had quite a few GU immortal subordinates hidden in his immortal aperture, it was useless. In this dragon whale paradise, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods restricted this. It seemed that only those GU immortals who had passed that test outside and were sent to the starting island while asleep were eligible to enter and leave this place, and also receiving and completing missions. After Fang Yuan left, the atmosphere at the Merit Obelisk turned heavy. Because Shen Kongsheng had made a rather forceful request, he wanted the surrounding GU immortals to spend their respective merit points to exchange for those contentious rewards. Shen Kongsheng was betting that one of these rewards would be the one Fang Yuan exchanged for earlier. Since Fang Yuan did not tell him, he was going to test it personally. Miao Ming Shen and the rest were unwilling to do that, but they had no choice. They had to make considerations for the future and could not offend this rank 8 sound path great expert. Chapter 1896, Killed Instantly. 1896 Killed instantly. Shen Kongsheng stared intently at the surface of the Merit Obelisk. Although he did not show it, he was indeed feeling anxious at the moment. As the first supreme elder of Shen clan, he was in a high position of power. As a rank 8 great expert, he could be said to be standing at the peak of GU cultivation. However, facing the Paradise Earth true inheritance, his foundation was simply too shallow and insignificant. Fang Yuan was able to take on mid-sized missions. He had a huge advantage in getting the Paradise Earth true inheritance. Shen Kongsheng was forced to do everything he could to catch up with Fang Yuan's footsteps. Although he had come here with a different purpose, the Paradise Earth true inheritance was right in front of him. He would not give up without trying his best to get it. Therefore, even though Shen Kongsheng knew that Fang Yuan had the intention of sowing discord, he still forced the other GU immortals to exchange for the various rewards. In order to try to ease the emotions of the other GU immortals, Shen Kongsheng also took out various immortal materials from his own immortal material to compensate them. However, it was clear that these immortal materials were far less valuable than the Paradise Earth true inheritance. The immortals were forced to comply with Shen Kongsheng's orders due to his authority. Their inner resentment naturally grew deeper and deeper. Shen Kongsheng had lost the hearts of the people, and to make matters worse, these rewards exchanged by the group of immortals were not the one that allowed him to take on mid-sized missions. The rewards on this list are a bit too numerous. Excluding those rewards exchanged before, there are still 3 most likely rewards left. Shen Kongsheng felt a headache. Let's take a gamble. He knew that time could not be wasted. After a moment of deep deliberation, he used his merit points to choose an exchange for one of them. At the next moment, Shen Kongsheng's expression turned dark. This is not the one. He gritted his teeth, feeling very dejected. He had lost the gamble. It was really bad luck. As such, they had spent almost all of their accumulated merit points, but what they obtained, although helpful, were not very significant in this situation. Don't tell me it is this, good person, title. Shen Kongsheng looked at the merit board, sighing deeply to himself. It was useless to say anything now. All he could do was to hurry up and accumulate more merit points. Then continue to exchange for rewards. But before that, I still need to appease these GU immortals. Shen Kongsheng turned to look at the immortals. They had similarly unhappy expressions. Shen Kongsheng was quite eloquent. After saying some words, he pulled out a batch of immortal materials and gave them to the immortals. Although the immortals received these immortal materials, their expressions only changed slightly. In this dragon whale paradise, Shen Kongsheng had rank 8 battle strength, but he could not do anything to them. This key was the most important foundation for Shen Kongsheng's declining influence. The tides were rising and falling, the fishy sea breeze blowing on his face. Fang Yuan stood in the clouds, overlooking the sea market below him from the sky. The sea market was a place where people sold and exchanged for cultivation resources, usually having fixed locations. Not long ago, Fang Yuan disguised himself as Qi Sea ancestor to hold the Eastern Sea banquet. In a way, it was a supersized sea market. It almost involved all of the GU immortals in Eastern Sea. The same type of sea markets existed in Dragon Whale Paradise, and there were quite a few of them. This sea market that Fang Yuan observed was centered around a small island, with numerous fishing boat-like GU houses surrounding the island. For more than half of each year, this island would be flooded by seawater, so this sea market was not open all year round. Because of its advantageous location, the island sea market became an indispensable trading area. Even if it was not open for half the time each year, as long as it opened, the surrounding GU masters and forces would flock to it. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this sea island. He had come here in his previous life. In his previous life, Shaolin had been framed on this island by an unscrupulous merchant. The mission Fang Yuan had happened to take was to punish this merchant severely. He saved Shaolin as a result. In this life, Fang Yuan also took the mission and came here, but it was a mid-sized mission, completely different from the previous time in terms of characters involved. The sea market was extremely lively. There was a huge crowd of people moving around, having both humans and merfolk. Shaolin appeared. She moved on the deck, observing the goods at the stalls as she made her way towards the core island. Unlike before, she was energetic and her eyes had life in them. After receiving Fang Yuan's guidance and teaching after a life and death situation, she had improved drastically from the inside out. Fang Yuan activated his investigative method, surveying the surrounding 100 li. As soon as Shaolin appeared, he found her. Fang Yuan did not approach Shaolin, but continued to scout the interior of the island, as well as the depths of the sea. An immortal level formation gradually appeared in his perception. Fang Yuan could not help but praise it in his mind as he looked at it. The structure of this immortal formation was very profound. It was a formation that was mainly earth path and water path. Its role was to sustain the island, managing the surrounding sea currents and improving the environment of the entire surrounding sea. But now, this immortal formation was damaged. The earth path portion was eroded while the water path portion was not changed much. There was originally a balance of earth path and water path. Now, with the weakening of earth path, water path became more overbearing. The island was able to remain open the entire year in the past, but because of the damage to the formation, it would be submerged in water for half of each year. Fang Yuan wanted to repair the formation now. Fang Yuan's abilities, however, were still somewhat lacking. His formation path attainment level was not bad, being at Grandmaster. But to use the natural Dao marks to create a formation, he would have to be a great Grandmaster. At the same time, his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster, while his earth path attainment level was only Master. And the problem was that this formation needed fixing in the earth path aspect. This formation is not the work of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, but a certain formation path Great Grandmaster instead. Fang Yuan analyzed. If it were Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself, it would definitely give the style and size of a formation like Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and the others had discovered that they were not the first batch of GU immortals to come into the Dragon Whale Paradise. There were also predecessors who had entered here before to receive missions and earn merit points. Evidently, the formation Fang Yuan saw was the work of a certain predecessor. There's no need to hurry. Looking at the time, there should be some gain at Wu Shuai's end soon. While Fang Yuan continued his surveillance and transmitted the information he detected to the time path clone for deductions, he also stealthily descended and mixed in with the crowd, following after Shaolin. Shaolin entered a gambling den. The door had 3 words written on it, Golden Jade House. It was clearly a high-grade gambling den among the mortals. This gambling den had tens of huge rocks in the hall. Behind the hall were many rooms with an assortment of rock-dissecting GU worms for the customers to enjoy using. I'm here to return the loan. Shaolin took out an information path. Mortal GU. Merfolk C funerals were very expensive. In order to bury her grandfather, she had to borrow primeval stones. To repay the debt, she had to take a risk and collect black oil, almost dying in the earth trench as a result. Fortunately, she met Fang Yuan and was saved miraculously. Not only that, her strength even rose drastically thanks to his help. Just like in her previous life, Shaolin obtained gather oil GU from Fang Yuan. Her efficiency in collecting oil increased. She quickly gathered a huge amount of primeval stones from selling oil. The one who attended to her was a scarred merman. After taking this information path Mortal GU, he smiled deviously. Lass, you must have seen wrongly, our agreement is not like this. Shaolin was slightly stunned. What do you mean? The surrounding GU masters knew about Golden Jade House's usual tricks. They saw this and shook their heads. Sigh, another GU master has fallen for it again. Shaolin talked to the other party and finally reacted. You guys are shameless. You changed the agreement details. Our contract was 10% interest, but you raised it to 60%. Shaolin said with a furious expression. The scarred merman's face became solemn. He looked at Shaolin with a vicious gaze. Young lady, you cannot spread false news like that. Are you trying to ruin our reputation? This is detrimental to our business. Who would come to our shop after this? Can you bear the cost of our losses? A sharp light shined in Shaolin's eyes. You forced my hand. She shouted as she attacked. The scarred merman did not expect that in this situation, an innocent and naive lass would dare to attack him, a rank 3, in his territory, the Golden Jade House. The scarred merman was lying in rubble. He looked at Shaolin with extreme disbelief and anger. He wanted to get up, but in the end, he only managed to raise his finger. After that, he collapsed and stopped breathing. Oh heavens, who is this girl? She actually killed a merman in one move. He was a rank 3 GU master. The crowd went into a commotion. The GU masters were deeply shocked. Shaolin was also quite surprised by this. She was only rank 2 now, but the GU worms that Fang Yuan gave her were all incredibly useful. They could form very powerful killer moves. After Shaolin used these GU worms to form a rank 2 killer move, she killed a rank 3 GU master in one hit. The mermaid girl was stunned. She was dazed on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled as he transmitted to her. Master Chu. The mermaid girl heard his voice as her eyes shined. She spoke with deep joy. But Fang Yuan did not show up. He instructed the mermaid girl on how to find an excuse to take over the entire Golden Jade House in a dignified and justified manner. Chapter 1897. Clone Enters Dream. 1897 Clone Enters Dream Jian Wen Blessed Land. The palace was deep and had a magnificent number of structures. The shade of the trees was thick. The summer cicadas sang. The long closed doors of the palace were opened. All of the featherman girls along the way fell to their knees to greet the master of the palace, Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was unsightly. She was filled with gloominess. She had tried all sorts of methods in her closed cultivation, but none of them could allow her to advance from a rank 5 GU master to a rank 6. All methods had been exhausted, leaving only one path in front of her, to purchase the rank 6 level second aperture Immortal GU from Fang Yuan. As the first supreme elder of Sha clan, Xianxia originally had rank 8 cultivation, but in the ambush battle of the River of Time, she was captured by Fang Yuan. Although she was lucky to survive, her rank 8 immortal aperture had already been taken away by Fang Yuan. After releasing Xianxia, Fang Yuan took the opportunity to sell his second aperture GU and extort the southern border super forces in another way. As a result, Xianxia was given the opportunity to cultivate again. She grasped it like a drowning man who was surviving by hanging onto a wooden plank. Xianxia had now regained rank 5 cultivation, but she was stuck at the most crucial step. Her countless attempts to ascend to immortal had failed. Xianxia sighed, coming to terms with reality once and for all. Prepare fresh water for me to clean up. Additionally, spread news that I have come out. Ask second supreme elder and third supreme elder to come here. Xianxia instructed the featherman maids beside her. However, after waiting for an hour, Xianxia did not see the arrival of second supreme elder or third supreme elder. but rather they transmitted that they had important matters to handle. They were unable to come. These two old scoundrels. Xianxia cursed in her heart. A chilly feeling assaulted her heart. Although she was also clear that sooner or later there would be such a day, when it actually came, she still felt a chill in her heart. To think that she had once been the center of authority, she made all sorts of sacrifices for Xia clan, she was the decision-maker of all political affairs, but now she was just a rank 5 cripple who had to endure other people's disrespect. In the past, Xia clan's second supreme elder and third supreme elder had to look up to her as their leader. In fact, their rise to their current status was all because of Xiaxia's help of nurturing. It looks like these old scoundrels are trying to gain independence. Xianxia looked at the empty hall as she sighed in her heart. There was not much anger in her, but more of a sense of helplessness and sadness. Could she say that they were ungrateful? Not entirely. In fact, Xianxia understood the choice that these Xia clan Gu immortals made. Because of her, Xia clan had already been extorted too harshly by Fang Yuan. Their inventory was greatly depleted, even though they had painstakingly accumulated so many years of foundation. It was like them looking after Fang Yuan's assets now. Even if Xianxia could regain her cultivation, she would have to start all over again. The resources expended in the long run would certainly be a huge amount. Should they give the resources to Xianxia or keep it for themselves? After the initial panic and uncertainty, Xia clan's Gu immortals began to have an unsaid agreement with each other. Xiaxia's first supreme elder title was now just a hollow status. Her rank 5 cultivation level could not allow her to intervene in Gu immortal level situations. Xianxia pondered for a long while before she took out an information path mortal Gu and gave it to a featherman maid for her to bring to the second supreme elder. But in the evening, the reply from second supreme elder infuriated Xianxia once again. Even the title of the first supreme elder has no value anymore. Xianxia gritted her teeth. It turned out that she had proposed a deal with the second supreme elder in the information path mortal Gu. Xianxia was willing to hand over her own first supreme elder title to the second supreme elder. He would be able to rightfully sit on the throne of Xia clan's highest position of authority, while only having to pay an amount of cultivation resources. But Xia clan's second supreme elder did not accept it. He politely rejected her offer. Evidently, he had reached an agreement with the third supreme elder. They were going to make Xianxia their figurehead and still let her continue to be the first supreme elder. Xia clan's situation was not the same as Ba clan. Ba clan's Ba Shiba encountered the same situation as Xianxia, but he was already kicked off his position as the first supreme elder. The newly advanced rank 8 Gu immortal Ba had taken the role instead. Meanwhile, Xia clan's Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan were only ranked 7 in cultivation level. They both cultivated Earth Path. Years ago, when Xianxia first came to power, she was not a rank 8 Gu immortal yet. In order to take control of Xia clan, she had nurtured Xia Chen Yuan and Xia Zhao, to use them to contest against Xia clan's existing factions. Now that Xiaxia's cultivation level had fallen to rank 5, while Xia Chen Yuan and Xia Zhao still had their authority, they started having different ideas. But as far as the righteous path was concerned, they did not dare to make a move on Xianxia, who had shown great kindness to the two of them. They would rather let Xianxia have the position of first supreme elder than to lose their own reputation. Xianxia knew that her influence over Xia clan had slipped to a dangerous point, and it was slipping faster and faster. She had to become an immortal as soon as possible, otherwise, she would be completely pushed out of the circle of Xia clan's higher-ups. However, there was no way for her to break free from this predicament, as she did not have any capital to negotiate or transact. Xiaxia's situation was not an exception, but the norm. The attitudes among the southern border righteous path forces had started to change. The most important person causing this change was naturally Wu clan's Wu Yong. He had been relying on Heavenly Court and his own political skills to elevate his own reputation and influence in southern border's righteous path. The downfall of Xianxia and Ba Shiba, these experienced rank 8s, gave him an incredibly rare opportunity. Despite the appearance of Lu Wei Yin, the virtue paradise behind him included a large number of mushroommen and not just humans. This gave them a natural political shortcoming in southern border's righteous path, which Wu Yong grasped firmly and took full advantage of. Lu Wei Yin did not pose an obstacle to Wu Yong, so his influence in the Southern Alliance was growing by the day. There was already a faction within the Southern Alliance, its voice was becoming louder and louder, with Wu Yong being the main advocate. He advocated that the Southern Alliance should actively confront Fang Yuan and stop accepting his blackmail and extortion. Compromising with a demon like Fang Yuan would only fuel his arrogance. The Southern Border Righteous Path forces had almost gotten back most of their hostages, they had also been hurt by Fang Yuan's blackmail and extortion. Thus, more and more Southern Border GU Immortals responded to Wu Yong's call with an increasingly supportive attitude. What Wu Yong exploited was precisely the hatred that the Righteous Path GU Immortals felt towards Fang Yuan. Under the moonlit night, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique body traveled alongside Kai Kuyu. A secret transaction involving dream realms had just ended. Lord Kai, we should part here. Fang Yuan's dream path clone smiled. He was a temporary clone made from the dream realm. He had GU Immortal cultivation and would self-detonate into a dream realm after reaching the time limit. Kai Kuyu cupped his fists and sighed. Fang Yuan, it's not that I am making things difficult, it's just that the risk of this business has become bigger. Now that the situation is so tense, if we get exposed, my Kai clan's reputation will be completely ruined. The pure dream clone snorted coldly in his mind. Kai Kuyu proposed to increase the price, no longer satisfied by the previous price. The given reason was that Southern Border's Righteous Path was becoming more and more aggressive in dealing with Fang Yuan, Wu Yong gathering a huge force in Southern Border's Righteous Path. This reason was of course bullshit. The real reason was that Kai Kuyu used this excuse to raise the price because he wanted to get even more Dream Path research results. Fang Yuan wanted more Dream Realms, but now that it was getting harder and harder to extort Southern Border's Righteous Path, the secret deal between Kai Clan and Fang Yuan had become his main source again. Kai Clan controlled the Dream Realm formation, one of its kind in Southern Border. Fang Yuan could only steal a portion of the Dream Realms by working with Kai Clan. I will explain this matter to my main body. The Dream Path clone left this sentence and directly flew away. Kai Kuyu stayed where he was and watched Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone disappear into the sky, his face turning cold as he left with a soft snort. It was not like he did not think of attacking the Dream Path clone. But he lacked Dream Path methods to deal with a Dream Path GU Immortal. Furthermore, he was also worried that Fang Yuan's main body was likely to be around here waiting in ambush. Fang Yuan himself was far away in Eastern Sea, but for this transaction, Wu Shuai had already arrived nearby with his Dragon Palace. If Kai Kuyu were to make a move, he would certainly not gain anything. The pure dream clone soon returned to Dragon Palace. This was a temporary clone with immortal level cultivation, but after reaching the time limit, it would fall apart and turn into a dream realm. We cannot continue with Kai Clan's business anymore, unless we allow him to raise the price. The Dream Path clone said coldly. He opened his immortal aperture and let out a few dream realm bodies. This batch of dream realms is likely the last batch we can get. Fang Yuan and Kai Kuyu did not make any kind of binding agreement. Kai Kuyu purposely raised the price by using the excuse of Southern Border's attitude. The main enemy is in front of us. After this hurdle, this trivial Kai clan is nothing to worry about. Wu Shuai opened his mouth. Right now, he could not make a move yet. The more times he made a move, the more likely Heavenly Court would notice the true relationship between the Wu Shuai clone and Fang Yuan's main body. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke had to be used on Heavenly Court. Exposing it on Kai Kuyu was truly a huge waste. It would be like killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Rather than dealing with Kai Clan, it would be more efficient to attack the formation directly. In fact, with Fang Yuan's main body staying in Eastern Sea, it would be possible to deal with Kai Clan with just the strength of Wu Shuai's forces. But if he revealed these trump cards in advance, Heavenly Court would likely be so happy they might laugh in their dreams. Moreover, by allowing Southern Border to preserve its strength, it could also cause more trouble for Heavenly Court in the future. Directly destroying the enemy, although straightforward and easy, sometimes does not reap the greatest benefits. For example, Fang Yuan had released Sha Cha and Ba Shi Ba. They had already started feeling ostracized and neglected in their respective clans. Fang Yuan would secretly sponsor them in the future. Their current situation could be said to be caused by Fang Yuan. But besides Fang Yuan, they had nobody else to rely on. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, needed these people to act as his eyes and ears, planting them in the Righteous Path forces of Southern Border, so that he would always maintain a certain amount of influence over Southern Border. It was just that at the moment, Fang Yuan still lacked some means to restrict them. Regarding this, the Time Path clone was already working night and day to make deductions. With a series of muffled sounds, the temporary pure dream reality seeker physique bodies exploded one by one, turning into lumps of dream realms that fused with each other. These were all Earth Path dream realms. Wu Shuai sat on his dragon throne in the palace, his soul left his body and entered the dream. Chapter 1898, Accumulated Soil Mountain. Heaven and earth were gloomy, dark clouds loomed overhead, endless thunder roared and resonated. Scarlet lightning flashed countless times in the dark rolling clouds of smoke, black clouds swirled like vortexes, lightning balls descended from the center of the swirling vortexes one by one. These lightning balls were strangely shaped, resembling porcelain products, as large as a water tank, and glowing with red light. Grand Tribulation. Red porcelain lightning ball tribulation. The lightning balls smashed down and erupted with crisp explosions. On the ground, an immortal GU house silently suffered from the damage caused by the explosions of the lightning balls. Large pieces of debris continued to fly into the air, before turning back into the corpses of countless GU worms. Inside the immortal GU house, Wu Shuai endured the sound of rumbling thunder in his ears and inspected himself first. He found that he had turned into an Earth Path Rank 8 GU immortal. He had wide fingers and a large stature, his battle robe was already covered in damage. And not far from him, there was a female immortal standing on the ground. Her face was pale and her aura was not only weak but also a little strange. She was using a certain light path healing killer move, and thus was covered in a layer of holy white light. But on her face, exposed arms, legs and feet, dark path Dao marks that resembled ink lines appeared. These dark path Dao marks were so dense that they reached the extent of a rank 9 immortal material, creating Dao mark light. GU immortals could see it with their naked eyes. The female immortal had clear rank 8 cultivation level, a light path rank 8 GU immortal who had such a quantity of dark path Dao marks. It made Wu Shuai very surprised. And more peculiarly, the female immortal's dark path Dao marks were still transforming. Not only did they increase in quantity, their arrangements and positions were rapidly changing too. The female immortal grunted, the killer move activation was successful, the halo around her stabilized while the dark path Dao marks were also temporarily suppressed. The female immortal was sweating profusely. She opened her weak eyes to look at Wu Shuai, smiling bitterly. I can't be saved. This is my strongest healing method, but it can only temporarily suppress the injury. When the time limit of the killer move is up, the injury will explode with terrifying power. O Zhengyang, my most beloved, I can no longer accompany you. You have to live well. The female immortal said, tears flowing down her cheeks. No, there must be some way, there must be. You must never give up hope. This peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress of mine is made up of all the immortal GU I have. It can be considered to be number 1 in defensive power in all of history. We still have time, you have to keep working hard, I will always be there for you. Wu Shuai shouted with tears in his eyes. This was the natural development of the dream realm, he could not control it. But after this conversation, Wu Shuai gained control of the body. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Never heard of it. Wu Shuai's eyes shined with bright light. Using the conversation earlier, he analyzed and searched for clues. He inspected his own immortal aperture. There was quite a bit of white lychee immortal essence in his immortal aperture. There were also a large amount of mortal GU, but no immortal GU. Like what Zheng Yang had said, he had used all of his immortal GU to construct this rank 8 immortal GU house, peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Which means to say, my biggest reliance is on this damaged immortal GU house. Wu Shuai had a realization. He started to try controlling this immortal GU house. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress had a complex structure. It used 100 million GU worms, among which there were more than 20 immortal GU. Even Wu Shuai could not tell what the core immortal GU were at a glance. These immortal GU were cleverly positioned and had a mysterious relationship with each other. The design of the GU house was as profound as a towering mountain range spreading across the entire countryside for 10,000 li, connecting heaven and earth. The mountain range had overlapping layers of intertwined mineral veins. Wu Shuai was like a mortal GU master mining the mountain range. He had to excavate it layer by layer to uncover the minerals he wanted and figure out the connection between the ore veins. Just analyzing this immortal GU house itself is a huge difficulty. Furthermore, I need to rely on this immortal GU house to defend against the red porcelain lightning ball tribulation. Wu Shuai's heart sank. He knew that this exploration was going to fail. As expected, the following developments went as he had predicted. Red porcelain lightning balls continued to explode as Wu Shuai tried to use his immortal GU house and slowly fix it. His understanding towards this immortal GU house was too low. Even if he wanted to fix it, he had no idea where to start. Eventually, the red porcelain lightning balls destroyed the immortal GU house. Wu Shuai and the female immortal became the sacrifices of the tribulation's fury. After leaving the dream realm, Wu Shuai started to heal himself. This time, Fang Yuan's main body was exploring Dragon Whale Paradise. Before leaving, he had made ample preparations and arrangements. Not only did he pass the Dream Path GU worms to Wu Shuai, he even gave a large number of Guts GU. With Guts GU in his hands, Wu Shuai's injuries were not a problem. This dream realm exploration was different from the Dragon Palace dream realm. Wu Shuai could explore it multiple times until he succeeded. Second failure, third failure, fourth, fifth. After 8 tries, Wu Shuai finally gained a clearer understanding of this peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Even though he could not completely fix this immortal GU house, Wu Shuai was already able to repair it sufficiently to negate the red porcelain lightning balls' damage. Black clouds swirled in the sky. The red porcelain lightning balls gradually thinned out until they completely stopped. But within the black clouds, a second grand tribulation was starting to brew. The female immortal sighed. "Sigh, it was my fault for not listening to you. I went to search for the location where reckless savage demon Venerable died. In the end, I caused this curse to occur and lead to an unceasing wave of calamities and tribulations. This is my just deserts. Zheng Yang, leave, I do not want to implicate you." On the female immortal's body, the halo had noticeably dimmed. The dark path Dao marks were tightly arranged, like pieces of black thread sewing up wounds, covering the female immortal's skin and face. Compared to before, the female immortal's aura had weakened a lot, and at the same time, it became more peculiar. Not only were the light and dark path Dao marks intertwined, an Adam's apple was also growing in her throat. Wu Shuai had yet to analyze the situation of the female immortal when a drizzle started to occur in the sky. Even though it was a small rain, it was bone-chilling. There was a cold feeling that could freeze the soul. The heat and smoke caused from the lightning balls earlier vanished entirely without a trace. The ghostly cries became louder and louder, before it resounded throughout the entire area. Gray threads fell from the black clouds in the sky, extending towards Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai's heart sank. He recognized this tribulation. This is the Grand Tribulation, Ghost Spirit Ice Silkworm Tribulation. A grand tribulation occurring right after the previous one. It seems this will not end. Wu Shuai had to resist these silky threads forcefully. The red porcelain lightning balls were powerful and destructive, while these ghost spirit silk threads were soft and troublesome. Wu Shuai had no offensive methods. The immortal GU house peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress that he was relying on was also unfamiliar to him. He could not find any offensive methods that could be used. Thus, Wu Shuai watched as these threads extended towards him and slipped in through the cracks and holes of the immortal GU house. Wu Shuai tried to defend against them, but peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress was already completely infiltrated. It broke apart after resisting for some time. The silky threads wrapped around the female immortal while also attacking Wu Shuai, turning the two of them into solid cocoons. At the next moment, Wu Shuai was chased out of the dream realm. This time, he suffered heavy injuries. He saw darkness in front of him. He gulped and felt that his throat was dry. He almost fainted. Failing at the ghost spirit silk thread tribulation stage has caused tens of times the damage as before. Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. In this situation, he had to recuperate first before trying again. This injury would only be mild if it happened on Fang Yuan. It would not be severe. He could definitely explore it again. But Wu Shuai was not the same. Wu Shuai's soul foundation was only at 30 million man soul. Even though it rose later as he cultivated in Eastern Sea, he could not compare to the main body. Wu Shuai was a dragon man who cultivated enslavement path. Soul path cultivation was just a supplementary method. The stronger his soul foundation, the more soul path Dao marks he would have, and the more it would restrict his enslavement path development. But Fang Yuan's main body was the sovereign immortal body. It had non-conflicting Dao marks, so he could cultivate soul path alongside all his other paths. After resting sufficiently, he went in again. Failing time and again, challenging it continuously even after failure, Wu Shuai was in a difficult position. He did not have the time path clone's deduction abilities. Even though he had Dragon Palace, dreamy light smoke was not useful for exploring dream realms. The most reliable method, other than Unravel Dream, was the ability to recover rapidly using Guts GU. As he slowly explored it, Wu Shuai finally had some breakthroughs and gains. After learning the general information of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, Wu Shuai gained the 3 killer moves of this Immortal GU house. The first was called Accumulated Soil Mountain, the second was called Peaceful Burial, and the third was called Heavy Soil Comeback. The one that was an eye-opener to Wu Shuai was the first killer move, Accumulated Soil Mountain. This killer move was very special. It did not have offense, movement, healing or other aspects. It was an Earth Path killer move that had Formation Path effect. Using this killer move, the GU Immortal could stack Earth Path GU worms to allow them to form an Immortal GU house. This could be done even if the GU Immortal using the killer move had 0 attainment in Formation Path itself. Because of this killer move, there was this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Gaining this killer move was also the same as gaining the foundation of the Immortal GU house, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. It was no wonder Wu Shuai could not find any core Immortal GU. This Immortal GU house's core was not an Immortal GU but the Immortal killer move Accumulated Soil Mountain. Thus, I only need to activate this killer move and add Earth Path GU worms into this Immortal GU house to rapidly fix it. After understanding this, Wu Shuai started to repair Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress while enduring the onslaught of the Ghost Spirit Silk Thread Tribulation. The moment he repaired it, the female Immortal self-detonated. The force of the explosion was greater than the Grand Tribulation. Not only was Wu Shuai killed instantly, the entire Immortal GU house was torn to shreds. I see, I still have to take care of this female Immortal. After understanding this point, Wu Shuai entered the Dream Realm once again. Immortal Killer Move, Peaceful Burial. Using this method, the female Immortal was temporarily sealed, her injuries were suppressed, she was receiving treatment from the Immortal GU house. After Wu Shuai fixed this Immortal GU house completely, the third Grand Tribulation appeared. Purple stars fell from the sky. This was a tribulation that fused Poison Path and Star Path, Rotten Poison Purple Star Tribulation. Purple stars continued to descend and land on the Immortal GU house, causing holes to form due to corrosion. Wu Shuai did his best to endure it, but even as he failed many times, this Grand Tribulation never stopped. The third Grand Tribulation seems to be unceasing. This is not normal. Don't tell me. After many failures, Wu Shuai had a flash of inspiration. He tried to unseal the female Immortal. Without Peaceful Burial's suppression, the female Immortal went into a state of nearing death again. Zheng Yang, if a next life exists, I want to meet you again. Goodbye, my love. While Wu Shuai defended against the Grand Tribulation with difficulty, she flew out of the Immortal GU house through a hole that had formed on top. She self-detonated instantly, turning into a lump of pitch-black flames, burning intensely with a terrifying aura. Heaven seemed to be enraged. At once, billions of purple stars shot down. The black flame was not large, but was incomparably tough when faced with the attack of the purple stars. Although its size was shrinking, the extent of its loss was minuscule. Seeing that this Grand Tribulation was ineffective, the black clouds in the sky transformed again. Countless lightning bolts rained down like snakes. The black flame was instantly assaulted by countless bolts. The black flame seemed to be nourished from this. It quickly expanded and grew to a mountain-like size. The black flame's appearance had changed already. It became a white gold-colored mist. The Grand Tribulation in the sky continued to transform and attack the white gold mist. The mist also transformed, turning into wind, ore, flower, grass, bird, or beast at times. What in the world is lurking in this female Immortal's body? So many Grand Tribulations are unable to do anything to it. Wu Shuai was internally shook. He acutely sensed that this realistic dream realm contained a certain deep secret in history. This secret might be the reason behind the deaths of venerables. It involved the most profound secret of heaven and earth. The female Immortal died, but Wu Shuai's dream realm continued. He had to survive from the aftermath of this terrifying fight. He could only rely on Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Eventually, after countless rounds of Grand Tribulations, that mysterious black flame was slowly extinguished bit by bit. Even when just a tiny bit was left, the Grand Tribulation still targeted it and the battle lasted for over an hour. What in the world is this thing? After the dream realm dissipated, Wu Shuai was still filled with deep shock. He had put in so much effort, the rewards were similarly shocking. At almost the same time as when the dream realm faded, the eyes of Fang Yuan's main body, which was in Dragon Whale Paradise, shined. Oh, I advance to Earth Path Grandmaster. Chapter 1899, Large-Sized Missions. 1899 Large-Sized Missions Sea Island, Golden Jade House. What is the purpose of inviting us here, little girl? Quickly tell us, I've got things to do. That's right, this is the only time each year that the sea market opens. We are wasting our time and money by being delayed here. Many GU masters gathered in Golden Jade House, staring at the blue-scaled mermaid girl, Xiaolin, and spoke. They were already a bit impatient from waiting. Xiaolin looked around with a slight smile. Everyone here is a respectable figure, so I'll make it short. From now on, this island is my territory and under my control. If you all want to come here and make transactions, I'd welcome you with open arms, but you need to pay taxes, and you can't stay on the island for a long time. As for the way to stay and live here for a long time, that is to join me and become my subordinate. There was a sudden silence in the house. Immediately, the GU masters went into an uproar. Was this a joke? The few rank 3 GU master leaders all looked unhappy. Little girl, you're too bold. Juniors these days, hee, they really don't know what fear is. Do you really think you can act so arrogantly after killing a rank 3 GU master? Don't forget, you are just a rank 2 GU master. Faced with many questions, Xiaolin felt apprehensive, but remembering that this was Master Chu's order, she could only force a smile as she answered as instructed. No need to doubt my words, now, you will know what I am relying on. What is it? Immediately, someone asked. Xiaolin was still smiling, because even if she said so, she had no idea what it was. But at that moment, the ground began to shake. What's going on? Someone screamed as the ground shook more and more. Is it an earthquake? The GU masters were in a state of shock and panic. Fortunately, this Golden Jade House was a GU house and had some defensive effects. But the outside world was already in chaos, with screams and shouts everywhere. No, I need to rush back to guard my shop. I'm leaving too. The GU masters tried to run out, but suddenly, a thick yellow light suddenly emerged from the ground. The yellow light enveloped the entire island and blocked the entrance of the GU house. No matter what they tried, the GU masters could not break through the yellow light and were horrified. What in the world is going on? This is no ordinary earthquake. Xiaolin, you must know something. Someone saw that Xiaolin was still smiling. He had a flash of inspiration and screamed loudly. As a result, all the GU masters in the room focused their attention on Xiaolin. Xiaolin was also shocked, but at this moment, Fang Yuan's voice was transmitted, instructing her on how to deal with the situation. Everyone, there is no need to panic, this change is only beneficial for everyone. I will not say more, just watch it quietly, this change will not last long. Xiaolin was keeping this a secret, but the GU masters did not dare to look down on her. This was clearly not a natural disaster but a man-made situation. But who could do something of this magnitude? Not mortals at least. A word suddenly emerged in the minds of all the GU masters, Immortal. This was indeed a method of an Immortal. Or more accurately, Fang Yuan was repairing the Immortal formation at the bottom of the sea. He took out portions of Immortal materials from his Immortal aperture and put them into the formation, before activating many killer moves to repair it. Yellow light surged around the island, spreading around. A brand new piece of land around the island condensed and appeared in the yellow light. Those ships that were originally around the edge of the island ran aground. The people on the boats were shouting and screaming, fixed in place by the yellow light, unable to move. The yellow light gradually dissipated. The entire island had more than doubled in size. At the edge of the new sea island, tides surged up, causing huge waves. Countless fish and sea beasts revealed themselves. Fang Yuan had started to fix the water path aspect after repairing the earth path side of the formation. Finally, when he had completely mended the Immortal formation, the huge waves on the surface of the sea gradually calmed down. However, Fang Yuan did not stop yet. He added a small subsidiary Immortal formation on top of the foundation of this great formation. After the small formation was built, he waved his hand again and gave the small formation to Xiaolin. Thus, a white light descended from the sky and enveloped Xiaolin, before it merged entirely into Xiaolin's body. Xiaolin did not have any attainment in formation path, but this small formation designed by Fang Yuan was very friendly. Xiaolin suddenly felt that she had many new abilities instinctively. This instinct was as natural as breathing, or like moving legs and feet. It allowed her to move the island's land and the surrounding seawater using her thoughts. Amidst muffled sounds, the entirety of Golden Jade House began to expand, growing larger and larger, quickly transforming from a small building to a beautifully ornate palace. This was naturally also Fang Yuan's doing. He had expanded Golden Jade House and created a formation core here, which was secretly connected to the formation. Deep under the sea, this series of astonishing changes made the entire crowd of GU masters gawk and stand dumbfounded. Shaolin was showing a smile, but she was also immensely shocked internally. Fang Yuan's words rang in her ears once again. She read out the script. Everyone, you witnessed it with your own eyes. I am fortunate to be accepted as a disciple of the great Immortal. My Immortal Master has just laid out the Immortal formation and ordered me to guard this place. I will be in charge of mortal affairs. Saying so, Shaolin willed as yellow light surged up, enveloping all of the GU masters present. Shaolin willed again as these GU masters gasped in shock. They were suppressed by this yellow light and could not move. They were all raised into the air, unable to retaliate. Shaolin smiled. The yellow light dissipated and these GU masters were released. This. Immortal miracle. This is an immortal miracle. So there really are immortals in the world. I reverently ask Lady Shaolin, why did your Immortal Master set up an immortal formation here? I wonder what Lord Immortal has planned. Shaolin just smiled. She had also just learned that Master Chu was actually an immortal. Her shock was no less than the others. Now, does everyone have anything you wish to say about my previous proposal? Shaolin looked around and asked in a warm voice once again. The GU masters did not dare to question her again. They bowed their heads together. Some even fell to their knees on the spot, saying that they wanted to follow Shaolin, while some wanted to go under Fang Yuan as his disciple. Shaolin could only appease them one by one. Fang Yuan's divine sense went around Shaolin. In the end, he only said a few words of advice to her before he left her to her own devices. Although there were signs of immortals in Dragon Whale Paradise, be it his previous life or present life, Fang Yuan had never seen any native immortals. Legends about immortals had been circulating within the mortal world, but they were only rumors. This time, Fang Yuan displayed an immortal miracle and set up the immortal formation, leaving many things within the formation to Shaolin. Soon, countless people arrived after hearing the news. Some of them wanted to see the miracle, while others simply wanted to join Shaolin as a subordinate. In the previous life, Fang Yuan helped Shaolin become the mermaid saintess. In this life, he had simply made an early move to support the growth of Shaolin's forces first. In the following period of time, Shaolin would maneuver between various forces and GU master experts. She would follow Fang Yuan's instructions to establish her own force. Even if there were things she could not do right, there was still a will left behind by Fang Yuan within the formation to tutor her and help her to make up for any flaws. His investment in Shaolin was actually not even a drop in a bucket. Repairing the underwater formation was the most costly thing that Fang Yuan did. Fang Yuan's earth path attainment level rose. His weakness was eliminated as he rapidly found a useful method to fix this formation. He had Grandmaster formation path attainment level. He could not use natural Dao marks. He had to use immortal materials. The immortal materials that he expended here were his greatest spending. Not only was the difficulty of a mid-sized mission higher, the GU Immortal also had to make investments sometimes. Merit points were not so easy to earn. Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk. This mission gave him 100 merit points. This was the limit of a mid-sized mission. His action of repairing the formation was perfect. Thus, he became the undeniable number one person on the merit board. The gain of 100 points made everyone else feel a strong sense of dejection. This time, Fang Yuan did not leave in a hurry. He started to research on the merit board. His earth path attainment rose to Grandmaster level. Could he comprehend this immortal GU house? If he could comprehend it and use some methods, would he be able to make loopholes in the merit obelisk and refine this entire immortal GU house? Earlier, Fang Yuan could not do it and had to follow the rules. But all along, he had not given up on the idea of getting this merit obelisk. After looking at it for some time, deep disappointment flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. The merit obelisk contained the profundity of earth path, but also sound path, human path, and heaven path. And looking at the foundation, earth path and sound path were just supplementary. The true cores were human path and heaven path. To have hopes of comprehending this completely, I will need to be a great grandmaster in all four paths. Fang Yuan realized this and smiled bitterly to himself. It was unrealistic to try to refine this merit obelisk now. That was only natural, Before Fang Yuan, who knows how many GU immortals had come here. Among these predecessors, there were definitely outstanding people, but they were unable to do anything to this rank 8 immortal GU house. Fang Yuan's foundation in this aspect was not deep. How could he possibly refine this rank 8 immortal GU house easily? There was no breakthrough in this area, so Fang Yuan had no choice but to continue to follow the rules. He continued to receive and complete missions. When he reached 900 merit points, Xianxia finally screamed at the merit obelisk, "I finally found it, this is the one, this good person title." At this moment, Xianxia almost wanted to tear up from joy. He quickly told Shen Kongsheng about this discovery. Soon, Shen Clan's GU immortals started to show signs of rising merit points. Followed by Ren Shuping, Tong Hua and the rest. There were 4 groups on the merit board now. The first group was a single person, Fang Yuan. He was way ahead. The second group was the Shen Clan GU immortals led by Shen Kongsheng. They were trying to catch up. The third group was Ren Shuping and Tong Hua. As they were attached to Shen Clan, they had been informed of this secret after some time. And the last group was Miao Ming Shen and the others. They had not learned about this. After completing another mission, Fang Yuan's merit points rose to over 1,000. He looked at the merit board, laughing in his mind. They finally found the good person title. These people are truly unlucky. Maybe this is the result of my luck suppressing them. He came to the board and started exchanging for a reward. He spent 1,000 merit points in exchange for the really good person title. With this title, he could finally accept large-sized missions. Chapter 1900. Super Good Person. 1900 Super Good Person. Beehive Island was a sea island that had a peculiar shape. The entire island resembled a voluminous dark yellow beehive, with countless pits and holes on the surface of the hive, and a precise structure and countless tunnels inside. A ranked 6 GU immortal with broad shoulders and a thin waist, wearing jade green battle armor, was inside the beehive. This man was one of the followers of Miao Ming Shen, Feng Zhong. The densely grouped red thread earthworms were shooting violently at Feng Zhong from all directions. The red thread earthworms could shoot themselves out like the flicking of a zither, so fast that Feng Zhong could only see a red light. The attack of the red thread earthworms was very sharp, and the swarms of red thread earthworms were able to make desolate beasts back away from them. Feng Zhong fought as he retreated. He was facing immense pressure. After a while, he was already covered in sweat. Even though his battle strength surpassed desolate beasts and he had many killer moves, he received this mission to quell the red thread earthworm calamity near the Beehive Island, to allow its ecology to return to normal. If Feng Zhong used his methods without holding back and unleashed his attacks, he could easily kill all of these red thread earthworms. But in that case, Beehive Island would be heavily damaged. Feng Zhong would receive few merit points. Damn it! Feng Zhong had no choice but to retreat and fly out of the hive, floating in the sky. The red thread earthworms were still in hot pursuit, shooting themselves into the sky and pursuing Feng Zhong. From countless holes, large amounts of red threads were shot out. Feng Zhong sighed and pulled away from the hive. These red thread earthworms could not hit their target. The red thread earthworms did not die from a fall of this height. Their bodies were soft but tough. After they loitered around for some time, they went back into the hive again. They did not follow the existing holes within the hive, but dug their own way through the hive's walls. This was very damaging to Beehive Island. There are too many red thread earthworms, and I'm afraid there are still desolate beasts inside. After all, I'm taking on a mid-sized mission. There's one more difficulty. The more the passage inside this hive extends inside, the narrower it becomes. It is very disadvantageous to me. Beehive Island was already covered in holes due to the red thread earthworms. If Feng Zhong fought inside, he might cause the destruction of the entire island. Feng Zhong was silent for a moment before making up his mind. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance as he summoned a large group of wild bees. These bees were all elites that had rank 5 battle strength. Their leader was even more powerful. It was a desolate beast bee. The abdomen of this wild bee was of peculiar form, being gyroscopic instead of ellipsoidal. It was most broad at the waist, extending out to the tail while becoming increasingly thinner. The surface of the gyroscopic belly had a black spiral pattern that was quite striking. All the wild bees were covered with dense fluffy hair and had large, broad wings. This was the yellow Euro bee. Feng Yang's immortal aperture raised a large number of bees. Yellow Euro bee was one of them with a unique status. Even though ordinary bees formed into groups, they consisted of members from the same species. Different ones could not live together. But not only could yellow Euro bees live with other wild bees, they could reproduce and even help to increase the numbers of the other species of bees. The yellow Euro bees were the core bee group of Feng Yang's immortal aperture. Feng Zhang was an Eastern CGU immortal. He was rich in cultivation resources, keeping a variety of bees in his immortal aperture and having more than 10 desolate beast wild bees. The yellow Euro bees had always been his main focus, but there were only 3 of them that were desolate beast level. This time, Feng Zhang mobilized a large group of yellow Euro bees. He was taking a huge risk in this situation. Under the command of Feng Zhang, the yellow Euro bees buzzed as if they were a yellow cloud that quickly burrowed into the hive. There were still swarms of bees in Beehive Island, but they were completely at a disadvantage compared to the red thread earthworms in terms of size. With the help of the yellow Euro bees, the bee group was confused for a moment before retaliating against the red thread earthworms entrenched in the lower part of the Beehive Island with a fierce attack. This was a fight for survival between their respective groups. It was a tragic battle. Beehive Island continued to shake as cracks appeared on its surface, rapidly expanding in size. Feng Zhang was prepared to take action. He immediately used methods to repair the island. He let his bee group fight while he took on a support role. He was quite lucky. When the red thread earthworms lost enough numbers, the sole desolate beast red thread earthworm retreated instead of fighting, leading its members away from the beehive. Feng Zhang looked as millions of red thread earthworms gathered in the sea like a huge red current, swimming away. He sighed as the weight in his heart was lifted. He hesitated for a moment. Should he chase after the red thread earthworms or ignore them now? While he hesitated, the red thread earthworms swam into the sea. Feng Zhang gave up the thought of chasing them. If he fought in the sea, he would have to give it his all, but there were many different sea beasts hidden within this sea area. I should not cause more uncertainty. Let's repair this Beehive Island first. He spent a day and night repairing it. Not only did he repair Beehive Island completely, he even reinforced many of its weaknesses. At the same time, he let out many bees in his immortal aperture and planted many special flowers to complete the ecology of this place. After all this, Beehive Island became completely revitalized. Not only did it regain balance, it even had more potential for future development. This is a mid-sized resource point now. Feng Zhang sighed. If possible, he wanted to take this Beehive Island for himself. But this was a merit mission. He was restricted by Paradise Earth. Feng Zhang had to give up on that idea. After returning to the merit obelisk, Feng Zhang looked at his merit points and found that he gained over 80 points from this mission. Feng Zhang stared blankly before regretting it. I did not get 100 points. It seems that my actions were not perfect. Back then, I should have eliminated the red thread earthworms. Letting them leave means that they are likely to attack Beehive Island again. That might not be it. The mission wanted me to balance the ecology of Beehive Island. Did I achieve that? I did not. This so-called ecology's core was Beehive Island, but the surrounding sea areas are also a part of it. I only modified Beehive Island but did not target the surrounding sea areas. That was my mistake. Thinking so, Feng Zhang sighed. A few days ago, after Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk, he saw the board and understood the situation. He explained the secret of the good person title to Miao Ming Shen and his allies. Thus, Feng Zhang exchanged for the good person title and could receive mid-sized missions. Now, he completed his first mid-sized mission, but he was not happy at all. Not only was it because he did not understand the mission's requirements fully, he had also spent a lot for this mission. In order to get the merit points, his yellow Euro bees could not be retrieved. Of course, this exchange was not unfavorable. Merit points were related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Feng Zhang gave up his B group but gained points that could be exchanged for Immortal GU if he had 10,000 or more. This trade was definitely worth it. Because in the outside world, Feng Zhang did not have any way to get these Immortal GU. No matter how many desolate beast bees he had, he could not exchange for an Immortal GU using them. But mid-sized missions are quite tough. I am specialized in raising bees. This mission suited me well, but I only got around 80 merit points. What about other missions? Feng Zhang looked at the board. Many missions were listed but he could not take them. For example, the mission to repair an immortal formation. Feng Zhang did not have any methods to repair immortal formations. Or the one that required the healing of an ancient desolate beast's injuries. Feng Yang's healing methods were not good enough. Feng Zhang suddenly understood why Fang Yuan kept this good person title as a secret. As long as he had a head start, Fang Yuan could choose missions that suited him, he could accumulate merit points rapidly. But Feng Zhang thought about it and felt something strange. No, even so, Chu Ying's merit points are rising too quickly. He is almost perfectly completing every mission. Is transformation path really this useful? At this moment, Feng Zhang was stunned. Because white light flashed as Fang Yuan appeared beside him. Lord Chu Ying. Feng Zhang greeted. Fang Yuan nodded at him, his gaze was directed at the obelisk. His merit points went from the bottom position and surpassed everyone to reach the top 3 again. He gained 500 merit points at once. Feng Zhang saw this as his heart shook. I spent 1,000 merit points to get the really good person title, it allowed me to receive even better missions. Fang Yuan smiled and explained. Feng Zhang was stunned before bowing deeply. Lord, thank you for the guidance. Fang Yuan nodded as he went to the other side of the obelisk, exchanging for his third title, super good person. His merit points instantly fell by 500, becoming the last position again. Feng Zhang opened his mouth. He was curious about Fang Yuan's action, but he was astute. He did not ask when he saw that Fang Yuan was not going to talk about it. Feng Zhang was certain that Fang Yuan had exchanged for something extremely useful. Looking at the time, they should be back already. Fang Yuan walked towards Feng Zhang. He did not receive a mission immediately. Feng Zhang nodded. He knew that Fang Yuan was referring to Miao Mingshen and others. He replied, they should be here soon. Feng Zhang did not have outstanding strength among Miao Mingshen's allies, yet he had already returned, the others were soon to arrive as well. Fang Yuan did not mind the wait. As expected, Miao Mingshen and the rest returned quickly. They met with Fang Yuan. Feng Zhang quickly told the secret of the really good person title to Miao Mingshen and others. Miao Mingshen had a thought. This title of good person can exchange for mid-sized missions, while really good person can exchange for large-sized missions. This is a series of titles. If one can find out about the good person title, the really good person title is no secret as well, they can easily connect the dots. But even so, Miao Mingshen felt very grateful to Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan had told them about the good person title. Meanwhile, Shen Clan and Ren Shu Ping kept it from them. The ranking on the merit board was very important. Many rewards could only be exchanged once. The first person to get them would be the sole beneficiary. Brother Miao, you do not need to fear Shen Kong Sheng. I have a way to get far away from Shen Kong Sheng when we teleport outside. The distance is enough for us to stay safe. Fang Yuan lied, but Miao Mingshen and the rest felt deeply shocked. Gui Qiyi's brows rose. It is a reward on the merit obelisk. Indeed, Fang Yuan nodded, but he had no idea if that existed. Miao Mingshen and the rest could not help but believe him. Because Chu Ying's attitude towards Shen Kong Sheng was simply courting death. The fact that he remained so fearless meant that he had some sort of assurance. Fang Yuan continued. I can receive large-sized missions, but I cannot complete them alone. I need all of your help. Saying so, he received the large-sized mission on the obelisk and shared the details with Miao Mingshen and others. Miao Mingshen and the rest felt shocked. After receiving information of the mission, their expressions changed. He could actually do that. The truth was, Miao Mingshen had discovered this secret personally in the previous life. The super good person title allowed one to share missions. For GU Immortals, mid-sized missions were difficult to do alone. Having other people's help made it easier. Even though they would share the merit points, if their efficiency at solving missions increased, the benefits far outweighed the costs. Miao Mingshen could choose to accept it or not. Fang Yuan could share missions, but he could not force them to take it. Miao Mingshen only thought about it for a while before accepting the mission. He had just completed a mid-sized mission. He had the same feelings as Feng Zhang. Fang Yuan had an easy time because he cultivated every path. Miao Mingshen and the rest were ordinary GU Immortals. They cultivated one path, and most of the time, only certain missions suited them. Since completing mid-sized missions was not easy, and they had to put in a lot of investment, Miao Mingshen was more willing to work with Fang Yuan and attempt something new. Chapter 1901, Formation Calm Sea Area. 1901 Formation Calm Sea Area. 5 lumps of white light, flashing abruptly in the sky, brought Fang Yuan, Miao Mingshen and the others from the merit obelisk to here. All 5 of them were familiar with the mission and headed down to get a bird's eye view, each of them activating their investigative killer moves. Fang Yuan was the first to observe the area and take a closer look. His investigative methods had always been his shortcoming, but that was only relative to his enemies. When compared to Miao Ming-shen and the others, even his weaker aspects were still far superior to them. This was a vast sea area. The sea was raging, creating thousands of fierce waves. They were so powerful that countless sea beasts could be seen within the reflections of these ripples. In this sea, there were 5 small islands. First was Jade Shaking Island with countless jade pillars, chiming and tinkling due to powerful winds. Second was White Bone Island. It was pale white and had the corpses of beasts scattered around. Third was Hidden Space Island. It seemed illusory as if it did not exist. Fourth was Sword Wind Island. There were 3 tornadoes on the island that would never stop moving. And fifth was Treasure Moon Island. It was crescent-shaped and was shrouded by the night sky at all times. Every inch of sand on this island shined with faint moonlight. 3 of these 5 islands had begun to drift slowly with the current. Among them, Sword Wind Island had the fastest flow and confusing direction of movement. For the remaining 2 islands, Jade Shaking Island was in danger. The pillars underneath the island were broken, and in a little while, just like the 3 islands, it would start to drift away on the sea surface. As for Hidden Space Island, however, it was very stable and remained firmly entrenched in the distance. This was because this island was filled with phantom path Dao marks. The main cause of the island's drifting was the impact currents that ran deep under the sea. These currents had become so large that they endangered the sea itself. Suppressing the currents, restructuring the ecology of the sea, and restoring the former 5 islands chain were the contents of this large-sized mission. Fang Yuan started to make calculations and deductions in his mind. There were indications that this sea area had originally formed an intrinsic ecology with the 5 islands chain as its core. Impact currents did not exist before, but now they were like a shark in a calm pond, causing severe destruction to the habitat and ecology of this sea area. While Fang Yuan made his deductions, Miao Ming-shen and the rest also explored this entire sea area with their investigative methods. They frowned and had serious expressions. This is a large-sized mission. The difficulty is several times higher than a mid-sized mission. Hua Dai's heart sank steeply. Feng Zhang had an ugly expression as he thought, I tried my best earlier to improve the ecology of Beehive Island, but it was still imperfect. This large-sized mission is not about balancing the ecology, but restructuring it. Each island is in greater danger than Beehive Island itself. And the 5 islands are only part of the mission. There's still a large sea area and the underwater impact currents to resolve. This is very complex. To restructure the habitat of the sea area, we would need to change everything and meticulously alter the details. Without a wisdom path GU Immortal, we will need to make many experiments and attempt the restructuring step by step. During this process, we would make many mistakes. Gui Qiyi sighed in his heart. Miao Ming-shen was calculating the gains and losses. The mid-sized mission I just completed expended a large amount of my rank 7 immortal materials. To restructure the ecology of this place, the resources invested, the immortal essence consumed and the energy spent will be an extremely large sum. The more Miao Ming-shen and the rest observed, the faster their morale slipped away. The difficulty of the large-sized mission made them feel like giving up. The truth was, they started to regret it. Following Fang Yuan blindly to accept this mission was not a wise decision. Brother Chu, let's plan together. At this point, Miao Ming-shen could only smile bitterly and find Fang Yuan to discuss their actions. He was not going to give up on it. Just because they took the mission did not mean they could abandon it. In fact, in order to give up the mission, they needed to exchange for another title. Bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. With both Time Path Clone and Fang Yuan making deductions at the same time, he had already arrived at a perfect plan. He cupped his fists at Miao Ming-shen. Brother Miao, I have already planned something. Follow my instructions and we will definitely complete the mission. Miao Ming-shen was stunned. Although he did not believe it in his heart, he nodded without rebuking. Please give the instructions, Brother Chu, we will do our best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Miao is too polite. It will be good for both of us if we work together to complete this mission. The better we complete a large-sized mission, the greater the returns compared to a mid-sized mission. I'm only afraid we can't complete it well. Miao Ming-shen sighed internally but did not say anything. He had already lost confidence in himself. He could only place his hopes on Fang Yuan now. But Fang Yuan's words were comfortable for him to hear. Fang Yuan was not high and mighty, but rather he had an attitude of equal cooperation. This was different from Shen Kong Sheng. Brother Miao, I want you to occupy Jade Shaking Island to guard against the impact currents. Please ask Gui Qiyi to station at Sword Wind Island and make sure that it doesn't wander off. Ask Feng Zhang and Fairy Hua Dai to guard Treasure Moon Island and White Bone Island respectively. I'm going to deal with Hidden Space Island first. Fang Yuan made the arrangements. Miao Ming Shen's group was clueless to begin with, they followed Fang Yuan's instructions. With the four immortals in action, the islands were quickly suppressed, no longer drifting with the current. Their speed of movement fell to a level that could be controlled. Watching Fang Yuan descend on Hidden Space Island, the four immortals had doubts in their hearts. Hidden Space Island is a phantom path island, it is the most stable place in the entire sea area, it is also the easiest part of the mission. Why is Chu Ying trying to deal with this island first? He should fix the other islands before trying to fix this Hidden Space Island. After all, this island is almost non-existent, by dealing with it first, he will cause some obstruction when handling the other islands later. In my opinion, he should deal with the impact currents first. It is the cause behind the collapse of the 5 islands chain. To restructure the ecology here, one has to deal with the root cause at the start. Fang Yuan landed on Hidden Space Island, quickly flying out afterwards. His speed was shocking to Miao Ming Shen and the rest. Fang Yuan went to White Bone Island. Under Hua Dai's observation, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and threw them around at will. He is setting up a formation. Hua Dai was seeing Fang Yuan create a formation for the first time. Fang Yuan was skillful and experienced, the process was very fluid. Hua Dai watched with a sense of appreciation and amazement. Soon, Fang Yuan finished setting up the formation. Hua Dai's mouth opened with deep shock, she could not close it. Chu Ying actually used immortal materials to set up a formation. Doesn't this mean he has Grandmaster attainment in formation path? So he is not a transformation path GU Immortal but a formation path GU Immortal. No, not true, when he defeated Jie Wen and saved us, he clearly used transformation path methods. Don't tell me, he cultivates 2 paths. It was not that rare for GU Immortals to cultivate 2 paths. But for Fang Yuan to be so proficient in both paths, with such high attainment, it was very rare. White Bone Island's arrangements were done. Fang Yuan activated this sub-formation and connected it to the main formation on Hidden Space Island. Due to the effect of the immortal formation, White Bone Island shook intensely, it anchored itself to the sea and showed no signs of movement anymore. Hua Dai finally understood Fang Yuan's intentions, so he was using Hidden Space Island as the base to stabilize the other islands around it. Amazing, Hidden Space Island is the best foundation for this chain, because the impact currents are useless against it. But, Hua Dai soon realized a flaw, but the other islands are using Hidden Space Island as the anchor. This is the power of a formation, these impact currents will still hit these islands over time, as the formation continues to get damaged, it would break eventually, these islands will still float away in the end. Fang Yuan did not show any inclination to dispel her doubts. Soon after, he landed on the 3 remaining islands and set up his formation, stabilizing them all. Miao Ming Shen and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with complex gazes. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was too shocking to them. Formation path grandmasters were very rare. And earlier, Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment was also exemplary. With such strength, the mysteriousness of Fang Yuan intensified in the immortals' hearts. However, stabilizing the 5 sea islands is just a good start. The real problem are the impact currents around the sea islands. Without water path methods, how can we deal with the sea currents? Miao Ming Shen and the rest talked among themselves. They could not transmit their voices in Dragon Whale Paradise, but they could still use information path mortal GU like letter pigeon GU. The impact currents that rampaged in this sea area were too huge. Miao Ming Shen and the rest could only think of using immortal methods to attack the impact currents and destroy them bit by bit. This method was crude and wasted a lot of time and immortal essence. The biggest flaw was that attacking these currents would cause tremendous damage to the surrounding sea area. But other than that, Miao Ming Shen and the rest did not have any good ideas. Right at this time, Fang Yuan rose to the sky and activated the entire GU formation. Each of the 5 islands blossomed with rushing pillars of light of various colors. The power of the GU formation soared upwards, breaking through its original limit. So this is the true power of the formation. Miao Ming Shen and the rest had changes of expressions, they were dumbfounded. These 5 islands' Dao marks were so dense that they could also be seen as a single gigantic immortal material. The immortal formation that Fang Yuan had set up naturally included them within the range that could be utilized. I am going to draw in the impact currents now. Everyone, continue to defend your islands. If any beasts attack or if any waves approach that would endanger the islands, I need you to stop them. Fang Yuan called out as his voice resounded in the sea area. Miao Ming Shen and the rest quickly responded, saying they would do their best. The formation buzzed and the 5 pillars of light gradually dissipated, turning into white light that scattered in the sky. The light went into the seawater, staining the water around the island with a beautiful illusion of white light. In this illusory white light, the impact currents were like a blue whale that had been stirred up by fish and shrimps, slowly moving its body, then swimming faster and crashing towards Jade Shaking Island, which was the closest. Miao Ming Shen, who was on Jade Shaking Island, gritted his teeth. He felt tremendous pressure, tensing up and going on full alert. If the immortal formation's defense was not enough, such a sea current could completely crush Jade Shaking Island if it hit directly. The impact currents touched the formation and created a startling explosion. A huge wave, up to 10 feet high, pounded at Jade Shaking Island. Miao Ming Shen immediately flew up with a cry, using his killer move to resist it. The impact currents were slowly turned around by this and moved to the left of Jade Shaking Island. But before they could move away, they were drawn back by White Bone Island's immortal formation. The one guarding White Bone Island was Hua Dai, and she almost groaned when she saw the sea current coming towards her. In the discussions of Miao Ming Shen's group, the impact current was to be repelled and slowly weakened. The best outcome was to break it up and scatter it completely. But Fang Yuan was actually attracting the impact currents actively to hit the sea islands. This was something that Miao Ming Shen and the rest wanted to avoid at all costs. Chu Ying is too crazy. Hua Dai soon had no time to think as the impact currents crashed into White Bone Island. The entire formation resounded with a scary creaking sound, before a huge wave was created. There were also many sea beasts caught in the waves. Hua Dai put up her best effort to resist them. Like this, the impact currents, under the constant manipulation of Fang Yuan, hit the 5 islands one after another. With each impact, the power of the currents was reduced by 1 level. They then circled around the island and became drawn to the next point. After the impact currents crashed into the last island, they had less than half the power and momentum as before. At this time, Fang Yuan activated the immortal formation once again, actually making the impact currents turn around and crash into the second last island. Thus, the GU immortals defending the sea islands felt great fear again. After the impact currents struck 5 times and returned to Jade Shaking Island, the power of the currents hitting the island was almost non-existent. They had almost turned to being ordinary currents. The 5 islands shook lightly as the immortal formation stabilized completely. The impact currents quickly calmed down and began to flow at an even rate consistently. In contrast, the hearts of the 4 GU immortals stirred with huge waves of disbelief and shock. They did not expect that Fang Yuan would resolve the impact currents using such a method. The impact currents, while still present, had become a protective layer that surrounded the island. Around the 5 islands, the impact currents flowed rapidly, faster than ordinary seawater, protecting the 5 islands while at the same time, helping the immortal formation to stabilize the 5 islands' location. If they had followed the plan of Miao Ming Shen and the others to destroy the impact currents, this sea area would surely be destroyed beyond recognition. Fang Yuan's move, however, cleverly avoided this drawback and instead made full use of the impact currents, turning the original calamity into a blessing and greatly enhancing the natural foundation of this sea area. This was truly an incredible achievement. Miao Ming Shen and the others were all impressed. It was really difficult to do this. Not to mention the arrangement of the immortal formation, just the matter of manipulating impact currents alone, even Waterpath GU immortals were not even capable of doing that. To perfectly weaken the impact currents to a certain level, one needed to make precise calculations and deductions. When the impact currents returned to Jade Shaking Island, their power must be reduced to almost nothing. A bit more or a bit less would have greatly affected the overall situation and would not have gotten the incredible near-perfect balance it had now. The biggest problem has been resolved. The next step will be for you to repair the immortal formation, as well as restructuring the ecology of the island. As for the things beyond the impact currents, you can ignore them. Fang Yuan smiled. He was quite satisfied with this result. If new impact currents formed, these existing currents would engulf them and protect the islands under the effect of the immortal formation. Fang Yuan would leave his will and a large amount of immortal essence here. As long as they remained, the 5 islands chain would be very safe. Chapter 1902, Bullying Rank A. The impact currents were like hungry tigers at first, but after Fang Yuan's arrangements, they became the pet cats that defended the Five Islands chain. After Fang Yuan completed this setup, the situation was already resolved. What followed were some finishing touches. These were not hard to do, but they were quite strenuous and required time and effort. Fang Yuan was not going to bother himself with them. Thus, Fang Yuan discussed with Miao Ming Shen. They left Feng Zhang and Fairy Hua Dai here while the rest returned with him. White light shined, Fang Yuan, Miao Ming Shen, and Gui Qiyi returned to the starting island. Ren Shuping was currently looking at the missions on this merit point. He was an enslavement path GU Immortal. He had many desolate beasts and a few ancient desolate beasts in his hands. These beasts all had various abilities, his methods were quite wide-ranging. However, even Ren Shuping still felt the difficulty of mid-sized missions. Fang Yuan and the others appeared beside him, causing his heart to jump as he secretly thought, how could these three suddenly appear at the same time? Is it a coincidence? Fang Yuan nodded at Ren Shuping and smiled slightly. Ren Shuping was stunned. This unexpected attitude of Fang Yuan made him not know how to respond for a moment. Fang Yuan walked towards him as the obelisk's words transformed, showing all of its large-sized missions. Fang Yuan swept his gaze around it and quickly received one of the missions. Next, he shared this with Miao Ming Shen and Gui Qiyi. With another flash of light, the three of them vanished on the spot. Ren Shuping watched the entire process, his expression turned grim. Chu Ying received a different level of mission from me, it is one tier higher. It seems that his merit points fell earlier because he was exchanging for another title to receive higher tier missions. This is very likely to be the title, Really Good Person. The title of Good Person could exchange for mid-sized missions, while Really Good Person could exchange for large-sized missions. This was a simple relationship, the GU Immortals could easily guess it just by seeing the names. But the problem was, so what if they realized it? Mid-sized missions are already so hard, large-sized missions must be even harder. Ren Shuping felt gloomy internally, and why were Miao Ming Shen and Gui Qiyi able to move together with Chu Ying? Did they receive the same mission? This discovery was quite alluring to Ren Shuping. Mid-sized missions were difficult, but if they had help, the difficulty would be shifted. Even though the merit points would be divided if many people receive the same missions, as long as we control it well, our efficiency at completing missions will increase, our overall gains will increase instead. Isn't Chu Ying doing the exact same thing now? Ren Shuping was a savvy person. After thinking about it, he understood Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan did not plan to hide it, in fact, he had purposely released the information. Miao Ming Shen's group could be roped in as allies, why couldn't Ren Shuping? Their hatred earlier, how could hatred compare to the benefits in front of them? Ren Shuping was not crazy, he was astute, thus, there was a chance of cooperation. Ren Shuping definitely had an alliance agreement with Shen clan. The merit obelisk had such rewards that could eliminate the agreement restraints on a GU Immortal. Even without Fang Yuan's reminder, Ren Shuping must have seen that himself already. The second large-sized mission was naturally harder than mid-sized missions, but it was no problem for Fang Yuan. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan resolved the big issues and left Miao Ming Shen and Gui Qiyi to settle the minor problems. When he returned to the merit obelisk again, he waited a little while before Hua Dai and Feng Zhang returned. Their return meant that the first large-sized mission was completed. Fang Yuan gained 500 merit points, while Miao Ming Shen and the rest each gained around 80 points. Fang Yuan looked at the numbers on the merit board as he calculated. This large-sized mission gave a total of 973 points. Fang Yuan and Miao Ming Shen's group split up these points. Fang Yuan gained the bulk of them. Getting 500 points was about the same as completing a large-sized mission alone. Except that he spent way less time and effort on it. Hua Dai and Feng Zhang looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. In this mission, they helped Fang Yuan resist the waves and settle the minor problems at the end. They only spent some immortal essence, time, and effort, but they gained more than 80 merit points from it. Feng Zhang thought about the Beehive Island mission he completed alone. He spent a group of bees, including his desolate beast Yellow Yero Bee, but only got 80 points in the end. Comparing the two, helping Fang Yuan complete a large-sized mission was much easier and reaped greater rewards. Go and join with Miao Ming Shen to complete the second mission. I'd advise that we should all exchange for a group title. With a group title, we will be able to communicate with each other. Fang Yuan suggested. A group title was not cheap, it required 100 merit points. But Feng Zhang and Hua Dai did not hesitate, they listened to Fang Yuan in exchange for this title. Fang Yuan shared the second mission with them as Feng Zhang and Hua Dai teleported to where Miao Mingshen and Gui Qi were. Fang Yuan received the third large-sized mission and went ahead to deal with it. After Miao Mingshen and the rest completed the second mission and returned to the starting island, the four immortals gained a sum of merit points listed on the merit board. Miao Mingshen and Gui Qi also spent merit points to exchange for a group title. It allowed the four immortals to communicate with Fang Yuan constantly. At this point, Fang Yuan already completed his arrangements in the new mission. He shared it with Miao Mingshen and group. Miao Mingshen and the rest touched the obelisk and accepted the mission Fang Yuan shared with them. They were transported to Fang Yuan. He gave them some instructions before returning to look at the next mission on the merit obelisk. Fang Yuan had an advantage in cultivating every path. His value was fully displayed here. Even for Shen Kongsheng, many of the missions here were impossible to complete, but Fang Yuan, from his perspective, had methods to solve most missions. What he had to do was to choose those that would give him the most benefits and complete them first. With the help of Miao Mingshen and the others, Fang Yuan saved a lot of time and effort, while they were also gaining much more merit points now due to the help of Fang Yuan. The cooperation between them was of mutual benefit, but it was a problem for Ren Shuping and Shen Kongsheng. These people watched as Miao Mingshen's group rose in position on the merit board, surpassing them and becoming part of the top rankers. It was truly infuriating, but there was nothing they could do. Looking at Fang Yuan's merit points, he had reached several thousand. He was truly ahead, far surpassing any other immortal. Because of their huge difference, the immortals lost all desire to catch up to him. Immortal GU need at least 10,000 merit points to exchange. Chu Ying is not far away already. Many people saw this and felt complex emotions. They were in admiration but also felt dejection. This is so strange. How can Chu Ying successfully complete so many different types of missions? He must know many secrets about this place. It is a pity that we cannot fight inside here. Miao Mingshen and his group have truly dog shit luck. How could they gain the help of Chu Ying like this? The immortals were extremely jealous. Shen Kongsheng sighed. The number of times he had sighed in the last 10 days was more than the sum of the previous few years. The ranking on the merit board was very glaring. Shen Kongsheng's position was even lower than Hua Dai and Feng Zhang. He was a great rank 8 GU immortal. He actually was losing to two ranked 6 GU immortals. How could he allow this? It was too embarrassing. If I can receive a large-sized mission, my rank 8 strength will be fully utilized. I will definitely gain a lot of merit points. But how can I let others receive the same mission as me? The really good person title was obvious, but what was the title to share missions? They needed to test this. And these experiments would test Shen Kongsheng's luck. Their merit points would also be wasted. This would aggravate their situation from the already terrible situation now. I can make my Shen Clan GU immortals use their merit points, but what about Ren Shuping and Tong Hua? If I do that, will I just push them towards Chu Ying's side? Shen Kongsheng had some reservations. He knew that his influence was continuously falling now. After learning that GU immortal agreements could be removed using the rewards on the merit obelisk, Shen Kongsheng became more cautious regarding his attitude towards Ren Shuping and others. Fang Yuan and Miao Mingshen could cooperate to do missions together. He had a good lead. Shen Kongsheng wanted to copy him. He had to unite Ren Shuping and Tong Hua. These two people cultivated paths that Shen Clan lacked. Shen Kongsheng was already regretting it. He should not have forced Miao Mingshen and the rest to spend their merit points to exchange for different rewards. This action made the immortals go against him mentally. It was a wise action back then, but now it was a terrible idea. This was not Shen Kongsheng's fault. After all, he did not know anything about the merit obelisk earlier. The decisions he made back then was very appropriate due to the circumstances. There were many types of missions on the merit obelisk. Mid-sized missions started to become difficult. Thus, the more paths one cultivated, the more advantage they would have in completing missions. Fang Yuan had already united Miao Mingshen and the rest. Shen Kongsheng started to learn from his mistake. He became more gentle in his approach towards Ren Shuping and Tong Hua. His rank 8 reputation was still around, while Ren Shuping's alliance agreement was not removed yet, and most importantly, Ren Shuping had a grudge against Chu Ying and Miao Mingshen. All these reasons ensured that Ren Shu-ping and Tong Hua were still on Shen clan's side. When Fang Yuan returned to the Merit Obelisk, a new large-sized mission appeared. The demonic immortal in Regret Crying Sea has lost his senses, please cooperate with the formation and kill him. Regret Crying Sea appeared. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned before accepting this mission. At this point, 4 missions regarding the Merman City had appeared, but the Merman Saintess selection competition had not started yet. The influence of Fang Yuan's rebirth had greatly altered the missions on the Merit Obelisk. With this mission, Fang Yuan would be able to retrieve Regret GU earlier. This was a great thing. Once he gets Regret GU, he would be able to advance his Immortal GU to a higher rank. His progress would be faster than in his previous life. Chapter 1903, Response GU. The sky was cloudy, there were vicious winds and choppy waves. This was Regret Crying Sea area. Fang Yuan and Miao Ming Shen's group had already been here for some time. Waves of crying sounds resounded in the Immortal's ears like immortal killer moves that messed with their emotions. This was the center of the Regret Crying Sea area. Miao Ming Shen and the rest stayed in the sky while watching Fang Yuan, who was in deep contemplation. They waited patiently. Even though they did not have much formation path foundation, they also found the grand formation at the bottom of the sea. This was clearly the work of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Miao Ming Shen and the rest looked at it and felt how minuscule they were. Fang Yuan was like this in his previous life. He sighed that this formation was as vast as the sky. He would need at least dozens of years to comprehend all the profundities of this large formation. But now, this time needed decreased drastically. I need about 8 years to fully comprehend and gain complete understanding of this formation. Fang Yuan thought. The reason for such an improvement was none other than Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not have Grandmaster attainment level in Earth Path, but this formation was a super immortal formation that was primarily Earth Path. There are no actions from Regret GU. Fang Yuan stared at a certain area at the bottom of the sea. Fang Yuan was not surprised by this situation. In order to stay in Dragon Whale Paradise, Fang Yuan destroyed the Stone Lotus Island in advance. Without the Stone Lotus Island, the venerable method used on Regret GU could not find its location. How could it activate? According to the memories that Fang Yuan obtained on the Stone Lotus Island, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had entered the Stone Lotus Island and borrowed Regret GU. Even though the Stone Lotus Island had Red Lotus, will in his lingering methods, how could it resist a living Venerable? Red Lotus, will gave in, allowing Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to borrow Regret GU. He even wanted to snatch Red Lotus, inheritor. This inheritor was naturally Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan chose the Stone Lotus Island, but this time, he took everything from the Stone Lotus Island in advance. He came to the Dragon Whale Paradise because he wanted to inherit this Paradise Earth true inheritance. In the previous life, Regret GU flew out and transported me away. Right now, it is showing no signs of movement. It seems that I need to take action myself. Fang Yuan gained some realization. Venerable methods were grand and powerful. Fang Yuan was teleported by Regret GU to the Stone Lotus Island without putting up resistance. Seeing that Regret GU did not activate, Fang Yuan was quite happy about it. After comprehending it for several hours, Fang Yuan recollected his scattered thoughts. He thought about it for a moment before saying to Miao Ming Shen, "We need to use the formation to get rid of this demonic immortal." However, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable set up this formation, even though it has unparalleled power, it can only suppress and seal. It has no offensive power. My idea is, we will set up a supplementary formation outside and activate it to kill the demonic immortal trapped within the formation. Miao Ming Shen and the rest nodded upon hearing this idea. They agreed with it. If they tried to break the formation and release the demonic immortal, it would be extremely dangerous. It was obvious that this mysterious demonic immortal was someone of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's generation. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died already, but this demonic immortal was still alive. In terms of lifespan, he had already lived for more than 100,000 years. Who could live for so long? Even Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan among Venerables, only lived for 25,000 years. Having a longer lifespan than a Venerable, just this point alone made the demonic immortal extremely terrifying. Everyone, no need to overestimate the demonic immortal. Fang Yuan smiled. This formation has a lifespan extension method in addition to its sealing ability. This demonic immortal is in constant hibernation to extend his lifespan. This is the reason he is still alive. Miao Ming Shen and the rest showed a more relaxed expression after he said that. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly merciful. Not only did he not kill the person, after suppressing this demonic immortal, he even extended his lifespan. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable have Heavenly Court's lifespan extension method? According to Heavenly Court's method, not only 100,000 years, they can hibernate for millions of years. Sigh, how can we possibly try to understand the method of a venerable? Fang Yuan turned his gaze to Miao Ming Shen and said, but for me to set up the supplementary formation, I need a GU Immortal to suppress each formation core. When the supplementary formation is activated, the more GU Immortals there are and the more formation cores there are, the greater the power of the supplementary formation will be. And in my plan, I need at least 8 GU Immortals to suppress the formation cores. The good feelings of Miao Ming Shen and the rest faded away. Including Fang Yuan, there were only 5 GU Immortals here. Fang Yuan's words meant that they had to invite at least 3 more people. That was an interesting situation, because with the addition of Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tuo, they still needed 1 person. And other than Shen Clan's GU Immortals, there were only Ren Shuping and Tong Hua left. This was not acceptable to Miao Ming Shen's group. Shen Clan had suppressed them, while Ren Shuping was their enemy and Tong Hua was a traitor. Who do they invite? Gui Qiyi, Hua Dai, and Feng Zhang showed difficult expressions. However, Miao Ming Shen smiled and responded sincerely, Brother Chu, the most important thing right now is the Paradise Earth True Inheritance. It is a rare opportunity, so we should seize it. This is such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What hatred do we have that we can't put aside for a while? If we want to settle the score, we can do it after we leave. In my opinion, Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tuo can be invited, Ren Shuping and Tong Hua can also be invited, and it will be even better if Shen Clan's GU Immortals can also come. After saying that, Miao Ming Shen added an additional sentence, of course, everything is up to you, Brother Chu. Gui Qiyi and the other Immortals' expressions changed, they wanted to say something but after Miao Ming Shen's statement, they could not say anything. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, Miao Ming Shen was truly Miao Ming Shen after all. Fang Yuan said warmly, Brother Miao is truly magnanimous, I am in deep admiration. Let's do that, I will set up a few supplementary formations first, the 4 of you will guard a formation core each and activate the formations to infiltrate the underwater formation. After that, I will invite the other GU Immortals in. Miao Ming Shen said again, I am friends with Tu Tu Tuo and Zheng Luozi, I can write them a letter to make sure they know what decision to make. Fang Yuan nodded, that would be good. Eventually, Fang Yuan obtained a few information path mortal GU from Miao Ming Shen. Miao Ming Shen not only wrote letters to Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tuo, he even wrote to Ren Shuping, Tong Hua, and Shen Clan, inviting them on behalf of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a few glances at the content, there were no issues. Miao Ming Shen expressed his intention to work together in the letter, he said that their grudges could be put aside for a while, he also praised Fang Yuan's methods and urged them to cooperate with him. Fang Yuan could not help but reassess Miao Ming Shen. The truth was, Miao Ming Shen's letter was only the icing on the cake, this letter was not going to change anything. Fang Yuan had a lot of confidence in successfully recruiting these people to begin with. Even if Miao Ming Shen objected, Fang Yuan would still invite the other GU Immortals. Miao Ming Shen knew that he was not someone crucial to Fang Yuan, he could be replaced, in order to gain more benefits in the future, he relented. If this is not a talented person, who is? The process of recruiting Tu Tu Tuo and Zheng Luozi went very smoothly. Fang Yuan only said a sentence and they quickly joined him, they even showed deep excitement. After all, Fang Yuan was bringing Miao Ming Shen's group to rise in ranking on the merit board, everyone could see how they suppressed Shen Kong Sheng. Fang Yuan invited Tong Hua next, she hesitated and said she needed to think about it. After that, Fang Yuan invited Ren Shuping, he agreed to it without even thinking, he was even faster than Tu Tu Tuo and Zheng Luozi. Ren Shuping also brought slightly surprising news to Fang Yuan, Shen Clan's GU Immortals wanted to join as well. Shen Kong Sheng was the leader of the Shen Clan GU Immortals, without his consent, none of them would dare to defect over to Fang Yuan. Thus Fang Yuan met with Shen Kong Sheng soon after. Chu Ying. This time, Shen Kong Sheng had a warm attitude, he also treated the rank 7 Chu Ying as a rank 8 equal. The reason why I came here is because of Heavenly Court's information. Not long ago, Duke Long and Qi Si ancestor had a battle, I'm sure you have heard of it. In this battle, I captured Ji Yu Fang Zheng. In order to get him back, Heavenly Court gave me some important information. It turns out that this dragon whale paradise has a rank 8 response immortal GU. This GU is extremely important to me and my Shen clan. I have been looking for it for many years. Shen clan is willing to cooperate with you, Chu Ying. If you see this GU on the Merit Obelisk's reward list, I hope you can pass it. If you encounter this GU in a mission, my Shen clan would like you to capture it for us. We will offer you a huge reward. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Response GU. This GU worm is among the top 10 of the list of mystical GU. It can emit a voice and anyone who hears this voice and responds to it will become enslaved. A rank 8 response GU can enslave rank 8 GU immortals. This is such a precious GU that your clan is unable to obtain. If you want to work with me, what rewards are you offering me? After all, within this dragon whale paradise, we cannot set an agreement. Shen Kong Sheng laughed loudly. I have already prepared it. This cooperation will use the reputation of my Shen clan. You can record the entire process. Furthermore, I have something for you. This is a portion of our sincerity. Please do accept it. Saying so, Shen Kong Sheng took out a set of immortal materials and handed them to Fang Yuan. The immortal materials had a lot of value. Even Fang Yuan felt a little excited upon receiving them. Regret GU was right in front of him. He needed quite a bit of resources to advance all of his immortal GU. This set of immortal materials from Shen Kong Sheng had fixed this problem. It was something Fang Yuan really needed. Fang Yuan nodded as he accepted the immortal materials. Shen Kong Sheng added, I hear that your current mission has a super immortal formation set by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. I would like to go there. Response GU might be in it. Even if it is not there, my Shen clan GU immortals can lend a hand to help you with this mission. Fang Yuan pondered for a while before nodding. It is my honor to receive the help of Lord Shen Kong Sheng. Chapter 1904. Territory GU. Within the Regret Crying Sea area, immortals were present. Miao Ming Shen and the other 3 each stayed in a supplementary formation. They activated their formations as the power continued to seep into the underwater formation. Fang Yuan was setting up his immortal formation now. His aura was radiating at rank 7 level. His body was covered in a light green halo. His eyes were filled with blue light, resembling lightning in the sea. Waving his hand, a large number of mortal GU flew into the sky like a swarm of bees, circling around and forming the shape of a supplementary formation. Next, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials and used his killer moves to fill up this supplementary formation. The newly arrived Ren Shu Ping and others looked at Fang Yuan with gleaming eyes. They were silent upon seeing his formation arrangement. The GU immortals all had complex expressions. Even Shen Kong Sheng was the same. Being able to use immortal materials to set up formations, he is a formation path grandmaster. Chu Ying cultivates transformation path. To think that he has such attainment in formation path, this is very rare. How does he dual cultivate? Perhaps he found a way to cultivate both transformation path and formation path without conflict, like how Heavenly Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch cultivated lightning path and soul path, or how 9 spiritual fairy cultivates transformation path and enslavement path. It is not as simple as just a formation path grandmaster. Chu Ying's proficiency in creating formations is very high, and most impressively, he does not lack formation path immortal killer moves. His efficiency at creating formations is truly amazing. The immortals watched with increasing shock as Fang Yuan displayed his incredible formation path attainment. With such methods, he can handle a lot of missions on the Merit Obelisk. Most of the Merit Obelisk missions involve channeling of rivers and managing the ecology. This is very advantageous for Chu Ying. No wonder he could complete so many formations. Ordinary formation path GU immortals need immortal GU to create immortal formations. But Chu Ying is a formation path grandmaster. He only needs to use immortal materials. This is too terrifying. The GU immortals could not help but feel envy and jealousy, especially towards Miao Ming Shen and group who had joined Chu Ying much earlier and had a head start. Ren Shu Ping was already starting to consider if he should abandon Shen clan after this mission and defect to Fang Yuan instead. Looking at the current situation, Fang Yuan was very magnanimous. Earlier, even though Ren Shu Ping was enemies with him, he had completely ignored it at the moment. Ren Shu Ping's worry was that Fang Yuan already had Miao Ming Shen's group. Even Tu Tu Tuo and Zheng Luozi had a closer relationship to Fang Yuan than him. In Chu Ying's perspective, he could simply cooperate with the people he liked. Why would he seek the cooperation of an enemy like me? Ren Shuping had a thought. Even though he had formation path grandmaster attainment level, being able to use immortal materials to set up formations, his greatest limitation is also immortal materials. If he lacks immortal materials, I can contribute them to him and deepen our cooperation and relationship. Ren Shuping decided to give up some of his personal benefits. That was the only way he could entice Fang Yuan into cooperating with him. This formation has been created. Ren Shuping, please go and defend it. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. He had already set up several formations. This was like the previous few ones. Even though they were made in the sky, once they were completed, they would sink into the sea. Sure. Ren Shuping smiled as he flew down. He entered the formation without checking it closely. Ren Shuping did not have formation path attainment. Even if Fang Yuan created the formation before his very eyes, he could not understanding the profundity of this supplementary formation, but he believed that with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, Fang Yuan could not harm him. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable restricted GU Immortals from fighting each other. It allowed them to trust each other to a large extent. Fang Yuan continued to set up formations. 1, 2, 3. One by one, GU Immortals entered their formations. The supplementary formations were getting stronger. Ren Shuping's expression was not good now. Fang Yuan seemed to have an endless supply of immortal materials. During this period of time, he saw Domination Copper, Earthly Limit Astral Chi, Green Jade Wind, Dark Inkstone, Heaven Flying Jade. Fang Yuan's deep wealth silenced all of the immortals. Ren Shuping even gasped in shock several times. With such wealth, how could he possibly compare? And the thing that made Ren Shuping the most dejected was Fang Yuan's attitude. He spent all of these immortal materials to create formations. He did not even blink or hesitate. He was completely indifferent about the cost. Even though Fang Yuan lacked immortal materials, that was for the sake of advancing his immortal GU. The immortal materials used to create these formations were merely just a tiny portion of Fang Yuan's treasury. Even if he had to create another 100 supplementary formations, he could easily afford it. Thus, Fang Yuan's actions were simply showing that he was incredibly affluent in the eyes of Ren Shuping and the other GU immortals. After expending some time and effort, all the supplementary formations were finally created. Shen Kong Sheng and the rest went into their own formations that were scattered all around the underwater formation. If one watched from above, it would resemble the tail of a peacock. Every single supplementary formation resembled the feathers that formed the eye of a peacock tail. They gathered strength that flowed all the way into the underwater formation. The supplementary formations looked similar, but they all had different effects. This was because Fang Yuan modified every supplementary formation according to the respective GU immortal using it. For example, Miao Ming Shen's supplementary formation had space path immortal materials. It could raise his efficiency. Ren Shuping's supplementary formation had several spaces in it that could accommodate desolate beasts. It would allow him to use his enslavement path expertise. Other than that, the supplementary formations also had specific locations. Fang Yuan placed the weaker immortals like Hua Dai and Feng Zhong at the periphery. Shen Kong Sheng, who was the strongest, was closest to the underwater formation. Fang Yuan also created a supplementary formation for himself. He entered it. This supplementary formation was a refinement path GU formation. Its only use was to amplify the power of Fang Yuan's refinement path killer moves. Within the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan activated his killer move, refinement formation rain. At once, rain started to drizzle above the sea. Countless raindrops entered the underwater formation. The might of refinement path was displayed as GU worms were refined by Fang Yuan one by one. Shen Kong Sheng and the others did not find this rain powerful initially, but after a while, their eyes were opened wide. Because during this short period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined the outer layer of the underwater formation. What killer move is this? It worked against this underwater formation. It looks like a refinement path killer move. Some were uncertain. Such a powerful refinement path killer move. Does Chu Ying cultivate refinement path too? Some found it unbelievable. This should be the effect of that supplementary formation. The GU immortals thought about it for a long time. They subconsciously decided to attribute it to the power of Fang Yuan's supplementary formation. If Chu Ying also had such terrifying attainment in refinement path, able to refine the formation of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, wouldn't he be a triple cultivator? How would Ren Shuping, Miao Ming Shen, and all these other elites who cultivated one path feel? Even if it was the power of the supplementary formation, These GU immortals were still immensely shocked. Shen Kongsheng's pupils shrunk slightly. Compared to the supplementary formation's power, he was more shocked at Fang Yuan's ambition. He already understood it. All of them controlling the supplementary formations were like crowbars, while the underwater formation was like a tightly sealed wooden box. The power of the supplementary formation invaded the underwater formation. It was like the crowbars trying to pry open the box. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled the supplementary formation that was the core of this entire formation. It could flow in using the crack opened by the crowbars, to invade and turn these wooden boards into his own possession. Such formation path attainment, such ambition, he wants to take the entire formation for himself. Chu Ying, Shen Kongsheng had a solemn expression. He secretly engraved this name into his heart. This was not the first time Fang Yuan was using this refinement formation rain killer move. This move used rank 8 water refinement immortal GU as the core. Fang Yuan used many GU worms to suppress the rank 8 aura, disguising it as rank 7. After rebirth, he annexed Langya sect and gained rank 8 immortal GU water refinement. He created this move. After returning to southern border, he used this killer move to refine Kai Kuyu's formation and captured many GU immortals inside the formation. This time, Fang Yuan used it with rank 7 aura again. With the concealment of the supplementary formation, Shen Kongsheng could not tell that it was truly rank 8. The power of a rank 8 killer move was truly extraordinary. The underwater formation was slowly refined by Fang Yuan bit by bit. The more he refined it, the greater his control over the formation. With the help of his supplementary formations, he progressed with great speed without much problem. However, after he refined 30% of the formation, refinement formation rain's effect fell drastically. His progress slowed down. Refinement formation rain is just a killer move. The actual effect depends on my understanding of this underwater formation. Fang Yuan expected this. He was not surprised. He was sufficiently patient. He decided to spend some time here, to get regret GU and the other immortal GU in the formation. His investments were worth it. Originally, he was worried about the other GU immortals. But now that Shen Kongsheng had been invited here, Fang Yuan was not afraid that other GU immortals would use this time to surpass his contribution ranking. The rate of formation refinement got slower and slower. Eventually, Fang Yuan hit a brick. This was an Earth Path rank 7 immortal GU. Its body was flat like a disc, yellowish-brown, with a head and a tail, and 4 tentacles that look like hooks, growing evenly around the disc. This is territory GU. Once a GU immortal plants it deep into the soil, it will emit a profound power that affects the surrounding soil and spreads out until it reaches its limit. Everything that is within 1,000 li of that territory will be controlled by the GU immortal. Fang Yuan recognized this GU. Territory GU was very commonly seen, especially in southern border. Many villages, even if they were not proficient in Earth Path, would try to get a rank 3 or 4 territory GU. The village would plant this GU in the soil and let a GU master in a position of authority use it, to raise and maintain their control over this territory. Territory GU was a very useful GU worm, but it was very expensive. It was often used by forces. Individual GU masters did not need it. Territory immortal GU was actually kept within Dragon Whale Paradise. This GU was quite useful too. Fang Yuan as well. Fang Yuan could conveniently use this GU worm to manage his immortal aperture. He could alter the landscape of the territory that he creates using territory GU. Even if it was not useful, Fang Yuan still had to refine this Earth Path immortal GU. It was the key obstacle now. It stopped Fang Yuan from progressing further. Chapter 1905. Demonic Immortal breaks free. It is a little troublesome. I need to make deductions. Everyone, take a rest for now. Fang Yuan spoke. The obstacle of territory GU not only blocked Fang Yuan but also the other GU immortals. No matter how they activated the supplementary formation, they could not penetrate the formation anymore. The GU immortals started to rest, but not without talking among themselves. We finally met with an obstacle. I thought that Chu Ying would be able to continue refining it endlessly. Don't joke, this is a formation that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created personally. How in the world can this Chu Ying possibly refine such a formation? But if he cannot refine it, what will happen to our mission? Indeed, even though Chu Ying is a formation path grandmaster, deduction is the expertise of wisdom path. What can he deduce? The GU immortals had complex emotions. On one hand, they could finally let out a sigh of relief after seeing Fang Yuan face an obstacle. On the other hand, the fact that Fang Yuan was stuck meant that they were also not able to progress and gain more benefits. The GU Immortals wanted Fang Yuan to break through this obstacle, but they were also inherently unwilling to see him succeed. Alright, I deduced it, let's continue. Fang Yuan said. What? The Immortals were stumped, his speed was too terrifying. Fang Yuan flew out of the supplementary formation and floated in the air. To get through this obstacle, we need to modify the supplementary formations a little. Everyone, don't be anxious to take action. Next, he willed as immortal essence got rapidly expended. Supplementary formations followed his will and thought, changing locations. Some supplementary formations moved back while others moved in front, getting closer to the underwater formation. Eventually, Miao Ming Shen's supplementary formation was closely placed beside Ren Shu Ping's formation. They were tightly connected together. Fang Yuan said to them, "Next, the two of you will lead the supplementary formations while the others help out." Ren Shu Ping and Miao Ming Shen nodded. They had complex expressions, not expecting that they of all people would actually cooperate. After modifying the supplementary formations, Fang Yuan entered his supplementary formation again. He did not rush to activate refinement formation Rain. Instead he gave specific instructions to the immortals within these formations, using his own steps and methods to activate these supplementary formations in a particular manner. The power of the supplementary formation changed. It was like a thin cluster of sand, falling through the cracks of the underwater formation and slowing down its operations bit by bit. And this change was what Fang Yuan needed to make use of. He quickly activated refinement formation Rain and successfully refined territory GU after a while. After passing this obstacle, a new sense of ease was felt by the immortals as the supplementary formation's power surged like a wave and rampaged in the underwater formation. Only after it took over 60% of the formation did it stop at a new obstacle. A huge wave of shock emerged in the hearts of Shen Kong Sheng and the rest. To think that this Chu Ying is so impressive. More than half of this underwater formation belongs to him now. The supplementary formations he designed are very profound. They can be adjusted according to situations. This is not a fixed formation, it is a transformative formation. Fang Yuan's performance surpassed their highest expectations. They could not help but feel deeply astonished. 3 days and 2 nights later, Fang Yuan refined a few more Earth Path Immortal GU and a vast number of Mortal GU. At this point, the 60% of the formation was finally under Fang Yuan's control. But the remaining 40% is the core of this underwater formation. With just the supplementary formations and myself, we cannot break through it in the short term. Fang Yuan knew his own limits. He had already reached the current limit of his abilities after reaching this point. After all, this Earth Path formation was created by Paradise Earth. His Earth Path attainment level was Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan tried to use the 60% that he refined to interfere with the remaining 40%. Fang Yuan tried to use the underwater formation against itself. A moment later, Fang Yuan suddenly coughed out blood as his soul shook, his face turned pale. Many supplementary formations including the one he was in broke apart. The GU immortals within fell into the water as they shouted in shock. Each of them faced varying levels of backlash. Fang Yuan's plan failed. Even though he controlled 60% of the formation, he could not do anything to the remaining core 40%. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, even after over half of it was refined, it still remained unmoved. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sighed to himself as he called out, "Everyone, I am sorry, I did not see the profundity of the formation and caused you to get injured." The injured GU immortals shook their head. They quickly replied that they were fine. In their opinion, it was outstanding that Chu Ying could reach this stage. He far exceeded their expectations. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes as he thought, "It seems that we can only dismantle the formation now." After resting for a while, he started to dismantle the formation. Because the external 60% was already refined by him, the dismantling was very successful. But this was not a normal dismantling process. Fang Yuan only took apart 60% of the formation. Thus during this process, GU worms were destroyed when the formation was taken apart. But Fang Yuan paid attention to the immortal GU and protected them. He successfully obtained them. As for the mortal GU, even if some of them were destroyed, it was not a big deal. Miao Ming Shen, Ren Shu Ping, and the rest watched with wide-opened eyes. When they controlled the supplementary formation earlier, they could not sense the exact situation within the formation. There was only a faint connection. Now that Fang Yuan dismantled the formation, they could see all of the GU worms that he was getting. So many GU worms. I see so many long-lost Earth Path mortal GU, they were all created when Paradise Earth was still a GU master. There are also immortal GU, oh heavens, there are 8 immortal GU. Most of these immortal GU are rank 7, there are few ranked 6 immortal GU. Chu Ying took them all. Indeed, he did not even give us a single one. The GU immortals watched as Fang Yuan took his immortal GU, they were staring in a daze, some of them were even salivating intensely. Most of these were Earth Path immortal GU, they were not suitable for use but immortal GU were unique, they could be traded for other immortal GU. Tu Tuo's eyes were bloodshot, he was almost spewing fire from them. He was an Earth Path GU immortal, watching as Fang Yuan kept the Earth Path immortal GU in his immortal aperture, he felt his mouth turning dry and his heart palpitating intensely. While dismantling the formation, he gulped several times, he wanted to speak but could only swallow his saliva in the end. He really wanted to snatch these immortal GU, but his logic told him that it would be the most stupid move to do so. Even a rank 8 like Shen Kong Sheng could not do anything, how could he? In the end, Tu Tuo heaved a deep sigh, he swallowed all of his envy and jealousy into his stomach along with his saliva. His mind moved quickly, thinking of how to get these immortal GU. He knew that he was not crucial to this plan, so the only way was to deepen his cooperation and relationship with Chu Ying by displaying his value. It would help in the future when he asks Chu Ying to exchange GU. The only good thing was that Chu Ying cultivated transformation path and formation path, he did not cultivate earth path. Thus, there was a high possibility that Chu Ying would sell these immortal GU in the future. The pitiful Tu Tuo did not know that Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level was at Grandmaster, it was even higher than his. After Fang Yuan dismantled the outer part of the formation, the immortals came to congratulate him. Chu Ying, you've earned a fortune this time. Even though you used so many immortal materials, you gained a large number of immortal GU. It is truly a huge profit. To speak the truth, my saliva is about to drip to the ground. Outstanding methods. All I feel is admiration towards you. Chu Ying, I am Tu Tuo, I am quite interested in these Earth Path Immortal GU that you obtained. If you wish to sell or exchange them, please inform me, I am sure that you will be satisfied with my offer. Fang Yuan thanked them one by one with calm emotions. He simply had too many Immortal GU already. It could scare them all to death if he said the exact number. And this batch of Immortal GU that he just obtained was not his biggest gain recently. Earlier in the River of Time, Fang Yuan defeated Heavenly Court, even though he lost the Stone Lotus Island, his gains were huge. He dismantled 6 Immortal GU house from Heavenly Court, even though many Immortal GU died in the battle, there were many Immortal GU left. For example, the core Immortal GU of the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation, Suppression and Bone Seal, the 2-time Path Core of Moment Stage, Instant and That Time, Immortal GU Permanence in Eternal Yacht, the Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform, and the Immortal GU in Sun and Moon Temple, Sun Day and Moon Month. These Immortal GU were mostly rank 7, some were rank 8. As for Shark Flow Lever, even though it was completely destroyed without a single one left, it had a special construction style, it used a combination of Desolate Beasts and Immortal GU. While Fang Yuan took his loot and gains from the battlefield, he reverse deduced most of the contents of Shark Flow Lever using the clues he found. This gave him a huge inspiration. Currently, Fang Yuan's clone was already making deductions to try to incorporate 12 Zodiac battle formation into his myriad year flying warship. Right now, there was only 40% of the underwater formation left in front of Fang Yuan and the others. Using refinement formation rain would have little to no effect already. The power of the supplementary formation could no longer do anything. Even though Fang Yuan tried very hard, there was no progress. He understood that this underwater formation was like a hard tortoise shell, its defense was very tight. Should I wait for my clone Wu Shuai to raise my Earth Path attainment level or should I attack directly? Fang Yuan thought about it, he decided to save time and attack now. After all, he had so many people. With him now, he had to make good use of them. Immediately, he asked these GU Immortals to attack while he and a few other GU Immortals stayed to manipulate the supplementary formation. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed upon the underwater formation, causing huge ripples and waves. The formation only had 40% left, after being attacked by so many strong Immortals, including a rank 8 GU Immortal like Shen Kong Sheng, its operations were hindered as all sorts of flaws appeared. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly used the supplementary formation to invade the formation using these loopholes. I regret it. Suddenly, from within, a loud crying voice resounded in the area. What was I doing? I should not have attacked the formation. I regret it. Why did I listen to Chu Ying? I should not have come to Dragon Whale Paradise. Now I am completely trapped. I truly regret everything. The immortals quickly stopped their actions. Their morale fell to rock bottom as regret Gu exerted its influence on them. Only Fang Yuan remained unmoved. Bright light shined in his eyes as he thought. The demonic immortal within the formation is spreading the power of regret Gu to weaken its influence on him. He wants to escape. Loud sounds were emitted from within the underwater formation. The formation had flaws to begin with. Right now, these gaps spread as they formed into a huge crack. Shen Kongsheng shouted loudly as he temporarily suppressed the effect of regret Gu. His eyes were bloodshot as he attacked the formation's crack fiercely. Immortal killer move, grand collision. The power of this move cooperated with the demon within. The formation broke apart as the sealed demonic immortal flew out like a black arrow. Shen Kongsheng was overjoyed. He flew closer. Ancestor Shen Shang, I am a descendant of Shen clan. I am your junior. Chapter 1906. He is actually Fang Yuan. The sudden change occurred in front of all the immortals. Shen Kongsheng got close to the mysterious demonic immortal. He showed an agitated expression. Finally, I've finally found you, Ancestor Shen Shang. Shen Kongsheng shouted in a slightly trembling voice. His true motive in coming here was to save his ancestor, Shen Shang. Shen Shang was the most outstanding Gu immortal in Shen clan. He had outstanding talent that was publicly recognized. In fact, when he was still a rank 6 Gu immortal, a wisdom path rank 8 great expert had said that he was the hundreds of years Eastern immortal leader. With half of a venerable's talent, it meant that he would become the leader of Eastern Seas immortals in hundreds of years when he reaches rank 8. His talent was so high it could compare to half a venerable. However, Shen Shang pursued strength and gradually fell into the demonic path. He started to commit heinous deeds. His clan treasured his talent, and even though they punished him, it was not a severe punishment. They protected him continuously. Shen Shang did not change his ways. He became more daring, and as a righteous path Gu immortal on the surface, he acted like a demon. Eastern Seas Gu immortal world was kept in the dark. Shen clan managed to conceal the fact, but they could not hide it from Paradise Earth immortal venerable. Paradise Earth immortal venerable took action, suppressing him, but did not expose his identity publicly. Shen clan did not dare to publicize it. They only announced that Shen Shang had died from his tribulation. After Shen Kongsheng captured Gu Yu Feng Zheng, Heavenly Court contacted him and told him about Shen Shang's information, in exchange for Feng Zheng. Therefore, Shen Kongsheng learned that Shen Shang was still alive, and that he was imprisoned within Dragon Whale Paradise. In order to enter Dragon Whale Paradise, Shen Kongsheng mobilized the whole of Shen clan to investigate and search in secret. Right at this time, Ren Shuping targeted Miao Ming Shen and attacked them, exposing clues leading to the Blue Dragon Whale. After Shen clan learned of this, Shen Kongsheng led them to force Ren Shuping to submit. They learned that Miao Ming Shen had a way to find the exact location of the Blue Dragon Whale. Miao Ming Shen gathered 8 immortals to search for the Paradise Earth true inheritance in the Blue Dragon Whale. Ren Shuping and Shen Kongsheng learned about it and followed them. After that, it led to a series of events. After Shen Kongsheng came to Dragon Whale Paradise, he tried all the ways possible to find Shen Shang's location. After a few missions, Shen Clan Gu immortal Shen Qi got the information of Regret Crying Sea. Shen Kongsheng guessed that the demonic immortal in Regret Crying Sea was likely Shen Shang. However, he could not be happy for long because he heard of terrifying news. Chu Ying actually accepted the mission to kill Shen Shang. This shocked Shen Kongsheng. He quickly contacted Fang Yuan, lying that he was looking for response Gu and offering a large amount of immortal materials to express his goodwill. Thus, Fang Yuan brought Shen Kongsheng into Regret Crying Sea. Shen Kongsheng waited secretly and did not make a move. Only at the last moment, he acted and saved Shen Shang with one attack. This change made everyone dumbfounded other than the Shen clan Gu immortals. Immediately, Miao Ming Shen and the rest had dark expressions. Their hearts sank to rock bottom. Shen Kongsheng was a rank 8 Gu immortal to begin with. They had another Shen Shang who was a rank 8 Gu immortal now as well. Back then, Paradise Earth immortal venerable had to suppress him personally. He definitely had outstanding battle strength that was not to be underestimated. With Shen Shang, Shen clan's strength rose greatly. Not only in Dragon Whale Paradise, but even in Eastern Sea, there would be a shocking change. Currently, in Eastern Sea's righteous path, Shen Clan would be the only super force with 2 rank 8 GU immortals. Shen Clan would become the strongest force in Eastern Sea. This would have huge impact and bring immense benefits to Shen Clan. Back then, Heavenly Court exposed this secret to them. It was no wonder that Shen Kongsheng immediately released Fang Zheng without caring about Qi ancestor, who was hinting that he wanted to get Fang Zheng. You are a descendant of my Shen Clan. Shen Shang floated in the air, looking at Shen Kongsheng. His eyes shined with brilliance as he nodded. Indeed, you are a member of Shen Clan. What year is it now? Shen Shang had a hoarse voice. It was even more coarse than crow's. He wore a gray robe that was tattered, his face was pale and his hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot and red. His peak rank 8 aura radiated from his body with an intense force. Shen Kongsheng answered his question and told him that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died long ago. So long has passed. Shen Shang sighed deeply. Lord Paradise Earth died after all, sigh. His attitude towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a bit strange. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, but he actually called Paradise Earth, Lord. After sighing, Shen Shang looked towards Fang Yuan and the other immortals. He gazed around and understood the situation. He cupped his fists and smiled. Good, it seems that my Shen clan has many talented people. Afterwards, he focused his gaze on Fang Yuan as he spoke in a gentle tone. Friend, I was able to escape thanks to you. It was mostly due to your effort. Do you wish to join Shen clan and become our external supreme elder? He actually wanted to recruit Fang Yuan. Indeed, Fang Yuan had displayed sufficient value already. Just his formation path Grandmaster status was something Shen clan wanted. And looking at his attainment and age, it was possible that he could break through to formation path Great Grandmaster in his lifetime. Shen Kongsheng cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, adding, Chu Ying, I lied earlier but I did not have a choice. Saving our ancestor Shen Shang is extremely important to Shen clan, I hope you can understand. Fang Yuan nodded with a plain expression, he even had a smile on his face. Of course I understand, if it were me, I would do the same. But Shen clan wants to recruit me. He. Fang Yuan laughed as he shook his head. Shen Kongsheng said coldly, Friend Chu Ying, why are you laughing? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. On what foundation is your Shen clan trying to recruit me? You guys are simply unqualified. Shen Kongsheng's gaze turned cold as ice. His Shen clan was an Eastern Sea super force. They owned 7 large sea areas and thousands of middle and small sea areas. They even had 2 rank 8s now. With such strength, they were not qualified to recruit a tiny lone immortal. HMPH, Chu Ying, don't be too arrogant. My Shen clan is giving you a chance. This is the magnanimity of our ancestor Shen Shang. Don't think too highly of yourself. Shen Shao and Shen Qi quickly spoke. They flew out of the supplementary formations, gathering with Shen Kongsheng and Shen Shang. Shen Shang's bloodshot eyes had deep killing intent. He looked at Fang Yuan and spoke with an icy voice, Chu Ying. I need to remind you, you were all sent here by the merit obelisk. Paradise Earth's method restricts you from fighting each other. But I have been trapped here for countless years. I am not restricted by the merit obelisk, so all of you can be attacked by me. The expressions of Miao Ming Shen and the rest changed. Their worst nightmare had come true. Right when they were helpless, they suddenly heard Fang Yuan laughing loudly as he pointed his finger at Shen Shang, who was in the sky, provoking him to attack. Miao Ming Shen and the rest were dumbfounded. Was this courage or stupidity? They could not tell. Shen Shang's eyes shined with blood-red light as he lowered his voice that was filled with anger. You are courting death, then go die. Saying so, he opened his mouth as a blood-colored sound wave in a ball shape shot towards Fang Yuan. The sound wave was very fast. In almost an instant, it flew through the sky and landed on the supplementary formation. The supplementary formation collapsed instantly. It did not even last for a moment. An intense explosion occurred. A huge sea wave surged into the sky. It was tens of feet tall. Before the wave landed, the explosion had already caused damage to the surroundings. Miao Ming Shen and the rest had to fly into the sky, away from their supplementary formations. All of the supplementary formations were destroyed. Miao Ming Shen and the rest had ashen expressions. Shen Shang's attack was definitely at rank 8 level. It was terrifying. From their perspective, there was little chance that Chu Ying survived that. The truth was, they did not care about Chu Ying's situation right now. They were more worried about themselves. Because Shen Shang had proven his words from earlier with action, he could really attack Miao Ming Shen and the others. Ancestor is so powerful. Shen Kong Sheng squinted, he knew the inside details. Shen Shang did not cultivate sound path primarily, the sound path method he used earlier was not his true strength. Chu Ying is dead meat. Good that he died, I disliked him from the start. Indeed, he only had ranked 7 cultivation level but acted so arrogantly because he knew things about the dragon whale paradise, he truly had no regard for us. He dared to provoke a rank 8, he truly wanted to die. Shen Xiao said as he suddenly stammered. After the huge waves crashed down, new enormous waves were formed. Within the steam and mist, a shiny ship that was covered in silver-white light appeared in front of all of the immortals. Chu Ying's arms were behind his back, he stood at the deck as he carried the same smile as before. Shen Shang saw this as his pupils shrunk, he gasped with shock, rank 8 immortal GU house. The other GU immortals were all stunned. They were so familiar with this immortal GU house, no, in the current 5 regions, which GU immortal did not know about this immortal GU house. This is, myriad year flying warship. Ren Shu Ping cried out, he felt his scalp going numb. Chu Ying actually has myriad year flying warship, who in the world is he? Shen Xiao was tongue-tied. The immortals stared at Fang Yuan with fixed gazes, he gradually dispelled familiar face as he showed his true appearance. After seeing his true appearance, all of the immortals' hearts shook, none of them could stay indifferent. Hua Dai screamed out loud, it's Fang Yuan. She was too shocked, she had always felt that Fang Yuan was high and mighty, far away from people like them, to think that he was around her the entire time. It was truly unbelievable, it's Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's GU immortals gritted their teeth, some were breathing and gasping loudly. So that was it, Miao Ming Shen gulped as he swallowed his saliva. Chu Ying was a fake identity of Fang Yuan, after all, how could such a powerful lone immortal appear in Eastern Sea suddenly? It was Fang Yuan after all. Who was Fang Yuan? He had inherited many venerable inheritances, he was someone who could not be assessed with common sense. No wonder Chu Ying had such attainment in transformation path and formation path. This was just a fragment of Fang Yuan's true strength. Now everything made sense. Shen Kong Sheng's expression was pale as he gritted his teeth. In just a short time, sweat had gathered on his forehead already. So it was this great demon Fang Yuan. No wonder he had such an attitude, even against 2 rank 8s, he showed such disdain towards Shen Clan. It was normal. Shen Kong Sheng suddenly felt that it was a logical situation, all of his anger towards Chu Ying's arrogance vanished completely without a trace. Fang Yuan dared to provoke even Heavenly Court and kill their members, how could Shen Clan even compare? After his anger subsided, he felt intense fear afterwards. He actually met with Fang Yuan, this was such a problematic person. Shen Kong Sheng sighed in his heart, his luck was really bad, why did he meet Fang Yuan of all people? At this moment, his rank 8 strength could not give him confidence, he was panicking internally. At this moment, Shen Kong Sheng heard Shen Sheng's voice, who is Fang Yuan? Shen Kong Sheng looked at Shen Sheng who had a confused expression. He felt that this was very strange. This GU immortal only had rank 7 cultivation level, he had only changed his appearance. Why were they all so afraid? Shen Sheng looked at Shen Kong Sheng with a gaze that had slight questioning, it seemed to be saying, you are a great rank 8, why are you afraid of a rank 7, what is there to fear? Even though Fang Yuan showed his appearance, he did not reveal his rank 8 aura, it was still concealed. Shen Kong Sheng blinked as he shuddered internally. Could he remain calm? Could he look at Fang Yuan using common sense and cultivation level? He was a ruthless demon who dared to trample on Heavenly Court. He destroyed 6 immortal GU houses belonging to Heavenly Court earlier, he even slaughtered a bunch of Heavenly Court GU immortals. He was ruthless and scheming, even Heavenly Court was without options against him. Now that Shen Clan offended him, forget about 2 rank 8s, even if they had a group of rank 8s, Shen Kong Sheng would not feel safe at all. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.